Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 1837 to Chapter 1892. The experts of Heavenly Music Parlor were scared out of their wits. The youth in linen clothes suddenly felt dispirited and bored. He sighed, turned around, and walked into the courtyard, no longer paying attention to those cowards. They were indeed too cowardly, and he was not interested at all. Instead, it made him feel even more bored. He rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, "Ants? Hee, I finally understand why those big shots would sigh like that. It's indeed boring. Young master, all beings are ants in the face of the great Tao." The old woman reminded him lest the young man thought too highly of himself. The young man in linen clothes lay lazily on the rocking chair and chuckled. "That's right. In the eyes of Granny and my father, I'm just a nobody. I'm no different from an ant." Immediately after, he thought of something and pounded his chest, lamenting, "I suddenly realized that I've been made a scapegoat for that guy." The old woman rolled her eyes. "Brat, you only realized it now?" However, she changed her tone when she spoke. Her voice was calm and indifferent, like a god speaking softly, "Young master, I'm not someone to be trifled with." The cheeky young man's expression suddenly turned serious. "Granny, I'm not afraid of trouble. Please don't break your fast on eating meat." A gentle light appeared in the old woman's murky eyes as she nodded. Only then did the young man in linen clothes smile in a carefree manner, as though a huge burden had been lifted off his shoulders. However, he knew in his heart that although he was a little lawless, compared to his granny, he was a completely harmless and obedient child. If his granny were to go berserk, she would be able to pierce through the heavens, outside the courtyard. The experts of Heavenly Music Parlor escaped death and left hurriedly with unconcealable fear. Elder Chunwen was a sage king, but he didn't even have time to react before he was killed by the linen-clothed young man. When those people returned and reported the news, the upper echelons of Heavenly Music Parlor were in an uproar. "What? Elder Chunwen was killed? How audacious! This is our Heavenly Music Parlor support boat. Doesn't that damn thing know what respect is? He must be the murderer who killed the expert of the primordial Tao court." An angry voice resounded in the hall. The brows of the Supreme Elder Hua Dian knit together tightly while his expression was terrifyingly gloomy, and he suddenly shouted explosively, "Shut up!" His voice was like a thunderclap, and it caused everyone to go silent like cicadas in the winter. Hua Dian took a deep breath and said, "Tell me about that young man's identity and background." "Supreme Elder, it's recorded on the boarding account that the linen-clothed youth is called Little Nine, and there's an old woman by his side that acts as a retainer." An elder hurriedly said. "Little Nine?" Everyone instantly knew that this was a fake name. "Where did he come from?" Hua Dian asked. To be able to stay in the courtyard paradise of Welcoming Guest Mountain, one must not be an ordinary person. Cold sweat broke out on the elder's forehead as he said with a trembling voice, "That youth, Little Nine, and the others spent 3 million myriad Tao crystals to stay in the Welcoming Guest Mountain." Everyone was astounded because this was a sky-high price that an ordinary person wouldn't be able to produce. Moreover, it was only used to rent a courtyard, which made people feel that it was a waste of money. At this time, Wu Yunlian suddenly said, he would rather spend 3 million myriad Tao crystals than expose his real identity. Moreover, he can kill a Saint King with one move. This is very suspicious. Everyone's pupils shrank. Hua Dian suddenly stood up, his eyes bursting with killing intent, and said, "I'd like to see who this Little Nine is." In the quiet courtyard of Welcoming Guest Mountain. After the song, Lin Sun's thoughts were pulled back from the trance with the lingering sound. He raised his eyes and saw that Lu Qingyan was also looking at him. Her clear eyes were brighter than the stars in the sky. "Senior, you seem to be thinking of something?" Lu Qingyan asked softly. She was best at the way of music, which was ever-changing and most suitable for the changes of mood. She could even spy on all the secrets in the heart of the listener with a piece of music, but just now, she didn't do so, which was tantamount to offending him. Even so, she was still keenly aware that the emotional fluctuations of Yu Xian in front of her seemed to be a little too strong. Lin Sun nodded and said, "Can I have a look at this ancient rhythm ocarina?" Lu Qingyan handed it over with a smile. Lin Sun took it in his hand and pressed his 10 fingers naturally on the holes of the ancient rhythm ocarina, gently rubbing it. Lu Qingyan said, speaking of this instrument, it reminds me of a friend. Lin Sun was stunned. He looked up and saw that Lu Qingyan seemed to be lost in reminiscence, with a smile on her lips. She continued, a long time ago, I traveled in a place far away from the starry sky ancient road. It was there that I accidentally came into contact with this unique instrument, ancient rhythm ocarina. I fell in love with it at first sight. But the ancient rhythm ocarina in my hand is seriously damaged, so I have been looking for someone who can help me repair the instrument. It was also by chance that I met that friend. When Lu Qingyan said this, the smile on her lips became stronger. He also told me that the music in the world is inseparable from the 5 tones of gong, shang, jiao, xing, and yu. Only the ancient rhythm ocarina can play 9 different tones. In the end, it was he who helped me repair this instrument and made a breakthrough in my pursuit of music. Lin Sun listened silently. Of course, he was himself. When he was in Zhou Empire, he got to know Lu Qingyan, the world's #1 artistic practitioner, because of the ancient rhythm ocarina. Lu Qingyan's eyes became bright when she said this. Later, we became friends. He was an extremely bold person, always doing unexpected things and doing many great things that shook the world. Immediately, Lu Qingyan's eyes were filled with sadness, but later, when I left Zhou Empire, I haven't seen him since. Do you miss this, friend, very much? Lin Sun asked. Lu Qingyan shook her head and sighed faintly. About 6 years ago, I finally heard some news about him, but it was not good news. Now I don't want to see him on the ancient starry sky path. Lin Sun couldn't help asking, why? Lu Qingyan raised a pair of clear eyes and stared at Lin Sun. Because although the ancient starry sky path is vast, it can no longer accommodate him. Lin Sun was shocked. He was finally sure that Lu Qingyan should also have heard what happened in Kunlun ruins 6 years ago and knew that he was now wanted all over the world. Senior, the starry sky can't accommodate him alone. If he appears, won't it be very dangerous? Lu Qingyan's voice was low, so, I would rather not see him again than let him appear on this ancient starry sky path. Lin Sun was touched and a myriad of emotions surged in his heart. It turned out that there were still people in this world who were worried about his safety when he didn't know it. How lucky it is to have a friend like Miss Qingyan care about him so much. Lin Sun said with a smile. Lu Qingyan smiled and said, friends should be like this. What do you think, senior? Lin Sun deeply agreed. At this moment, he frowned and stood up, saying, something seems to have happened outside. Miss Qingyan, stay here and don't move. I'll go and have a look. With that, he walked out of the courtyard. Is it him? Looking at his back gradually disappearing, Lu Qingyan was stunned and silent. From the first time they met, this senior Yu Xian gave her a sense of déjà vu. But she was confused and couldn't be sure. When Lin Sun walked out of the courtyard, he saw at a glance that the mountain path was brightly lit. A group of big shots of heavenly sound pavilion gathered together and blocked the door of a courtyard. The strong people living in every courtyard of Guest Mountain were all alarmed like Lin Sun and were paying attention to all this. Why did they go to find that guy? Lin Sun was stunned and recognized that the blocked courtyard was the place where the young man in linen lived. Lin Sun showed a strange expression and stood there, waiting to see what would happen. The door to the courtyard opened, and the youth in linen clothes walked out lazily. He said weakly, I knew it. This black pot has been put on my head. Damn it, I shouldn't have been so cheap just now. Aren't I just looking for trouble for myself? Outside the courtyard, the atmosphere was solemn. The group of big shots of Heavenly Sound Pavilion was led here by Hua Dian, the Supreme Elder. There were peerless Saint Kings and Saint Kings, a large group of them. Coupled with Hua Dian, the existence of the Quasi-Emperor realm, standing there together, the horrible aura they exuded was enough to make the world tremble. Just like at this moment, countless strong people on the boat were paying attention to this place with their divine thoughts. Everyone seemed extremely careful and felt depressed. After all, this lineup was really too strong. However, the young man in linen clothes was alone. Not only did he swagger out of the courtyard, but he also ignored Hua Dian and the others. This caused many people to be extremely shocked. Who was this young man? Where did he get his confidence from? Did you kill Qingwen? Hua Dian said indifferently with a gloomy expression. He resisted the killing intent in his heart and did not attack immediately. The young man was too calm and his origin was extremely mysterious. Ordinary people would never have the courage to kill the successor of the primitive Taoist court. And he did not kill one, but a group of them. You mean the old trash who threatened me just now? The young man in linen asked with a smile. His words made everyone present furious. How should they answer this question? If they said yes, it was like admitting that Qingwen was an old trash, but they could not say no. Little thing, you are still sharp-tongued when you are about to die. Believe it or not, I will capture you now, pull out your tendons and skin you alive. A peerless Saint King realm elder scolded with great power. The youth in linen sneered and squinted his eyes. He pointed at his own nose and said provocatively, didn't you say you would pull out your tendons and peel off your skin? If you can't do it, I will beat you to death. The young man's provocation enraged the Saint King who spoke. He was about to attack but was stopped by Hua Dian. Hua Dian's voice was cold. Young man, let me ask you again. Did you kill those people from the primitive Dao court? The young man was about to speak when a terrifying pressure came from Hua Dian, making his body stiffen as if he was under the pressure of 100,000 mountains. At the same time, Hua Dian said indifferently, remember, you only have one chance. If you talk nonsense again, your life will be in danger. In the courtyard, the old woman appeared silently. The young man's forehead was full of blue veins. His frivolous expression was replaced by a rare sense of calmness and sharpness. In the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of madness. But in the end, he took a deep breath and suppressed his killing intent. He shouted, brother, do you really have the heart to see me take the blame? They are going to kill me. All the people in Hua Dian cast their eyes to the distance and saw Lin Sun standing in front of a courtyard. Yu Xian? Someone recognized Lin Sun and was displeased. How could this trash be the murderer of the primitive Dao court? The others also sneered and looked away. Yu Xian was a Saint King of the Yu clan. They had already figured out his background and did not believe he had the ability to do such a thing. Little thing, you dare to do it but don't dare to admit it? It's not good to bite people. We all know what Yu Xian is capable of. Don't you think it's ridiculous to say such stupid words? They looked at the young man in linen with even more unkind eyes. Lin Sun frowned. Of course, he was unhappy to be called trash. But when he saw the young man's expression, he could not help but feel happy. The hemp-clothed youth looked as if he had eaten a dead fly. He held his forehead with his hand and said painfully, I'm so unlucky. Not only did I become a scapegoat for others, but I also encountered a group of blind fools who came to question me. Granny, I don't want to live anymore. Hua Dian's face was gloomy. This kid was still acting like a rascal. Did he really not know how to write the word death? Just as he was about to do something, his pupils suddenly constricted, and his entire body trembled. His expression changed drastically as he looked at the courtyard behind the hemp-robed youth. In the courtyard, the old woman had a kind expression on her face. She slowly walked over, young master, it's better to live than to die. Your life is much more precious than theirs. His voice was filled with incomparable affection. Many people frowned, only then did they notice the old woman's existence. A Saint King couldn't help but say angrily, old woman, you, bang, halfway through his sentence, the man's body suddenly exploded. His flesh and blood fell to the ground, and a thick stench of blood filled the air. The great figures of the heavenly music parlor were shocked, and their expressions changed. Only now did they realize that this unremarkable and senile old woman was actually a terrifying existence that had concealed herself deeply. Even Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. That old woman was not simple, only the youth in hemp garments had a look of despair on his face. He sighed and said, didn't you say you wouldn't break the vegetarian diet? The old woman had a kind look in her eyes. It's just an ant. It can't be considered as breaking an oath. The hemp-clothed youth laughed heartily, looking down on everyone. Hua Dian of the heavenly music parlor greets senior. At this moment, Hua Dian, who had a gloomy and murderous look on his face, suddenly bowed deeply and said respectfully, if I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. The back of Hua Dian's shirt was soaked in cold sweat, everyone was stunned, then shocked, and fell silent. Hua Dian was an old monster in the Boundary Emperor realm, but at this moment, he was respectfully addressing the other party as senior and bowing his head to beg for forgiveness. this was like a bolt of lightning, and the people of the heavenly music parlor who had come to denounce her were all stunned. Could this old woman be a boundary emperor? Everyone's scalps went numb at the thought of this. The old woman walked over and stood behind the youth in hemp garments. She ignored Hua Dian, who had been bowing his head, and asked the youth in hemp garments kindly, "Young master, what do you think we should do? If you feel wronged, then kill them all." Everyone was even more shocked, and their faces were filled with shock. If the old woman was so terrifying, then wouldn't the background of this young master beside her be even more terrifying? Senior. At this moment, Hua Dian fell to his knees. "We have eyes but failed to see. Please be magnanimous and forgive us this time." A quasi-emperor had disregarded his dignity and knelt in front of everyone. All the experts who were secretly watching this scene could not help but gasp. Hua Dian was the supreme elder of the heavenly music parlor, a respected quasi-emperor, but he had knelt down and begged for forgiveness. There was no need to mention just how shocking this scene was. Lin Sun felt a chill in his heart. He could vaguely guess what kind of existence the old woman was. There was a silence. The old woman still ignored the kneeling Hua Dian and only looked at the youth in hemp garments. The youth in hemp garments looked uncertain. After having the support of the old woman, he had changed his arrogance and domineering attitude, as if he had encountered a huge problem. After a long time, he sighed, "Granny, didn't you say that I am not allowed to cause trouble on this trip?" The old woman said seriously, "We won't cause trouble, but it doesn't mean that we are afraid of trouble. Moreover, this time, young master, you have only suffered an undeserved calamity." The youth in hemp garments took a deep breath and said, "Before this trip, my father said that my temperament is like an ape and a horse, and that I can only go home when I subdue my heart. But now it seems that the path of subduing one's heart is not so easy." He laughed self-deprecatingly. "If it was in the past, I would have killed them long ago, but now, for the sake of subduing one's heart, I feel uncomfortable all over." A trace of pity appeared in the old woman's eyes, and she said, "This is just the beginning, there's no need to be anxious." The youth in hemp garments nodded. At this moment, Hua Dian and the others were like prisoners waiting to be judged. All of them were terrified and uneasy, and their hearts were filled with great terror. The youth in hemp garments suddenly kicked Hua Dian, causing the supreme elder of quasi-emperor realm to fall back and roll on the ground. He was in an extremely sorry state. He did not dare to resist at all, and even took the initiative to withdraw the defensive energy on his body, for fear that he would injure the youth in hemp garments. When the youth in hemp garments saw this, he felt an inexplicable sense of disgust, and he pointed at Hua Dian and scolded, "You are a dignified quasi-emperor, but you have no skin, no face, and no strength of character. No wonder you haven't become an emperor at your age. Trash like you can forget about becoming an emperor in this lifetime." He seemed to still be unable to vent his anger, so he charged forward and fiercely kicked Hua Dian a few more times. One of his kicks even landed on Hua Dian's face, causing his face to turn red and swollen. However, he still lowered his head and smiled along with Hua Dian. "Old trash." The youth in hemp garments scolded fiercely, but for some reason, he felt a sense of melancholy in his heart. A quasi-emperor, in order to drag out an ignoble existence, would he throw away his dignity and character? Get lost. He waved his hand. Hua Dian looked as if he had been saved, and he kowtowed gratefully, but his eyes were fixed on the old woman. The old woman said, "What, do you still want to stay and be a kowtowing bug?" Only then did Hua Dian get up in a panic, and he hurriedly left with the people of the heavenly music pavilion. He did not want to stay in this place for the rest of his life. "Wait." The voice of the youth in hemp garments rang out, causing Hua Dian's body to stiffen, and his heart to skip a beat. Was this young master going to go back on his word? The youth in hemp garments said calmly, "Where's the skin and tendons pulled out?" His words were like a bolt of lightning, causing the soul of the absolute Saint King beside Hua Dian to almost jump out of his body, and he fell to his knees, begging for mercy. The old woman grabbed across the air, and in an instant, the absolute Saint King's skin was ripped off, and his tendons were pulled out inch by inch. His entire body contorted in pain and fear, and he let out an incomparably shrill scream of pain. But from beginning to end, he was powerless to struggle. That bloody and cruel scene caused Hua Dian and the others to turn pale, and their mouths to tremble, but no one dared to step forward to plead for mercy. In the end, although the absolute Saint King survived, his vitality was greatly damaged. And he was taken away by Hua Dian and the others in a hurry. The old woman let out a light snort, and then, the strong men who were secretly watching all this felt as if their souls had been hammered, and they almost coughed up blood. They didn't dare to look in that direction again. After doing all this, the old woman glanced at Lin Sun in the distance with calm eyes. But Lin Sun's body was tense at this moment, like a tiny ant being stared at by a god. Although it was only for a moment, the old woman withdrew her gaze, but Lin Sun knew it was a silent warning. At this time, the youth in hemp garments suddenly jumped onto the wall, and said fiercely, "Bro, I've taken the blame for you once. This is a great favor, and you must repay me in the future." Lin Sun smiled slightly, "Although I want to thank you very much, I've never asked you to take the blame after all. This favor I don't owe you." "You." The youth in hemp garments glared angrily, "Granny, I think we should let this guy taste the feeling of pulling out his tendons and peeling off his skin." The old woman smiled and said, "Sure." The youth in hemp garments was startled, and he hurriedly said, forget it, let's not stoop to his level." Lin Sun smiled, turned around and walked into the courtyard. Watching him leave, the youth in hemp garments said calmly, "Granny, I was wondering how much the strength of character and dignity in this world are worth. Now I find that I was wrong. At least that guy is different. He has a bit of strength of character and dignity." The old woman looked kind and listened quietly. Good, no wonder I felt that this guy was different from others at the first sight." The youth in hemp garments showed a bright smile. The old woman still listened with a smile. She didn't tell the youth beside her that the guy might have strength of character and dignity, but he also had confidence that was different from others. From the beginning to the end, the man didn't have a trace of fear at all, and he was as calm as a rock. This could only prove that the man was not afraid of her, the old woman. Thinking about it, how could the person who dared to kill the primitive Taoist court be an ordinary person? In comparison, although the young master was born with innate intelligence and talent that was unparalleled throughout the ages, in the end, he was still lacking in the tempering of worldly affairs. After that night, the news of the Heavenly Music Parlor's Supreme Elder Hua Dian kneeling down and begging for mercy spread like wildfire on the boat. How powerful was a quasi-emperor? On the entire Starry Sky ancient path, he could be considered a powerhouse. Furthermore, Hua Dian's identity was not ordinary. He was the Supreme Elder of the Purple Hang Galaxy's #1 orthodoxy, and his name had been known throughout the Purple Hang Galaxy for a long time. But now, on his own sex boat, he had knelt down. This matter was undoubtedly too humiliating and dealt a heavy blow to the reputation of the Heavenly Music Parlor. First, a group of primitive Tao court experts were killed. Then, this quasi-emperor Hua Dian had no choice but to kneel down and beg for mercy in order to live. The Heavenly Music Parlor has lost a lot of face. Many people sighed to themselves. There was no lack of gloating people watching the Heavenly Music Parlor's show. To be able to make a quasi-emperor kneel down and beg for mercy, that young man's identity is not simple. More people were shocked and began to pay attention to the youth, trying to guess his identity. But no one could say for sure. All they knew was that he was riding the boat under the name Little Nine. The most terrifying thing is the old lady beside him. She is most likely an emperor-level being. Of course, the one who received the most attention was undoubtedly the old lady beside the youth. After all, even a noble quasi-emperor like Hua Dian could only prostrate himself before her. Impossible. If an emperor-level being was here, he could travel the universe and travel between worlds. How could he be like us, traveling by boat? Someone else retorted. Everyone knew that emperor-level beings were like supreme overlords on the Starry Sky ancient path. They could cover the sky with one hand and were omnipotent. If a quasi-emperor was already an unreachable existence in the eyes of the world, then an emperor-level being was simply a legend that could illuminate the heavens and deter the stars. Why would such an existence need to travel by boat? Furthermore, have any of you ever heard of an emperor-level being a servant to a young man? Someone else came up with a more convincing deduction that won the approval of many. Which emperor-level being was not a legendary figure? Who in this world was qualified to make them willing to be servants? However, no matter how they guessed and deduced, no one was able to determine the origins of the young man and the old woman. For a time, this pair of master and servant seemed to be even more mysterious in the eyes of all the experts on the boat. As for the Yu Xian played by Lin Sun, no one cared about him from beginning to end. He didn't even have a sense of existence. In this regard, Lin Sun was happy to see it happen and hoped that no one would pay attention to it. Being low-key was the way to be low-key. To the experts of the heavenly music parlor, this day and night was a nightmare. First, a group of experts from the primordial Tao court were brutally murdered, causing great panic on the rocking ship. Following that, a pair of terrifying master and servant, the hemp-clothed youth and the old woman appeared. Even the supreme elder Hua Dian had no choice but to kneel and beg for mercy. This series of blows almost drove all the experts in the heavenly music parlor to the brink of collapse. This boat belonged to the heavenly music pavilion. But now, they were the ones who suffered the greatest blow and impact. It was said that after the supreme elder Hua Dian returned, he immediately went into closed-door cultivation. As for when he would come out, no one knew. The experts of the heavenly music pavilion were all distressed. They knew that Hua Dian had suffered such a great blow that he was too ashamed to show his face again. What should we do? For a time, everyone in the heavenly music pavilion was in a state of panic. In the end, it was another supreme elder of the heavenly music pavilion, Liang Chuan, who stepped forward to stabilize the situation. Liang Chuan, an expert in the quasi-emperor realm, had hair as white as snow and a youthful appearance. In terms of foundation and cultivation, he was even slightly stronger than Hua Dian. The boat heading to the primordial world was guarded by Liang Chuan and Hua Dian, two experts in the quasi-emperor realm. In a large hall, Liang Chuan gathered the senior members of the heavenly music pavilion and issued 3 orders. From today onwards, no one is allowed to provoke the master and servant. They are not to be seen as murderers who killed the experts of the primordial Tao court. I will not interfere in the matter of dealing with Lu Qingyan, but before we reach the primordial world, there must be no more infighting. Everyone silently accepted the first 2 orders. They did not refute, nor did they have the courage to refute. But when she heard the last order, Wu Yunlian jumped out and couldn't help saying, "Supreme Elder, Lu Qingyan is the person that young Master Kongyu of the primordial Tao court took a fancy to. The death of the primordial Tao court experts on our boat must have something to do with her. Are we just going to let it go?" "Yes." Some others also nodded. Liang Chuan frowned and said, I don't care about Lu Qingyan's matter, but if anyone dares to fight among themselves, don't blame me for being rude." With that, he flicked his sleeves and left. He was wholeheartedly devoted to cultivation and extremely hated this kind of infighting. If it weren't for the fact that Hua Dian had suffered such a great blow this time, he wouldn't have cared about these things at all. Watching Liang Chuan leave, everyone looked at each other. "Senior Sister Wu, what does Supreme Elder Liang Chuan mean?" Someone couldn't help asking. Wu Yunlian took a deep breath and said coldly, "No infighting means that he won't watch us deal with Lu Qingyan. But it doesn't matter. As long as this bitch is on the boat, she is destined to be unable to escape when we arrive at the Hongmeng world." Speaking of this, Wu Yunlian remembered something and said coldly, "By the way, after a period of time, the boat will enter the White Emperor Star area. We will dock there for 3 days. During these 3 days, we must keep an eye on Lu Qingyan. We must not let her take the opportunity to abscond." Many people nodded in agreement. All the strongmen of the primordial Tao court were dead. If Lu Qingyan was allowed to escape, how could the Heavenly Sound School explain to Kongyu? As time went by, the atmosphere on the boat gradually calmed down. This made many people breathe a sigh of relief. At least it proved that the murderer who killed the primordial Tao court experts had no intention of continuing to commit murder on the boat. Similarly, the life of Lin Sun and Lu Qingyan also returned to peace. Although Lu Qingyan still had something on her mind, she was obviously much more clear-minded than before. Occasionally, she would personally make tea for Lin Sun to drink. Lin Sun devoted himself to cultivation. Not only did the cultivation of the 9 cauldrons world suppression scripture advance rapidly, but the tempering of the 5 viscera also made amazing changes. In his 5 viscera, there were 5 divine lights, green, red, black, yellow, and white, condensing into embryonic halos. Every breath produced a wonderful rhythm like life. This was the 5 viscera divine fetus. The great way of the Golden Court scripture was divided into 4 realms, namely, the 5 accumulation realm, the 5 color realm, the 5 taste realm, and the 5 virtues realm. In the past, as Lin Sun condensed the 5 viscera divine fetus, his comprehension of the great way of the Golden Court scripture had already broken through to the 5-color realm. In this realm, the 5 true spirits in the 5 viscera would become corporeal and display their own appearances. For example, the verdantwood true spirit had the appearance of everlasting vitality and evergreen. Until reaching the 5-taste realm, the 5 spirits would break out of the shell in the 5 viscera divine fetus and have their own taste, just like each person exuding different charm. The 5 virtues realm would enable the 5 doppelgangers to have their own spiritual awareness and Taoism. At this time, Lin Sun's tempering of the 5 viscera divine fetus was on the verge of breaking through the 5-taste realm. In particular, the greenwood spirit in the liver produced an extremely strong rhythm as if it was alive, as if life would be born at any time. If I'm able to cultivate the greenwood true spirit, then it'll be equivalent to possessing a greenwood Tao body clone. At that time, I'll be able to fuse my cultivation into it, and even an Emperor realm expert would probably be unable to discern my true identity. After a day of cultivation, Lin Sun fell into meditation. He had a faint feeling that the hemp-clothed youth, little 9, and the old woman had long seen through that this Xianxia was a disguise. This made Lin Sun a little vigilant. There were bound to be many Emperor realm cultivators in the Hongmeng world. Once they noticed his existence, they could easily see through his disguise. But if he could cultivate the 5 viscera divine fetus, it would be completely different. Even if someone saw through his disguise as Xianxia, they would never be able to guess his true identity. The only trouble Lin Sun felt was that the boy in linen often sat on the wall and chatted with him with a smile. He was like a chatterbox. However, after Lin Sun activated the forbidden formation in the courtyard to isolate the outside world, this trouble was solved. At that time, the boy in linen looked resentful like an abandoned widow and clamored to smash Lin Sun's door. But in the end, he didn't go out of the courtyard. At most, he just stood on the wall and looked into the distance. On this day, the support ship sailed into the White Emperor star field and stopped in the sky above a great world called Golden Sky. Some passengers hurriedly got off the boat and began to trade with the forces of the Golden Sky world for cultivation materials and treasures from all over the world. There were also some passengers who went to the Golden Sky world in groups for sightseeing. Reading 10,000 books was like walking 10,000 miles. For practitioners, traveling in the starry world was also a rare and precious cultivation. All kinds of things encountered along the way could be regarded as a kind of sharpening. The Golden Sky world was the largest world in the White Emperor star area, where the Xianxia clan, a primitive emperor clan, lived. Similarly, the Xianxia clan was also the largest force in the White Emperor star area. Its ancestor was the White Emperor, one of the famous 5 emperors in primitive times. A big world was named Golden Sky. This star region was crowned by the name of White Emperor. It wasn't hard to imagine just how powerful the Xianxia clan was. In fact, in the whole starry ancient way, the Xianxia clan was also a giant existence, not inferior to the Kuan clan, Su clan, Kong clan and other primitive emperor clans. On this day, Lin Sun also planned to travel to the Golden Sky world with Lu Qingyan. But as soon as he walked out of the gate of the courtyard, he was stopped by a group of people. P.S. Goldfish got married on July 1st of the Gregorian calendar, so there was only 1 month left. It was estimated that she would have no time to write during the half-month of marriage. At that time, if Goldfish asked for leave for half a month, everyone would be very unhappy. There was a famous White Emperor city in the Golden Heaven world, which was listed as one of the 6 ancient cities of the Starry Sky Ancient Path. White Emperor City was built on top of the clouds. It was built with a kind of icy soul snow stone that only existed in the primordial age. The stone was snow-white and smooth, and it was shrouded in mist. It was able to present the spectacle of icy clouds and flying snow. This city stood towering above the clouds in the sky and bathed in the radiance of the morning stars. It had experienced the vicissitudes of time and had survived until now. It was extremely grand and ancient. In the eyes of ordinary people in the Golden Heaven world, White Emperor City could be called a holy city, a place where only immortals could go. On the other hand, in the eyes of cultivators, White Emperor City was like a place of pilgrimage. It was the most prosperous city of cultivators in the world. It was a gathering of rare treasures from all over the world. Lin Sun and Lu Qingyan planned to go to the city to have a look and see this famous ancient city. Unexpectedly, as soon as they opened the gate of the courtyard, they saw a group of strong practitioners of Heavenly Sound Pavilion blocking the way. The leader was an elder at the peak of the Saint King realm named Yujun. There were also 3 Saint Kings and a group of disciples at the peak of the Great Saint realm. Among them was Zhang Bing, who once regarded Lin Sun as a coward. He had come to provoke Lin Sun, but Lin Sun was not fooled and ignored him. Junior sister Qing Yan, we have received orders that you are not allowed to go to the Golden Heaven world without permission. You have to stay in the courtyard. For 3 days. It was Zhang Bing who spoke. He directly ignored Lin Sun with a fake smile. Even I am not allowed to go out. Whose order is this? Lu Qingyan frowned, and a trace of sullenness appeared on her face. Why are you asking so many questions? All you need to know is that because of you, Senior Uncle Yujun and everyone else can only stay here and keep an eye on you. Do you think we don't want to go to the Golden Sky World? Zhang Bing said impatiently. Lu Qingyan glanced at Yujun and others. Seeing their indifferent expressions, she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. These were her fellow disciples and elders. Well, you'd better be sensible and stay in the courtyard with junior sister Qingyan. Otherwise, don't blame Heavenly Sound Pavilion for not considering the old friendship of you family. Zhang Bing glanced at Lin Sun disdainfully and issued a warning. Pa! Lin Sun suddenly slapped Zhang Bing in the face, causing the latter to stagger and fall to the ground with a thump. He let out a blood-curdling scream as blood spurted from his mouth and nose. His entire face was red and swollen. Everyone was stunned. It was beyond their expectation that Lin Sun, who was regarded as insignificant by them, dared to take action. In particular, Yujun's expression darkened. A Saint King actually dared to bully the successor of his own sect right in front of him. This was a complete provocation. Lu Qingyan's eyes widened in surprise. In her impression, this senior Yu Xian had always been patient and low-key. Why would he suddenly flip out? At this moment, Lin Sun said coldly, "Trash. How can a junior like you wantonly humiliate a member of my imperial Clanju clan? Kill me if you dare. I'd like to see how your Heavenly Music Pavilion will give my Yu clan an explanation." These words made Yujun, who was about to capture Lin Sun, stagnate, and his face was cloudy and uncertain. If they really fell out, Yujun was not afraid. The only thing he was worried about was that Liang Chuan, the Supreme Elder, had just said a few days ago that internal strife was not allowed. If they attacked Yu Xian, Liang Chuan would definitely believe that they were targeting Lu Qingyan, which was an internal strife. How dare you hit me? Zhang Bing got up, his face full of anger and disbelief. Pa! Lin Sun slapped him again. The slap was crisp. Zhang Bing let out a scream, fell to the ground, and fainted. Zhang Bing was a peerless great saint, but he was slapped unconscious. It could be imagined how strong Lin Sun was. You're courting death. Yujun was completely furious. Although the slap was on Zhang Bing's face, it also made him feel humiliated, as if he had been provoked. But when he was about to take action, he suddenly noticed that Elder Liang Chuan had appeared not far away, with a touch of coldness and disgust on his youthful face. Don't I mean what I said? Liang Chuan said indifferently. Yujun's body was stiff, and he explained, Uncle, you probably saw that Yu Xian hurt Zhang Bing. How could I sit back and watch? I just asked, do I mean what I said? Liang Chuan's disgust became more and more intense. He was obsessed with cultivation, and what he hated most was to deal with such trivial and dirty things. Yujun's face changed for a while, and then he bowed his head and said, Uncle, you're right. Humph. If it happens again, don't blame me for being rude. Liang Chuan turned around and left. From beginning to end, he ignored Lu Qingyan and Lin Sun. This also proved that he'd merely come here to defend the orders and will that he'd given, and not to uphold justice for the two of them. Lin Sun had been watching coldly, and he had a panoramic view of Liang Chuan's attitude. Forget it. Taking a deep breath, Yujun let out a long sigh and said, just now, Martial Uncle Liang Chuan was right. Qing Yan, if you and Yu Xian want to go to the Golden Heaven Great World, you can go ahead. After that, he turned away with the crowd and the unconscious Zhang Bing. This support boat is already equivalent to a cage for you, and it's an opportunity to spread your wings and fly high before you. Do you want to leave? Lin Sun looked at Lu Qingyan. If Lu Qingyan was determined to leave, he would definitely help her. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingyan shook her head and turned into the courtyard. Senior, if we really go to the Golden Heaven world, do you believe that they will definitely capture me as soon as possible? And you? I'm afraid you will be killed by them. Lin Sun smiled and said no more. At the foot of the guest mountain. After waiting for a long time, Lin Sun and Lu Qingyan didn't show up, which made Yu Jun frown, and his face became gloomy. That little bitch didn't fall for it, as Lu Qingyan had speculated. It was impossible for Yu Jun to be so kind as to watch them leave the boat. The only purpose of this was to take the opportunity to kill Lin Sun and capture Lu Qingyan in the Golden Heaven world. Uncle, are you going to let it go? Zhang Bing had woken up, but his face was red and swollen like a pig's head. What else can you do? Do you want to try the means of Grand Elder Liang Chuan? With that, Yu Jun turned around and left. Zhang Bing panicked and hurriedly chased after him. Without Yu Jun, he had no confidence to challenge Yu Xin, the king of sages. These idiots are lucky. If that guy really goes to the Golden Heaven world, these idiots won't even know how they die, the teenager in linen, who had been lying on the wall and watching the scene, muttered to himself. After that, he let out a long sigh. What a pity. White Emperor City, the place where White Emperor proved his Tao. It said that there are 36 pictures of White Emperor's Dao cutting sword on the city wall, which contain the supreme mystery of swordsmanship. I don't know whether it's true or not. The old woman stood in the courtyard and looked at the teenager with a smile. She also thought of White Emperor City. However, she didn't think the same as the teenager. The primordial White Monarch was indeed an incredible figure. But for countless years, the Jingtian clan had never produced a figure that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the primordial White Monarch. Especially among the young people of the Jingtian clan, only a few of them could be regarded as great talents. As for White Emperor City, it had been a long time since there was a city lord who could be respected by the world like White Emperor. Of course, this was the old woman's opinion. In the White Emperor Star area and even in the entire Starry Sky Ancient Path, the Jingtian clan was still a giant that couldn't be underestimated. Lin Sun also felt a little regretful that he couldn't go to White Emperor City. The primeval age could be said to be the golden age of cultivation. At that time, many Emperor Realm existences that could shake the ages were born. White Emperor was one of them. White Emperor City was regarded as one of the 6 ancient cities in the Starry Sky, and it was built by White Emperor himself. How extraordinary was that place? 3 days later. The cultivators who went to the Golden Sky world, whether they were here for trade or for sightseeing, all returned. At the same time, there was another group of guests on the support boat. They were going to take the boat to the Hongmeng world. When the support boat left the Golden Sky world and sailed into the Starry Sky, there was news. Some of the top figures of the younger generation of the Jingtian clan also appeared on the support boat. They were going to the Hongmeng world. For a moment, all the cultivators on the support boat were shocked. The Jingtian clan was the descendant of the White Emperor. It was said that in order to receive the distinguished guests from the Jingtian clan, the Heavenly Music Parlor had specially vacated a group of courtyards on the guest mountain. It was said that among the distinguished guests of the Jingtian clan, there was a peerless beauty named Jingtian Xianxia. She had cultivated for 180 years and had already stepped into the Saint King stage. She was ranked 49th on the All Heavens King Sage board. She was graceful, with fairy-like skin and jade-like bones. She was like a proud daughter of heaven. It was said that the distinguished guests of the Jingtian clan were going to the Hongmeng world to participate in a Dao discussion event jointly organized by the 6 Dao courts. It was said that all kinds of news about the distinguished guests of the Jingtian clan emerged like mushrooms after the rain that night, causing countless discussions and exclamations. In addition to the distinguished guests of the Jingtian clan, there were other cultivators who boarded the ship this time. However, compared to the distinguished guests of the Jingtian clan, they did not attract much attention. Only Lin Sun found something unusual. Amongst those cultivators was a group of monks who wore bamboo hats, coarse linen clothes, and walked barefooted. The aura of these monks made Lin Sun vaguely smell something unusual. It was the aura of the descendants of the Hidden Land realm, one of the 3 dark magnates. Even if they did not wear black monk robes, even if they claimed to be from a Buddhist orthodoxy called the Jade Zen Temple, they still could not hide it from Lin Sun. He was too familiar with the aura of the descendants of the Hidden Land realm. He, who had cultivated the Tranquility scripture, could clearly capture this unique aura. Could it be that these bald donkeys of the Hidden Land realm have already noticed my traces? These monks, who called themselves Jade Zen Temple, were arranged to live in a courtyard at the foot of the Guest Mountain. Usually, they were rarely seen going out, which made them low-key and mysterious. On the contrary, the disciples from the Jing Tian family were very active. They often went out together and played in the busy market. However, no one was able to see the beautiful and famous golden sky mystic moon. It was said that as soon as she boarded the ship, she practiced hard in the courtyard alone. An old servant guarded in front of the courtyard to prevent anyone from approaching. Clatter in the courtyard where Lin Sun and Lu Qingyan lived, the Stars Tao restriction ran instantly with a burst of restriction power, isolating the outside world. In the courtyard, Lin Sun, who was sitting cross-legged, took a deep breath, and his body was covered with bright and blazing green light. Dong! 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 Within the divine palace of his liver, the greenwood divine fetus produced a vibration that sounded like the beating of a divine drum. The vitality that was so dense that it seemed material erupted like a volcano, and there were faintly strands of the sound of the Tao surging as if ancient sages were reading scriptures. This situation lasted for 4 hours. Later, with a sound like the beginning of chaos, a handful of green light rain suddenly rushed out of the spiritual platform above Lin Sun's head. The light rain was flowing, and the vitality was boiling. It gathered together and condensed into a green figure, which seemed to be made of the purest green glazed jade in the world, crystal clear and floating with Tao light. When the brilliance faded, a Dharmakaya floated to the ground. He was dressed in a green robe, with black hair fluttering. His facial features were clear and elegant, and his figure was tall and dignified, exuding a transcendent spirit. Looking carefully, this Dharmakaya looked exactly the same as Lin Sun, but its spirit showed a pure and vigorous spirit of Greenwood. Greenwood Taoist body, a doppelganger of Tao bred by the divine fetus of Greenwood, Lin Sun raised his head and looked at Greenwood Taoist body. When their eyes met, Lin Sun had a feeling of blood and water blending together. It was as if the Taoist body was a part of his body. As long as he thought about it, he could make the Taoist body work for him. This was the realm of 5 flavors in the Yellow Court scripture. The 5 divine fetus bred in the 5 internal organs would break out of the shell and have their own flavors. The 5 hidden realms contained vitality. The 5 color realm possessed the appearance. For example, the Greenwood divine embryo would display the appearance of everlasting green and everlasting vitality. The 5 flavors realm allowed the Greenwood Taoist body to have the charm of the great Tao. If one cultivated to the 5 virtues realm, the 5 clones would have their own divine sense and cultivation. At present, Lin Sun had just broken through the 5 taste realm and condensed the first doppelganger, Greenwood Taoist body. It was just a Taoist body without his own spiritual awareness and cultivation. Even so, it was enough for Lin Sun. With a single thought, Yi Futian's body trembled. Rumble, his primordial spirit, essence, qi, spirit, and Tao all surged out and fused into the body of the Greenwood sect. As for his original body, it appeared to be in a sleeping state. What a powerful Greenwood power! In an instant, Lin Sun felt all kinds of mysteries of the Greenwood Taoist body, and many insights emerged in his mind. Wood was one of the 5 elements, and it controlled the vitality of heaven and earth. It was extremely miraculous. In the Great Way Yellow Court scripture, Senior Brother Guyupu had specially explained that once the Greenwood Taoist body was formed, the body would be like the sky, and the power of life and death could be controlled. Lin Sun silently comprehended for a long time, and suddenly snapped his fingers. Around his feet, clear lotuses suddenly emerged, full of vitality and swaying. The stems and veins of the leaves were surrounded by wonderful Taoist patterns. The abundant and rich aura of green would spread in an instant. With a thought in Lin Sun's mind, thousands of clear lotuses instantly turned into withered lotus leaves, and their vitality was lost, as if they were robbed by a strong force. Soon, they all turned into ashes and scattered in the air. This was the power of life and death controlled by the Greenwood Taoist body. If it was used in battle, with a press of a finger, the enemy's vitality would be plundered, and their life would wither like a plant. Similarly, if it was used to save people, it could also achieve the magical effect of life and death. The rarest thing was that this was the innate talent of the Greenwood Taoist body, which could perfectly match with Lin Sun's cultivation. Having the Greenwood Taoist body is equivalent to giving me another body, but this body has the magical talent of the Great Way. Lin Sun's black eyes were bright, and he couldn't help but marvel in his heart. The Great Way yellow quartz scripture created by Guyupu was simply amazing and ingenious. This was only the first Greenwood Taoist body, but it already had such a magical power. If the other 4 doppelgangers were condensed one by one, wouldn't it be possible to master 4 completely different kinds of magical powers, if he cultivated to the 5 virtues realm and let these 5 doppelgangers master the spiritual awareness and cultivation? How powerful would they be? After a long time, Lin Sun withdrew the star's forbidden formation. At this time, Lu Qingyan came out of the room and asked with a little doubt, "Senior, why do I feel that you seem to be a different person?" Lin Sun's previous practice was deliberately covered by him, so even though they were in the same courtyard, Lu Qingyan didn't notice it at all. "There is a slight breakthrough in cultivation." Lin Sun gave a reason with a smile. His original body had already been put away, and what appeared was actually the Greenwood Taoist body. However, this kind of change in charm, appearance, and charm was difficult for ordinary people to perceive at all. "I see." Lu Qingyan suddenly understood, but she still looked at Lin Sun with a trace of doubt in her eyes. How could a breakthrough in cultivation change a person's charm? At the same time, at the foot of the guest mountain, in a courtyard, a young monk sitting in the lotus position, holding prayer beads in his hand and meditating quietly, suddenly frowned. He opened his eyes and was shocked in his heart. Why did the breath of the heretic suddenly disappear? He stood up and walked out of the room. In the courtyard, a group of barefooted monks in linen clothes and bamboo hats were sitting on futons, meditating and meditating. Each of their breaths was as deep as the sea, obscure and silent. However, when they saw the young monk coming out, they all stood up and saluted him solemnly. "Greetings, Abbot Wu Ming." Everyone's expressions were filled with sincerity. In the Hidden Land realm, there were many adversity travelers and arhats adversity, but there were only 9 Abbot adversity. Wu Ming was one of them. Abbot adversity was regarded as the core successor of the supreme inheritance of the Hidden Land realm. Each of them had a transcendent status and unfathomable cultivation. Even some old monsters would show great respect in front of Abbot adversity. Wu Ming just nodded and walked out of the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, a skinny old monk wearing a bamboo hat sat on the ground. He had no breath at all, like a stone, inconspicuous. But Wu Ming bowed and said, "Uncle Du Kong, something went wrong. The Chakravarti beads in my hand can't sense the breath of the heretic." The Chakravarti beads was a kind of magical treasure. With this beads, any heretic who was targeted by the Hidden Land realm, no matter where he was, could be detected by the warriors of the Hidden Land realm through a secret method. The emaciated old monk called Du Kong opened his eyes, and a wisp of a bright light suffused his muddy gaze as he said, "We'd already locked on to the heretic when we arrived here. That heretic is on this ship, and I've been constantly assuming command here during this period of time. I didn't notice anyone leaving this ship." Wu Ming said thoughtfully, "So, the heretic should have noticed our arrival, so he used a method that can hide his breath to block the Chakravarti beads detection?" Du Kong nodded and said, "Wu Ming, don't be careless. Don't forget that some time ago, outside the Dayu realm, Buddha Lord Lianshan and dozens of arhats adversity had already locked the breath of the heretic. But in the end, they were all killed. Buddha Lord Lianshan, a figure in the Emperor realm of the Hidden Land realm, of course, Wu Ming also knew about this. It was said that Buddha Lord Lianshan was killed by a pink flying sword that pierced through the middle of his eyebrows. This incident caused a great commotion in the Hidden Land realm. Based on this, we can tell that there must be a big shot protecting this man. This time, the sect sent me here to be your path protector, to find out the cause of Buddha Lord Lianshan's death." Du Kong's voice was hoarse. "But until now, I haven't caught any unusual breath. I can only vaguely tell that there are at least 2 figures in the Emperor realm on this ship. One should be an old man from the Jin Tian clan, an imperial family. He is guarding in front of the courtyard of the woman called Tian Xianxia. The other one is also on this guest mountain. She is an old woman who has changed her appearance. She is accompanied by a young man. If you count me in, there are 3 Emperor realm experts. But I can't be sure if there are more of them in the dark." Hearing this, Wu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He said, "Uncle, are they also here for the heretic?" Du Kong was about to say something. Silently, the figure of an old woman appeared out of thin air. She ignored Wu Ming directly and looked at Du Kong. Her voice was cold. "I don't care what the Hidden Land realm is here for, and I'm not interested to know. I'm here to tell you that I don't care about your business. But my young master is on a long trip. If anyone dares to plot against him, don't blame me for being impolite." The old woman's aura was overbearing. Du Kong was silent for a moment and said, "Okay." The old woman snorted and disappeared into thin air. She left as quickly as she came. Wu Ming's eyes were filled with coldness. "Uncle, is this old woman the existence in the Emperor realm?" Du Kong nodded. His cloudy eyes were surging with obscure dark Buddha light. "That's good. At least it proves that the heretic has nothing to do with them." Wu Ming frowned. In fact, he was also shocked. An existence in the Emperor realm was personally escorting a young master. What was the identity of this young master? It was terrifying to think about it. Du Kong suddenly sighed and said in a low voice, "There are really hidden talents on this ship. Wu Ming, before I find traces of the heretic, I can't act rashly. You can only rely on yourselves." Apart from the old woman, there was also an Emperor stage cultivator from the Imperial clan, Jin Tian, guarding the ship. This caused Du Kong to have some reservations. Before investigating the situation clearly, if he acted rashly, it would instead arouse the vigilance and resistance of these peers, and something unexpected might happen. Most importantly, if they found out about the heretic's identity, it was bound to cause a huge commotion. After all, the heretic held a supreme fortuitous encounter from the Kunlun ruins that was related to becoming an Emperor stage cultivator. On the mountainside of Guest Mountain, there was a waterfall, a spring, and a simple and elegant courtyard. In front of the courtyard, an old man in a cloth robe was holding a jug of wine and drinking by himself. Beside him stood a group of noble disciples from the Imperial clan, Jin Tian. All of them were dressed in embroidered clothes, and they were handsome and beautiful. They were extraordinary. In the eyes of outsiders, they were like stars in the sky, existences that could only be looked up to. They were extremely noble. However, at this moment, these young men and women were all respectful and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They restrained their pride and sharpness. The reason was that the old man in a cloth robe was their patriarch, an Emperor stage existence that had lived for countless years, in the entire White Emperor Star region and even on the ancient path in the starry sky. The old man in a cloth robe was a famous figure. His name was Jin Tianhong, and he was known as the wind-supporting Sword Emperor. This isn't the Golden Sky world, nor is it the White Emperor Star region. All of you better restrain yourselves and don't cause trouble. The cloth-robed old man said casually, "I know very well what kind of people all of you are. If you're killed by others, then you only have yourself to blame. Even if all of you die, my heart won't ache. However, all of you are surnamed Jin Tian after all, and the blood of the Jin Tian clan flows in your veins. If all of you die, I can avenge you, but don't expect me to save you." His voice was calm, but it was not polite at all. His words even revealed a sense of ruthlessness and indifference. The group of men and women looked at each other. "Patriarch, it's just a boat. Could there be someone we can't afford to offend?" Someone could not help but ask. The old man glanced at this person, and it terrified the latter to the point his face turned ghastly pale, and he almost knelt on the ground while his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. The cloth-robed old man retracted his gaze and drank another cup of wine. "The Jin Tian clan is getting worse with each generation because there are too many useless people like you." As he said this, he smiled again. "Thankfully, the heavens have blessed us, allowing our Jin Tian clan to have a few more geniuses. Like Xianxia." His voice was filled with gratification. All the men and women present couldn't help but feel jealous. Golden Sky Black Moon, she was a member of the same generation that made them jealous and fearful. She had cultivated for 180 years and was ranked 49th on the All Heavens King Sage list. Even the elders in the clan could only lower their heads in front of her and sigh at their inferiority. "Go. Remember my words. You can stir up trouble, but don't blame anyone if you get killed. All I can do is avenge you." The cloth-robed elder waved his hand and dispersed the crowd. Not all of the juniors of the Xianxia clan were useless. On the contrary, a few of them had already reached the peak of the Saint King stage. However, their temperaments were extremely unbearable. Some were arrogant, some were frivolous, and some even had evil intentions and committed all sorts of evil deeds. Towards these juniors, the cloth-robed elder only felt disdain and disdain. Only Golden Sky Black Moon and a few others could catch the eye of the cloth-robed elder. Therefore, when he heard that Golden Sky Black Moon was going to the Hongmeng world to participate in the Dao discussion gathering organized by the 6 major Dao courts, he personally accompanied her. The Hidden Land Realm, the old lady, looks like there's more to this small boat than meets the eye. As the cloth-robed elder pondered, he drank another cup of wine. In the main hall of the Heavenly Music Parlor, Liang Chuan's expression was unusually serious. He looked at the important figures of the Heavenly Music Parlor and said in a deep voice, "It is an honor for the Heavenly Music Parlor to have the distinguished guests of the Xianxia clan travel on this boat. However, it is also a great pressure. From today onwards, no matter what requests these distinguished guests have, the Heavenly Music Parlor will fulfill them as long as it is within our means. Do you all understand?" Everyone in the hall nodded in unison. A while ago, a group of cultivators from the Wilderness Dao Court had just been killed. At this time, who would dare to offend a colossus like the Xianxia clan? Liang Chuan nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. The journey to the Hongmeng world this time had so many twists and turns. This made Liang Chuan feel extremely pressured. Whether it was the Xianxia clan, the old lady beside Little Nine, or the deaths of the cultivators from the Wilderness Dao Court, they were all like mountains that weighed on Liang Chuan's heart. Even a quasi-emperor like him couldn't help but feel apprehensive. These are troubled times, Liang Chuan sighed inwardly. Young master, the Hidden Land Realm and the Xianxia clan are all on the boat. Don't you like to watch a good show? If there are no accidents, it won't be long before there will be some trouble. In the courtyard, the old lady said with a smile. The youth in linen was lying in the rocking chair in a daze. When he heard this, he jumped up and his eyes lit up. He said excitedly, "The Hidden Land Realm? Isn't that one of the 3 dark giants? I've long heard that they are secretive and ruthless, but I don't know whether it's true or not." He rubbed his palms together and spit flew everywhere. "And that monarch race, the Xianxia clan? They are all descendants of the primordial white monarch. I have long wanted to see if their ancestral, chaotic sword-shaking scripture is as powerful as the legends say." The old lady's smile suddenly froze. She had to remind him, "Young master, you can watch the show, but if you want to join in the fun, I won't agree." Her words, like a basin of cold water, made the youth in linen lose all his strength and collapse in the rocking chair like a dead fish. He sighed, "The cultivation of the great Tao is the way to subdue one's heart. If I don't temper myself, how can I achieve anything? Grandma, please take pity on me and give me a chance." But no matter how he begged, the old lady just wouldn't agree. The youth in linen scratched his ears and cheeks anxiously, but in the end, there was nothing he could do. "Miss Qingyan, now on this boat, undercurrents are surging and the situation is treacherous. I'm worried that trouble will come to us," Lin Sun muttered. Lin Sun pondered. He suspected that the descendants of the Hidden Land Realm came for him, so he had to remind Lu Qingyan. "Trouble?" Lu Qingyan's watery eyes widened. Lin Sun nodded, "Yes, but it's just my feeling. It's hard to say whether it will happen or not. Anyway, you'd better be prepared." Lu Qingyan nodded. What Lin Sun and Lu Qingyan didn't expect was that trouble came to them that night. The night was as dark as ink. Yu Jun, the Holy King of Heavenly Sound Pavilion, came in person. "Qingyan, the distinguished guests of the Xianxia clan, an imperial family, have heard that you have great attainments in music and would like to invite you to the Cloud Jade Pavilion." Lin Sun and Lu Qingyan frowned at his words. How could the people of the Xianxia clan have heard of Lu Qingyan? Someone must have deliberately mentioned Lu Qingyan to arouse the interest of these distinguished guests of the Xianxia clan. "I'm sorry, Miss Qingyan is in closed-door training and doesn't plan to go out recently." Lin Sun refused flatly. Yu Jun's face darkened. You are just a guard. What qualifications do you have to make decisions for the descendants of Heavenly Sound Pavilion?" Lin Sun said stiffly. "Qingyan said that my idea is her idea." Yu Jun's eyes were full of killing intent. "Yu Xian, you are really tired of living. I'm not afraid to tell you that if Qingyan doesn't go to the Cloud Jade Pavilion, the highest elder Liang Chuan will not care even if you are killed this time. At this time, Lu Qingyan walked out of the room and said, Uncle, if you continue to force me like this, I will die immediately. Yu Jun was stunned. If Lu Qingyan died, how could he explain to Kong Yu of the primitive Taoist court? He hurriedly said, Qingyan, this time we invite you to go to the Cloud Jade Pavilion. We can't afford to offend those distinguished guests of the Jintian clan. Even the highest elder Liang Chuan said that we must not neglect and offend these distinguished guests. Lu Qingyan showed a look of disgust. In order not to offend them, you are forcing me to go to the Cloud Jade Pavilion to meet them? Yu Jun sighed, Qingyan, because of you, many strong men of the primitive Taoist court have suffered, and our heavenly sound pavilion has also been implicated. Now if we offend the Jintian clan because of you, the consequences, even your master Zhuang Yunji can't bear it. Lu Qingyan's face changed. She didn't care about anything else, but she had to care about her master Zhuang Yunji. Qingyan, listen to me. There will be trouble if you go. It's better to stay here. Lin Sun said resolutely. Yu Xian, you are really looking for death. Yu Jun was completely angry. The last time he came, he took it to heart because Lin Sun slapped Zhan Bing in front of him. Now, Lin Sun obstructed him like this, which made his inner anger and hatred burst out directly. A saint king of the Yu family of the imperial family dared to oppose him like this. He was simply tired of living, but when he was about to take action, Clatter Lin Sun directly activated the star's forbidden formation, blocking Yu Jun outside the courtyard. Soon, Yu Jun's angry roar sounded outside the courtyard, Yu Xian. Quickly remove the formation, or I will tear you into pieces and grind your bones to ashes. He was flustered and exasperated. This boat was the territory of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, but now, a saint king of the Yu family of the imperial family dared to oppose him like this. Lin Sun ignored all this, sat leisurely under the big tree in the courtyard, picked up the green wine gourd and drank. Yu Xian, just you wait. After a long time, Yu Jun left angrily after uttering a harsh word. At this time, Lin Sun looked at Lu Qingyan and said, Qingyan, are you afraid? Lu Qingyan shook her head, I'm just a little worried about my master. Lin Sun said, don't worry, your master is a peerless saint king. The Heavenly Sound Pavilion dare not do anything to her, but Lu Qingyan's heart tightened, and she said, Senior, I'm afraid I've implicated you again this time. What should we do? Her voice was full of uncontrollable worry. Lin Sun smiled, looking calm and relaxed. Now, with a Greenwood Taoist body, even if he encountered trouble, he would not be afraid to reveal some of his strength. Emerald Cloud Pavilion. It was resplendent and magnificent. Wu Yunlian and the rest of the Heavenly Music Parlor's younger generation Qi practitioners sat respectfully with the guests from the monarch race, the Jin Tian clan, drinking and enjoying themselves. In the pavilion, the sound of stringed and bamboo instruments rang out. The wonderful music was like the sounds of nature, and there were also beautiful singers dancing lightly. Wu Yunlian had a proud smile on her face. Just now, when she was entertaining the distinguished guests of the Jin Tian clan, she deliberately mentioned that there was a descendant of the younger generation of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion named Lu Qingyan, who was as beautiful as a poem and as graceful as a painting. What was rare was that her attainments in music were superb. She could be called a fairy of the younger generation of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion. This naturally aroused the interest of the distinguished guests of the Jin Tian clan. So Wu Yunlian struck while the iron was hot and immediately invited Lu Qingyan to come. This bitch can't refuse this time. If she appears, it will not be so easy to leave, Wu Yunlian thought in her heart. She was jealous of Lu Qingyan, who was above her in appearance, temperament and cultivation. The most intolerable thing was that Kong Yu, the descendant of the primitive Dao court, was originally regarded by her as the perfect Taoist companion. But who would have thought that Kong Yu fell in love with Lu Qingyan? This made Wu Yunlian's jealousy even stronger. She could not wait to destroy Lu Qingyan. Why hasn't Miss Qingyan come yet? Suddenly, a man in a silver robe spoke, frowning slightly. The lively atmosphere in the hall suddenly became stagnant. Many people turned to look at Wu Yunlian. Wu Yunlian's heart trembled, and she quickly said, Young master, please calm down. I will send someone to urge them. The man in the silver robe was called Xianxia, a pure-blood descendant of the Jingtian clan. His status was extremely noble, and the men and women of the Jingtian clan around him all followed his lead. Wu Yunlian did not dare to slight such an esteemed guest. But before she could urge him, Yu Jun returned alone with a gloomy expression. "Martial uncle, where is junior sister Lu Qingyan?" Wu Yunlian asked. Yu Jun gritted his teeth and said, "She was blocked by Yu Xian." "Yu Xian is so bold." Wu Yunlian slapped the table and stood up. Her eyes were cold. "Martial uncle, why didn't you do it?" The atmosphere in the hall was silent. The silver-robed man, Jin Tianqi, and the others all frowned. A successor of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion actually dared to refuse to meet with them? Yu Jun's expression changed indeterminately. "There's a restrictive formation set up in that courtyard, and even I can't see through it. That's why I didn't make a move immediately." Wu Yunlian's beautiful face was filled with frost. "This is our support boat, and he, Yu Xian, actually dared to do this without permission. This is simply preposterous. I don't care about Yu Xian, I just want to ask you, is it because our Jin Tian clan's face is not big enough to invite Lady Qingyan?" Jin Tianqi said unhappily, feeling a little annoyed. Just today, they, the Jin Tian clansmen, were reprimanded by their ancestor, Sword Emperor Fufeng. They didn't feel good about it. That was why they gathered at the Emerald Cloud Pavilion to drown their sorrows in wine. Who would have thought that they would encounter something like this, which made them very unhappy? It was fine that their ancestor reprimanded them, but a successor of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion dared to refuse to meet with them. It was clear that she didn't put them in her eyes. Hearing this, Wu Yunlian shivered all over and said quickly, "Martial Uncle Yu Jun, please go with me. No matter what means you use, you must invite junior sister Qingyan for me." She emphasized the word invite. Yu Jun also saw that Jin Tianqi and the other distinguished guests of the Jin Tian clan were very unhappy, so he didn't dare to neglect and hurried away. Wu Yunlian picked up a wine cup and showed a charming smile. "Come, let me toast you first. I hope you can calm down and don't lower yourself to the same level as junior sister Qingyan." Jin Tianqi looked indifferent. "If Lu Qingyan doesn't come, I won't drink this wine." The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. Wu Yunlian looked embarrassed and her body was stiff. She was furious to the extreme. "Lu Qingyan, you bitch, when you come, you won't be able to bear the pain." Guest Mountain. Yu Jun led a group of people in a threatening manner. Along the way, they attracted the attention of countless gazes. The teenager in linen climbed up the wall excitedly and muttered, "The show is about to begin." The old woman smiled and ignored him. In another place, the old man in linen robe drank a cup of wine and seemed to be unaware of it. In front of the courtyard at the foot of the mountain, Du Kong closed his eyes and remained motionless from beginning to end. "Old Du, remove the spiritual chi restriction formation in this courtyard." When they arrived in front of Lin Sun's courtyard, Yu Jun immediately gave the order. The boat was covered in layers of restrictive formations, including every courtyard on the guest mountain. There were restrictions to replenish spiritual energy. Old Du was the elder of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion who was in charge of these spiritual chi restriction formations. Old Du, who was as thin as bamboo, took out a turtle shell-shaped formation plate and waved it gently. Buzz with a roar, the restriction formation covering Lin Sun's courtyard was removed, leaving only the Stars Forbidden formation arranged by Lin Sun in operation. Yu Jun said in a deep voice, "Yu Xian, how long can your restriction formation run without the support of spiritual power? If you obediently cooperate now, I can spare your life. Otherwise, when I barge in, it will be the day of your death." His voice was cold and full of killing intent. However, no one in the courtyard responded. Lin Sun was drinking. Lu Qingyan was in a daze. Yu Jun's face became more and more gloomy. He took a deep breath and waved his hand, "Break this restriction formation for me." Boom! 7 or 8 Saint Kings of Heavenly Sound Pavilion who came with Yu Jun launched an attack without hesitation. But all the attacks were dissolved and dissipated by the power of the restriction formation like a clay ox entering the sea. Yu Jun's pupils shrank. Only then did he realize that this restriction formation was not as simple as he thought. "Go on, do your best," he bellowed. If he didn't take Lu Qingyan to the Emerald Cloud Pavilion as soon as possible, who could bear the anger of those distinguished guests of Jin Tian family? Boom! Boom! Boom, all kinds of treasures and Taoist magic bombarded the restriction formation like a tide, producing a deafening roar. The noise had already alarmed the guests living in different parts of the guest mountain, who all sent their divine senses to this side. Haha, that restriction formation has the power of defense and binding. Even an emperor-to-be can't break it in a short time. These idiots are really too stupid. The young man in linen, who was watching from the top of the wall, laughed happily. At the same time, Lu Qingyan couldn't help but worry, "Senior, if we continue like this, it will cause too much noise. It will be tantamount to completely offending the Heavenly Sound Pavilion." Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, "That's true." He stood up and waved his sleeves. An obvious flaw appeared in the star's restriction formation. After doing all this, Lin Sun clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Let's invite them into the trap first, and then close the door to beat the dog. The noise will not be so big." "It's open." Outside the courtyard, someone exclaimed in surprise. Yu Jun waved his hand, his killing intent soaring, "Rush in and kill Yu Xian. Let's go." All the Saint Kings of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion rushed in together. When he saw Lin Sun standing in the courtyard, a grim smile appeared on Yu Jun's face and he said, "Take Qingyan to the Emerald Cloud Pavilion. I'll deal with this bastard." As he spoke, Yu Jun did not hesitate to take action. This time, he was really angry and mad. Yu Xian was just a Saint King, but he dared to oppose him again and again. Did he really think that with the support of the Yu family, he could be lawless, naive, childish, ridiculous? This time, he would let him see what it meant to be torn into pieces, and what it meant to be smashed into ashes. Boom, Yu Jun's big hand shot out like a heavy mountain, the sound of Tao rumbled, and the divine light surged. They didn't notice that the star's restriction formation, which they thought had been broken, had been restored to its original state. At the same time, other Saint Kings walked towards Lu Qingyan, with a posture that said, "If you dare to resist, don't blame us for being rude." However, in this dangerous situation, Lu Qingyan seemed to be unaware of it. Her mind was completely attracted by the situation on Lin Sun's side. When she saw Yu Jun take action, she was so nervous that she held her breath. Elder Yu Jun was a veritable Saint King. What could Yu Xian use to fight against him? But the next moment, an incredible scene appeared. Lin Sun suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed in the air. Not only was Yu Jun's palm force broken, it turned into a rain of light. Yu Jun's whole body was grasped like a chicken. The saint rulers were all shocked by this unexpected scene. They stopped and were filled with disbelief. Yu Jun was stunned. His mind was blank, and there was only one thought in his mind. Was this the power of a Saint King? I've tolerated enough, but you provoke me again and again. Are you in such a hurry to die? Lin Sun sighed. There was a sense of helplessness in this sentence. What are you doing? Let go of Elder Yu Jun. This is the Fuyushu boat, the territory of the Heavenly Sound School. Someone shouted. Bang, Yu Jun also wanted to speak, but before he could speak, Lin Sun exerted force with his palm. The terrible power was like a landslide and a tsunami, robbing Yu Jun's body of vitality. One could see with the naked eye that his body shriveled up and quickly turned into ashes that drifted away. Greenwood Taoist body, the power of life and death, an ultimate sage king was wiped out just like that. The other Saint Kings were frightened, their faces pale. Yu Xian had been regarded as a worthless waste since he boarded the boat. No one had expected that under his cultivation of Saint King, there was such a terrible power. Who on earth was he? Lu Qingyan was also stunned. Everyone, Yu Xian, have always been honest and dutiful since I boarded the boat. Why do you always look down on and target me? Lin Sun looked at those Saint Kings, his eyes deep like an unfathomable abyss. Run! Those Saint Kings shivered and wanted to escape without hesitation. They were indeed frightened. Yu Jun was a Saint King, but he was killed in the blink of an eye. How terrifying was that? How could Lin Sun let them escape again? His figure flickered, and he moved casually without a trace of anger. But in just a few blinks of an eye, these 7 or 8 Saint King elders of the Heavenly Sound School were all killed on the spot. Each of their vitality was taken away and turned into withered ashes, making Lin Sun look like a god in charge of life and death. A series of clanking sounds rang out. Scattered holy treasures and storage treasures fell on the ground, shining brightly. All the big shots of Heavenly Sound Pavilion, including Yu Jun, were turned into ashes and disappeared from the world. Witnessing this scene, Lu Qingyan was stunned for a while before she suddenly raised her head. Her clear eyes were full of shock. She asked, "Senior, who are you?" Lin Sun knew that Lu Qingyan must be suspicious. He suddenly felt a headache and said, "Miss Qingyan, I just never intended to expose my strength." Lu Qingyan shook her head. "My master said that Senior Yu Xian from the Yu family is only at the Saint King realm. It's impossible for him to kill the Holy King as easily as you did." Speaking of this, she seemed to think of something and couldn't help saying, "The strongmen of primitive Tao court who were killed a few days ago, are they?" Without waiting for her to finish, Lin Sun said frankly, "Yes, it's me." Lu Qingyan was in a trance and said, "If you were really Yu Xian, how could you have the courage to kill the strongmen of the primitive Taoist court? What's more, the real Yu Xian would not have done such a shocking thing for me," she murmured, trying to calm herself down, but she couldn't calm down because of the shock. "Miss Qingyan, you only need to know that I will never hurt you." Lin Sun sighed in his heart. He had vaguely realized that Lu Qingyan should have guessed some of the truth. "Okay." After a long time, Lu Qingyan nodded and stared at Lin Sun with a pair of bright and clear eyes. "Senior, I trust you." Lin Sun breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "That's good." Thinking of the scene just now, Lu Qingyan was worried and said, "Senior, you have killed so many people of Heavenly Sound Pavilion. What should we do next?" "Counter soldiers with arms and water with earth," Lin Sun said calmly. Anyway, they had already fallen out. It was nothing more than a fight. On the wall in the distance, the teenager in linen sighed with emotion, "I have seen people die, but I have never seen one so eager to die." He seemed to have already guessed the ending. Immediately, the teenager couldn't help but laugh gloatingly. "Well, now you are exposed, buddy. Doesn't this mean that the good show has just begun?" Time passed. The atmosphere in the Emerald Cloud Pavilion grew more and more oppressive. After Yu Jun left, Jin Tianqi and the other Jin Tian clansmen's faces turned gloomy and gloomy after a long time. Was this how the Heavenly Music Parlor treated its guests? Too much. Wu Yunlian, on the other hand, was like an ant on a hot pan. She was restless and grumbling in her heart. It was just dealing with a Saint King, yet it took so much time. Seeing the expressions of Jin Tianqi and the others becoming more and more unsightly, Wu Yunlian could not help but become nervous. "Senior Martial Sister Wu, it's bad." After Martial Uncle Yu Jun and the others entered Junior Martial Sister Qingyan's courtyard, "They haven't come out." Suddenly, a descendant of the Heavenly Music Pavilion rushed over. He was sweating profusely and had a panicked expression. "I suspect they might have encountered some unforeseen event." "What?" Wu Yunlian suddenly stood up, her expression was gloomy and uncertain. Pa, a member of the Jin Tian clan, smashed the wine glass in his hand and sneered gloomily, "Lu Qingyan, we just want to see her, but she made so many twists and turns. She obviously looks down on us." Wu Yunlian and the other successors of the Heavenly Music Pavilion couldn't help but panic and stood up. Everyone, just as Wu Yunlian was about to say something, she was interrupted by Jin Tianqi. He said coldly, "Our ancestor just said today that we shouldn't make trouble, so I don't want to argue with you. But you must hand over Lu Qingyan to me." "Yes, this bitch is so shameless. If we don't teach her a lesson, how can we, the Jin Tian clan, put our face?" Immediately, other members of the Jin Tian clan spoke with gloomy faces. In the great golden sky world, who dared to be disrespectful to them? Who had the guts to slight them? But now, a descendant of the Heavenly Music Pavilion dared to not give them face. In fact, the most important thing was that they were in a bad mood today. They were just taking the opportunity to vent their emotions. "Where is Lu Qingyan? Since she didn't come, how about we go and see her in person?" Jin Tianqi stared coldly at Wu Yunlian. Wu Yunlian's pretty face was pale, and she felt cold all over. If Lu Qingyan fell into the hands of Jin Tianqi, she would definitely not end well. Although Wu Yunlian wanted Lu Qingyan to die, she knew that once Lu Qingyan died, no one would be able to pass Kong Yu's test. She took a deep breath and explained in a low voice, "Young master, Lu Qingyan's identity is not simple. She is the lover of Kong Yu of the primitive Taoist court. If anything happens to her, It would have been better if these words hadn't been spoken, but as soon as they were spoken, it caused Xianxia and the others to be infuriated, and their expressions were extremely unsightly. What do you mean? Are you using Kangyu to suppress us? Xianxia's face was livid. Of course, they knew that Kangyu of the primitive Taoist court was a direct descendant of the imperial Kang clan, but how could the Jin Tian clan be afraid of him? Wu Yunlian was like being struck by lightning. I'll give you a chance. Take us to see Lu Qingyan. Jin Tianqi gave an order, leaving no room for doubt. The night was as dark as ink, and the streets were noisy. Wu Yunlian led a group of angry Jin Tian clansmen to the guest mountain. This scene could not be concealed at all, and was noticed by many people. Have you heard that Lu Qingyan, the successor of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, refused to meet the Jin Tian clansmen, and completely angered them? I'm afraid something big is going to happen. The Heavenly Sound Pavilion is too unlucky. Not long ago, the experts of the primitive Taoist court died, and even Hua Dian, a quasi-emperor, could only kneel down and beg for mercy. Now they have provoked the Jin Tian clan, an imperial clan. Lu Qingyan? This is a famous fairy in the Ziheng star field. I heard that because she offended Kangyu of the primitive Taoist court, she was given the cold shoulder and suppressed by the Heavenly Sound Pavilion. On the rocking boat, many voices of discussion rang out. On one of the streets, there was a stall. The stall owner was a middle-aged man with dark skin, like a farmer. On the stall, there were all kinds of seeds, as well as a rusty hoe. A man in a luxurious robe passed by, and curiously squatted in front of the stall, and pointed to a thumb-sized, black seed, and said, "How many doctrine gems does this little thing cost?" The middle-aged man, who looked like a farmer, raised his eyelids, and revealed a simple and honest smile. "Not expensive, 800,000 doctrine gems." The man in the luxurious robe was stunned, and asked in astonishment, "How much?" The middle-aged man said seriously, 800,000 doctrine gems. Not expensive. Do you think I'm an idiot? The man in the luxurious robe spat fiercely, and flicked his sleeves and left. The middle-aged man smiled, and did not mind. This was the seed of a true Tao essence fruit. Not to mention 800,000 doctrine gems, even if it was 8 million doctrine gems, countless cultivators would fight for it. Unfortunately, there were too few people in this world who knew what was good for them. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man looked at the guest mountain in the distance, and murmured to himself, "How many people on that mountain know what is good for them?" When Jin Tianqi and the others, led by Wu Yunlian, walked up the guest mountain, the old monk, Du Kong, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the courtyard, had a smile on his lips. This kind of situation indeed required the appearance of some troublemakers. Perhaps this was the only way to lure the heretic out. Halfway up the mountain, the old man in a linen robe, who was lying on a wooden chair and pretending to sleep, snorted coldly from his nostrils. This group of good-for-nothings, the young man in linen robe, who was lying on top of the wall, was instantly amused when he saw this scene. He waved his hand and said, "You know that there is a tiger on the mountain, but you still want to go there. Brothers, have a good trip." Jin Tianqi and the others frowned and snorted coldly, feeling a little annoyed. But in the end, they still held it in. They had already heard that a quasi-emperor realm elder of the Heavenly Sound Parlor had knelt in front of this courtyard. And the young man and the old woman who lived in this courtyard were very likely to belong to the kind of people who could not be provoked. This was precisely the reason why Jin Tianqi and the others had exercised forbearance. Otherwise, if it was at an ordinary time, they would have slapped that noisy linen-clothed young man to death. Seeing this, Wu Yunlian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She was really worried that Jin Tianqi and the others would go crazy and start a conflict with the young man in linen robe. If that happened, even if the gods fought, the mortals would suffer, and the Heavenly Sound Parlor would also be implicated. Thinking about this, Wu Yunlian felt a pang of sadness. In the Purple Heng star field, the Heavenly Sound Parlor was the #1 orthodoxy. As the descendants, when had they ever suffered such grievances? But after leaving the Purple Heng star field, Wu Yunlian realized how vast the starry sky ancient path was, and how many powerful beings in this world could not be provoked. It's finally going to be lively. The young man in linen robe licked his lips excitedly. The Imperial Clan, the Jin Tian Clan, the Primitive Tao Court, the Heavenly Sound Parlor. There are so many forces, how many would I dare to offend? You little brat, you just want to see the world in chaos. The old woman scolded with a smile and then said solemnly, I'm warning you, that person will bear the consequences of his actions. Whether he lives or dies, it has nothing to do with you. I won't get involved either. The young man in linen robe said helplessly, I know. I can at least watch the show, right? The old woman nodded, of course. At this time, Xianxia and the others had come to the courtyard where Lin Sun was. Here? Xianxia looked around. Yes. Wu Yunlian nodded. She felt bitter in her heart. Her only hope was that Liang Chuan and Hua Dian, the two elders, could come as soon as they heard the news. Otherwise, there would be a big mess here. Is Lu Qingyan here? Xianxia asked in a deep voice. He had accumulated anger in his heart and had nowhere to vent it. Today, he was reprimanded by the old ancestor, and then refused by Lu Qingyan, a little successor of the heavenly sound parlor. How could he swallow this anger? What's the matter? Lin Sun's voice sounded in the courtyard. At the same time, Lin Sun couldn't help but frown. This time, it was not the strong practitioners of the heavenly sound parlor. What's the matter? Xianxia was completely annoyed and said coldly, Lu Qingyan doesn't want to see us. Can we come to see her? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. He had already guessed the identity of the other party, and he couldn't help but feel speechless. Lu Qingyan didn't want to see us, so we came to see her. Okay, even a fool would be able to sense the anger in his words. Wu Yunlian was anxious. If Lu Qingyan really bowed her head and came out to meet them, she would definitely be severely beaten by these playboys of the Jingtian clan. It was hard to say whether she could live or not. Wu Yunlian didn't care about Lu Qingyan's life or death. What she cared about was how to explain to Kang Yu if Lu Qingyan died. But to everyone's surprise, the gate of the courtyard was still closed in the face of Xianxia and others who came to denounce them. Only Lin Sun's indifferent voice sounded, no. These two words caused the expressions of Xianxia and the others to freeze, and the flames of rage in their eyes seemed to be blazing. They had already come in person, but in the end, the door was shut in their face again. Who was the man who spoke? Xianxia's voice was cold and piercing. Wu Yunlian hurriedly said, Yu Xian, an overmatch of the Yu clan of the Imperial clan, is now serving as the guard of Sister Qingyan. The Yu clan of the Imperial clan? Xianxia sneered, it's just an ancient Imperial clan. How dare they make life difficult for us? They must be tired of living. The others also sneered. The Imperial clans were divided into the immemorial Imperial clan, the ancient Imperial clan, and the contemporary Imperial clan. And Jingtian clan was the immemorial Imperial clan. In the eyes of these clansmen of the Jingtian clan, they naturally despised and looked down on the Yu clan of the Imperial clan. A group of brainless playboys. How can the strength of an Imperial clan be measured by the length of its existence? The young man in linen sighed in his heart. As far as he knew, there were several behemoths among the contemporary Imperial clans, which were not inferior to some immemorial Imperial clans at all. That was to say, whether a force had a long history or not didn't mean that its power was necessarily stronger. But it's also true that the Jingtian clan of the Imperial clan is an old immemorial Imperial clan, which Yu clan of the Imperial clan can't compete with. It's just that these fools are too blind, the young man in linen muttered. Yu Xian. Suddenly, Xianxia shouted, I'll give you 3 breaths to think about it, before he finished. The closed gate of the courtyard opened, and Lin Sun walked out. Xianxia and the others were first stunned, and then they couldn't help but start laughing while their eyes were filled with contempt. Look, didn't the experts of the Imperial clan, Yu clan, also obediently admit defeat? You're smart. Kneel down and wait here. When we see Lu Qingyan, we'll deal with you. A charming and beautiful woman spoke coldly and bossily. However, Lin Sun seemed to turn a deaf ear to them. He looked indifferent and glanced at the crowd, saying, if you kill the young ones, the old ones will definitely be restless. In this case, it should be okay to teach them a lesson, right? You dare to talk back? The charming woman raised her hand and slapped Lin Sun. Pa, the crisp sound of a slap resounded. However, the one who was slapped was the charming woman. Her face was red and swollen, and blood spurted out of her mouth and nose. she was sent flying and smashed into the ground. From the beginning to the end, no one saw clearly how Lin Sun moved. Xianxia and the others were slightly stunned, and they revealed expressions of disbelief. This fellow actually dared to make a move in front of us? See, you saw it too. Not only do I dare to talk back, I also dare to fight back. Lin Sun's eyes were cold. Kill. Kill him. The charming woman screamed angrily. Her hair was disheveled, and her face was distorted. Boom, a strong young man took out a black heavy sword. The sword intent was like a mountain, crushing the void, and the power of law emerged. Lin Sun sighed in his heart and no longer hesitated. He didn't move, but there was a slap. The strong young man was slapped away as if he had been hit by a holy mountain. He screamed like a pig being slaughtered. He was even more miserable than the charming woman. His face was sunken, his teeth flew out, his head buzzed, and he saw stars. He almost fainted. Everyone couldn't help but gasp, and their faces changed abruptly. The strong young man was a peerless Saint King. Although he had just entered this realm, his combat power should not be underestimated. But now, he had no time to dodge and was slapped away like a fly. Didn't you say that he was a Saint King? Xianxia's face was gloomy, and his eyes flickered. Wu Yunlian also couldn't believe it, and then she cried out involuntarily, Uncle Yujun and others. Were they defeated by you? Lin Sun said lightly, they are not too stupid. This? Wu Yunlian was stunned. She didn't know this at all before. What about you? Do you retreat, or do you want to be slapped in the face one by one? Lin Sun looked at Xianxia and others with his dark eyes. Xianxia and others' faces changed, and they were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. The old ancestor reprimanded them, and Lu Qingyan refused their invitation. Now even a guard dared to act like a tyrant in front of them. In the past, when had they suffered such treatment? No. Let's kill this bastard together. Xianxia roared. Crack, as soon as his voice fell, he was slapped heavily in the face. His whole face was badly mutilated, and a bloody 5-finger palm print collapsed. Xianxia let out a blood-curdling scream as his body tumbled out. Even he was no match for Lin Sun. Crack. 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 In the following time, crisp slaps sounded one after another, and the clansmen of the Jingtian clan were sent flying one after another. They also tried to resist and attack with all their strength, but in front of Lin Sun, they were simply a group of vulnerable chickens and dogs, and were suppressed one by one. In the end, in front of the gate of the courtyard, miserable screams rang out incessantly, piercing the night sky. And on the ground, the clansmen of the Jingtian clan, whose faces were like pig heads, disheveled hair, and mouths dripping blood, were extremely miserable. And all of this was over in merely an instant. Only Wu Yunlian was left standing there. Her face was pale, and her mind was blank from shock. She stood there in a daze. This was the distinguished guest of the Jingtian clan, yet, he was beaten up on the support boat. At the thought of this, Wu Yunlian's eyes darkened, and she even wanted to die. Lin Sun stepped forward and said softly, there is one more thing I forgot to tell you, Yu Jun and others are all dead. Wu Yunlian's pupils suddenly dilated as if she was struck by lightning. She was so angry that she coughed up a mouthful of blood. You! How dare you? She couldn't believe it, and she was about to go crazy. Lin Sun looked up at the sky, then at the surroundings, and sighed, there's no other way. Keeping a low profile and enduring is fine, but it's all useless. Instead, I'll be seen as a coward by you all. Miss, do you think the current situation will allow me to continue enduring? Wu Yunlian was stunned, and her face was filled with confusion. She didn't understand. But Lin Sun had already answered, no, as long as Miss Qingyan is still on this ship, there will be more and more troubles. And I can't just watch her being wronged, so I have to make the first move. Wu Yunlian asked subconsciously, aren't you afraid of revenge? Lin Sun revealed a mocking smile, what do you think? Wu Yunlian felt a bone-chilling coldness, as if the person standing in front of her wasn't a person, but a god of death, and it made her feel extreme fear. Who is it? Lin Sun's voice became deeper, I heard that in the Heavenly Sound Parlor, you hate Miss Qingyan the most, but from today onwards, it's no longer important. Wu Yunlian shivered and screamed, what do you want to do? Before her voice died away, Lin Sun had put a hand on her shoulder. Don't be afraid, I'm just helping you get rid of it. Clatter silently, Wu Yunlian's body suddenly withered, and her vitality flowed away. She turned into a handful of ashes and scattered in the air. After doing all this, Lin Sun put his hands behind his back and looked at the distant night with deep eyes. He was waiting. During this period of time, he had been enduring and keeping a low profile. He thought that after killing the strongmen of the primitive Taoist court, the heavenly sound parlor could restrain itself. But now, he found that he was wrong. Blind forbearance could not solve the problem at all, nor could it help Lu Qingyan get rid of her trapped situation. Just like tonight, if it weren't for him, Lu Qingyan would have been persecuted by the playboys of the Jin clan. Get out of here. Lin Sun looked down and glanced at Jin Tianqi and others lying on the ground. These people of the Jin clan, who had suffered a great loss and great humiliation, all showed their hatred and got up to leave. Lin Sun ignored them. He knew that there must be old monsters in the Jin clan, and they must have noticed what happened. The reason why Lin Sun didn't kill these people was very clear. He had already given face to the Jin clan. If they didn't know what was good for them, he wouldn't be polite anymore. Dude, you've pierced the sky. The young man in linen witnessed all this with a strange look in his eyes. Pierced the sky? It's just a boat. It's not that exaggerated. Lin Sun said indifferently, you'd better be less noisy later, otherwise, the senior beside you will feel sorry for you. The young man in linen was stunned and said angrily, do you think I'm afraid of trouble? Lin Sun asked, if you're not afraid of trouble, why do you always lie on the wall and dare not go out? The young man in linen was silent. His face was gloomy and he seemed to be struggling in his heart. Young master, don't be affected by his words. Your path is different from his. Don't embarrass yourself. The old woman suddenly appeared and comforted the young man in linen. Then, she glanced at Lin Sun coldly, you are a smart man. You must have realized that you can't protect yourself. However, if you want to drag my young master into the water by this means, don't blame me for being rude. Drag him into the water? Lin Sun shook his head with a smile and said no more. The young man in linen looked up and was about to say something, but the old woman grabbed his clothes and took him into the yard. At the same time, her indifferent and cold voice sounded in Lin Sun's ears, young man, it's kind enough for my young master to take the blame for you once. If you push your luck again, you will be overestimating yourself. Hearing this, Lin Sun looked indifferent. The old woman was not a bad person. She just strictly abided by her duty to look after the young man in linen. Lin Sun could understand that. Even if he was warned, he had no grievances. But what made Lin Sun a little unhappy was that she had to take the blame for him. He had never made such a request. What was more, what was too much, Lin Sun had no intention of dragging the young man into the water to shelter him from the wind and rain, even though he was in imminent danger. However, Lin Sun didn't bother to explain. With the status and realm of the old woman, it was impossible for her to believe these explanations. In the final analysis, Lin Sun was not important enough in her eyes. The night wind was blowing. On the guest mountain, Lin Sun waited silently. In the courtyard, Lu Qingyan sat alone. She took out the ancient rhythm ocarina, put it to her red and moist lips, and gently played a vast, vigorous, and distant note. Things had come to this. Her heart was completely calm, and she didn't care about life and death. This place was quiet, without any disturbances. But the guest mountain had been stared at by many people. The scene where Jin Tianqi and others were beaten and Wu Yunlian was killed had already shocked many people. I didn't expect that there was such a ruthless person living there. He killed the people of Tianyin Pavilion and suppressed a group of Jin Tian clansmen. No one can match his courage. But because of this, I'm afraid he won't survive tonight. Didn't you see that? He clearly knows that a disaster is coming and is waiting to die. All kinds of comments were heard in the dark. Uncle, let's go and have a look. At the foot of the mountain, Wu Ming, a young monk in a bamboo hat and linen robe, walked out of the courtyard with a group of descendants of the Hidden Land realm. Go. This boy is very likely to be the heretic. If so, we must not let him be killed by others. Sitting cross-legged in front of the courtyard, Monk Dukong said in a hoarse voice. Wu Ming nodded. The group of people went up the mountain under the cover of the night. For a moment, they attracted a lot of attention. Why did these monks from the Jade Zen temple take the lead? Something is wrong. No matter what the discussion was, Wu Ming and his companions seemed to be unaware of it. They looked calm and deep. Hee, to think that I didn't beat you all to death. Halfway up the mountain, the cloth-robed elder revealed an undisguised sneer. Xianxia and the others knelt on the ground while their expressions changed indeterminately, and they were extremely embarrassed and furious in their hearts. Ancestor, we're useless. Xianxia cowed out and gritted his teeth. But, that fellow knew that we were from the Jingtian clan, yet he didn't show any courtesy. He clearly didn't put us in his eyes. The cloth-robed elder sneered, you want to incite me to avenge you? Xianxia's expression froze, but he braced himself and said, Ancestor, it doesn't matter if we lose face, but the Jingtian clan's face cannot be lost. Bang! Xianxia's body trembled as the tendons and bones in his body suddenly broke apart, and his entire body fell limply to the ground while his entire body twitched without end from the intense pain. The others were astounded and felt even more terrified. The cloth-robed old man said coldly, if it wasn't for all of you being too useless, how could such a thing have happened? Don't you think it's too late for you to realize that you can't lose face for the clan now? Ancestor, they may be a little stupid, but they are right. The Jingtian clan's face will be regained wherever it was lost. All of a sudden, a cold voice sounded. Behind the cloth-robed elder, the closed door of the courtyard opened, and out walked an extremely tall and beautiful woman. She was graceful, and had a flawless physique, Jingtian Xianyu. The most dazzling genius among the younger generation of the monarch clan, the Jingtian clan. She had cultivated for 180 years and was ranked 49th on the Heaven's Saint King board. She was famous throughout the entire galaxy ancient path, admired by countless cultivators. Xianxia and the others had a complicated expression on their faces as they watched her walk out. They were both jealous and respectful of Jingtian Xianyu. The cloth-robed elder's expression softened and he said, Xianyu, you've broken through? Jingtian Xianyu nodded. Even in front of the cloth-robed elder, she maintained her cold demeanor, reporting to the ancestor, I have entered the peak Saint King realm and formed a complete Dao domain. The cloth-robed elder's eyes lit up, and he praised, good. Ancestor, I'm going to see you Xian. Jingtian Xianyu said in a cold voice, I'll take this opportunity to test my strength after breaking through, but I'll see if he's qualified to be my whetstone. The cloth-robed elder smiled, go ahead. His attitude towards Jingtian Xianxia, and the others was completely different, and it was like the difference between heaven and earth. This made Xianxia and the others even more jealous. But at the same time, they were relieved. With Jingtian Xianyu's help, Yu Xianyu would definitely die. At least, he could save some face for them. Jingtian Xianyu nodded, and then she floated away. When Jingtian Xianyu appeared, everyone was shocked at this moment. The fairy of the Jingtian clan finally appeared. Countless people were excited, as if they were witnessing a legend walking in the world. It was too rare and too rare. Obviously, she was going to save face for the Jingtian clan, the monarch clan. On the guest mountain, all eyes were focused on the same place, the place where Lin Sun stood. The undercurrent was surging, and the killing intent was spreading. But to everyone's surprise, someone arrived before Wu Ming and Jingtian Xianyu. Swish, the void rippled, and a thin figure appeared out of thin air. His hair was as white as snow, and he looked like a teenager. It was Liang Chuan, the supreme elder of Heavenly Sound Parlor. He was a quasi-emperor. Many cultivators who saw this scene held their breath. Yu Xian was going to suffer. Heavenly Sound Parlor, the monarch clan, Jingtian clan, Jade Zen temple, the three forces gathered together and attacked in the night. Who could stop them? This kind of power was enough to make people despair. Liang Chuan's expression was gloomy. He looked at Lin Sun, who was standing in front of the courtyard, and said, Yu Jun, Wu Yunlian, and the others, were all killed by you. Lin Sun nodded indifferently. Liang Chuan's eyes were cold, and he said, you also injured the Jingtian clan? Lin Sun nodded again, his expression calm. There was nothing to hide. Liang Chuan took a deep breath, and his face was livid. If I'm not wrong, the death of the untainted land Taoist court is also related to you, right? Lin Sun nodded again, and said, Heavenly Sound Parlor can't protect its disciples, so I have to do it for you. His words were filled with sarcasm. When they heard this, the experts who were secretly watching all this were in an uproar. A few days ago, the death of the Untainted Land Taoist court experts caused a huge commotion on the rocking ship, when everyone suspected that the young man in linen clothes and the old woman were the culprits. Who would have thought that the real culprit was someone else? Yu Xian, this expert of the monarch clan, Yu clan, who had always been ignored, had given them too much shock and surprise tonight. Liang Chuan was so angry that his eyes were about to spit fire. These days, the death of the Untainted Land Taoist court experts had affected the Heavenly Sound Parlor, and everyone was anxious. Now, the Jintian clan experts were seriously injured, and it was foreseeable that the Heavenly Sound Parlor would be attacked again. All of this was done by the same person. What Liang Chuan could not tolerate the most was that Yu Xian had killed Yu Jun, Wu Yunlian, and the other experts of the Heavenly Sound Parlor. Die, you evil creature! Liang Chuan roared. But just as he was about to make a move, a cold, tall and beautiful figure appeared out of thin air and said, Let the Jintian clan kill this person. Liang Chuan, who was in a rage, was startled by this sentence. Then he came to his senses and looked uncertain. In the end, he suppressed the boiling killing intent in his heart and said, The Heavenly Sound Parlor did not do a good job and disturbed Miss Xianxia. Jintian Xuanyue's voice was cold, Don't blame the Heavenly Sound Parlor. Blame a group of trash for ruining the reputation of the Jintian clan. This shame should be washed away by me. Her voice floated in the night sky, like a sword piercing to the bone. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and glanced at the woman. Then he looked away and saw Wu Ming and the others in the distance. What about you? Do you want to fight too? Lin Sun asked. Wu Ming put his palms together and said calmly, If you come with us, you may be spared from death today. Jintian Xianxia said coldly, The Hidden Land Realm wants to fight with me? The Hidden Land Realm, all the cultivators who were paying attention to this scene were shocked and their faces changed. Only then did they know that this group of monks who claimed to be from the Jade Zen Temple were actually from the Hidden Land Realm, one of the three dark giants. At the same time, the old man in a robe who was halfway up the mountain frowned. Monk Dukong, who was sitting cross-legged at the foot of the mountain, opened his eyes. But in the end, neither of the two emperors took any action. Wu Ming ignored Jintian Xianxia and just stared at Lin Sun. Lin Sun was silent for a moment and suddenly laughed. The old guy beside you didn't take action, but asked you to come together. In this case, I will play with you. As he said this, his aura suddenly changed. The cyan light was flowing, and the ancient cyan sky was pressing down on Zhou Su. His clothes were fluttering, and his black eyes were like lightning. He glanced at Jintian Xianxia and Wu Ming, Don't waste any more time. Come at me together. How arrogant he was. The overmatches who were watching this scene were all surprised. Was this guy really not afraid of death, or did he not know the immensity of heaven and earth? Jintian Xianxia couldn't help frowning. For the first time in her life, she was looked down upon like this. Boom, Wu Ming was even more direct. He suddenly punched out, like a Buddha reaching out his hand to suppress the world. In an instant, the sound of Sanskrit was like thunder, and the power of the palm covered the sky. The horrible black Buddha light crushed the void and kept roaring. The supreme inheritance of the Hidden Land Realm, Buddhist land in the palm, it looked like a palm, but in fact, it was full of the realm of Tao. Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep, and he also pressed out his palm. Boom, this palm print was like a furnace, like an abyss, but not an abyss. It floated and sank, and 9 cauldrons surrounded it, suppressing the universe and engulfing everything. The power of the Tao domain that sacred monarch extinction controlled was naturally unimaginably terrifying. Wu Ming was one of the 9 Buddhist masters of the Hidden Land Realm. He cultivated the inheritance of the Buddhist kingdom, so his foundation and combat power were not to be underestimated. The power of his palm was so great that even Liang Chuan, the quasi-emperor, was surprised, and the strong people who were watching the battle in secret were also shocked. But this palm was silently offset by Lin Sun. As Lin Sun's palm power burst out. Boom, Wu Ming's whole body shook violently, his clothes fluttered, and the bamboo hat on his head suddenly exploded, debris flying. Up. At the foot of the mountain, the old monk spat out a word. The entire guest-welcoming mountain was suddenly covered with a layer of invisible defensive power. The old man in a robe quietly withdrew his right hand from his sleeve. He had planned to do the same before. Otherwise, just the eruption of this battle alone would definitely cause this guest-welcoming mountain to explode. So strong. This guy hid his strength well. No wonder he could kill those strong people of the primitive Taoist court, and even suppress those strong people of the Jingtian clan with one hand. There was a burst of surprised voices in different places of the reception mountain. Taoism pure, are you really not going to come with us? Wu Ming's eyes were like the sea, surging with obscure Sanskrit symbols. As he spoke, he stepped forward, and black lotuses emerged under his feet. Behind him, the light and shadow of the Buddha chanting sutras and suppressing the dark hell appeared, making him look terrifying. Boom, he suddenly raised his hand and used the law phenomenon. His 5 fingers condensed into a treasure bottle seal, which swept across the sky. Isn't it better for you to stay? Lin Sun said indifferently. With a flick of his finger, a big cauldron emerged, intertwined with Taoist markings and flowing laws, showing an unshakable momentum to suppress all directions. The treasure bottle seal and the big cauldron collided fiercely in the void. Terrible light and divine light spread, and the sound rumbled like thunder. The treasure bottle seal suddenly collapsed, and the big cauldron took the opportunity to suppress Wu Ming. Wu Ming's pupils shrank, he took a deep breath, and his body was covered with black Buddha light. Vaguely, he seemed to have turned into 3 heads and 6 arms, waving violently. Bang, 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 palm prints rained down on the cauldron. Every strike had the power to collapse mountains and rivers. In the end, the cauldron exploded. But Lin Sun had already taken advantage of the situation to attack. Like a king who dominated the country, he was unstoppable in the void with the power of the 9 cauldrons. Rumble, the sky was dark, and the void was in disorder. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had clashed over 100 times. The battle was dangerous and hair-raising. However, Wu Ming was completely suppressed. Lin Sun's attacks were just too ferocious and powerful. Every single move he made possessed the power to stabilize the world. Every single strike could easily kill a saint ruler. No matter how Wu Ming tried to resist or resolve the situation, he was unable to reverse the situation. It was not that he was not strong enough. On the contrary, as one of the 9 Zen lords of the Hidden Land realm, his foundation, cultivation, and the power of the great path that he had mastered were all top-notch among his peers. He was an overlord. If he had not been born in the dark world, he would have easily ranked in the top 100 of the All-Heaven King Sage board. It was just that this time he met Lin Sun, a peerless ruthless man who had crossed the forbidden trial and cultivated the only Tao in all heavens. When it came to the attainments of peak Saint King realm, there were few who could compare with Lin Sun among the powerhouses of the same realm since ancient times. Even without using his original body, Lin Sun was fearless with the talent of Greenwood Taoism body. Wu Ming, no, witnessing this scene, many people's expressions changed, and they were shocked. At this time, how could they not see that the descendant of the Hidden Land realm was slightly inferior to Wu Ming in a head-on confrontation? The youth in linen wanted to rush out several times, but he was stopped by the old woman. He felt helpless and emotional. This guy had hidden his strength too well. Young lord, you will understand in the future that there is no shortage of such people in the Hongmeng world. The old woman's voice was calm. In fact, she also felt a trace of pity in her heart. It was true that there was no shortage of geniuses in the Hongmeng world, but geniuses like Lin Sun were rare. It was a pity that after today, such a genius would probably disappear from the world. Puff, in the field, Wu Ming couldn't help coughing up blood in the end. His face was pale, and his eyes were completely dignified. He was now 100% sure that Lin Sun must be the heretic. Even if Lin Sun's breath had been covered, the strength and means he showed were surprisingly similar to that of the heretic. He can't do it. Do you want to fight with me? Lin Sun's black hair fluttered, and his whole body was covered with cyan light as clear as glass. His figure was brilliant and proud. I can do it alone. Xianxia said coldly. Her figure flashed and suddenly came to the battlefield like a dream. She put her fingers together like a sword and cut the void with a swoosh. It was as sharp as lightning, as powerful as the wind, and as unrestrained as the wind. Fuyao scripture of sword. The youth in linen who had been watching the battle in the courtyard blurted out. This sword was the supreme inheritance of the Xianxia family, a supreme sword scripture created by the White Emperor in ancient times. Lin Sun's figure flashed. Although he managed to avoid the sword, a strand of hair fell by his ear. If he had missed it by just a little bit, his neck would have been cut open. However, Lin Sun's face was calm. Wu Ming's eyes flickered, but he finally held back and didn't continue to fight. But he didn't withdraw from the battle either. He wouldn't allow Lin Sun to be killed by others. Chaotic Ocean. As soon as Xianxia made her move, she showed a fierce and swift posture. Her sword chi was dense, stirring up the wind and clouds. Every single sword strike was like a flowing light that flashed by, and it was chaotic like the wind. It carried the might to rise into the 9 heavens and reverse the might of the 5 elements. For a moment, the world was filled with sword shadows, sword light, and sword light. What a terrible sword power. Many practitioners who were watching the battle in the dark felt their eyes stinging, and their hearts trembled. At this moment, Xianxia was like a female sword fairy, graceful and charming, and her sword intent was shocking. Is this the power of the 49th disciple of the Holy King Gang? Even Wu Ming had to admit that this woman's attainments in swordsmanship were profound, and her cultivation was even stronger than his. But what made people feel strange was that, no matter how fierce Xianxia's attack was, no matter how mighty the sword chi swept across the universe, Lin Sun could always suppress it with the power of the 9 cauldrons. It gave people a feeling that once the 9 cauldrons appeared, the world would be stable and unshakable. How is this possible? He's too strong. When did the Yu family, an imperial family, have such a fierce man? Countless people were in an uproar. In this battle, Xianxia showed her amazing demeanor as soon as she made her move. She deserved her reputation. But the power Lin Sun showed was even more surprising. No one had expected that an overmatch from the Yu family, an imperial family, would hide so deeply. No one knew that Lin Sun hadn't used the endless devouring scripture and the mysteries of the Great Way Furnace scripture, otherwise, his power would be even stronger. Clang! In the battlefield, Xianxia took out a Taoist sword, which glowed with snow-white brilliance like a Milky Way pouring down from the sky. The name of the sword was White Condensation, inherited from the primitive times. She looked calm, her clothes fluttering, and she held the sword to kill. Those who knew her well knew that at this moment, she had used all her strength. Clatter! The White Condensation Taoist sword swept out and suddenly turned into a sword domain. This sword domain was extremely magnificent. It turned into a giant city in the sea of clouds. The city tower was like a sword to the sky, surging with boundless white light. Vaguely, there seemed to be an illusory figure sitting on the city tower, blooming with supreme majesty. Halfway up the mountain, the eyes of the old man in the Taoist robe burst out a ball of divine light, revealing a look of joy. The sword plays White Emperor City, and the spirit reaches the ages. Her White Emperor City has finally been condensed. Yes, Xianxia's sword domain was called White Emperor City. In order to condense this sword domain, she once sat alone in the clouds and quietly observed White Emperor City for 30 years. She absorbed the charm of White Emperor City and integrated it into her own swordsmanship. It should be known that White Emperor City was originally created by the White Emperor himself. Every inch of this city was branded with the traces of the Great Way left by the White Emperor. Xianxia seemed to be comprehending a city, but it could be said that she was comprehending the road of the Great Way left by the White Emperor, and today, she had condensed her own Tao domain. This was also the first time that she showed White Emperor City to the world. In an instant, a spectacle appeared in everyone's field of vision on the guest mountain. A magnificent and vast snow-white ancient city stood in the clouds, bathed in the brilliance of stars, as if it was immortal. A majestic figure sat in it, overlooking the heavens. That scene caused countless people to be shocked, and they didn't dare believe that this was a phenomenon that a Tao domain could possess. Suppress. Under the shocked gaze of the crowd, Xianxia moved her mind, and the White Emperor City in the clouds fell down. It was impossible to describe the horror of this blow. It was like a divine city descending from the sky, oppressing the world. The vast expanse of whiteness was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes and their souls were suppressed. Lin Sun's eyes were full of surprise. Before, he wanted to go to the Golden Sky world with Lu Qingyan to see the glory of White Emperor City, but he didn't expect that he would see White Emperor City in this way today. In an instant, his figure was covered and appeared in White Emperor City. Row upon row of buildings, the streets were clean and spacious, and orderly. Outside the sky was the vast starry sky, and in the distance was the boundless sea of clouds. Above the city tower, a sword seal was hung, on which was written the ancient character White Emperor. Standing in the city and looking around, the mist and clouds were misty, and the buildings were ancient. It was like being in the legendary fairy city, majestic and magnificent, which didn't seem to belong to this world. Die here, and it won't damage your reputation. Xianxia's cold voice sounded in the city, ethereal and traceless. Buzz, on the towering city tower, a sword seal of the White Emperor glowed. Suddenly, an imposing figure that seemed to be out of thin air appeared. He stood there with a terrifying aura. It was as if the first city lord of this city, Emperor Bai, was looking down on the world. Almost at the same time, the whole White Emperor City suddenly shone, and countless bright sword chi swarmed out from the streets, buildings, sea of clouds, and starry sky. Fierce. Wanton. Bright. Violent. The whole city was covered with sword rain. The sword chi was like wind, rain, waterfall, and torrent. The White Emperor City was filled with sword chi. Even Lin Sun had to admit that the Tao field of Xianxia was amazing, magnificent, and extraordinary. If it were an ordinary peer, he would not be able to resist it at all and would end up being pierced by thousands of swords and die suddenly. However, Lin Sun seemed to turn a blind eye to all this. He walked along the clean and spacious street towards the top of the city wall. His manner was leisurely. From all directions, the dense sword chi cut through the void with ear-piercing screeches. It was as dense as a tide and as turbulent as the sea, covering the sky and the earth. However, before it could touch Lin Sun, it melted inch by inch at a distance of 30 meters. At this moment, the myriad of sword chi melted and vanished silently like snow, causing Lin Sun to seem to be invulnerable to all kinds of attacks. He walked forward like this, and the sword rain was like a curtain, piling up layer by layer, as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. But no matter how they attacked, they could not shake Lin Sun within 30 meters. Almost in the blink of an eye, Lin Sun was close to the towering city tower. He raised his head and looked over. A mighty figure sat atop the city tower, and his entire body was covered in vast sword insight. He was like a god of the sword Tao of legend. Was this primordial White Emperor, a legendary figure who established the Supreme Emperor realm with the sword? Immediately, Lin Sun withdrew his gaze, feeling a little regretful. This phantom was merely an aura that could intimidate a cultivator's state of mind, but it did not possess the true might of an emperor. In short, it was just a phantom, with nothing more than the momentum of a great emperor. But even so, to be able to integrate the momentum of a great emperor into one's own Tao field, this was a wonderful means. Xianxia was moved for the first time. Her beautiful eyes shrank, and her mind was rippling. She found it impossible to imagine that there was someone in this world who could stroll leisurely in her White Emperor City. Did this mean that the other party's control of the power of the Tao field was far above her? How was this possible? Xianxia had always been extremely conceited and had absolute confidence in her own strength. She had never encountered such a setback since she was a child. For a moment, her mind was in turmoil, seeing that Lin Sun was about to approach the towering city tower. Xianxia took a deep breath and used his most powerful trump card. My Tao is like a city, indestructible. My city is like a world, my sword divides life and death. Clang, the White Emperor's sword seal that was hanging on the towering city gate tower suddenly transformed into a sword. It was 2 feet and 3 inches long, 4 fingers wide, and pure white. Rumble, countless torrents of swords converged over from all directions, and they fused into the sword, causing the sword to seem like a sun that glowed even more dazzling while its might grew even more oppressive. The entire White Emperor City was shrouded by the terrifying sword intent it emitted. Lin Sun stopped and finally showed a trace of solemnity. This sword also made him feel a kind of pressure that hit him in the face. Kill. On the city gate tower, the sword seemed to have sucked out all the strength of White Emperor City. With a slow but omnipresent might, it slowly chopped down. This sword stretched across the universe and covered all of White Emperor City. There was no way to dodge. This sword is worthy of a full blow from me. Lin Sun took a deep breath, and the embryonic form of a Tao domain emerged in the space of 30 meters. It was like a furnace, like an abyss, but not an abyss. It was obscure, profound, and indescribable. Boom, at this moment, Lin Sun's figure seemed to turn into a black hole. The nearby buildings, streets, the ground under his feet, and the starry sky above his head all cracked and burst as if they were pulled by a terrifying force. When the sword slashed down, the entire White Emperor city was turned into a deep abyss. How terrifying and dazzling was this sword, but at this time, it fell silently into the abyss and was swallowed up and disappeared. White Emperor city burst into pieces at this moment. On the welcoming mountain, the divine light burst out, and the thunderous roar was turbulent and chaotic. Xianxia, who was graceful and beautiful, looked pale. A wisp of bright red blood dripped from her lips, and her body trembled slightly. Her beautiful eyes were full of disbelief, and she stood there in a daze. The White Emperor city that she had condensed after 30 years of meditation was broken like this. The whole place was silent. All the people on and off the welcoming mountain were shocked. Xianxia, an extraordinary fairy-like existence, and her White Emperor city was so wonderful, but she failed to trap and kill Yu Xian. This was too unexpected. The old woman was a little absent-minded, which was rare for her. She thought to herself, this man can't be a nobody, but I don't know which orthodoxy he comes from. The young man in linen opened his mouth wide, and then he gasped. He was also shocked and amazed. At the foot of the mountain, Monk Dukong's eyes were surging with divine light. This heretic was completely different from when he was in Kunlun ruins. On the mountainside, the old man in linen robe was silent and frowning. Xianxia, the pride of the younger generation of Jingtian clan, was favored by him. He thought that she could easily suppress her opponent after she broke through and condensed White Emperor city. Who would have thought that it would be such a result? In front of the courtyard, Lin Sun stood in the void, spotless and aloof. His whole body was flowing with misty cyan Taoist light. Different from before, when they looked at him again, everyone's eyes and thoughts were completely different. Did such a peerless figure really come from the Yu clan, an imperial family? Why don't you fight me together? Lin Sun's voice broke the silence in the field. He looked at Xianxia and Wu Ming without sadness or joy. Wu Ming was full of fighting intent. Xianxia took a deep breath and said with a cold expression, a loss is a loss. I won't go so far as to join hands with others just to win. She had her pride. Lin Sun smiled and didn't insist. In fact, there was no need to fight this battle at all. Those old monsters were doomed to not watch him kill Wu Ming or Xianxia. As if to prove Lin Sun's inference true, in the next moment, a warm voice resounded. Xian Yu, you did very well. A true powerhouse isn't invincible, but whether or not they can stand up again after defeat. With the voice, the figure of the old man in linen robe appeared out of thin air. Greetings, old ancestor. Xianxuanyu's eyes were complicated. She knew that when the old ancestor appeared, all this would come to an end. And the man who destroyed her White Emperor city, he was destined to pay the price. As Jin Tianqi said, the Jingtian clan couldn't be disgraced. The whole field was silent. Countless strong people who were paying attention to all this felt suffocated at this moment. All their senses were cut off, and they couldn't see what was happening in the field anymore. But they knew that Sword Emperor Fufeng was about to take action. I'm afraid I won't see Yu Xian again after tonight. Many people sighed in their hearts and felt pity for Lin Sun. It was undoubtedly a pity that a peerless figure who could defeat Xianxia would die here before he could climb the road to the Emperor realm. The young man in linen robe felt nervous and couldn't help looking at the old woman beside him. The old woman also sighed in her heart, but she still shook her head. They were just passers-by in this storm and couldn't get involved. Perhaps, after this incident, I'll be able to let the young lord know that no matter how dazzling a monstrous genius is, no matter how heaven-defying an extraordinary genius is, they're bound to die prematurely, the old woman murmured in her heart. The young man in linen robe clenched his fists and said word by word calmly, Granny, this matter makes me very unhappy. He didn't ask for the old woman's help. He was really unhappy in his heart, as if a stone was stuck in his chest. I knew it would be like this after I beat the young one, the old one came. In the silent and depressing atmosphere, Lin Sun showed a touch of sarcasm, but he didn't panic. Standing in the distance, Liang Chuan, a quasi-emperor, became stiff and frightened after the appearance of the old man in linen robe. But he never thought that Lin Sun, a peerless Saint King, dared to say such words in front of a great emperor at this time. For a moment, he couldn't help thinking bitterly that maybe he was really old. The ancient way of the starry sky has always been cruel. No matter how talented you are just an ant in front of absolute power. The old man in linen robe said indifferently, I won't kill you, but you can't escape from your punishment. I will suppress you for 10,000 years as a punishment. Suppress for 10,000 years, this was even crueler than killing Lin Sun. In the pursuit of the great Tao, one wrong step would lead to every wrong step. What he missed might be time, but in fact, it was an opportunity to climb on the path of Tao. Just like in the past, if Lin Sun was suppressed, how could he have the chance to go to the Absolute Domain and the Nine Regions battlefield? How could he go to the Kunlun ruins? If he didn't enter the Absolute Domain, he wouldn't be able to prove his Tao. If he didn't enter the Nine Regions battlefield, he wouldn't be able to prove his Tao. If he didn't enter the Kunlun ruins, how could he obtain the inheritance left behind by the Master of Mountain Heart? One could imagine how many similar opportunities Lin Sun would miss if he was suppressed for 10,000 years. The old man's punishment was too merciless. Lin Sun couldn't help but feel angry. He looked at the old man in linen robe. It seems that I'm not important enough. I was merciful and let a group of beasts go, but in exchange, I got such revenge. At this point, he laughed self-deprecatingly. His voice was low, and his eyes were terrifyingly deep. It's my fault. If I knew this would happen, I would have killed them all. The old man in linen robe frowned. However, before he could speak, a skinny old monk appeared out of thin air. It was Du Kong from the Hidden Land Realm. Fellow Taoist, why don't you hand this kid over to the Hidden Land Realm? We'll definitely repay you in the future. Du Kong's voice was hoarse. Another martial emperor, moreover, he was here for Yu Xian. Liang Chuan's entire body was trembling. His legs were weak, and his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. The atmosphere in the surroundings was extremely oppressive at this moment. Jing Tian, Xianxia, Wu Ming, and the rest stood silently. No matter what the outcome was, in their hearts, Lin Sun would not be able to escape this calamity. In the courtyard, the young man in linen robe pursed his lips as he stared fixedly at the scene. What he saw today had caused an incomparable impact on his mental state, and his chest was so stuffy that it was about to explode. He even thought that if he didn't have Granny by his side, then if he encountered such a situation, would only death await him? On the guest mountain, the atmosphere was depressing. All the divine senses from the outside world were cut off. The elder in the linen robe wasn't surprised by Monk Du Kong's intervention. He just didn't understand. Is an ant-like thing worthy of you, an emperor Buddhist lord, making a move? The elder in the linen robe's voice was indifferent. This was not normal. The Hidden Land Realm was one of the three dark giants and was rejected by the entire Starry Sky Ancient Path. An Emperor Buddha like Du Kong wouldn't dare to show up on the Starry Sky Ancient Path unless it was an important matter. Otherwise, he would be targeted by some powerful figures. Monk Du Kong looked calm. This man is an unforgivable heresy. He has killed many descendants of the Hidden Land Realm over the years. After a pause, he continued, as you can see, this man's combat power is almost invincible among the top Saint Kings. Even if we send an ordinary emperor to be, I'm afraid it will be difficult to kill him. His words made Wu Ming and Jing Tian Xuanyue's hearts tremble. They had fought with Lin Sun before, so they naturally knew how terrifying his power was. They even suspected that Lin Sun hadn't used all his combat power from the beginning to the end. Heresy? The elder in the linen robe snorted, I'm afraid the real reason is more than that, right? Monk Du Kong frowned. Before he could speak, the elder in the linen robe said indifferently, you can take this man away if you want, but I promise I won't stop you after 10,000 years. What he meant was that this time, Yu Xian must be suppressed for 10,000 years. Even if the Hidden Land Realm intervened, it wouldn't work. Monk Du Kong sighed softly and said, my friend, why do you have to do this? His figure flashed, and he split into two. In the field, another Monk Du Kong appeared. The two looked exactly the same, except that one was wearing a linen robe, and his aura was obscure and dim. The other was wearing a white robe, solemn and dignified. His whole body was flowing with the aura of great light and great perfection. Two Zen bodies of light and darkness. The elder in the linen robe narrowed his eyes. This was the most mysterious and horrifying supreme inheritance in the hidden land realm. Two Zen bodies, one cultivated the dark way of earth treasury, and the other cultivated the light way of earth treasury. Light and darkness intertwined, good and evil were separated, but the Buddha's light shone and walked through the darkness. It was extremely marvelous. The most frightening thing was that the Zen bodies of light and darkness both possessed the same cultivation level and the same battle prowess. Fighting them was like fighting one against two. My friend, if it is a duel, the hidden land realm is not afraid of death. Please reconsider. The two Dukong monks spoke at the same time. One of them had a compassionate expression while the other had a cold expression. It was an extremely shocking visual impact. He didn't hesitate to threaten me for the sake of an ant. It looks like there's surely something extraordinary about this kid, right? The old man's eyes seemed to have a myriad of swords surging within them, and they were suffused with a terrifying sharpness. Xianxia and Wu Ming's hearts tightened. Who would have thought that the two emperors wouldn't give in to each other just because of Yu Xian? As for Lin Sun, he was ignored from beginning to end. He was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, and everyone wanted to slaughter him. Seeing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel an inexplicable anger in his heart. For a long time, he hadn't experienced this feeling again. Two emperors were superior. One wanted to suppress him for 10,000 years, and the other regarded him as a heretic and wanted to take him away, and they even fought for him. What do they think of themselves as, prey at any time? Lin Sun's black eyes became deeper and deeper. He suddenly said, if I become an emperor one day, I will let you experience this feeling. His voice was calm. His expression was also calm without any ripples. But the feeling within it was so resolute, firm, and unquestionable. Wu Ming and Xianxia were both stunned, and immediately a sense of absurdity surged in their hearts. Did this guy really think he could survive this time? The old man in the cloth robe twitched his lips and said, you know that you are at the end of the road, but you are unwilling to complain? Childish. In this world, everyone would roar, swear, and curse unwillingly when they were dying. This was undoubtedly ridiculous. No one would take it seriously. The old monk Dukong shook his head and ignored him. Buddy, I, Xianxia, have never been convinced by anyone in my life. If you die this time, I will help you realize your wish in the future. In the courtyard, the young man in linen, who had been so depressed that he was about to explode, suddenly shouted. His eyes turned red and his body trembled. The old woman was stunned. In her memory, it was the first time that she saw the young man in linen so angry and determined. In the past, he was careless, heartless, and lawless. Although his cultivation advanced rapidly, he had always been like a child who couldn't grow up. But now, it seemed that he was really different. The old man in the cloth robe frowned. His surname was Xian. Was he the descendant of that ancient clan? The old monk Dukong looked indifferent. If it weren't for the old woman, he would not hesitate to kill such a young man who talked arrogantly. Xianxia. Lin Sun said in his heart, it turned out that this boy's surname was Xian. Since you call me buddy, I will tell you that I will not die. If you curse me again, I will beat you. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun said calmly. His words made Xianxia's eyes wide open. How could this guy still be so stubborn before death? Wu Ming and Xianxia also shook their heads. Would not die, how could it be? The old man in linen robe suddenly laughed. If we confront each other, this nonentity will live for some time. Why don't we suppress him first and then confront each other? The old monk Dukong said, okay. As he spoke, he suddenly stretched out his hand. Boom, the world was turned upside down. The supreme power of the Emperor Tao spread and turned into a dark prison, covering Lin Sun suddenly. Almost at the same time, the old man in linen robe flicked his finger, and a wisp of sword chi broke through the air, ignoring the barrier of space. The sword chi was like a mountain, pressing down. The two Emperor Realm experts attacked casually, but the power and momentum contained in them were unimaginably horrible. If they just wanted to kill Lin Sun, it would not be so troublesome. They only needed to emit the pressure of the Emperor Realm to kill Lin Sun on the spot. However, neither the old man in linen robe nor the old monk Dukong would kill Lin Sun at this moment. The former wanted to suppress Lin Sun. The latter was worried that if Lin Sun was killed, the good fortune of becoming an emperor or ancestor would be exposed and arouse the covetous eyes of the old man in linen robe. No matter who it was, they all knew that Lin Sun could not escape. The old woman hesitated for a long time, and finally sighed and gave up the plan. She was alone. Even if she saved Lin Sun at this moment, it would be difficult for her to resist the killing of 2 Emperor realm experts. However, Lin Sun was rarely calm at this moment. In the heaven accessing place, the graceful figure of she had quietly walked out of the gate to heaven, eh? She seemed to notice something and suddenly stopped. Almost at the same time, the welcoming mountain trembled violently. Dong, as if suffering from a terrible impact, a dull sound rang out. Then, the dark cage that enveloped Lin Sun shattered and dissipated like a piece of paper. The pupils of the 2 Dukong monks froze at the same time. Crack, the sword that suppressed Lin Sun collapsed in the void, and the light rain scattered and turned into nothingness. The old man in linen robes' clothes were fluttering, and his pupils were bursting with divine light. In the courtyard in the distance, the old woman's face changed slightly. There was another Emperor realm expert. One should know that the welcoming mountain had long been covered by the aura of the old monk Dukong and the old man in linen robe. Ordinary people could not even sense the existence of the welcoming mountain, let alone get close. But at this moment, the power that covered the welcoming mountain was blasted away by someone in a simple and violent way. Moreover, the power was so terrifying that it destroyed the attacks of the old monk Dukong and the old man in linen robe. The whole place was silent. Wu Ming, Jin Tian, Xianxia and others couldn't help but be stunned. No one had expected such a reversal at this moment. Even Lin Sun was stunned. She did not appear, but the killing disaster was resolved by someone. After that, a figure suddenly appeared in everyone's field of vision. He wore a pair of straw sandals and carried a rusty and mottled hoe on his shoulder. His skin was dark, and he seemed like a farmer. No one could see where he came from, and no one noticed how he got there. It was as if he had been standing there for a long time, standing in front of Lin Sun. Lin Sun only felt suffocated. It was just a back view, but it gave him the feeling that it was a spine that could support the world, majestic and boundless. At the same time, the old monk Dukong and the old man in linen robe revealed solemn expressions. The middle-aged man who looked like a farmer looked inconspicuous, but they couldn't see through him. Even before this, with their cultivation, they actually didn't notice any signs when the middle-aged man appeared. "Fellow cultivator, did you come uninvited for this lad as well?" The old monk Kong spoke. His sleeves fluttered and his voice was like a bell. His expression was solemn, which was rare. "Is there a need to guess?" The old man in linen robe said indifferently. This lad was so calm earlier. "I'm afraid he already knew that someone would come to help." His words made the atmosphere even more oppressive. Wu Ming and Jin Tian Xianxia were both shocked. Originally, they thought that Yu Xian was just a descendant of the imperial Yu family and that he would definitely die if he came alone. Who would have thought that he actually had a helper? Moreover, it was a terrifying existence that hid his strength deeply. "This guy hides his strength too deeply." In the courtyard, the young man in linen robe smiled bitterly. He felt that he was like a fool and worried about nothing. However, there was a kind of indescribable relief in his heart. At least, this guy wouldn't die for the time being. The old woman looked at the joy between the brows of the young man in linen robe and felt a little complicated. No wonder the young man never feared her. It turned out that he was really confident. The dark-skinned man stood there like a farmer standing in the field. He didn't have any power at all and seemed very dull. No matter who spoke, he didn't pay attention to them. He only turned his head and looked at Lin Sun with a simple and honest smile, as if saying, "Don't worry, I'm here." Lin Sun had vaguely guessed something, and his eyes became bright. However, before he could speak, the dark-skinned man had already turned his head and looked at the old monk Dukong and the old man in linen robe. The smile on his face had disappeared. For words came out from his lips gently. "How do you want to die? How do you want to die?" One sentence, 4 words. But at this moment, it was like a clap of thunder that shook everyone's heart. They were stunned and almost couldn't believe it. This was the first sentence the middle-aged man with dark skin and the appearance of a farmer said after he arrived. His voice was dull and without any momentum. But even so, it was too sudden and absurd. The old man in the linen robe was a famous great emperor in the starry sky. His name was Sword Emperor Fufeng, and he had been famous for 30,000 years. Monk Dukong was an emperor Buddha in the Hidden Land realm. He cultivated the light and dark bodies. He could split himself into two, which was equivalent to two emperor realm existences, under normal circumstances. Who would dare to disrespect them? But now, the dark-skinned middle-aged man's words were shocking, asking two emperor realm existences how do they want to die. This was crazy. Even the young man in the linen robe gasped. Even if his father was here, he wouldn't be able to say such domineering words, right? The old woman's eyes flashed. She was also stunned. Ha ha ha. The old man in the linen robe laughed. His clothes fluttered and his hair flew. His momentum shot up to the heavens. The elegance of Sword Emperor Fufeng was on full display at this moment. How many years has it been? Have I been living in seclusion for too long? How can I be underestimated to this extent? The old man in the linen robe's eyes were deep. His figure was like a god. His unparalleled sword will was like a landslide and a tsunami, covering the starry sky. Underestimate? The middle-aged farmer thought about it and shook his head. You're wrong. I never underestimate anyone. But you. I really can't overestimate you. The old man in the linen robe's smile disappeared. Is that so? The middle-aged farmer answered seriously, yes. The veins on the old man's forehead bulged. His chest felt heavy. The middle-aged farmer's serious attitude didn't seem like he was mocking him, but it made people uncomfortable. You said his attitude wasn't good, but he didn't show it. His words were dull and calm, and his expression was serious. This feeling could make people vomit blood. No need to talk nonsense. Let's fight. Suddenly, Monk Dukong made his move. Two figures appeared. One was bathed in the dark Buddha's light, and the other released endless light. Boom, between heaven and earth, the sound of Buddha was like thunder. How terrifying was the attack of an emperor! At this moment, Wu Ming and Jin Tian Xianxia felt their bodies lighten. They were teleported out of the arena and had no strength to struggle. In the field, there were two incomparably tall Buddhas, one black and one white. They filled the space, chanting Buddhist chants as if they were going to collapse the sky. Ha! With the chanting of Buddhist chants, the enormous rocking ship that was as large as a floating continent suddenly stopped in the starry sky, and the nearby stars in the surrounding void all began to shake violently. Ha! Rumbling Buddhist chants shook the area. Old Monk Space Crossing raised his fist and punched out. Tao light poured down like a heavenly river. As for the old monk Radiance Crossing Sky, he held a Buddhist staff and struck out horizontally. For a time, heaven and earth turned upside down, and space collapsed. The might of the Emperor realm appeared in the world at this moment. I only want you to choose a way to die. I have no intention of destroying this place. The dark-skinned man who looked like a farmer frowned and said in a deep voice. He didn't seem to move, but verdant ancient trees took root in the void. Their branches and leaves were luxuriant, and they spread in all directions, emitting billions of rays of light. In the blink of an eye, the rocking ship was covered by the ancient trees. The nearby starry sky was also covered by verdant branches and leaves. Looking from afar, it was as if an ancient forest had suddenly appeared in the universe. Every leaf was bigger than a star. At the same time, the middle-aged farmer suddenly stepped forward and instantly punched out 3 times. Boom! Amidst the world-shaking collision, the body of the old monk Space Crossing Sky trembled, and the dark Buddhist light that filled the sky suddenly dispersed. He coughed out blood, and his brows were tightly locked together, revealing a shocked expression. The middle-aged farmer's first punch was like a plow that swept through the acupoints, and it injured him. Clang! The second punch caused the staff of the old monk Space Crossing Sky to suddenly let out a wail, and cracks appeared on it. And his Buddhist body was directly forced back by the terrifying fist energy. With every step he took back, the Buddhist light on his body would disperse a little. When he took the 9th step, the light on his body had already become extremely dim, and his face was suffused with a dark green luster. The second punch's momentum was like a landslide and a tsunami, killing the world and destroying everything. Boom! When the third punch was thrown out, the expressions of the old monk Space Crossing Sky's 2 Buddhist bodies changed, and they didn't hesitate to gather together and attack together. executing a supreme divine ability. Great Light Dragon Elephant Seal. Great Dark Hell Prison Suppression Technique. In the void, it was as if there was an ancient divine elephant trampling through the starry sky. The stars exploded, and boundless light whistled through the void. At the same time, a black lotus bloomed above the blood purgatory, and the stamen of the flower shot out billions of rays of Buddhist light. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if the middle-aged farmer didn't have the power to defend himself, just this Emperor Realm power would be able to explode this part of the void, causing the void to sink, and all things to be destroyed. But even so, the old monk space crossing sky was unable to block the third punch. Boom, the ancient divine elephant was reduced to ashes. The black lotus that suppressed the blood purgatory instantly withered. As for the old monk space crossing sky's two Buddhist bodies, they were fiercely suppressed by the fist energy and smashed onto the ground, causing the guest welcoming mountain to shake. Clatter, his two Buddhist bodies suddenly merged into one, and it was obvious that he couldn't hold on any longer. His old face was pale and gloomy, and he was suppressed to the ground, unable to break free. 3 punches, the winner was decided. When the smoke and dust dispersed, everyone was shocked. The rocking boat was covered by ancient trees that covered the sky, so it wasn't damaged, and even the guest welcoming mountain was undamaged. But the old monk space crossing sky, an Emperor Realm Buddhist lord, was suppressed by 3 punches, and couldn't get up. Everything, from the beginning to the end, only happened in a flash. And from the beginning to the end, the middle-aged farmer only punched 3 times. How terrifying was the Emperor Realm, in the eyes of cultivators. It was a supreme existence, as if omnipotent, able to shake the heavens and deter all directions. And the old monk space crossing sky was not an ordinary Emperor Realm existence. He, who controlled the light and dark Zen bodies, was like 2 Emperor Realm experts fighting together in a real battle. But even so, he was still defeated. It was a complete mess. Such a scene made Lin Sun's eyes wide open, and he was shocked. Strictly speaking, with his cultivation, he couldn't see any clues at all, and he couldn't feel the supreme mystery contained in the power of the Emperor Realm. Even if it wasn't for the protection of the middle-aged farmer, he would have been killed on the spot by the horrible power of the Emperor Realm at the beginning of the battle. But Lin Sun was very clear that the old monk space crossing sky could not be suppressed so easily by ordinary Emperor Realm figures. Wu Ming and others were trembling all over, and their minds had been shocked, and they were completely stunned. In their hearts, the Buddha space crossing sky was like an invincible supreme existence, but now he was suppressed by 3 punches. Jean Tian Xianxia looked pale, and she was in a trance. The previous scene also made her suffer a great shock. The young man in linen rubbed his eyes and murmured, "Grandma, is my father as fierce as him?" The old woman fell into a rare silence. Because she couldn't calm down, and her heart was full of turbulence. As an Emperor Realm cultivator, he knew how horrible the power of the Emperor Realm was. It was almost impossible for 2 Emperor Realm cultivators to kill each other unless there was a great disparity in strength. But now, space crossing sky was suppressed by 3 punches. Did this mean that the farmer's strength wasn't just a level higher, but it had completely surpassed Dukong? As a Buddhist practitioner, you have no mercy when you fight, and you don't care about the safety of the creatures here. No wonder the descendants of the Hidden Land realm can only live in the dark world. The farmer's voice was dull and plain, and he still looked like a farmer. But when they looked at him again, their eyes had become different. "Who are you? Why have I never heard of such a great emperor on the starry sky ancient path?" On the ground, the old monk space crossing sky's voice was hoarse. "Me?" The farmer thought about it seriously and said, "I'm a farmer." Puff, the old monk space crossing sky was so angry that he directly vomited blood. A farmer? How could a farmer have such fighting power? The others were also stunned. How could someone who could suppress an Emperor Realm expert with 3 punches be a farmer? But Lin Sun believed it. Because he knew that Gu Yupu, the 9th senior fellow apprentice, was just a stupid woodcutter in the mountain before he started to cultivate. However, senior brother Gu Yupu was able to create the great Dao Yellow Court scripture after he started cultivating. He was able to suppress the founder of the Emperor Kong clan, Demon Emperor Dutian, in the Dao battles of the emperors. Which senior fellow apprentice is he? Lin Sun thought quickly. I never lie. As if sensing that people didn't believe him, the farmer explained seriously, "It's just that I used to plant crops in the field, but now I plant some things of Tao." Everyone was stunned and felt it was ridiculous and weird. A farmer could step into the Supreme Emperor realm, who would believe it? The old monk space crossing sky, who was suppressed on the ground, felt suffocated and spat out another mouthful of blood. He felt that the farmer was clearly humiliating him. Even Lin Sun sighed with emotion in his heart. This senior fellow apprentice was really an honest man, but when an honest man told the truth, it was easy to make people sad. In the field, only the old man in the cloth robe kept silent. His expression was uncertain and he didn't say a word. He didn't do anything. After witnessing the miserable situation of the old monk space crossing sky, he didn't dare to do anything rashly. For a moment, he was in a dilemma. How do you want to die? At this time, the farmer seemed to ignore the old man in the cloth robe and looked at the old monk space crossing sky who was suppressed on the ground. If you kill me, the Hidden Land realm will be shocked because of this. If you let me go, the Hidden Land realm will never be your enemy in the future. The old monk space crossing sky took a deep breath and said in a hoarse voice. An Emperor realm cultivator was begging for mercy. No one present had ever seen such a scene before. For a moment, their hearts were in turmoil. Did the Emperor realm cultivators also fear death? Impossible. The farmer shook his head with a calm and unquestionable look. The old monk space crossing sky's heart sank. All the others present were nervous and their hearts were in their throats. If so, you are doomed to be doomed in the future. Space crossing sky's voice was hoarse. Even ants wanted to live, not to mention a man who had gone through untold hardships to become an emperor. Before his voice died away, his body suddenly turned into countless black shadows, breaking through the void and rushing to the void in all directions. Thanks to Jia, Yu Linglong, Little Lingzi, and other children for their gifts and support, some readers said that the ninth senior brother Guyupu was a woodcutter, and this senior brother was a farmer. The goldfish suddenly thought that the protagonist should be a miner. Will there be a senior brother who is a fisherman? No, because I don't agree. Billions of figures were densely packed as they charged in all directions. No one could tell which one was old Monk Dukong. In fact, many people didn't expect that Monk Dukong, who was suppressed on the ground, still had the strength to struggle. But the farmer thought of it. Is this the body transfiguration method passed down by Ksitigarbha Buddha? But it seems that you've only mastered a little bit of it. In the muffled voice, the farmer raised his head slightly. Whoosh! Countless towering trees that covered the void of this universe swayed their branches. Every leaf that was as big as stars was flowing with brilliant light of the way. For a moment, the world was completely drowned by the light of the way. Under the cover of the light of the way, the hundreds of millions of figures transformed by Monk Dukong were incinerated and disappeared like locusts in a fire. Are you really going to kill us all? Monk Dukong's angry voice resounded with uneasiness. Yes. The farmer answered honestly. Boom, the surroundings were filled with surging light of the way. The ancient trees were like the legendary trees of the Great Path, emitting boundless divine light and energy. In just a few breaths, the hundreds of millions of figures transformed by Monk Dukong were all incinerated and wiped out on the spot, dead. Many people swallowed their saliva with difficulty and looked shocked. That was a cultivator in the Emperor realm, however. It seemed that the farmer had killed them effortlessly. He's not dead yet, the farmer said. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed. In the distance, Wu Ming and more than a dozen descendants of Ksitigarbha didn't have time to react. Their bodies all turned into ashes and they were killed on the spot. You're so cruel. In the void, Monk Dukong's angry and unwilling voice came to an abrupt stop. The farmer said, I'm not as cruel as this old monk. In fact, these descendants of Ksitigarbha have already been killed by him using a secret method. I just killed the incarnation of this old monk. Everyone was startled. Before, they all thought that Monk Dukong had transformed into thousands of figures and escaped. Who would have thought that he could kill Wu Ming and the others and take over their bodies without making a sound? This was too terrifying. Grandma, are the people of the Hidden Land realm all so ruthless and cruel? The hemp-clothed youth was shocked. As one of the three giants of darkness, they are naturally different from ordinary martial cultivators, the old woman said in a low voice. She was even more shocked by the farmer's methods. He suppressed Monk Dukong with 3 punches, and then destroyed the billions of incarnations of Monk Dukong with ease. A martial emperor was killed without any struggle. This made her heart tremble and her entire body go cold. Just where did this farmer come from? Why had he never heard of such an incredible existence on the starry sky ancient path? The surroundings were silent, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The farmer stood in front of Lin Sun and looked at the old man. Without waiting for him to speak, the cloth-robed old man took a deep breath, lowered his head, and cupped his hands. I'm Jin Tianhong, the 16th generation descendant of the monarch race, Jin Tian clan. Fellow Taoists' cultivation is profound and unfathomable. I'm far from your level. I hope fellow Taoist can show mercy. His voice was filled with bitterness. So what if you're an emperor? In the face of absolute power, they could only lower their heads. At this moment, Jin Tian Xuanyue's pretty face turned pale. She was the most dazzling talent of the young generation of the monarch race, Jin Tian clan. But just now, she was directly suppressed by Lin Sun in a head-on confrontation. And the ancestor, a famous sword emperor in the starry sky, who was worshipped by her as a god, was also forced by the situation to lower his head and bend his back. A series of blows made her feel like she was about to collapse. What pride, what conceit, what identity she was proud of, all of it was broken at this moment. Even the old woman couldn't help but be moved when she saw the cloth-robed old man lower his head. The martial emperor realm shocked the heavens and was looked up to by countless people. But who could know that the martial emperor realm would also be afraid, lower their heads, and fall? Just like at this moment, Monk Dukong was killed, and Sword Emperor Fufeng lowered his head. I don't lie, but I also like to be serious. The farmer's voice was dull. If I think it's wrong, I won't let you go even if you kneel down and kowtow. The cloth-robed old man's heart sank. The farmer said, you just said that the Jin Tian clan can't afford to lose face, so you want to suppress my junior brother for 10,000 years. Then let me ask you, my junior brother is being humiliated like this. If I, as his senior brother, don't help him, where will I put my face? Junior brother, just a title, but it was earth-shattering. The cloth-robed old man's body shook in disbelief. How could an ant-like character be such a terrifying junior brother of an emperor realm cultivator? The old woman and the young man in linen clothes exchanged a look and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They thought that the farmer would be Lin Sun's senior. Who would have thought that the two were actually brothers? Liang Chuan, the supreme elder of the heavenly sound parlor, who had been standing far away, was dumbfounded. Everything that had happened today was like a nightmare to him. How did a Yu clan member become the junior brother of an emperor realm cultivator? If they had known this, the heavenly sound parlor would have worshipped him like an ancestor long ago. How would they dare to slight him? It was also at this time that Liang Chuan finally understood why the farmer dared to kill the primitive Taoist court cultivators so recklessly. His senior brother dared to kill an emperor realm cultivator without blinking an eye. With such a senior brother, what wouldn't he dare to do? No wonder, no wonder. Liang Chuan's lips trembled and he was in a trance. Only Lin Sun smiled. Sure enough, it was his senior brother. No wonder she didn't show up. I am willing to pay the price. The cloth-robed old man's voice became more and more bitter as he lowered his head. The farmer said, let me ask you again, if my junior brother is an ant, what am I as his senior brother? Previously, the cloth-robed old man called Lin Sun an ant, full of disdain and contempt. He saw Lin Sun as a prey that could be slaughtered at any time. But now, facing the farmer's question, his face was pale and he was speechless. How else could he explain? The farmer said again, my junior brother has been merciful and didn't kill anyone in the fight between young people. But for the so-called dignity of the clan, he let you, an emperor realm cultivator, fight in person. Isn't it too much to bully others? The cloth-robed old man's body stiffened and his lips wriggled. But in the end, he sighed softly and had nothing to say. If you have a high realm, you can regard others as ants and take whatever you want. If you are of noble birth, you can look down on others and trample on them at will. The farmer thought for a while and then said, this is indeed something that has happened every day since ancient times. People are almost used to it. He looked serious and rarely solemn, but in my case, this is not right. There is no noble or lowly life, no strong or weak. Only in this way can we know the meaning of all living beings and have a heart of reverence. Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned. There was no noble or lowly life, no strong or weak. this should be the great Tao aspiration that senior brother made, right? He's just a farmer, yet he's able to say such things. Is this the reason why he's so accomplished in the Emperor realm? The old woman was lost in thought. The Emperor realm was the cultivation of the state of mind, which was mysterious. The level of a person's achievements was closely related to the beliefs he held. The farmer gave off a simple and inconspicuous feeling, but the state of mind and strength he possessed could be said to be extremely shocking. The cloth-robed old man closed his mouth and said nothing. He had already admitted defeat and was only waiting for the result. The farmer sighed softly and said, "You don't like to reason, and you don't want to listen to reason. But reason is the truth of the great way. If you don't reason, what is the point of seeking the great way?" Lin Sun was shocked. Reason, the truth of the great way. This kind of elaboration on the great way made Lin Sun feel enlightened. "Senior brother, what's the biggest reason?" he couldn't help asking. The farmer smiled honestly and raised a fist. "I have thought about it for many years, and finally found that the reason is here." Fist? Lin Sun was stunned. "Yes, whoever has the bigger fist has the bigger reason." The farmer looked serious. He was not joking. Whether it is the struggle for the great way or the struggle for orthodoxy, it is inseparable from fighting after all. Since there is a fight, whoever has the bigger fist will win. If you win the struggle for orthodoxy, your reason will become the reason of the world. Lin Sun asked, "In this case, why do you still want to reason with him?" The farmer shook his head. "Junior brother, when you meet someone you can reason with, you don't need to use your fists. Fists are used to deal with unreasonable people. Just like that old monk, he just attacked when he wanted to. I can only use my fists to reason with him." Lin Sun looked at the cloth-robed old man and said, "Senior brother, how are you going to reason with him?" The farmer said, "Junior brother, what do you think?" At this moment, all eyes were on Lin Sun, especially the cloth-robed old man and Jing Tian Xianxia, who couldn't help but feel nervous. Even the old woman and the lad were curious about Lin Sun's answer. Everyone knew that Lin Sun's answer would affect the life and death of the cloth-robed old man. Lin Sun said without hesitation, "How about suppressing him for 10,000 years? The face of the cloth-robed old man suddenly changed, but he was slightly relieved in his heart. 10,000 years, to a great emperor, it wasn't enough to affect a great emperor. But at this time, the farmer shook his head and criticized Lin Sun, "Junior brother, why are you more honest than me? Honest people are the easiest to suffer losses." Lin Sun was stunned, and his lips twitched imperceptibly. He finally realized the power of an honest man's words. "He is different from you. The road to the Emperor realm does not depend on the length of time you are trapped. What you lack most now is time." The farmer said seriously, "Therefore, his punishment to you is too heavy, but your punishment to him is too light. This is unfair." Lin Sun originally thought that this senior brother was a man of few words. Who would have thought that he was so serious and talkative when he was reasoning with him? However, Lin Sun didn't hate his temperament at all. On the contrary, he felt unspeakable and comfortable in his heart. To the cloth-robed elder, the farmer's words were like a heavy hammer that made his heart sink. It was about to sink to the bottom. It was obvious that the farmer did not intend to let him go just like that. The feeling of his fate being controlled by someone else and being judged made the cloth-robed elder's state of mind suffer. Ever since he became an emperor, it had been too long since he had experienced such a feeling. No one noticed that on the farmer's sleeve, a pink rose the size of a thumb bloomed. At the same time, a gentle voice sounded in the farmer's mind, 13th senior brother, in the ancient times, the ancestor of the Jing Tian clan, the White Emperor, once fought alongside senior brother Xianxia. Since this person is the descendant of the White Emperor, it was not easy for him to achieve Tao. Just let him go. The farmer scratched his head and replied in his mind, Juanhuan. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the gentle voice, "Don't try to reason with me. I'm not in the mood to listen." The farmer smiled bitterly in his mind. "Also, don't let the news of you being here leak out. I have already been targeted by those old bastards. You cannot be targeted as well." The voice completely disappeared at this point. The pink rose that appeared on the farmer's sleeves also withered and disappeared. The farmer sighed. Then, he looked at the cloth-robed elder who looked like he was ready to be slaughtered and said, "You have a good ancestor. These words seemed very abrupt and inexplicable. But it made the eyes of the cloth-robed elder brighten. As expected, the farmer said in the next moment, "However, you can avoid death, but you cannot escape punishment." The cloth-robed elder said without hesitation, "No matter what kind of compensation or punishment, I am willing to accept it." The farmer took out a grey seed and said, "This is the seed of the locking heart herb of the netherworld. Swear not to reveal what happened today and swallow it." Locking heart herb of the netherworld, it was a wondrous item that could seal an oath within and plant it in a cultivator's state of mind. Once the oath was broken, the locking heart herb of the netherworld would wither and turn into a unique type of ash, corroding and staining the cultivator's state of mind. This request was too simple. The cloth-robed elder made the oath without hesitation and swallowed the seed. Seeing this, the farmer nodded and said, "My junior brother also needs to be compensated." As for what the compensation would be, he didn't say. However, the linen-robed elder agreed once more. Compensation? No matter how outrageous Lin Sun's request was, he could agree to it. Seeing that he was so straightforward, the farmer's expression softened a little, and he said, "I advise you not to bring shame to your ancestors in the future." The cloth-robed old man was stunned, and a thought couldn't help but appear in his mind. Could it be that this person actually knows the first ancestor? At that moment, the farmer took out another Lockhart netherworld herb seed and handed it to Xianxia. How could Xianxia not know what to do? He also made an oath and swallowed the item, but his expression was a little dim. She, who was proud and arrogant, had suffered too many blows today, and it was too heavy. After that, the farmer pointed into the distance. "You can leave now." The old man bowed and expressed his thanks. Then, he turned around and left with Xianxia. He was afraid that the farmer would change his mind if he stayed any longer. "And you?" The farmer looked at Xianxia in the distance. The latter shuddered and almost fell to the ground. With such a poor temperament, it's no wonder he has no fate to become an emperor. The farmer shook his head. In the end, Xianxia also made an oath and swallowed the seed of Lockhart netherworld herb. He didn't resist at all, but felt lucky to escape from death. The farmer waved his sleeve, and Xianxia disappeared from the guest mountain. "Junior brother, you won't blame me for not killing that old man, will you?" A look of embarrassment appeared on the farmer's dark face. Anyone who saw him would think that he was a farmer. He didn't look like a horrible existence who had just killed an emperor realm and forced another emperor realm to bow his head. "I'm very happy in my heart, and my mind is clear," Lin Sun said with a smile. "What a clear mind." The farmer also grinned happily. He couldn't help but want to reason with Lin Sun again, but he held back in the end. It was the first time they met, so it was better not to leave such an old-fashioned impression on his junior brother. "Junior brother, wait a moment. Although it's over, there are still some things that need to be said," the farmer said, and then disappeared into thin air. In the courtyard, the young man in linen clothes was puzzled. According to the farmer's style of doing things, it was impossible for him to let the old man off so easily. Yet, it ended just like that. There must be more to it than meets the eye. Just as the young man was thinking, the old woman next to him suddenly said, "Young master, stay here and don't move." The young man was dazed, and his heart tightened. Was the farmer not going to let his granny go? Just as he thought of this, his vision blurred, and he lost his senses. At the same time, the farmer appeared in the courtyard and looked at the old woman. The old woman spoke first. "Dao friend, do you also want this old woman to eat a core-locking netherworld grass?" Wisps of profound light surged in her murky eyes, and her entire aura changed along with it. The farmer's voice was heavy. "You're so beautiful, you're not an old woman. This kind of disguise can't fool me." The old woman was dazed. An honest person would care about whether someone else was beautiful or not. However, when she spoke again, her appearance had already silently changed from an old woman to a great beauty that was peerless like a celestial. She wore a green dress, and her black hair was tied up in a bun. Her skin was smooth and white, and her eyes were like the moon in the sky. Her red lips formed a perfect curve. There was a bright red cinnabar dot between her eyebrows. She stood there, her green dress fluttering, and her figure was like an illusion. "Since you've seen through me, there's no need for me to hide anymore." The woman in the green dress spoke. Her voice was as clear as jade, and it was as pleasant as the sound of nature. This was a peerless empress of peerless beauty. However, the farmer ignored her and said, "Since you're from the Xian family, you naturally don't need the core-locking netherworld grass." He had a serious expression. "I'm here to tell you that my little junior brother doesn't ask for anyone to be his scapegoat or drag you down with him. He won't push his luck, and he won't overestimate himself. You can think of him as weak, but his future achievements will only be greater than yours." Then, he turned around and left. The woman in the green dress was stunned. She was prepared to fight with all her strength if the farmer dared to ask her to swallow the core-locking netherworld grass. However, he had never expected that the other party had only come to say such words. For a moment, she felt a tightness in her chest. Revenge. This seemingly honest farmer had actually witnessed everything that had happened on the guest mountain today. He knew that he had impolitely warned that young man. He came here to avenge the young man. The woman in the green dress gritted her teeth. Greater achievements than me? I've lived for so many years and seen the rise and fall of the emperor realm. She was indeed a little annoyed. They were both emperors, but she was reprimanded in this way. This feeling was really unpleasant. At this time, there was a happy smile on the farmer's dark face. He thought that what he had done this time could satisfy his junior brother. This should be the responsibility of a senior brother, right? Junior brother, my common name is too vulgar. Since I joined the sect, my master has given me the Dharma name Pujan, and I'm ranked 13th. When he saw Lin again, the farmer introduced himself. Before I joined the sect, I was indeed a farmer in the field, and I couldn't read a word. Later, I was enlightened by my master and embarked on the road of cultivation. I'm different from Guyupu, the 9th senior brother. He's really stupid, like a block of wood. I'm too honest to tell lies. But master said that all living things in the world are different, and honest people have their own advantages. I'm best at farming. After joining the sect, I helped to take care of and cultivate all kinds of spiritual plants. Later, I traveled around the world and tasted all kinds of spiritual grains, spiritual plants, and spiritual medicines. Finally, I found the way I wanted to pursue. As he said, the farmer, who called himself Pujan, took out a jade slip and handed it to Lin. Junior brother, this is the Book of Herbs in Heaven, which I personally compiled. It's a collection of spiritual plants that grow in many worlds on the ancient way of the starry sky. It's not a cultivation method, so it's not very precious. Take it, and if you encounter spiritual plants that you can't recognize in the future, you can take it out and have a look. Linson opened it and couldn't help but gasp after a while. The types of spiritual objects recorded within the myriad herb scripture were simply as vast as the ocean, and they were innumerable. Every single spiritual object was specifically recorded in detail. For example, the name, shape, use, place of growth, and so on were accompanied by vivid illustrations. For alchemists in the world, this kind of scripture could be regarded as the supreme treasure that could only be found by chance, and its value was immeasurable. Even a practitioner like Lin Sun could deeply understand the essence and mystery of the spiritual plants of heaven and earth by reading this scripture, which was of great benefit to his cultivation. It should be known that all things in the world were nurtured by Tao. The mystery of Tao was actually hidden in all phenomena, all things, and all things in the world, and what the practitioners perceived and sought for the way of cultivation was the things and things existing in the world. Thank you for imparting the scripture to me, senior brother. Lin Sun bowed seriously. Pujan hurriedly waved his hand. You and I are brothers. Don't be so polite. He looked up at the void in the distance and sighed. There's not much time left. If I stay here any longer, I will be noticed. Junior brother, the way is long. I'm looking forward to the day when you become an emperor. His voice was full of laughter and expectation. Where are you going, senior brother? Lin Sun couldn't help asking. Pujan grinned. To the place where wandering ghosts should go. After saying that, he carried the rusty stick and walked forward. With one step, he was already above the void of the starry sky. Junior brother, see you later. Pujan's honest laughter rang in Lin Sun's heart for a long time before it disappeared. Senior brother, see you later. Lin Sun looked up and murmured. P.S. Thank Xia Ji, Huang Lianping and other students for their gifts and support. As the farmer, Pujan, left, the invisible force covering the welcoming mountain disappeared, and the ancient trees that shrouded the entire boat also disappeared. Everything returned to its previous tranquil state. To most of the passengers on the airship, they utterly didn't notice that numerous extremely dangerous and shocking battles had erupted just now. They also didn't know that if it weren't for the farmers' protection, they and the boat would have been turned into dust in Zhou, but there was still a lot of news. There were many other passengers living on the welcoming mountain. At the beginning, everyone saw that Lin Sun had killed Wu Yunlian, the descendant of the Tianyin pavilion, and suppressed Jin Tianqi and other strong cultivators of the Jin Tian clan. It also caused Wu Ming, the descendant of the Hidden Land realm, and Jin Tian Xianxia, the proud daughter of the Jin Tian clan, to fight together, but at the end of the battle, both Wu Ming and Jin Tian Xianxia were defeated by Lin Sun. Many people even saw the appearance of Sword Emperor Fufeng at the last moment. At that time, many people sighed and thought that Lin Sun would die this time, and the starry ancient path would lose an amazing ultimate Saint King forever. As for what happened after the appearance of Sword Emperor Fufeng, no one could see it. At this moment, the boat returned to its usual calm. All the cultivators on and off the welcoming mountain breathed a sigh of relief, and then began to pay attention to the result of the battle. After that, a scene that caused all of them to feel disbelief appeared. Yu Xian was not dead. How is this possible? Many people almost went crazy. How could this guy not be dead? This was too unexpected. In the following time, people found many strange things one after another. For example, the group of people from the Hidden Land realm who lived in the courtyard at the foot of the mountain had all disappeared. It was as if they had evaporated from the world. The boat sails in the starry sky. With the strength of the descendants of the Xidigarbha, unless they are led by someone in the Emperor realm. Doesn't this mean that they are very likely to be in trouble? Countless cultivators were shocked in their hearts, and they felt shocked. If their guesses are true, then who killed them? At the same time, the Jin Tian clan was also very abnormal. Both Sword Emperor Fufeng and Jin Tian Xianxia did not come out, and did not mention anything about what had happened before. This caused everyone to be shocked and confused. Yu Xian suppressed Jin Tianqi and the others and defeated Jin Tian Xianxia. Sword Emperor Windrazor was going to swallow his anger like this? A great emperor, how could he give up just like that? Question after question surged into the hearts of those cultivators, and in the end, all of them transformed into a single question. Exactly what happened after Sword Emperor Windrazor made an appearance? Why was Yu Xian still alive? Why did Xidigarbha's successor disappear? And why didn't the monarch race, the Jin Tian clan, say anything? This news quickly spread throughout the rowboat, causing an uproar and confusion. Yu Xian, this expert from the Yu clan, an imperial clan, had become the center of attention in a single leap. Everyone was shocked by the heaven-defying battle prowess he displayed, but at the same time, they were extremely confused. Just what method did he use to survive this extremely dangerous storm? Just look at the Heavenly Music Parlor's reaction. Yu Xian didn't just kill Wu Yunlian. He even killed Yu Jun and a group of important figures from the Heavenly Music Parlor. If the Heavenly Music Parlor chose to tolerate this, then it proves that something is definitely not normal. Many people came to this conclusion and began to pay attention to the movements of the Heavenly Music Parlor. They didn't dare to ask the Jin Tian clan, nor did they have the guts to ask Lin Sun about the cause of the matter. If they wanted to know the truth, they could only pay attention to the movements of the Heavenly Music Parlor. In a grand hall, a group of important figures gathered. Xia Yunkong and Ouyang Pei, who used to guard Zhuang Yunji, were also here. Zhuang Yunji was also here. But no matter who it was, their expressions were extremely gloomy and ugly. The Supreme Elder Liang Chuan sat at the head of the table, his expression numb and his voice hoarse. These days, many things have happened on our rowboat, and caused a lot of turmoil. His words evoked everyone's memories. At first, the people of the primitive Dao court were all killed, causing turmoil. Then, the Supreme Elder Hua Dian, who was pursuing the murderer, knelt in front of the old lady, causing an uproar. And today, Jin Tianqi and the other cultivators of the Jin Tian clan were beaten, and Yu Jun and Wu Yunlian were killed. This was like a bolt of lightning, throwing the Heavenly Music Parlor into chaos. This was too many and too heavy a blow, and now, everyone knew that these things were all done by one person, Yu Xian, a figure from the Yu clan of the imperial clan, who was almost ignored before. But now, at the thought of this name, people gnashed their teeth with hatred and almost went crazy. Only Zhuang Yunji's expression was very complicated. When the rowboat passed by the Dayou world, she personally picked up Lin Sun and arranged for Yu Xian to be Lu Qingyan's guard. At that time, she just wanted to use Yu Xian's identity to make others have scruples and not dare to kill Lu Qingyan easily. But unexpectedly, Yu Xian's identity didn't play any role, and even she, Lu Qingyan's master, was grounded. Originally, Zhuang Yunji was disheartened. But what she never expected was that Yu Xian's identity was useless, but his combat power played an incredible destructive role. He killed the cultivators of the primitive Dao court. He suppressed Jin Tianqi and the others. Even Yu Jun, Wu Yunlian, and others were killed by him without hesitation. This series of events caused Zhuang Yunji to feel as if she was in a dream. It was so shocking, yet so unreal. But in any case, she couldn't hate Yu Xian at all, because she knew that Yu Xian didn't have to do this. Everything was for her disciple Lu Qingyan. Uncle Master Liang Chuan, why did you spare Yu Xian? Now it's said that Yu Xian is still alive. Ouyang Pei said angrily with a livid face. His disciple Zhan Bing was killed like Wu Yunlian, which made him feel like a knife was twisted in his heart. That's right. All of this calamity was caused by Yu Xian. How can such an unpardonable person be allowed to live? The others present also gnashed their teeth and spoke out. Liang Chuan's heart was bitter, and his expression was uncertain. Kill Yu Xian, Monk Dukong of the Hidden Land realm was dead, and Sword Emperor Fufeng bowed his head. Who dared to kill him, but he dared not say these things, and he couldn't say them. He could only let them rot in his stomach. Everyone, at the end of the day, Yu Xian did it for Qingyan's good. If you didn't target Qingyan, how could these disasters have happened? Liang Chuan sighed softly and said, I called you here to tell you that from today on, no matter who it is, no one is allowed to treat Yu Xian as an enemy. If anyone dares to take revenge, I promise to kill him immediately. At the end of his words, his expression was full of murderous intent. The main hall was dead silent. Everyone was stunned and almost couldn't believe their ears. Yu Xian was the culprit. Why, did highest elder Liang Chuan seem to be determined to protect him? Liang Chuan, you're a bastard. Suddenly, an incomparably angry roar sounded. Hua Dian's figure broke through the air, his momentum fierce. His expression was terrifyingly savage, and his eyes almost split apart from rage. So many things have occurred, yet you don't take revenge and instead protect that bastard surnamed you. You have simply smeared your heart with lard. His roar was like thunder, shaking the main hall and filling the air with murderous intent, causing many to hold their breath. How terrifying would a quasi-emperor be when he was enraged? Senior brother Hua Dian, you've been in closed-door cultivation, so you don't know the truth. If you trust me, then listen to me. I won't make a mistake. Liang Chuan took a deep breath and spoke with a stern expression. He knew that Hua Dian was angry because his granddaughter, Wu Yunlian, had been killed by Yu Xian. You're trying to persuade me? Hua Dian was so angry that his hair stood on end and his body trembled. You coward, trash, if you don't kill that bastard, I'll go. Liang Chuan's heart tightened and his expression changed. Senior brother, don't do anything stupid. If you do, everyone in the Heavenly Music Pavilion will be implicated. However, Hua Dian refused to listen to him. He said coldly, I'll deal with you when I return. He then turned around to leave. However, as soon as he turned around, his vision blurred. He was blocked by a figure. It was an old man in a linen robe. His face was thin and his expression was indescribably cold. Liang Chuan's heart skipped a beat. His legs turned to jelly and he cursed under his breath. Who dares to stop me? Get lost. At this moment, the enraged Hua Dian had attacked without the slightest hesitation. Boom, he slammed his palm forward. However, in the next moment, he was lifted up by the neck by a hand. Hua Dian was shocked and completely sobered up from his rage. At the same time, the linen robe elder said, Why is there such an idiot in the Heavenly Music Pavilion? Why don't I help you deal with him? No, Liang Chuan was just about to stop him when he heard a loud explosion. Hua Dian, a great emperor of the Great Emperor realm, exploded into pieces and turned into ashes that scattered all over the ground. Liang Chuan's vision darkened and he was in a daze. The rest of the people in the hall were also completely shocked at this moment. Each and every one of them were paralyzed on the ground, their faces pale and filled with terror. Killing a great emperor with a flick of his finger, they immediately guessed the linen robe elder's identity. However, they never thought that sword monarch Fufeng would appear here and stop Elder Huadian from killing Yu Xian. This was simply unimaginable. One should know that Yu Xian had offended many people from the Jingtian clan. From today onward, whoever dares to go against little friend Yu Xian will be going against the Jingtian clan. The linen robe elder didn't explain either. After saying that, he disappeared into thin air. There was a dead silence in the hall. Everyone felt like they were on the verge of collapsing. Elder Liang Chuan's unusual behavior to protect Yu Xian was unacceptable. But now, even Sword Monarch Fufeng stood out and expressed his support for Yu Xian. Only Liang Chuan knew that Sword Monarch Fufeng had no choice but to do this. Huadian, the quasi-emperor, was killed. Both Fufeng Sword Emperor and Liang Chuan, the supreme elder of Heavenly Sound Pavilion, expressed their support for Yu Xian in person. Every single cultivator that found out about this was flabbergasted, and it was like they'd heard the most bizarre thing in the world. Yu Xian, who caused so many troubles and was regarded as the culprit, was not only alive, but also better than anyone expected. At least from now on, no one on this Fuyusha ship would dare to harm him. What on earth happened at that time? Why did Fuyao Sword Emperor and Liang Chuan act so strangely? There must be some unknown secrets about Yu Xian. For a time, there was a lot of discussion. At the same time, Lin Sun was also helpless. After learning all kinds of news from the outside world, Lu Qingyan seemed to be possessed. After a long time, she began to ask all kinds of questions. She looked like a curious baby. Lin Sun explained everything that could be explained, but he couldn't tell Lu Qingyan about Pu Zhen and what happened that night. Lu Qingyan was obviously unwilling to give up, so she began to beat around the bush, almost acting like a spoiled child. But Lin Sun had no choice but to be vague and keep his mouth shut. At present, his identity was still Yu Xian. Even if he exposed a lot of strength and aroused a lot of suspicion, at least no one knew his true identity. In the end, Lu Qingyan didn't get the reason. However, the way she looked at Lin Sun had become different. She looked as if she was going to figure out his secret sooner or later, which made Lin Sun uncomfortable all over. From that day on, Lin Sun's life became extremely peaceful. In addition to cultivation, he thought about what would happen after he arrived in the Hongming world. Occasionally, he would go out, but no matter where he appeared, he would encounter many strange eyes along the way. There was awe, curiosity, doubt, and confusion. That feeling made him feel like a different person. Even the young man in linen, who claimed to be Xian Jiuyin, would lie on the wall and throw out many doubts, such as, "Dude, which big shot are you the descendant of? Brother, is that senior who likes to reason really your senior brother? Brother, you can't blame me for leaving you to die. I'm truly powerless. However, can't you tell me the truth? Are you a descendant of the imperial clan, the Yu clan?" Brother, of course, Lin Sun couldn't answer, so he just stayed in the courtyard and didn't go out, focusing on cultivation. During this period, Zhuang Yunji also came to tell Lin that the primitive Taoist court was still a big trouble. When they reached the primordial world, the successor of the primordial Tao court, Kong Yu, would definitely not let the matter rest. Lin Sun didn't say anything about it. Not only was Kong Yu a descendant of the primeval Tao court, but he was also a pure-blooded descendant of the imperial Kong family. His identity was not simple at all. But Lin Sun didn't care at all. After all, Kong Yu's ancestor, the demon emperor of Dutian, had been suppressed by Guyupu for countless years. Right now, the primordial spirit of the demonic the Arch of Dutian was suppressed in the Great Tao Bottomless Tower. In less than 10 years, it would be completely refined. Under such circumstances, how could Lin Sun care about the threat from Kong Yu? Sword Emperor Fufeng also came. He was very gentle and didn't treat Lin Sun as a junior from beginning to end. He intended to make some compensation to Lin Sun. Although the 13th senior brother Pu Zhen spared him once, he proposed that Lin Sun should be compensated. Sword Emperor Fufeng didn't dare to take it lightly. But Lin Sun shook his head and said that he didn't need any compensation. This made Sword Emperor Fufeng feel helpless. No compensation? How could he do that? During this period of time, the problem of compensation had almost become a sore point for Sword Emperor Fufeng. Compensation was necessary, but he didn't know what to compensate. For example, in the beginning, he killed Hua Dian to show his protective attitude towards Lin Sun. In fact, he had already begun to compensate Lin Sun. But obviously, this was far from enough. What should I compensate? Cultivation method? He probably doesn't care about it at all. Treasures? With such a senior brother in the Emperor realm, how could he lack treasures? In the courtyard, Sword Emperor Fufeng was very conflicted. Old ancestor, Yu Xian's senior brother has already left. Why are you so conflicted about compensation? Jing Tian Xianxia didn't understand. Her old ancestor was Sword Emperor Fufeng who shook the starry sky. Perhaps he wasn't a match for the farmer, but he was a true Emperor realm expert. Now that the farmer had already left, why was there a need to be so serious about compensation? Lass, you don't understand. Sword Emperor Fufeng sighed, the road to Emperor realm is filled with obstacles. It's not as simple as you think. I've been an emperor for 30,000 years, but until now, I've only touched the threshold of no self, no world. This is only the first barrier on the path to the Emperor realm, and it's called unobtrusiveness. Since the ancient times, more than half of all the people that have stepped foot into the Emperor realm have been obstructed before this first barrier. Hearing this, Jing Tian Xianxia was stunned. He had been an emperor for 30,000 years, but he had only touched the threshold of the first obstacle of Emperor realm. Then how difficult would the road to Emperor realm be? Sword Emperor Fufeng's voice was low, like that old monk Dukong. Don't be fooled by his control of the light and darkness Zen body and the body transformation art of Ksitigarbha Buddha's inheritance. But on the road to Emperor realm, he's at about the same level as me. As for the old woman beside the young man surnamed Xian, she might be slightly stronger, but she's at most at the first level of Emperor realm. But that farmer is different. As he spoke up to hear, Sword Emperor Fufeng's eyes flashed with imperceptible shock, and he fell into silence. After waiting for a long time and not getting a reply, Jing Tian Xianxia couldn't help but ask, Old ancestor, could it be that he has already crossed the first obstacle of Emperor realm? Sword Emperor Fufeng shook his head, even someone who has crossed the first obstacle of Emperor realm can't easily suppress old monk Dukong with 3 punches. His words caused Jing Tian Xianxia to gasp, could it be that his realm is even higher? Sword Emperor Fufeng said, yes, even higher. As for how high it is, I'm unable to see it with my realm. As he spoke up to hear, Sword Emperor Fufeng sighed in his heart. Back then, he took the initiative to lower his head and admit defeat because there was no way to resist, otherwise, he would definitely die. The existence of Emperor realm might seem impressive, but in the eyes of those in the same realm, this realm was extremely difficult. If the Emperor realm was said to be an extremely dangerous mountain, then he, Sword Emperor Fufeng, had only been lingering at the foot of the mountain for 30,000 years. As for that farmer, he had probably already ascended the mountain. As for where he was, Sword Emperor Fufeng couldn't see it. Jing Tian Xianxia asked. Old ancestor, no matter how strong that person is, didn't he not make things too difficult for us in the end? You don't understand. Sword Emperor Fufeng said, I'm sure that he already had the intention to kill me, but he changed his mind in the end. If I'm not wrong, it must be because of our ancestor. Jing Tian Xianxia was stunned. She clearly remembered that the farmer said, you have a good ancestor. Could it be that he recognizes our ancestor? Jing Tian Xianxia had a shocked expression. The Jing Tian clan's ancestor was the primordial White Emperor, a supreme figure, a legend who had personally created White Emperor City. Before him, Sword Emperor Fufeng was merely a 16th generation descendant of the Jing Tian clan. There was a huge gap in seniority. Even if he doesn't recognize him, he must have given face to our ancestor. Sword Emperor Fufeng said, under such circumstances, how can I not take his words to heart? As he spoke up to hear, looking at the graceful and beautiful Jing Tian Xianxia sitting in front of him, Sword Emperor Fufeng's heart suddenly moved. Xianxia, you've fought with Yu Xian before. What do you think of his strength? Jing Tian Xianxia pondered, I can only describe him as unfathomable. I suspect that he can even be ranked in the top 30 of the All Heavens King Sage board. He's only at the peak early Saint King realm now. If he continues to improve in the future, his strength will only be more terrifying. Speaking of this, she sighed faintly, although I was defeated by him, I have to admit that his attainments in the peak Saint King realm are much higher than mine. Sword Emperor Fufeng was silent for a moment and said, Xianxia, sometimes a disaster can also become an opportunity. This is the case now. Are you willing to fight for it? Jingtian Xianxia was startled and said, Please enlighten me, ancestor. On the same day, the boat that had gradually calmed down once again caused an uproar because of a piece of news. The peerless fairy of the Jingtian clan, Jingtian Xianxia, wants to follow Yu Xian to cultivate. For this, she didn't hesitate to wait in front of Yu Xian's door. As soon as the news came out, everyone was dumbfounded. The Jingtian clan, an imperial clan, was one of the top ancient clans in the starry sky. There had been many emperor realm cultivators from this clan, and Jingtian Xianxia was the most dazzling star of the current generation. For example, she even had Sword Emperor Fufeng accompanying her on this trip. But now, she wanted to follow Lin Sun and act as a Dao servant. This was too shocking. Xianxia Fairy, how can she do this? Many cultivators who had been admiring her were heartbroken because of this. Yu Xian is really a lucky guy. There were also many envious and jealous voices. Not only did Golden Sky Xianxia possess an outstanding appearance that made her seem like a celestial maiden of the moon, her background was extremely noble as well. If one was able to gain her favor, it would be sufficient to cause one to be overwhelmed by the favor. But now, she took the initiative to follow Yu Xian to cultivate. Who could accept this at once? No, I don't agree. Some people even shouted and gnashed their teeth, thinking that Yu Xian was not worthy of Jingtian Xianxia at all. Soon, many people bluntly attacked, Didn't you see that Sword Emperor Fufeng didn't refuse? Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to refuse? In short, Jingtian Xianxua's action caused too much uproar. Countless people were shocked and couldn't believe it. But to everyone's astonishment, Yu Xian refused. It was said that even the gate of the courtyard was not opened, leaving Jingtian Xianxua, the peerless beauty, standing alone outside the door. Fix a bug. The 13th senior fellow apprentice of Mind Mountain was Li Shanwei, known as Green Sky Sword Emperor, who once gave Lin Sun the Great Wei immeasurable bottle. When the protagonist left Kunlun ruins, he defeated Sword Emperor, Jade Huzi, Buddha Kunjiu, Dark War Emperor, Red Fire Thunder Emperor, and Jiuzhen Sword Emperor. Because of Goldfish's carelessness, she made a mistake in the ranking of the farmer Pu Zhen. The article had been revised. Pu Zhen was ranked 11th. Sorry, my friends. I've been busy with my wedding recently. I'm a little tired. I feel dizzy. The following text, Jingtian Xianxua, dressed in a plain dress, had a pale face. She didn't expect that she would be rejected before she even met Yu Xian. She was extremely proud and conceited in the past. She hesitated and deliberated for a long time before she lowered her head and was willing to play the role of a Taoist servant. But she never thought that she would be rejected. For a moment, she couldn't help feeling ashamed and frustrated. But in the end, Jingtian Xianxua held back. She didn't leave, nor did she get angry. She just stood in front of Lin Sun's courtyard. Alone, he stood there in silence. No matter how many rumors about her spread on the ship, she seemed to turn a deaf ear to them. Senior Yu Xian, Jingtian Xianxua is a proud girl. She is accompanied by a martial emperor. Are you just going to leave her there? In the courtyard, Lu Qingyan couldn't help asking. She couldn't bear to do that. Lin Sun, who was studying the Book of Herbs of Heaven, said casually, That's her own business. It has nothing to do with me. He felt helpless. He had vaguely guessed that the reason why Jingtian Xianxua wanted to be his Taoist servant was probably because of Sword Emperor Fufeng's instruction. But the point was that Lin Sun couldn't agree at all. Because Jingtian Xianxua was extremely famous, if she followed him, it would inevitably attract a lot of attention. In this way, it would be very easy for his true identity to be exposed. Lin Sun asked, By the way, we will arrive at the Hongmeng world in a few months. What's your plan, Miss Qingyan? Lu Qingyan hesitated for a moment, but still said, Master said that there is a mysterious place called Dayan Pure Land in the Hongmeng world. The cultivators there are all senior masters who have entered the Tao through temperament. Master has promised to bring me there. If I can cultivate in the Pure Land of Dayan, I won't have to fear Kong Yu's threat. Lin Sun said, That would be great. He couldn't expose his identity. When he arrived at the Hongmeng world, he was bound to be separated from Lu Qingyan. At that time, he was doomed to be unable to continue to take care of Lu Qingyan. If Lu Qingyan could cultivate in the Dayan Pure Land, Lin wouldn't have to worry about her anymore. Thinking of this, Lin Sun asked, Miss Qingyan, do you know whether the Dayan Pure Land accepts successors? Lu Qingyan shook her head. Master only said to give it a try. Whether it succeeds or not depends on fate. It depends on fate, Lin Sun sighed in his heart. If so, there was not much hope. He thought for a moment, then stood up and walked out of the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, looking at Lin Sun who opened the door and came out, Xianxia showed a look of surprise, and then became a little nervous. Lin Sun didn't care about this and said directly, Miss Xianxia, you can go back and tell Sword Emperor Fufeng that if he wants to compensate me, he only needs to do one thing for me. Xianxia was stunned and asked, what is it? Lin Sun transmitted his voice to her. After hearing this, Xianxia's beautiful face showed a touch of complexity. Taoism pure, in your opinion, I, Xianxia, am inferior to a successor of Tianyin Pavilion? Without waiting for an answer, she turned around and left. Her heart was full of bitterness. She, Xianxia, was a pure-blood descendant of the dignified Tian clan, a peerless talent who ranked 49th on the Holy King list after 180 years of cultivation. Now, she didn't hesitate to bow her head and be willing to serve as a Taoism servant, but was refused. But Yu Xian took the initiative to propose a condition for compensation for an artistic practitioner, Lu Qingyan. Such a contrast also made the proud Xianxia suffer a blow. Watching her leave, Lin Sun shook his head and walked back to the courtyard. He said that as long as I help Lu Qingyan enter the Dayan Pure Land, it will be considered as compensation? When Sword Emperor learned from Xianxia about the compensation proposed by Lin Sun, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Xianxia's eyebrows showed a touch of sadness, and she said, Ancestor, does Yu Xian really look down on me? Sword Emperor sighed in his heart. Originally, according to his idea, if he could let Xianxia follow Lin Sun to cultivate, it would be a good opportunity to make friends with Lin Sun. After all, Lin Sun had a senior brother in the Emperor realm whose realm was unfathomable. How powerful was the sect behind him? If Xianxia could take this opportunity to get Yu Xian's approval, she might get some unexpected good fortune. Who would have thought? Yu Xian refused. Xianxia, do you still remember that I took the initiative to admit defeat a few days ago? Taking a deep breath, Sword Emperor Fufeng looked at the junior in front of him, whom he admired the most, and said, this is just a setback on the path of cultivation. Don't be discouraged. Yu Xian may have his own ideas, but your path must not be disturbed because of this. Xianxia's body trembled, and she said, thank you for your advice, Ancestor. Go. Sword Emperor Fufeng watched her leave, and he couldn't help but frown. In the primordial world, there were 6 Dao courts, 10 war clans, and many primordial imperial clans. It was regarded as the most prosperous, dazzling, and ancient world among the worlds of the primordial ancient path heavens. The Dayan Pure Land was also an ancient force in the primordial world. But relatively speaking, this force was quite mysterious, and its descendants rarely appeared in the world. As far as Sword Emperor Fufeng knew, the most famous person in the Dayan Pure Land was the Zither Emperor Xiaoxiang, who proved his Dao with music in the primordial era. His zither music was the best in the starry sky, and it could kill demons and gods. It made people pale at the mention of it. It's not easy to join this sect. Sword Emperor Fufeng sighed. Sword Monarch Fufeng sighed softly. Although their Tian clan was powerful and famous in the universe, they had no connection with the Pure Land of Dayan. Oh right, how could I forget about him? If he takes action, he can definitely do it. Suddenly, Sword Emperor Fufeng thought of a person, and that person was on this boat. In the courtyard. The old lady looked at Sword Emperor Fufeng, who came to visit, and said indifferently, I didn't expect that in order to compensate that kid, you, an Emperor Realm cultivator, would lower yourself to beg me. Sword Emperor Fufeng smiled bitterly and said, I hope you can help me. The old lady pondered, if my Xian clan steps in, we can indeed make the Dayan Pure Land accept that little girl. However, my young master has always been interested in your Tian clan's chaotic sword supporting scripture. I wonder if you can let my young master take a look. Sword Emperor Fufeng's lips twitched. The chaotic sword supporting scripture was their clan's inheritance. How could they let someone read it? This old lady was obviously asking for too much. Fellow Daoist, aren't you making things difficult for me? Sword Emperor Fufeng smiled bitterly. The young man in linen who had been listening at the side couldn't help but say, I don't want the chaotic sword supporting scripture either. I just want to see the power of this sword scripture. Sword Emperor Fufeng thought for a while and said, that's fine. The old lady felt helpless. This brat is really stupid. Can't he see that I'm doing him a favor? The young man in linen smiled and said in his heart, of course I know to take advantage of the situation. I just want to do that brother a favor. And Sword Emperor Fufeng will definitely owe me a favor. It's killing two birds with one stone. On that day, Lin Sun got a token with the word Xian engraved on it. He also learned that with this token, Lu Qingyan could easily enter the day in Pure Land to cultivate. This Xianjiuing's origin isn't simple. Lin Sun stroked his chin. Even Sword Emperor Fufeng couldn't do it, but this guy could do it with a token. It could be seen how extraordinary the Xian clan was. Lin Sun recalled that she, the mysterious woman in the heaven accessing place, once said that a peerless swordsman named Xianxia entered the heaven accessing place in primitive times. This person was also the only one who passed through the 9 levels of Green Cloud Path and opened the heaven accessing door a little bit. She once said that before Lin Sun entered the heaven accessing place, Xianxia's talent and amazing foundation could be ranked first among all the challengers she had seen. Moreover, she once urged Lin Sun to remember the surname Xian because it was too extraordinary. It was mysterious and the door of all wonders. This surname wasn't something any clan could have. This Xianjiuing is probably the descendant of Xianxian. Thinking of this, Lin Sun suddenly had an impulse to meet Xianjiuing. Xianxian had entered the heaven accessing place before. The existence of the heaven accessing place was related to his mother Luo Qingxuan, Lu Boya, and Luo Tongtian, the master of the heaven accessing place. As one of the challengers, Xianxian must have known something about the heaven accessing place. But in the end, Lin Sun still resisted this impulse. His current identity couldn't be exposed, and Xianjiuing might not know about the heaven accessing place. If there's a chance in the future, I must inquire about it. Lin Sun secretly made a decision. As time went by, the boat shuttled through the Zhou starry sky without any disturbance. Unknowingly, another 2 months had passed. Boom, on this day, in the courtyard, Lin Sun's body roared, and a thick and boundless khaki divine brilliance emerged. In the spleen palace, the yellow fetus produced a violent vibration, like the beating of a divine drum, and the thick and substantial vitality was boiling and roaring. Finally, with a dull sound, above Lin Sun's head, the misty khaki light rain converged and turned into a yellow figure, exuding a vast, heavy, and immovable feeling from head to toe. Looking carefully, this Dharmakaya had handsome and elegant facial features, exactly the same as Lin Sun's appearance. Yellow Taoist body, earth was one of the 5 elements. It represented the earth, and a gentleman was virtuous. This was a great Tao doppelganger born from the yellow fetus, showing a lofty, vast, and boundless charm. With the experience of condensing the Greenwood Taoist body, Lin Sun was already familiar with condensing the yellow Taoist body. Boom, his essence, qi, spirit, and cultivation all gushed out and integrated into the yellow Taoist body. After comprehending for a long time, Lin Sun suddenly stretched out his hand and gently grasped in the void. Buzz, the thick and vast earth spiritual energy emitted a dim yellow luster, condensed in the void, and finally turned into an obscure and turbid grain of sand. It was as small as a sesame seed. But it gave people the feeling that it was the source of all things, emitting an amazing majestic aura. Lin Sun flicked his fingers, and the grain of sand suddenly turned into a towering mountain, and then into a floating land. Finally, the grain of sand turned into an illusory world, vast and heavy, filled with a vigorous and boundless aura. A grain of sand sees a world, and all living beings are born in it. Lin Sun's heart moved, and he integrated the wish of all living beings he had mastered into this grain of sand. Suddenly, a magical scene appeared. The world formed by the sand actually showed the appearance of all living beings. All living beings resided within it, and it was a vast and magnificent sight. If the previous world of sand was too illusory, then the world of sand in front of him was like a real existence. And Lin Sun, like the creator, had a panoramic view of all the mysteries of this world. He had the momentum of overlooking the world and watching all living beings. Boom, finally, the world of sand turned into a primitive and vast khaki seal with Lin Sun's mind. It floated in the void, showing the appearance of all living beings. This was the seal of all living beings recorded in the Great Way Yellow Court scripture. It was condensed by the talent power controlled by the yellow Taoist body. Ninth Senior Brother actually fused the will of all living beings into the yellow earth Taoist physique's divine ability. This method can be said to turn something rotten into something magical. Lin Sun's eyes were bright. He stared at the seal of all living beings floating in front of him, and a touch of shock surged in his heart. The magic of this seal was incredible, and its power was far beyond imagination. When used against the enemy, it was like carrying the power of a world and the power of all living beings. Clatter. Lin Sun waved his sleeves, and the seal of all living beings disappeared. The green wood Taoist body controls life and death, and the yellow Taoist body controls the seal of all living beings, which is equivalent to me mastering 2 more wonderful fighting methods. Lin Sun pondered. When I reach the primordial world in the future, I can completely change my identity and walk the world with the yellow earth Tao body. At that time, who would guess that I'm Lin Sun? Who would know that I was once Yu Xian? Lin even thought that when he condensed the red flame Taoist body, the platinum Taoist body, and the black water Taoist body, he would have 3 more opportunities to change his identity at any time. In this way, who in the primordial world would know that I am me? Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep, and he felt relaxed. Right now, Yu Xian's identity was too eye-catching. However, it didn't matter. He could change it at any time in the future. Moreover, even Emperor Realm cultivators wouldn't be able to see through it. After all, every single Tao physique had its own aura and charm, and it wasn't something that a simple disguise could compare to. On this day, after 2 months of hard work, Lin successfully condensed the yellow Tao body. Moreover, his cultivation had also improved again, and he was now only a step away from breaking through to the peak Saint King Realm Intermediate. It was also on this day that the support ship arrived at the Bright Monarch Planetary Domain, one of the 9 great planetary domains that was closest to the central planetary domain. Buddhist Earth World. It was one of the most prosperous worlds in the Bright Monarch Planetary Domain. It was as famous as the Golden Sky World and the White Emperor World. When they arrived, Elder Liang Chuan and the others of the Heavenly Sound Parlor became extremely nervous and felt great pressure. The reason was that the Buddhist Earth World was the territory of the Imperial Kong family. It should be noted that Kong Yu, the successor of the primitive Taoist court, was a pure-blood descendant of the Imperial Kong family. Liang Chuan didn't want to enter the Bright Monarch Planetary Domain unless he had no other choice. If he wanted to reach the central planetary domain via the Starry Sea route they were traveling, he had to pass through the Bright Monarch Planetary Domain. If he chose to detour around this planetary domain, it would take at least 3 years to get close to the central planetary domain. Who on the support ship could afford to wait for 3 years? Moreover, the Heavenly Sound Parlor couldn't afford it. It should be noted that the support ship consumed a large number of Taoist gems every day to fly across the starry sky. This time, the situation is special. We can't stay in the Buddhist Earth World. Keep going. In the end, Liang Chuan gritted his teeth and made a decision. According to the original plan, the support ship was to stay in the Buddhist Earth World for 3 days. But under the current circumstances, how could he dare to do so? If the Imperial Kong family came looking for him, everything would be over. Liang Chuan's decision was unanimously approved by the Heavenly Sound Parlor. Liang Chuan had also mentioned this matter to Lin Sun in advance so that he could make preparations. After all, the Imperial Kong family was the #1 power in the Bright Monarch Planetary Domain. If anything happened, Lin Sun, who had killed a group of successors of the primitive Taoist court, would definitely be targeted immediately. Lin Sun didn't say anything about this. After all, the Imperial Kong family was not the primitive Taoist court. The two were different. At the same time, after learning that the support ship wouldn't stop at the Buddhist Earth World, someone was the first to panic. It was Kong Lin, a descendant of the Imperial Kong family. Several months ago, on the night Lin Sun killed the primitive Taoist court cultivators, Kong Lin had stormed into the main hall of the Heavenly Sound Parlor in a rage. He had almost pointed at Hua Dian's nose and scolded him. In the end, Hua Dian and the other big shots of the Heavenly Sound Parlor could only pinch their noses and accept it. The reason was that Kong Lin was Kong Yu's closest attendant. His status and identity were incomparable to others. However, during this period of time, Kong Lin had kept a low profile. He had long sensed that the atmosphere on the support ship wasn't right. Even though he knew that the killer of the primitive Taoist court cultivators was Yu Xian, he could only bear with it and didn't dare to make a sound. Firstly, he was afraid of Sword Emperor Fufeng. Secondly, he was worried that if he angered Yu Xian, he would be killed. Originally, Kong Lin had planned to contact the cultivators of the Imperial Kong family after arriving at the Buddhist Earth world and attack the support ship to settle scores with Yu Xian. Unexpectedly, Liang Chuan had ordered that the support ship wasn't allowed to stay in the Buddhist Earth world. Has the Heavenly Sound Parlor gone mad? Stop the ship. Kong Lin was flustered and exasperated. His face was dark and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He couldn't care about anything else and rushed into the meeting hall of the Heavenly Sound Parlor. Liang Chuan was expressionless. I'm sorry. This is a special situation. I can't comply. Kong Lin trembled with anger. He pointed at Liang Chuan. Old thing, I can understand that you don't dare to offend Yu Xian. But do you really plan to offend the Imperial Kong family and the primitive Taoist court because of Yu Xian? His voice was full of threats. The expressions of many important figures of the Heavenly Sound Parlor in the hall changed. This feeling of surviving in the cracks made them feel aggrieved and helpless. They indeed didn't dare to offend Yu Xian. But how could they dare to offend the Imperial Kong family and the primitive Taoist court? For a moment, everyone's eyes were on Liang Chuan. Liang Chuan's expression darkened. He scolded sternly, "Humph, you're just an errand boy for young Master Kong Yu. What right do you have to represent the Imperial Kong family? And who gave you the courage to represent the primitive Taoist court?" His voice was like thunder, reverberating through the hall. Kong Lin was stunned. He said angrily, "Old thing, you," boom, suddenly, the support ship shook violently. Following that, many cultivators on the ship were alarmed. The expressions of Liang Chuan and the others changed slightly. Traveling on the ancient starry sky path, they were most worried about encountering natural or man-made disasters. Let's go and take a look. A group of people rushed out of the hall. In next to no time, they saw a multicolored treasured vessel that was shaped like a peacock obstructing their path. On the multicolored treasured vessel hung a flag that had the character Kong drawn on it, and it was fluttering in the wind. The multicolored treasure ship of the Imperial Kong family. Someone exclaimed. Liang Chuan and the others' hearts sank as if they had been struck by lightning. What they didn't want to see the most was about to happen, the multicolored treasure ship? Haha, it seems that the Imperial Kong family has come with ill intentions. On the wall of the courtyard, the youth in linen watched this scene with a smile. The Imperial Kong family, in front of another courtyard, Sword Emperor Fufeng, dressed in a cloth robe, frowned slightly and fell into thought. Senior, is it really the Imperial Kong family? Lu Qingyan's pretty face was slightly pale. Stay here and don't move. I'll go and have a look. As Lin Sun spoke, his figure disappeared into thin air. The appearance of the Imperial Kong family's multicolored treasure ship forced the support ship to stop. Then, a group of people rushed out of the multicolored treasure ship and rushed onto the support ship. In the lead was a young man dressed in a colorful robe and wearing a bright crown. His face was as beautiful as jade, and his steps were majestic and extraordinary. Following behind him was a white-robed middle-aged man and a green-robed old man. Each of them exuded a terrifying and frightening power. These were two quasi-emperor existences. In this way, the multicolored youth's identity was even more extraordinary. The originally restless and noisy support ship became silent at this moment. Everyone's face was written with surprise and fear. And when Liang Chuan and the others saw the multicolored youth, their vision darkened, and their hearts twitched uncontrollably. Kong Yu, no one thought that the dazzling figure of the Imperial Kong family's younger generation, a famous successor of the primitive Dao court, would not appear in the Hongmeng Great World, but here, for a moment, Liang Chuan and the others were stunned, completely caught off guard. Young master! Amidst the silence, a mournful cry rang out. Kong Lin looked like he was about to go crazy. He rushed over, tears almost flowing out of his eyes. What's going on? Kong Yu suddenly frowned. The reason why he waited here was that he wanted to capture Lu Qingyan and vent his anger. When Lu Qingyan refused him, he was quite ashamed and angry, and had long borne a grudge. Otherwise, with his identity, he would not have waited here in advance. Young master, these guys from the Heavenly Sound Pavilion have gone too far. Not only did they watch the primitive Tao Court experts around you being killed, but they also shielded and connived at the murderer. If you hadn't appeared in time, they wouldn't have let me go. Kong Lin's expression was warped as he gnashed his teeth, and his words were filled with surging resentment. The boat was silent and everyone wore different expressions. The passengers on the boat knew that Yu Xian was the one who had killed those primitive Tao Court experts. But now, Yu Xian was treated as an honored guest by the Heavenly Music Pavilion. Kong Lin was right to say that the Heavenly Music Pavilion had protected and connived with Yu Xian. Now that the Imperial Kong family had arrived, and the nearby starry sky belonged to the Clear King Starfield, they were in the territory of the Imperial Kong family. Yu Xian was going to be in trouble. Haha, very good. Kong Yu smiled, but it was an exceptionally cold smile. Everyone could see that he was enraged. Liang Chuan took a deep breath and said, "Young Master Kong Yu, there is more to this matter than you think. Why don't you come to the main hall of the Heavenly Music Pavilion and allow me to explain?" "Forget it," Kong Yu said coldly. Kong Yu's voice was cold. No wonder the boat didn't stop at the Brahma Earthworld. "If I hadn't caught up with you, I'm afraid you would have deceived us." Liang Chuan and the others trembled, feeling bitter and helpless. Haha, the tiny Heavenly Music Pavilion is helping others to bully our Kong family. Are you all tired of living? Behind Kong Yu, the white-robed middle-aged man smiled coldly. "Young master, just say the word and I will help you kill these bastards," the green-robed elder said expressionlessly. The green-robed old man spoke with an emotionless expression. Just a single sentence of his was covered in killing intent, and it caused all the spectating cultivators on the boat to feel suffocated while their expressions changed abruptly. "Young Master Kong Yu, we swear to the heavens that we have no intention of bullying the Kong family," Liang Chuan hurriedly explained. He was a dignified quasi-emperor, but now he was bowing his head and showing weakness, looking helpless and anxious. Many people sighed inwardly. So what if he was the highest elder of the Heavenly Music Pavilion? In front of the Imperial Kong family, he was too weak. Kong Yu said coldly, "Where is that bitch Lu Qingyan?" Kong Lin hurriedly said, "She is on the boat, under Yu Xian's protection. If not, I would have captured that bitch long ago." Slap, Kong Yu slapped Kong Lin's face, his eyes cold. "How dare you call her a bitch?" Kong Lin was dumbfounded. He covered his swollen face and kept quiet. Kong Yu cast his gaze at Liang Chuan and the others. His voice was cold and callous. "Go kill Yu Xian and bring the bitch Lu Qingyan here. I can give your Heavenly Music Pavilion a chance to explain. Remember, it's a chance to explain. Whether you can save your lives depends on your next performance." His words revealed an inviolable feeling, and it caused the expressions of Liang Chuan and the others to go pale. Kill Yu Xian? How would they dare? Liang Chuan couldn't help but recall that day, the scene of the man that seemed like a farmer used the might of 3 punches to suppress Monk Du Kong. He also thought back to the scene where Sword Emperor Fufeng, an old antique of the Jingtian clan, could only lower his head. But these, Liang Chuan did not dare to utter a single word. The seed of the locking heart herb of the netherworld had already been planted in his heart. If he dared to utter a single word, his heart would immediately crumble and he would die. Senior Uncle Liang Chuan, the important figures of the Heavenly Music Pavilion all looked at Liang Chuan with fear and pleading. Liang Chuan's expression kept changing. Since he'd started cultivating until now, this was the first time he'd felt such torment, struggle, and helplessness. An ant that survived in the crevice was nothing more than this. His expression was bleak, and his lips trembled a few times before he finally let out a long sigh. "Child Kong Yu, please forgive me for not being able to comply." These 8 words seemed to have exhausted all of his strength, and they were filled with endless desolation. The crowd watching from afar was filled with sorrow when they saw this. Even someone as powerful as Liang Chuan, a quasi-emperor, was forced to such a state. Who wouldn't be moved? Lin Sun, who had witnessed this scene from afar, finally made a decision. Liang Chuan could have pushed everything onto him, but he didn't do so. Even when he was threatened by the Imperial Kong clan, he still chose to refuse in the end. This alone was enough to gain Lin Sun's approval. He quietly walked forward. At this moment, Kong Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. "Old thing, how dare you not know what's good for you?" Kong Yu's face darkened, and he laughed angrily. "For the sake of Yu Xian, the Heavenly Music Pavilion is willing to sacrifice its life." Good, very good. In the end, he could no longer suppress the anger and killing intent in his heart. "Today, no one from the Heavenly Music Pavilion will leave alive. Young master, leave it to us." The white-robed middle-aged man smiled and walked forward with the green-robed elder. The atmosphere was tense. Everyone found it difficult to breathe. Liang Chuan and the other important figures of the Heavenly Music Pavilion all looked gloomy. In the end, they were still inevitably implicated. But what could they do? They couldn't afford to offend the primitive Dao court, they couldn't afford to offend the imperial Jin Tian clan, they couldn't afford to offend Yu Xian. From the beginning to the end, they could only bear with it and lower their heads. But in the end, they still couldn't escape this calamity. Boom, the white-robed middle-aged man and the green-robed elder suddenly moved, teleporting through the air and directly pouncing toward Liang Chuan. Their quasi-emperor cultivation was on full display at this moment. To capture the bandits, one had to capture the leader first. Once Liang Chuan was dead, the rest would be useless. Liang Chuan naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. And Lin Sun, who had blended into the crowd, was also ready to attack. But at this moment, a thin figure suddenly appeared and waved his sleeve. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by two dull thuds, the white-robed middle-aged man and the green-robed elder were suppressed by a formless and terrifying force and smashed to the ground. Who? The white-robed middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Imperial Realm. The green-robed elder let out a low roar, his voice filled with shock and anger. The people who were watching the battle from afar also shuddered and their minds went blank. Two quasi-emperors of the imperial clan of the Kong clan had been so easily suppressed, everything happened too quickly and caught everyone off guard. But when they saw the appearance of the person who had helped them, they immediately reacted. Liang Chuan and the others were originally prepared to fight to the death, but at this moment, they were also stunned for a moment before they all revealed looks of ecstasy. Because they clearly saw the person who had helped them, the anxiety and fear in their hearts were swept away at this moment. Lin Sun, who had originally planned to help, was also stunned and felt very surprised. Because the person who had helped them was dressed in a cloth robe and had a thin face. It was the Fufeng Sword Emperor. One should know that this matter had nothing to do with him at all. He could completely play the role of a passerby and watch coldly from the sidelines. Moreover, this was the territory of the imperial clan of the Kong clan after all. Anyone who wanted to go against them would probably have to weigh the consequences and weigh the pros and cons. But the Fufeng Sword Emperor still made a move unexpectedly. This was something that no one had expected. What a disappointment. He actually beat me to it. Looks like this favor is really not easy to give. No one noticed that the linen-clothed young man from the Xian clan muttered to himself at this moment. No one noticed that before the Fufeng Sword Emperor made a move, an old woman stood silently outside the courtyard of the guest mountain. When she saw the Fufeng Sword Emperor appear, the corners of the old woman's mouth twitched imperceptibly. She seemed to be slightly annoyed that he had beaten her to it. At this moment, Kong Yu was stunned as well. An Imperial Realm expert, even if he racked his brains, he would never have imagined that there would actually be such a supreme existence on this boat. As for the experts of the imperial clan of the Kong clan that had followed him here, they were all dumbfounded. An Imperial Realm expert was simply like a god in the heavens. Even if they were from a primeval clan like the Kong clan, they didn't have the slightest confidence in their hearts. We're descendants of the imperial clan of the Kong clan. We didn't know that Senior was here earlier. If we've offended you in any way, I hope that Senior can show mercy. On the ground, the white-robed middle-aged man was drenched in sweat as he spoke with a trembling voice. Earlier, he was arrogant, conceited, and looked down on everyone. Yet at this moment, he was suppressed on the ground with the green-robed old man and shivered. This was the might of the imperial realm. Even if Fufeng Sword Emperor had once lowered his head before the farmer, he was a true imperial realm expert after all, an extraordinary existence that was capable of causing others to tremble and look up to him. I've said it before. On this boat, anyone that goes against little friend Yu Xian is going against my Jin Tian clan. Fufeng Sword Emperor spoke indifferently, and his words were like a thunderclap that shook Kong Yu and the others to the point they were dazed. The imperial clan of the Jingtian clan, this was a colossus that wasn't inferior to their Kong clan in the slightest. Moreover, they hadn't expected that the Jingtian clan would actually openly support Yu Xian. At this moment, Kong Yu even had the intention to kill Kong Lin. This bastard actually didn't leak any information about such an important piece of information, but in the end, he restrained himself and took a deep breath before he said, Junior Kong Yu didn't know that Yu Xian was someone Senior is protecting. I hope Senior can forgive me. As he spoke, he bowed and lowered his head. All the cultivators that witnessed this scene were shocked. This is the Imperial Realm. The Grand Dao is a realm that even someone as noble as Kong Yu has to lower his head. Sword Emperor Fufeng's voice was cold and indifferent. A junior actually dares to act in such an arrogant and domineering manner. Believe it or not, even if I kill you right now, the seniors of your clan wouldn't shed all pretenses with me because of this, right? Kong Yu's body shivered, and the clothes on his back were drenched in cold sweat. How could he dare not believe it? In the younger generation of the Imperial clan, there were many descendants like him. Even if he, Kong Yu, died, would the great figures of the Imperial clan shed all pretenses with an Imperial realm expert of the Jingtian clan? It's impossible. Kong Yu took a deep breath and said, Senior, the reason Junior acted in this way is because Yu Xian killed some disciples of the primitive Dao court. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted coldly by Sword Emperor Fufeng. Young man, are you trying to scare me with the primitive Dao court? Bang! His voice hadn't finished resounding through the air when Kong Yu's body was suddenly pressed down by a terrifying force, and he knelt on the ground in an extremely sorry and humiliated state. Junior doesn't dare, Senior, please spare me. Kong Yu kowtowed while his soul almost left his body, and he was utterly terrified as he realized that he'd made a huge mistake. In the eyes of a figure like Sword Emperor Fufeng, how could he possibly care about the threat of a junior like him? At this moment, all the spectators in the distance couldn't help but gasp. No one had imagined that Sword Emperor Fufeng would actually protect Yu Xian like this, and it was even to the extent that he didn't care about Kong Yu and the other experts of the Imperial clan. Senior, please spare my life. On the ground, Kong Yu was still kowtowing, banging his head on the ground. His heart was already drowned in fear. An Emperor Realm cultivator might not be able to make him too afraid, but if it was an Emperor Realm cultivator from the Jingtian clan, then it was completely different. Senior, please spare my life. The other experts of the Kong clan who came. With Kong Yu all knelt on the ground in fear, begging for mercy in a trembling voice. There was dead silence on the huge support boat. Liang Chuan and the others felt very complicated. Their heavenly music pavilion also had an Emperor Realm cultivator, but it was obvious that they couldn't be compared with Sword Emperor Fufeng. If it wasn't for that, how could a mere Kong Yu possibly force them to such an extent? Young friend, you only need to say the word, whether these people live or die. At this moment, Sword Emperor Fufeng looked at Lin Sun in the crowd, and his voice became much gentler. Only then did people notice that Yu Xian, who had caused endless waves on the support boat during this period of time, was actually at the scene. For a moment, everyone looked over. After a short silence, Lin Sun said, It's all up to you, Senior. Sword Emperor Fufeng nodded. You guys attacked without permission, so you can't be forgiven. He looked at the white-robed middle-aged man and the green-robed old man who were suppressed on the ground, and these two quasi-emperors were scared out of their wits. They couldn't care about anything else and begged for mercy. But at this moment, Sword Emperor Fufeng was already too lazy to talk nonsense, and he waved his sleeve. Rumble, a terrifying Emperor Realm power spread out. The white-robed middle-aged man and the green-robed old man didn't have time to resist, and their bodies turned into ashes, their souls destroyed. A series of gasps sounded. For most of the cultivators present, a quasi-emperor was already in existence that they could only look up to, but in front of an Emperor Realm, a quasi-emperor was completely reduced to a role that could be turned into ashes with a flick of a finger. This was the gap between them, and there was always a higher mountain. Get lost. Sword Emperor Fufeng glanced at Kong Yu and the others, and spat out a word. Kong Yu, who knelt on the ground, had his teeth chattering, and was already scared out of his wits. When he heard this, he immediately revealed a look of wild joy and gratitude. Thank you, Senior, thank you, Senior. He kowtowed repeatedly before hurriedly crawling up from the ground, and then he charged dejectedly onto the five-colored treasured vessel with the other experts of the imperial clan, and he was in a state of panic like a stray dog. All the cultivators that witnessed this scene were shocked speechless. Liang Chuan and the others who were lucky enough to escape from death had dazed expressions on their faces as if they were dreaming. This sudden storm came to an end. Not long after, the boat continued its journey through the starry sky. On the five-colored treasure ship. It wasn't until he had fled far away that Kong Yu gradually recovered from his panic and despair, and his expression became extremely unsightly. Kong Lin, I need an explanation. Kong Yu's voice seemed as if it was squeezed out from the cracks between his teeth, and it revealed boundless hatred. At this moment, Kong Lin was kneeling weakly on the ground. When he heard this, he wailed, "Young master. I really didn't expect that Sword Emperor Fufeng would actually get involved in such a matter. Logically speaking, even a martial emperor would have some reservations when facing our imperial clans, the Kong clan, and the Antiquity Dao court. They would be worried that they would bring trouble upon themselves." Logically speaking? Kong Yu was angered to the point his eyes had turned red, and every single strand of his hair stood on end. Don't you fucking know that there isn't a single martial emperor on this ancient path that's reasonable? Bang, he kicked fiercely, causing Kong Lin's entire body to be blasted flying before smashing fiercely onto the wall of the hall, and he let out a muffled groan of pain. At this moment, Kong Yu's belly full of rage and hatred seemed as if it had been completely lit ablaze, and he charged over madly and bashed Kong Lin violently. Do you know that you almost caused my death this time? I've never fucking seen an idiot like you. In the end, accompanied by a muffled bang, Kong Lin was beaten to death, and his body exploded apart into a mangled mess. Kong Yu's expression was livid and savage, and he still seemed as if he hadn't vented his anger as he spat fiercely and cursed. Trash. All of you are fucking trash. This setback was too great of a blow to him. Young master, do you want to return to the clan to seek help? An old servant appeared soundlessly. No. Kong Yu refused without the slightest hesitation, and his expression was gloomy. Believe it or not, after I've suffered such a great humiliation, I'll only be laughed at by others when I return to the clan? The old servant was silent. Kong Yu took a deep breath and said in a cold voice, Sword Emperor Fufeng is right. Even if I die this time, it's impossible for the clan to shed all pretenses with Sword Emperor Fufeng because of me. He felt depressed, resentful, and helpless in his heart. At the end of the day, Sword Emperor Windraiser was too powerful. Let's go to Hongmeng World. Kong Yu made a decision and gnashed his teeth. I can't do anything to Sword Emperor Fufeng, and I don't dare to provoke you, Xian. But this guy killed the people of Primitive Dao Court after all. I don't believe that Primitive Dao Court will remain indifferent. The old servant nodded silently. At the same time, on the rocking boat. Thanks to Senior's help this time. In front of the courtyard, there was a waterfall, a flowing spring, and green pines and cypresses. Lin Sun and Sword Emperor Fufeng sat opposite each other before a stone table, and they were drinking tea and chatting. Sword Emperor Fufeng smiled and said, It's nothing. Believe it or not, after Kong Yu returns, he won't even dare to mention this matter to his clansmen. Lin Sun raised his brows and said in surprise, Why is that? Sword Emperor Fufeng smiled and explained, Ancient imperial clans like Kong Clan don't lack young people like Kong Yu. If Kong Clan knows that Kong Yu has angered me, they'll punish him instead. It's not that they don't dare to offend me, but they're unwilling to offend me because of a small character. Small character, Lin Sun sighed with emotion in his heart. Kong Yu was a peak Saint King, but in Sword Emperor Fufeng's mouth, he became a small character that wasn't worth mentioning. I won't kill this kid because he's not only a descendant of Kong Clan, but also a true disciple of Primitive Dao Court. Sword Emperor Fufeng said, Among the 6 great courts, only Primitive Dao Court is the most protective. If Kong Yu dies, Primitive Dao Court won't dare to do anything to me, but they'll hate you because of this. Lin Sun shook his head, I've already killed so many people from Primitive Dao Court. The hatred has long been sown, and I don't care about this. Sword Emperor Fufeng was speechless, and he said, Looks like I made an unnecessary move. The two of them chatted for a while, and before Sword Emperor Fufeng left, he suddenly said, Little friend, can you give me face and let Xianxia follow by your side to cultivate for a period of time? Lin Sun thought in his heart. As expected, the real reason Sword Emperor Fufeng made a move this time was probably because of this. Moreover, he had to acknowledge this favor. For a moment, he was slightly helpless, and he said, "Senior, may I be so bold to ask why you're doing this?" Sword Emperor Fufeng thought for a while and answered seriously, "It's very simple. In order to find opportunities for Xianxia, she doesn't lack cultivation methods or cultivation resources. What she lacks is tempering herself in the vicissitudes of the world, and seeking the real transformation of her state of mind and cultivation path." Lin Sun pondered for a while and said, "But it'll only be more dangerous if she follows me. If something happens to her," Sword Emperor Fufeng smiled, "then she'll be unlucky. Jingtian clan won't blame you for this." Speaking of this, he mocked himself in his heart. "How could they blame such a young man?" Lin Sun said, "I can promise you, but the premise is that no matter what you do in the future, you must listen to my arrangements." Sword Emperor Fufeng didn't hesitate and agreed readily. "Xianxia, I can tell you the truth. I'm doing this because I'm gambling. I'm gambling that with your aptitude and talent, you're destined to rise strongly if you follow Yu Xian in the future. It's also very possible for you to seek the opportunity to become an emperor." When Sword Emperor Fufeng returned, he immediately talked to Jingtian Xianyu with a serious look. Jingtian Xianyu was stunned. Her star-like eyes were filled with confusion. "Old ancestor, why do you think so highly of this person?" Sword Emperor Fufeng's eyes were filled with divine light. "You'll understand in the future. If you believe in me, then follow this person." Jingtian Xianyu kept silent for a long time and finally agreed. Sword Emperor Fufeng felt pity for her. "Girl, if you feel wronged, I won't force you." "I won't force you." Jingtian Xianyu took a deep breath and raised her beautiful face. Her star-like eyes were filled with determination. "Old ancestor, I know you're doing this for my own good." Sword Emperor Fufeng felt gratified. Jingtian clan, an imperial clan, had survived until now. It was known as the far ancient imperial clan. But only Sword Emperor Fufeng knew that the current situation of the clan was getting worse with each generation. Fortunately, Sword Emperor Fufeng saw a possibility in Jingtian Xianyu. A possibility that he could reproduce the might of the primordial White Emperor. "If I want to reach the peak of martial emperor realm, I naturally have to take a different path. I'm not far from the change in the next 100,000 years." Sword Emperor Fufeng's eyes were deep. According to the prediction made by the Black-Yellow Dao Court, in less than 1,000 years, the ancient path of the starry sky was destined to undergo a huge change. Change meant breaking the old and establishing the new. Whoever could grasp the opportunity might be able to reign supreme in the next 100,000 years, the end of the primordial era, the rise of the ancient era. The end of the primordial era, the prosperity of the current era. If the present era were to end, who would dominate the next 100,000 years of the great era? "Granny, what does this Sword Emperor Fufeng want to do?" In another courtyard, the youth in linen clothes was puzzled. He should have noticed something from Yu Xian's identity. The old woman said casually. "Sai, I originally intended to push the boat with the current and do that brother a favor. Who knew that Sword Emperor Fufeng would be one step ahead of me?" The youth in linen clothes sighed lightly. The old woman said, "Young master, you don't have to be like this. This Yu Xian's identity is bound to not be simple. It's hard to say if making friends with him will be a blessing or a curse. In my opinion, Sword Emperor Fufeng is gambling. He wants to obtain a fortune from Yu Xian for that young lady called Jingtian Xianyu." "Gambling?" The youth in linen clothes pondered carefully for a moment, and then he said with a cheeky smile, "Granny, why don't we gamble as well? For example, asking me to be that brother's Dao attendant?" My path of subduing heart might have been resolved right beside him. The old woman instantly stood up and became nervous. "P.S. 10 years of hard work without anyone asking about it. Overnight fame is known throughout the world." "No." The old woman refused flatly. What a joke. How could the direct descendant of Xian family be a servant of others? If it was spread out, she would be laughed at by all the gods and Buddhas. The young man in linen sighed with bitterness in his eyes. He couldn't do this, and he couldn't do that. It seemed that he could only walk the road of surrender by himself. Thinking of this, he suddenly envied Lin Sun. Lin Sun had such a fierce senior fellow apprentice, but he still pursued the road of cultivation by himself. No one could control him. Looking at himself, the young man in linen sighed again in his heart. He also knew that all this was just because his surname was Xian. Xian was mysterious and mysterious. The news that Jin Tian Xianxia successfully became a servant of Yu Xian under the instruction of Wind Sword Emperor was not concealed, which caused a great sensation. Everyone sighed with emotion. When Jin Tian Xianxia decided to be a servant of Yu Xian for the first time, it was already shocking. And Yu Xian's refusal was even more shocking. Who would have thought that after many twists and turns, Jin Tian Xianxia still became a servant of Yu Xian? Yu Xian is really arrogant. If Wind Sword Emperor hadn't come forward to help him drive away the overlords of the Kong family, I'm afraid he wouldn't have agreed to this. Some people sighed. Damn it, Fairy Xianxia is so noble. Why does she have to condescend like this? Many people felt unbalanced in their hearts. While the outside world was talking about it, Lin Sun was studying the scripture of herbs in the heavens. This scripture, compiled by 11th Senior Fellow Apprentice Pu Zhen, was extensive and profound. The more Lin Sun studied it, the more he felt that he benefited. Although the contents were all related to the spiritual objects in the heavens, everything was born and nurtured by the Tao. When one studied this scripture, one would be able to understand the mysteries of the great Tao imprinted in everything in the heavens and the earth. When one studied this scripture, a single leaf reveals the fall of autumn, and a small clue reveals the general situation. The great Tao is simple, and it is hidden among the myriad phenomena, all things, and all things in the world. Senior Brother Pu Zhen's Tao is indeed a magnificent path of the great Tao. Lin Sun was sighing with emotion. A cold and pleasant voice sounded, "Master, please have some tea." Jin Tian Xianxia stood in front of him with a teacup in her hand. She wore a plain white dress and her black hair was coiled into a bun, revealing her exquisite face. Her figure was extremely tall, her waist was slender, her breasts were tall, and her skin was smooth and white like mutton fat. Especially her eyes, they were brighter and clearer than the stars in the sky, making her seem like a goddess from the 9 heavens. This was also the reason why Jin Tian Xianxia was called a fairy. On the entire ancient path of the starry sky, she was praised as a peerless beauty who had a graceful figure, celestial skin, jade bones, and a peerless beauty. But now, she was like a maid, serving tea and calling Lin Sun her master. If this scene was seen by those who admired and respected Jin Tian Xianxia, they would most likely be heartbroken. Lin rubbed his eyebrows and said, "Miss Xianxia, we are not master and servant. You don't have to do this in the future." Jin Tian Xianxia pursed her pink lips and lowered her head, saying, "Since I am a Taoist attendant, I should abide by the identity of a Taoist attendant." Lin Sun felt a headache. If those who admired Jin Tian Xianxia saw this scene when they arrived at the Hongming macro world, they would definitely kill him. What is a Taoist attendant? Following me is like serving the great Tao. Wind Sword Emperor has said that since you have chosen to stay with me, you should listen to my arrangement. From now on, you should not call me master anymore. Lin Sun said seriously. Jin Tian Xianxia was relieved. She was so cautious before because she was not sure about Lin Sun's attitude. Now that Lin Sun had said it, she would not refuse. "Please have some tea, child." Jin Tian Xianxia's cold voice was much softer. Her slender fingers held a clear celadone teacup and handed it to Lin Sun. Although Lin Sun was not used to it, he still took it and tasted it. His eyes lit up. "Good tea." Jin Tian Xianxia smiled proudly and said, "This is the best spiritual tea of our Jin Tian clan, 9-star green bud. It is brewed with Feihong snow water from the Jin Tian macro world. It can show 9 unique fragrances, moist, clear, sweet and mellow. This kind of spiritual tea can only be picked up about 1 kilogram every 1,000 years. It is impossible to buy it in the outside world." This was the heritage of the immemorial emperor clan. Just drinking tea was so exquisite, which was beyond the imagination of ordinary cultivators. Lin Sun smiled and did not say anything. He remembered that this kind of spiritual tea was also recorded in the scripture of herbs. It was indeed a first-class treasure in the world. But at the same time, according to the records of 11th Senior Brother Pu Zhen, there were even rarer spiritual teas in the world. One of them was called the Great Tao Tea Tree. This tree was born in the chaos. Every 3,000 years, it would condense a magical tea leaf branded with a complete Great Tao. If a cultivator could consume it, they could immediately comprehend and control a complete great Tao. It could be said to be a stroke of luck. Miss Xianxia, have you been to the Hongming macro world? Lin Sun asked casually as he sipped the tea. Jing Tian Xianxia nodded and said, a few years ago, I was a guest of the Jiang clan in the Hongming macro world. The Jiang clan, Lin Sun was stunned, and a name naturally appeared in his mind, Jiang Xianxia. Senior brother Shan Kong Ghost King had given him a hairpin and asked him to bring it to the Jiang clan and give it to Jiang Xianxia. Can you tell me about the Jiang clan? Lin Sun's eyes were slightly strange. Although Jing Tian Xianxia was a little strange, she still told him everything she knew. The Jiang clan was the immemorial emperor clan where the immemorial Flame Emperor was from. White Emperor and Flame Emperor were two of the 5 great emperors of the immemorial era. Naturally, their relationship was not ordinary. The descendants of the immemorial Flame Emperor were surnamed Jiang. They called themselves the descendants of the Flame Emperor and occupied the Jiang River in the Hongming macro world. The Jiang River was regarded as one of the 8 great water systems in the Hongming macro world. It was a first-class blessed land. My Jingtian clan and the Jiang clan are old friends, and the disciples of the 2 clans often interact with each other. However, in terms of strength, the Jiang clan is not as strong as it used to be. I heard that in the Dao battle of the ancient era, the Jiang clan suffered a great calamity and lost several emperor realm figures. When Jing Tian Xianxia said this, Lin Sun was surprised. The Jiang clan actually participated in the Dao battle of the ancient era? Miss Xianxia, do you know Jiang Xingqiue? Lin Sun couldn't help but ask. Jing Tian Xianxia frowned and said hesitantly, I heard that this Jiang Xingqiue is a sinner of the Jiang clan. I don't know what mistake he made, but he was imprisoned a long time ago. Now, I don't know if he's dead or alive. Lin Sun was shocked. Sinner? How could the Jiang Xingqiue that senior brother Shan Kong knew become a sinner of the Jiang clan? Lin Sun instantly realized that if he went to the Jiang clan to find Jiang Xingqiue, it wouldn't be easy. Jing Tian Xianxia said, if young master wants to know more about this Jiang Xingqiue, I can ask the ancestor. Lin Sun thought for a while and shook his head. Senior brother Shan Kong was the successor of Fengsuan Mountain like him. Jiang Xingqiue's sinner might be related to senior brother Shan Kong. If this kind of private matter attracted the attention of an emperor realm expert, who knew what they would think? Miss Xianxia, do you know Jiang Heng? Lin Sun asked. Jing Tian Xianxia was stunned and said, I know her. She's a descendant of the Jiang clan. It's said that she's very talented. Many years ago, she joined the Xuanji Dao sect to cultivate. Lin Sun thought to himself that it was indeed so. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun finally made a decision. When he arrived at the Hongming Great World, he would first go to the Xuanji Dao sect. The Xuanji Dao sect, where Ji Qian and Jiang Heng were. According to 13th senior brother Li Xianwei, the founder of the Xuanji Dao sect, Bo Yazi, was a registered disciple that he casually accepted back then. This was the reason why Lin Sun wanted to go to the Xuanji Dao sect. In the distance, looking at Lin Sun talking to Jing Tian Xianxia, Lu Qingyan's watery eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. They were about to arrive at the Hongming Great World. Was he really that person? More than a month later, the Fuyao ship entered the central star field. This was already the center of the Starry Sky ancient path, the core of the Starry Sky world, and the holy land that countless cultivators yearned for the most. The reason was that the Hongming Great World was located in the central star field. After arriving at the central star field, the cultivators on the Fuyao ship became excited. For most of them, it was their first time crossing the vast starry sky to come to this legendary central star field. The central star field was extremely vast, and there were many big worlds spread out in it. But the most famous one was undoubtedly the Hongming Great World. This was a beautiful, prosperous, ancient, and vast world. There were 6 Dao courts that stood side by side, dominating the world. There were 10 major war clans that ruled the world. Countless clans and sects existed in this world. Any one of them might have an ancient heritage that was enough to make people stunned. Here, there were hundreds of millions of cultivators, including those in the King realm, the Longevity realm, the Sage, the Great Sage, and the Sage King. They could be seen everywhere. Even those in the Quasi-Emperor realm were not uncommon. It was no exaggeration to say that even those in the Emperor realm would restrain some of their arrogance and power when they arrived at the Hongming Great World. After all, the Hongming Great World was not short of emperor realm figures. Since ancient times, there had been countless powerful figures who came out of the Hongming Great World and became famous in the starry sky, half a month after the Fuyao ship arrived at the central star field. In the distance, the outline of a big world could be seen. It was like a gigantic primordial chaos. It was boundlessly large, as if it had no boundaries. Rivers of stars stretched across the void and surrounded it like gorgeous waterfalls. They were dazzling and magnificent. The billowing chaos filled the air, covering it with a layer of yearning mysterious veil. Compared to it, the stars seemed so small and insignificant. Looking at it from afar, it gave people the feeling that the vast starry sky was completely covered by such a big world. It was shocking. This was the Hongming Great World, Great Mist World. On the boat, everyone stopped what they were doing, their eyes absent-minded, inwardly shaken. Big, unimaginably big, before it, the stars were as insignificant as specks of dust. Before it, the starry river was like a white jade belt hanging from its waist. Surging primal chaos aura pervaded the air, enveloping the great mist world in mysterious light. Outside the courtyard, Lin Sun was also silent, inwardly shaken. Back then, when he arrived at ancient Desolation Region's Imperial Pass, Lin Sun had been shaken, feeling an especially insignificant feeling. And now, compared to the Great Mist World, Imperial Pass Great Wall seemed too insignificant. Haha, another group of country bumpkins who haven't seen the world. A wave of laughter drifted over from the distance. Only now did Lin Sun notice that there were many realm ships shuttling back and forth in the nearby starry sky, densely packed. Every single realm ship was extremely large, as if they were floating continents. From the distance, it was a spectacular sight. That wave of laughter came precisely from a realm ship. That realm ship was like a giant sword that was several thousand zhang long, giving off a majestic and sharp feeling, as if it could pierce through the starry river. On the realm ship hung a war flag that flowed with resplendent Dao light, the words Universe Dao Court written on it. On the realm ship, a group of men and women gazed into the distance, the men handsome and women beautiful, all of them like exiled immortals. This is Universe Dao Court's Universe Essence Sword Ship. Someone sucked in a cold breath of air. Universe Dao Court, that was one of the 6 great orthodoxies that shook the starry sky. In the vast starry sky, who didn't know about it? In the eyes of these heavenly geniuses, us outsiders are indeed no different from country bumpkins. Someone said in self-mockery, his voice filled with envy, yearning, as well as a sense of inferiority. Even the quasi-emperor level figures sighed inwardly. Even though they knew they were being mocked, they couldn't feel any anger. It was because the other party was Universe Dao Court, a colossus that was powerful enough to make others revere and feel restraining fear. After witnessing this scene and seeing the reactions of the people on the ship, Lin Sun deeply realized how terrifying the influence of one of the 6 great Dao Courts, Universe Dao Court, was. They didn't even dare to get angry after being mocked. Bro, that's the successor of the Heaven and Earth Dao Court. You don't seem to be afraid. On the wall of the courtyard in the distance, the lad in linen said with a smile. He noticed that Lin Sun's expression was calm, which was different from others. Lin Sun glanced at this guy and said nothing. Back then in the Kunlun ruins, Yan Chenjun, the black-robed sword Saint Gu Zongxin, and the others from the Universe Dao Court had all died in his hands. The young man suddenly said, "Brother, we're about to arrive at the prehistoric world. That place is unimaginably huge. Do you have a place you want to go?" Lin Sun nodded. "Why don't we move together?" The eyes of the youth in linen clothes lit up. "I'm here purely to travel the world. We can travel together. Since you've accepted the golden sky mystic moon, you can consider accepting a little brother like me." His voice was filled with anticipation. But before Lin Sun could say anything, the lad in linen was picked up by the old woman with one hand and brought into the courtyard. No matter how loudly he shouted, it was useless. Lin Sun smiled. If the young man followed by his side, it would simply be like following a devil incarnate that would cause trouble at any moment, and it would be best to keep a respectful distance from him. When the Dao sparring competition organized by the 6 major Dao courts begins, you must come, brother. I'm looking forward to meeting you again. The shouts of the young man sounded out from afar. The Dao discussion, Lin Sun had heard of it, but he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. He didn't intend to get involved at all. After all, if one counted with one's fingers, then the three great powers of the six grand Tao courts, the chaos, universe, and martial Tao, had taken him to be a thorn in their side, and they'd started issuing a bounty for him 6 years ago. If he were to appear in such a Tao discussion, then once his identity was exposed, the consequences would definitely be unimaginable. The golden sky mystic moon had been standing silently by Lin Sun's side. She was graceful and picturesque. Ancestor? Suddenly, she exclaimed with surprise. Sword Emperor Windrazor, who wore a linen robe and had a thin appearance, had suddenly appeared here. Little girl, we're about to arrive at the prehistoric world. I'm going back as well. Take good care of yourself in the future. Sword Emperor Windrazor warned. The golden sky mystic moon nodded with a trace of reluctance in her eyes. Go ahead. I'll have a chat with my little friend Yuxuan. Sword Emperor Windrazor said as he looked at Lin Sun. Seeing this, the golden sky mystic moon stepped back for the time being. My little friend, no matter what mistakes Xianxia makes in the future, you can punish her. You don't have to care about the attitude of the Jingtian clan. Sword Monarch Fufeng looked at the distant Hongmeng world and took a deep breath. In short, this lass will be your Tao servant from now on. Whether she lives or dies will have nothing to do with the Jingtian clan. Lin Sun nodded. As long as she listens to me, I won't regard her as an outsider. Sword Emperor Windrazor said with a smile, I'm relieved to hear your words. He pointed at the distant prehistoric world and said, my little friend, do you know how the emperors view this world? Lin Sun was instantly curious. Sword Emperor Windrazor's eyes were filled with emotion. In short, they don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. It's too big, so big that even emperors often feel small. Since the beginning of time, no one knows where its boundaries are. Lin Sun couldn't help but gasp. An emperor could suppress the power of a small world with just a wave of his hand, but in front of the prehistoric world, he felt small. Do you know that what people know about the prehistoric world is only the tip of the iceberg? There are still many unknown places in this world. Sword Emperor Windrazor said, some of those unknown places are too dangerous, like forbidden zones, and some are like desolate places. Once you enter, you won't be able to return. Even the 6 Tao courts and the 10 war clans have been searching for countless years, but they still can't see the whole picture of those unknown places. In the end, it's because the prehistoric world is too big. Even emperors don't dare to step into some of the unknown places. Unknown places, Lin Sun firmly remembered this title. For people, joining a Taoist sect is like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate and soaring into the sky. Sword Emperor Windrazor had a deep look in his eyes. However, to colossi like the 6 great Tao courts and the 10 great combat clans, whoever can explore and conquer more unknown lands will gain an advantage in the struggle for orthodoxy. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Why is that? That's because the unknown lands are filled with unimaginable unknowns and countless dangers. However, at the same time, there are also innumerable opportunities and fortunes. When Sword Emperor Windrazor spoke up to this point, he gave an example that everyone took delight in talking about. In ancient times, the green light divine mountain where the black-yellow Taoist court was located was originally an unknown place. It was primitive and ancient, and had never been discovered by people. The founder of the black-yellow Taoist court went through hardships and trekked here, and found a Taoist tablet that was born in the origin of chaos. He comprehended the Tao in one go, and thus created the black-yellow Taoist court, an ancient orthodoxy that shocked the heavens. This Taoist tablet, also known as the black-yellow Taoist tablet, was the most precious treasure of the black-yellow Taoist court. From then on, the green light divine mountain was regarded as a place of the Taoist court and was well known by the world. Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but gasp. A Taoist tablet created a Taoist court. And the green light divine mountain, which originally belonged to the unknown place, also became famous all over the world. Did this mean that in the unknown place, there were also other opportunities that were not inferior to the black-yellow Taoist tablet? Sure enough, the next moment, Sword Emperor Windrazor said, for countless years, except for the black-yellow Taoist court, almost all the other great forces have obtained unexpected benefits from the unknown place. Some of them unearthed rare heavenly paradises that shocked the world. Some have discovered some unknown and mysterious spiritual objects and mineral deposits, which further expanded their forces and territories. Some, according to what Sword Emperor Windraiser said, the unknown places were like numerous unknown worlds, and there were numerous unexpected fortuitous encounters and fortune within them. There were heavenly abodes that could shock the world, natural spirit treasures, mineral resources, divine treasures, and precious medicines. From primitive times to ancient times, and from ancient times to the present world, countless forces and cultivators had gone to the unknown place to explore crazily in the past countless years. But most of them had suffered heavy losses. Only a few great powers and extremely formidable cultivators were able to obtain fortune that caused others to drool from the unknown lands. The reason for that was because unknown places were filled with countless unknown dangers. Although the unknown place had been explored by many forces over the years, and some places had been reclaimed and turned into treasures for cultivators to live and cultivate. But up to now, there were still too many unknown places that had not been explored. Even the emperors didn't know how vast the unknown place was. Knowing this, there was only one thought left in Lin Sun's mind. The Hongmeng world was really too big. It was no wonder that the emperors would feel tiny and sigh with the feeling of not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. My friend, the strength of the 6 great Dao courts and the 10 great war clans is naturally beyond doubt. They represent the top forces on the ancient path of the starry sky. But when you arrive at the Hongmeng world, don't underestimate some other forces and orthodoxies. Sword Emperor Windraiser reminded, for example, the Nanhua Temple, the Blessed Land of Dayan, and some other primeval emperor clans have extremely formidable resources. Lin Sun nodded. On this day, after chatting with Lin Sun for a long time, Sword Emperor Windraiser left swiftly. The Hongmeng world seemed to be right in front of them, but the boat traveled through the void for half a month before finally arriving. Looking at it from a close distance, one could only see an expanse of chaos and countless stars that flowed with the aura of chaos. Hongmeng was the state when the chaos was first formed, and its vastness was unknown. After the boat sailed into the primordial world that was suffused with chaotic qi, it traveled for another 2 days before finally descending slowly. Linen City. There was a fairy city in the Hongmeng world. It was prosperous and densely populated. Every day, many border ships from all over the world landed outside the city, and countless border ships set sail from the city and sailed into the starry sky. There were countless fairy cities like this in the Hongmeng world. They were extremely common. With a roar, the boat landed on the ground. At this moment, Lin Sun immediately felt a heavy power of the law of heaven and earth coming to his face, exuding a vast and primitive aura, which made him tremble all over. It was as if he had suddenly come to the blessed land from a dry desert. What he breathed in his mouth and nose were wisps of pure chaotic qi. On the other hand, his mind seemed as if it had been nourished by the aura of the Grand Tao, and he had the feeling of being refreshed and at ease. Lin Sun was moved. What a marvelous world! With his current cultivation of the Saint King realm, he instantly judged that if he cultivated here, it would be comparable to cultivating in a first-class blessed land in the ancient Desolation territory. It should be known that this was just outside a city in the Hongmeng world. It was not a blessed land at all. No wonder the practitioners on this starry ancient road regard the Hongmeng world as a holy land of cultivation. This place is really extraordinary. Lin Sun sighed with emotion. He had been to many places since he started his cultivation, but there was almost no place that could compare with the Hongmeng world. Here, the law of heaven and earth exuded a primitive aura, which was the most suitable place for Tao and cultivation. The passengers on the support boat charged down like tidewater. Most of the cultivators revealed excited, expectant, and curious expressions. It was also the first time for them to come to the Hongmeng world. After traveling across the starry sky for half a year, they finally arrived at this magical and fertile land for cultivation. One could imagine how excited they were. Senior Yu Xian, Master, and I plan to go to the Great Sound Pure Land immediately. Lu Qingyan's voice was gentle and pleasant. She came to say goodbye to Lin Sun. Lin Sun nodded and said with a smile, "Go ahead. We will definitely have a chance to meet again in the future." When he was on the boat, he had given the Xian token to Lu Qingyan. If nothing unexpected happened, Lu Qingyan would definitely be able to enter the Great Sound Pure Land to cultivate. Senior Yu Xian, can I ask you something? Lu Qingyan took a deep breath and stared at Lin Sun with her clear eyes. Lin Sun smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew what Lu Qingyan was going to ask without guessing. He lowered his head and looked at the peerless beauty in front of him who seemed to have walked out of a painting. Then, he seriously said, "Miss Qingyan, when we meet next time, no matter what you ask, I promise to tell you truthfully." Lu Qingyan was stunned, and a trace of bitterness appeared in her eyes. She sighed softly, "Okay. Then, I will see you again?" She was born beautiful, pure, and graceful like an orchid. When she spoke at this moment, there was a trace of disappointment on her face. Her delicate and pitiful appearance made Lin Sun have the impulse to tell her his identity. But in the end, he restrained himself and nodded with a smile. "See you again." Lu Qingyan nodded and walked down from the boat with her master, Zhuang Yunji. Watching her go away, Lin Sun couldn't help sighing in his heart. He didn't know when he would see her again. What Lin didn't notice was that Lu Qingyan's lips suddenly raised into a sly smile when they left the boat. "Brother Lin, from the first time you picked up the ancient rhythm ocarina, I had already guessed your identity," she murmured in her heart. 6 years ago, a huge piece of news spread out from the Kunlun ruins. A man named Lin Sun's name shook the starry sky ancient path because of this, causing a sensation in the world. Since then, Lin Sun had become a wanted target of many great forces. Countless people in the world regarded him as prey and coveted the fortune he possessed. Of course, Lu Qingyan was also clear about this. Therefore, she also understood why Lin Sun hid his identity and didn't want to recognize her. "If it was anyone else, they wouldn't have protected me like you did." Thinking of this, she couldn't help turning her head. In the distance, she could still see the tall figure standing and looking at her. She couldn't help waving her hand, and a bright smile appeared on her beautiful face. She said in her heart, "Thank you for protecting me all the way, child Lin. Let's go, too." Lin Sun said and walked out of the boat. Beside him, Jingtian Xianyue, who was dressed as white as snow and had a graceful bearing, followed suit. Watching them leave, all the big shots of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, including Liang Chuan, felt a sense of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Finally, he was able to send this lord away. Thinking of what had happened on the boat in the past 6 months, Liang Chuan and the others felt complicated. "When I go back, I will practice in seclusion. I will never step into the world again until I become an emperor." Liang Chuan took a deep breath and made a decision. Along the way, his state of mind was tortured and tormented, but at the same time, it allowed him to see through some of the original shackles and barriers in his state of mind. Perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. In the primordial world, putting aside the unknown lands, the territory that cultivators lived in was divided into 49 prefectures. It was named after the saying, "The great Tao is 50, and the heavens are 49. Every single province contained countless cities, mountains, and rivers. They were extremely vast and boundless. The smallest prefecture, Jadeite Prefecture, was comparable to the complete territory of the ancient Desolation region. As for the largest Central Earth Tao province, its territory was 1,000 times larger than the exquisite Dragon province. Moreover, as the unknown lands in the vicinity of the Middle Earth Tao province were opened up, compared to the ancient times, the territory of the Middle Earth Tao province had expanded by several times. It was worth mentioning that the Middle Earth Prefecture was the heart of the primordial world, and the forces of the 6 great Tao courts resided there. The Middle Earth Prefecture was also seen as the gathering place of the emperors, the place where the Tao ancestors lived in seclusion. This meant that the Middle Earth Prefecture was undoubtedly the place with the highest number of emperors on the ancient path in the starry sky. Linen City. The Azure Prefecture was situated amongst the 49 prefectures of the primordial world. It was one of the 10,000+ cities in the Azure Prefecture, and it couldn't be considered to be famous. However, to Lin Sun, who'd arrived at the primordial world for the first time, Linen City could already be considered to be an enormous city. Its city walls were 3 kilometers tall and rose and fell continuously, and he couldn't see the end of it with a single glance. It was lofty and grand. It was noon, and the sky was bright and beautiful. Numerous figures of cultivators flowed endlessly before the city gate. Some rode spirit beasts and cranes, some rode swords and glowed with the light of treasures, some sat upright on meditation cushions, and some rode auspicious clouds. Men, women, old, and young. There were all sorts of people here, and there were even numerous beings of other races of various shapes and sizes. It caused Lin Sun's horizons to be unable to help but widen. However, most of these cultivators were like Lin Sun, and they'd come from other places in the starry sky. So they could only be considered as outsiders. Lin Sun's first impression was that it was clamorous and bustling. All you outsiders, listen up. Those below the Saint Realm have to pay 300 Dao crystals to enter the city, and those above the Saint Realm only have to pay 10 Dao crystals. A loud shout that sounded like a thunderclap resounded from afar before the city gate. A group of cultivators in armor with powerful auras were stationed in front of the city gate, maintaining the order of entering and exiting the city. They were just some guards of the city gate, and the most powerful ones among them were in the true sage realm. Hurry up and pay the Dao crystals. These are the experts of the Xing clan, the largest force in Linen City. Their patriarch, Xing Lushui, is an elder of the Purple Cloud Sword sect, which ranks third in Green Province. He has great power and is regarded as a big shot in Green Province. Someone in the crowd whispered and explained to Lin Sun and the other outsiders. The territory of Green Province was even vaster than that of a big world. Any force that could rank in the top 3 would already be regarded as an overlord in other worlds. For example, the Heavenly Sound School was regarded as the first orthodoxy in the Ziheng Star area, but in Green Province, it was at most equal to the Purple Cloud Sword sect, which ranked third. You have to pay the Dao crystals to enter the city. What's the rule? Some people were dissatisfied, not because they couldn't afford the Dao crystals, but because they felt despised. The rules of the Xing clan are the rules of Linen City. In the past, there were people who refused to pay the Dao crystals, but they all ended up very badly. An elder explained patiently. Seeing such a scene from a distance, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel surprised. How dare they ask the practitioners for the Dao crystals just to enter and exit the city? Weren't they afraid of provoking the people they shouldn't provoke? Child, you may not know that a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. In a fairy city like Lin and City, most of the people who appear every day are outsiders who are not familiar with the primordial world. Under normal circumstances, no one would rashly offend a local snake like the Xing clan. Xianxia explained in a low voice. Lin Sun suddenly understood and said, that is to say, this situation only happens in the fairy city? Xianxia said, yes, after all, the primordial world is too big, with many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are countless strong people. If you are not careful, you may provoke the descendants of some ancient orthodoxies or big clans. Lin Sun nodded. Thinking about it, it made sense. They had just arrived here and did not understand anything. No matter who it was, they would not dare to act recklessly. Lin Sun noticed that some great sages and holy kings in the crowd also obediently paid the Dao crystals when entering the city. In other places, these great sages and holy kings were all powerful beings, but they came to the primordial world for the first time, they could only cooperate obediently. Lin Sun also saw that some young people who were obviously from extraordinary backgrounds more or less had a trace of anger in their eyes, but they finally restrained themselves under the comfort of the elders around them. In other places in the starry sky, they might be dazzling and noble figures, but in the primordial world, they were just outsiders. Just as Lin Sun and Xianxia followed the crowd and planned to enter the city, a voice caught Lin Sun's attention. Lin Sun raised his head and saw a bounty list hanging above the city wall. All of them were flowing with magical Taoist light and reflected lines of pictures. More than half of the bounty list was marked with Lin Sun's name and appearance, which were vivid. The Wilderness Taoist Court, Qiankuan Taoist Court, Ponwu Taoist Court, Blood Kylan Battle Clan, Taowu Battle Clan, Heavenly Ghost Battle Clan. Just looking at the names of these orthodoxies and clans was enough to make any cultivator crazy. The reward was enough to make any cultivator crazy. The least reward was 1 million Tao gems and various treasures. There were even more rewards than this, and even more that could not be counted. Lin Sun is really an anomaly. I'm afraid that even the descendants of the 6 major Dao courts are not as famous as him. After all these years, I don't know if he's dead or alive. If he's alive, where is he now? If I were him, I would never set foot on the starry ancient path in my life. Otherwise, I would definitely die a terrible death. The crowd was talking about it. Lin Sun, a peerless ruthless person who killed in Kunlun ruins and a person who had the fortune of becoming an emperor and an ancestor. Who in the world didn't know that? But at the same time, everyone knew that Lin Sun only had one identity now, the most wanted criminal on the Starry Ancient path. Listening to people's discussion and looking at the eye-catching list, Lin Sun couldn't help but flash a trace of coldness in the depths of his black eyes. It was just Linen City in Qingzhou, but there were so many bounty posters for him. It could be imagined that there would only be more such bounty posters in other places in the primordial world. Lin Sun, Xianxia seemed to feel emotional, but he wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. What's wrong with him? Lin Sun asked. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. He killed in Kunlun ruins. No matter how many great forces he angered, it's impossible for him to cause such a big storm. Xianxia thought for a long time and said calmly, in the end, it's because the fortune he obtained is too great. It's enough to make any orthodoxy unable to sit still. Lin Sun nodded and said no more. Sooner or later, he would make these forces who issued the bounty pay the price. In Linen City, it was a bustling scene. No matter if it was the taverns, teahouses, or medicine shops, all of them were imposing. This was a port city. There were all kinds of cultivation resources transported here from other worlds in the starry sky. Even some native cultivators of the primordial world liked to head to the fairy cities to choose and purchase some rare treasures. Lin Sun stopped at an inn and asked Golden Moon to buy some books related to the primordial world. As a newcomer, he needed to familiarize himself with the primordial world as soon as possible. That evening, Xianxia brought back a large pile of jade slips, such as the Hongmeng Landscape Illustrated Handbook, the Hongmeng Forces Distribution Notes, the Hongmeng Ancient and Modern Changes Notes, the Qingzhou Region Gazetteer. There were all kinds of ancient books. Opening these ancient books, Lin Sun found that the contents were as vast as the sea, which dazzled him and gave him a headache. In the final analysis, the primordial world was too big and all-encompassing. Almost no ancient book could describe everything in detail in the primordial world. Young master, most of the books that can be bought on the market are incomplete. I heard that in the dark yellow Dao Court Scripture Reserve Pavilion, there's a primordial world scripture. It was personally compiled by an emperor realm figure during the primeval times, and it records everything that happened in the primordial world since ancient times. With a trace of longing in her eyes, Xianxia said, I heard that by reading this sutra, you can see the changes of time and feel the vicissitudes of the world. Not only can you deeply understand the mystery of the primordial world, but it can also play an incredible role in tempering your mind. Primordial Phenomenon Sutra. The ancient books that could be called sutra were all first-class heritages in the world. I'm afraid we can't read this kind of precious sutra. Lin Sun shook his head. Of course, he was also tempted, but he knew that if he was not the descendant of the black-yellow Taoist court, he was doomed to be unable to see this magical sutra. It took Lin a night to read all kinds of ancient books he bought, and he gradually had a rough understanding of the primordial world. In the early morning, Xianxia suddenly said, Child, 3 days later, there will be a large-scale auction in Linen City. It is said that a piece of divine material from the unknown place will be auctioned, which has caused a great sensation in the city. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Divine material? Yes, this divine material is extremely mysterious. No one can recognize its origin and use. After the appraisal of the treasure appraisers, they can only vaguely infer that the value of this divine material is immeasurable. Xianxia said. Are you interested in it? Lin Sun asked. Xianxia took out a jade slip and handed it over. These are some treasures that will appear at the auction. I'm not very interested in the unknown divine material. I just want to buy the treasure called Star-Scale Dark Iron. Lin Sun took the jade slip and began to read it. The jade slip recorded some extremely attractive treasures, which were extremely scarce and rare in the market. When he inadvertently glanced at the name of one of the treasures, Lin Sun's heart moved. Space Boundary Crystal. It was a kind of precious crystal condensed at the beginning of the formation of the world. It was branded with the original power of the law of space. If it could be refined, it would be enough to further the practitioner's control of the law of space. For other practitioners, although this kind of treasure was rare and precious, it was of no use at all. But for a saint king like Lin Sun, Space Boundary Crystal was a treasure that was enough to attract them. It should be known that the Saint King realm controlled the power of the Tao field, and the control of the Tao field was inseparable from the understanding of the law of space. For example, Lin Sun had only condensed the embryonic form of the Tao field so far. On the one hand, it was because he was too demanding on himself and tried to condense an extremely perfect and unique Tao field. On the other hand, it was because his control of the profound meaning of space had not yet reached the consummate level. If he could refine a piece of space boundary crystal, it would definitely play a beneficial role in condensing the Tao field. But to Lin Sun's disappointment, the space boundary crystal that would appear at the auction was only a thumb-sized piece. Well, it doesn't hurt to take this opportunity to have a look. Lin Sun thought for a moment and made a decision. In all these years of cultivation, Lin Sun had never participated in any auction. He wanted to experience it and feel the charm of an auction. Seeing Lin Sun agree, Xianxia's eyes lit up. She was very interested in the star-scale dark steel that would appear at the auction. Child, then I'll go by the entry nameplate. Xianxia's voice was cheerful, and her beautiful face revealed a smile that could turn all living things upside down. It's just an auction, why do I need to buy an entry nameplate? Lin Sun was startled. When he was about to ask Xianxia, she had already left. Lin Sun shook his head and began to think about the next step. When the auction is over, I'll go to Cloud State. Cloud State was one of the 49 states in the primordial world. It was separated from Green State by 7 states. The journey was extremely long, and it was no different from traveling through 7 worlds. But Lin Sun had to go. Because Xuanji Taoist sect was located in Cloud State. Lin Sun was very calm. Now that his identity was Yu Xian and he had just arrived, he needed some time to adapt. Traveling through 7 states could be regarded as a journey, and he could go deeper to understand some of the features of the primordial world. At the same time, outside Linen City, Buzz accompanied by the sound of obscure Taoist markings, a group of figures walked out of a large teleportation ancient formation that spanned across states. The leader was the descendant of the imperial Kong family, Kong Yu, the successor of the primitive Taoist court. Linen City, looking at the towering city in the distance, Kong Yu's eyes were filled with hatred. Originally, he would have waited in front of the city, waiting for the boat to arrive, and the Heavenly Sound Pavilion would obediently hand Lu Qingyan over to him. But because of his impatience, he waited in front of the Brahma Earth world in the Clear King Star area, which caused a disaster, and he was almost killed by Sword Emperor Fufeng. At the thought of this, Kong Yu's heart was filled with uncontrollable anger and resentment. Go and find out the whereabouts of Lu Qingyan and this man. As he spoke, Kong Yu handed a jade slip to the person beside him. The jade slip was imprinted with the appearance of Lu Qingyan and Lin Sun, who were disguised as Yu Xian. Yes. The old man beside Kong Yu received the order and hurried away. A quarter of an hour later, the old man returned and said quickly, "Young master, I went to the Xing clan to inquire about the news. The boat from the Heavenly Sound Pavilion in the Zihang Star area has left the primordial world last night. Lu Qingyan did not enter the city, but the man named Yu Xian entered the city yesterday." Kong Yu's face suddenly darkened. "Is the news reliable?" The old man said, "Young master, Linen City is controlled by the Xing clan. When I took out Yu Xian's portrait, a Xing clan saint who guarded the city gate yesterday recognized him at a glance." Kong Yu's eyes flashed. "Just him alone? Not accompanied by an old man?" The old man shook his head. That Xing clan saint only remembered that Yu Xian entered the city with a woman, and that the woman was not Lu Qingyan. Kong Yu was stunned. Then, as if relieved of a heavy burden, he let out a long sigh and said, "It seems that I guessed right. A supreme figure like Sword Emperor Fufeng would not easily set foot in the primordial world. When an emperor traveled, he would make a great noise. Even if he concealed his aura, he would still be immediately detected by some supreme figures in the primordial world. Let's go to the Xing clan. We must investigate this matter carefully. If it's confirmed that Yu Xian is alone," Kong Yu's eyes flashed with a glint of murderous intent. "Then this time, I promise that he will never leave Linen City." He dared not to hate Sword Emperor Fufeng. Now that Lu Qingyan was not here, he could only vent his anger on Yu Xian. Immediately, they walked straight into Linen City. In the evening, Xianxia brought back 2 nameplates for the auction. "Child, this auction is unprecedentedly grand. I heard that many powerful forces and clans in Qingzhou will participate in it. Xianxia said, according to my speculation, it seems that they are all for the unknown divine material. Lin Sun nodded and asked, Miss Xianxia, how many Tao gems do you think I need to buy that space boundary crystal? Xianxia thought for a while and said, there was a space boundary crystal in White Emperor City before. It was only the size of a copper coin, but it was sold at the price of 500,000 Tao gems. The space boundary crystal that will appear in this auction is about the size of a thumb. According to my speculation, it is almost worth 1 million Tao gems. But things in the auction are often different from the market price. If someone is determined to get this treasure, the price will be higher. After hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but gasp. A thumb-sized space boundary crystal was worth 1 million Tao gems. If it was auctioned, the price would be higher. This was a sky-high price, not to mention ordinary cultivators, even sage kings would not be able to take out so many Tao gems. Although Lin Sun was not short of money at present, he deeply realized at this moment that it would be extremely difficult to rise in the primordial world without abundant Tao gems. The higher one's cultivation was, the ordinary treasures could no longer satisfy his cultivation. Like Lin Sun's current cultivation, the treasures in the eyes of ordinary cultivators were of no use to him at all. In short, what he needed were resources that could satisfy the cultivation of the Saint King realm. However, such resources were all precious and rare. Some natural treasures that could only be encountered by chance were destined to be extremely expensive and even unobtainable. Miss Xianxia, I'm going to walk in the city alone. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun made a decision. A trace of imperceptible disappointment flashed in Xianxia's star-like eyes. She nodded and said, then I will wait for you in the inn. Until she saw Lin Sun off, she sighed in her heart. Yu Xian obviously didn't trust her completely. Linen City was extremely large. No matter if it was the streets or buildings, they were obviously prepared for cultivators, and there was utterly no trace of ordinary people in the city. As a fairy city, Linen City was undoubtedly extremely bustling and prosperous. Peddlers selling goods from all over the world could be seen everywhere. There were also cultivators who came from all directions to choose and exchange for items. With his hands behind his back, Lin Sun wandered in the city for a quarter of an hour and stopped in front of an antique building. Listen to Wind Pavilion, a strange look flashed through Lin Sun's eyes. When he first arrived at the Dayou world from the Tianxu world, he had entered the Whistling Wind Tower to gather information. He had thought that the Whistling Wind Tower was just a force in the Dayou world. Who would have thought that in this primordial world's Linen City, there was also the power of the Zephyr Pavilion? Looks like this organization that specializes in collecting and selling information is far larger than I imagined. Lin Sun walked into Tingfeng Tower while thinking. I need some information. After stating his purpose, Lin was led into a secret room isolated from the outside world and received by a middle-aged man in a grey robe. If I want to know the way to the true dragon world, how many Tao gems should I pay? Lin Sun deliberately probed. The middle-aged man in a grey robe paused for a moment and smiled playfully. Taoism pure. In the past, there were many people like you who wanted to inquire about the way to the true dragon world, and someone offered a sky-high price of 8 million Tao gems. Immediately, he sighed, it's a pity that Tingfeng Tower can't provide this information. Lin Sun said, is there anything in this world that Tingfeng Tower doesn't know? Being questioned in such a way, the middle-aged man in a grey robe didn't take it seriously and said with a smile, the primordial world is so big and the starry sky ancient way is so vast that it's impossible for us to know everything in the world. Lin Sun nodded and stopped probing. He asked the question he wanted to know, where's the black market in Linen City? How can I enter it? A strange look flashed through the eyes of the middle-aged man in a grey robe. He stretched out 5 fingers and said, this information is worth 50,000 Tao gems. The black market was a place for underground trading, which couldn't be exposed to the light. Okay. Lin Sun took out 50,000 Tao gems. When he left Tingfeng Tower, Lin Sun had already inquired about the name of an underground black market, Misty House. It was an underground force with a mysterious origin and amazing background. It was said that there were underground black markets of Misty House in many cities in the primordial world. In the depths of a remote alley, there was an inconspicuous simple courtyard. After Lin Sun arrived, he looked up and walked straight to the courtyard. Clatter, the courtyard rippled like an illusionary light curtain, and Lin Sun's figure disappeared in it. In the courtyard, there was another scene. It was like a small world, with crisscrossing streets and tall buildings. The world was covered with wisps of looming mist. There were many figures of practitioners on the street, all in a hurry. Some wore bamboo hats, some wore masks, and some covered their figures with black robes. There were also some cultivators who set up stalls on the streets to sell their wares. However, it was different from the hustle and bustle of the outside world. In this dim world that was shrouded in mist, it was very quiet. There was no noise, and it seemed very strange. Even when trading, the buyer and the seller talked by voice transmission. This was the underground black market in Linen City. It was the territory controlled by the mysterious Misty House. Lin Sun glanced around and immediately judged that almost all the practitioners who entered the black market had disguised themselves to hide their identities. "I'm Xianxia. Do you need any help?" A lean man came over. He was dressed in black, with a totem of clouds and mist embroidered on his left shoulder. This meant that he was from Misty House. "I want to sell some treasures," Lin Sun said casually. "Fellow practitioner, there are two ways to trade here. One is to sell your treasures to Misty House, but the price will be lower than the market price." Xiaosan said quickly. "For example, a treasure that can be sold for 100 Tao gems in the outside world can only be sold for 70 Tao gems at most here, 70%? "Yes. What if I want to sell a large number of treasures?" Lin Sun asked. Xiaosan's eyes lit up and he said, "It depends on how many treasures you have. I will definitely give you a satisfactory reward. I'm worried that you can't afford it," Lin Sun said casually. Xiaosan was stunned for a moment and said with a smile, "Fellow practitioner, I'm not boasting. There's nothing in linen that Misty House can't afford." Lin Sun didn't take it seriously and asked, "What's the other way?" Xiaosan pointed to the stalls on both sides of the street and said, "Set up your own stalls and sell them by yourself, but Misty House needs to charge you a fee." Lin Sun immediately gave up the idea of setting up a stall. He had too many treasures with him. If he set up a stall, he didn't know when he would sell them. "Let's go. Take me to Misty House," Lin Sun said. Xiaosan was refreshed and said, "Fellow practitioner, this way please." In his eyes, this guest seemed ordinary, and it was impossible for others to see the depth of his strength. However, his words and actions had an invisible imposing manner. Guests like him often had good things with them, so they were most welcomed by Misty House. Xiaosan took Lin Sun along the street and walked into the distance. Along the way, cultivators of all kinds could be seen everywhere. There were also many stalls, but most of the items sold were not attractive to Lin Sun. But on the way, suddenly there was a dispute. In front of a stall, a woman in black said angrily, "You still don't admit it? All the treasures sold in this stall are the treasures used by my father when he was alive. Miss, I bought these treasures from someone else. I've never known your father." The stall owner was an old man in gray with a cold voice. "If you make trouble again, don't blame me for being rude." The black-clothed woman was angered to the point her entire body trembled, and her eyes seemed to be on the verge of spitting flames. "Half a month ago, my father suddenly died, and all the treasures in his possession vanished without a trace. Yet now, these treasures have appeared here. If it wasn't you, then who did it?" Many cultivators nearby were watching the scene with a playful look. This was the underground black market. Most of the treasures sold in each stall were illegal and involved a lot of people. Otherwise, they would not be sold in the black market. Obviously, the woman in black came to seek revenge. She recognized that her father's relics were sold in the black market. She suspected that the stall owner was her father's murderer. The old man in gray said in a low voice, "Girl, this is the black market. Believe it or not, no one will care if I kill you now." Boom, suddenly, he reached out and grabbed the woman's snow-white neck, lifting her in the air. Her cheeks were red, and she could not struggle at all. The cultivators nearby couldn't help shaking their heads. This woman in black was too stupid. She came to the underground black market to seek revenge, but she was so weak. Wasn't she courting death? "Doesn't Misty House care about the dispute here?" Lin Sun asked. Xianxia said, we are only responsible for providing the trading venue and maintaining the normal trading order. Things like revenge happen almost every day. We can't do anything about it. Lin Sun said, what if I want to do something about it? Xianxia was stunned for a moment and then said with a smile, Taoism pure, don't make fun of me. This kind of thing has nothing to do with you. You don't have to pay attention to it. Lin Sun said, how about helping when I see injustice? Xianxia realized that Lin Sun might be serious. He couldn't help but hesitate, Taoism pure, what if you intervene in this matter and get yourself into trouble? That depends on your own ability. Lin Sun's eyes were gloomy. A hero saving a beauty, not really. He was not a good person. He just felt that he would feel uncomfortable if he didn't pay attention to this kind of thing. Since he started his cultivation, he had never shown mercy to his enemies. He had killed countless enemies, so he was not a good person in the strict sense. The black-clothed woman felt suffocated. The man who killed her father was right in front of her, but she was not only unable to take revenge, but even had to pay for it with her own life, which made her feel desperate. She could only blame herself for being too angry and impulsive. She had never thought whether she could defeat the enemy with her own strength. But, father's death, who would be able to remain calm when they finally found their enemy after so much difficulty? Tears flowed out of her eyes. The black-clothed woman sighed in her heart and remembered what her father often told her when she was a child. In the world of practitioners, the strong prey on the weak. It's so cruel that there's no room for mercy. Father will protect you all your life when he's alive. But if he's gone one day, you have to take good care of yourself. At that time, she didn't understand her father. She disliked her father for nagging too much and never treated her as an adult. But now, what she missed most was her father, and what she regretted most was that she didn't understand her father's good intentions earlier. Remorse, annoyance, anger, and helplessness drowned her mind like a tsunami and turned it into endless despair. Fellow practitioner, this woman is very beautiful. Why don't you give her to me? Suddenly, someone let out a frivolous laugh. The gray-clothed old man said, okay, how about selling her to you for a Taoist crystal? A Taoist crystal? The man was stunned. In my eyes, this idiotic woman is only worth a Taoist crystal. The gray-clothed old man said indifferently. There was a burst of laughter nearby. Almost all the practitioners who came to the underground black market were not good people, and there was no lack of vicious people. So they didn't care about the life and death of a woman. Let her go. At this moment, Lin Sun appeared in the field and looked at the gray-clothed old man with cold eyes. Oh, the hero saves the beauty? Tut-tut, there's actually such a person in this world? Before the gray-clothed old man could respond, the other practitioners present began to jeer, and their words were full of ridicule and ridicule. Friend, do you see? They are all laughing at you. Are you sure you still want to save her? The gray-clothed old man said with disdain. You're so righteous when you do evil, but you're ridiculed when you do good deeds. The world is really becoming more and more disappointing. Lin Sun sighed. Do good deeds? The crowd burst into laughter again. The gray-robed old man said coldly, in this world, good and evil, black and white, good and bad, are never important. What's important is that whoever has the greatest power can decide life and death. Really? Lin Sun said, but he didn't move. Boom, the gray-clothed old man felt a copious and irresistible force pressing down on him, and his body felt as if it was being pressed down by a myriad of mountains, causing him to fall to the ground with a thump. At the same time, the woman in black was rescued. The roaring laughter in the surroundings stopped abruptly while many cultivators revealed solemn expressions. Only now did they realize that the young man they mocked was actually a powerful character. It's you, Lu Bai. Suddenly, the woman in black let out a cry of disbelief. The gray-robed old man who was suppressed on the ground seemed to have broken through his disguise and turned into a handsome young man. How could it be you? We're already engaged, and my father treats you so well. You. How could you do such a thing? The black-clothed woman's beautiful face turned ghastly pale while her entire body started trembling, and she seemed to not dare believe her eyes. The nearby cultivators couldn't help but gasp. This fellow actually killed my future father-in-law, how ruthless, The young man's expression was obviously flustered, and he wasn't as composed as he was earlier. The woman in black's tears were blurred because this blow was too great. Her father had actually been killed by her fiancé. This caused her to be on the verge of collapse. Lin Sun flicked his finger when he saw this. Bang! The young man's entire body twitched while he let out a howl of pain, and his cultivation was crippled. Young miss, avenge enmity and enmity. After he spoke these words, Lin Sun turned around and left. From the beginning until the end, no one dared to stop him. No one dared to ridicule him any longer, and many people even faintly aroused a trace of admiration in their hearts. In this world, there really aren't many experts that do good like this. Lin Sun hadn't walked halfway when a shrill and miserable cry resounded from behind him. Lin Sun didn't have to turn around to know that the young man had definitely been killed. As for the sorrow and bitterness in the woman's heart, Lin Sun could only feel sympathy. From the beginning until the end, he was merely a passerby. Taoism pure, although I don't agree with what you did, I admire you very much. On the way, Xianxia was silent for a moment and said, however, in this underground black market, I still have to advise you not to have any kindness in your heart. Lin Sun didn't care. Before long, under the guidance of Xianxia, Lin Sun entered an ancient hall. As soon as he entered, Lin Sun instantly noticed that the hall was covered with layers of restrictive formations, which were extremely strict. When Xianxia left, he wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Finally, he sighed softly, shook his head and left. In the hall, there were 3 people sitting. In the middle was a middle-aged man in a black robe. His hair was as black as ink, his eyes were like cold lightning, and his breath was gloomy and unpredictable. On his left and right were a white-haired old man and an enchanting and glamorous woman. The white-haired old man was stroking a golden abacus with kind eyes. The glamorous woman was wearing revealing clothes. Her breasts were towering, her skin was snow-white, and a pair of slender and plump thighs were lazily crossed. Her beautiful eyes were watery, and her whole body exuded a mature and attractive charm, as tempting as fire. Lin Sun glanced around and judged that the middle-aged man in a black robe was a great sage, while the white-haired old man and the glamorous woman were at the true sage realm. This kind of power was amazing in Linen City. After all, Linen City was only one of the tens of thousands of cities in Qingzhou. It was not easy for 3 people of the sage realm to appear in the black market located in the underground world of Linen City. Of course, no matter how extraordinary they were, Lin Sun didn't care. With his current realm, he even dared to fight with the emperor-to-be. How could he take a great sage and 2 true sages seriously? What do you want to sell? The middle-aged man in a black robe asked in a deep voice. He looked Lin Sun up and down like a knife, but he didn't see anything. At this time, Lin Sun's breath returned to its original state. He was ordinary and deliberately hid his identity. How could he be seen through by the other party? How many Taoist gems is such a precious medicine worth? Lin Sun turned his hand and took out a precious medicine. 3,600 Taoist gems. The middle-aged man in a black robe looked at it and seemed to be a little disappointed. He casually gave a number. Isn't it too little? This precious medicine was worth at least 5,000 Taoist gems in the outside world. The enchanting and glamorous woman pursed her lips and said with a smile, Taoist gems, this is the black market. The price is naturally much lower than the outside world. Unless you have a lot of treasures to sell, the price is negotiable. Lin Sun waved his sleeve, and a dense pile of precious medicine was piled up. There were hundreds of kinds of them, shining and colorful, and the fragrance of medicine filled the air. What about these? The middle-aged man in black showed a serious look. He looked carefully for a moment and said, they are all in good condition. They can be sold at 75% of the price in the outside world. What about these? Lin Sun waved his sleeve again, and bottles and jars of medicinal pills flew out. The glamorous woman suddenly got up and went forward to check them one by one. After a while, her eyes brightened and she said in surprise, Taoist gems, you have a lot of good stuff with you. Some of these medicinal pills are treasures of those ancient orthodoxies. The eyes of the middle-aged man in black flashed and he said, Madam Yen, how much are they worth? They can be sold at 80% of the market price in the outside world. The glamorous woman gave a number. Don't worry, there are more. As he said, Lin Sun took out some treasures such as rare treasures, ores, spiritual marrow, and medicinal herbs, piling them up like a hill. At this time, the middle-aged man in black robe and the glamorous woman were slightly short of breath. The white-haired old man who had been stroking the golden abacus stood up directly and came to those treasures to check and identify them one by one. In his hand, the golden abacus crackled. They are all first-class goods. They can be bought at 90% of the market price. The white-haired old man said in a deep voice. He looked up at Lin Sun with a strange look in his eyes. It seemed that he had seen some clues from those treasures. All of a sudden, the middle-aged man in black robe and the glamorous woman were stunned, and their expressions became strange. They seemed to be a little shocked. A single person had actually brought so many treasures to sell. Moreover, every single one of them could be said to be of first-rate quality. This was too unusual. 90%? Not enough. Lin Sun shook his head. These treasures were all trophies he had collected over the years. For the middle-aged man in black robe, each treasure was of great value and could even be described as rare and precious. But for Lin Sun, these treasures were of no use, so he planned to sell them. Taoist gems, this is the limit. After all, this is an underground trading place, and the treasures you are going to sell are all stolen goods. The eyes of the middle-aged man in black robe flickered, and he said slowly, since you are selling stolen goods, the price can't be equal to the market price in the outside world. 95%. If the hidden mist house can eat it, all of this is yours. If not, I'll go somewhere else. Lin Sun said casually. The middle-aged man in black robe frowned, and his face became gloomy. Anyone who entered the underground black market was a shady character. Once his identity was exposed, he would definitely be targeted by his enemies. Moreover, in the black market, only strength mattered, not rules, therefore, when selling stolen goods, no one dared to bargain with the hidden mist house. Forget it. It's rare to meet such a big seller. Let's earn less this time. Old Tong, calculate the price of all treasures. Madame Yen said with a smile. The white-haired old man nodded. And the golden abacus in his hand rattled. After a while, he raised his head and reported a number with no expression, a total of 35 million Tao gems. Both the middle-aged man in black robe and Madame Yen were shocked, and they seemed to be shocked by the number. But Lin Sun sneered in his heart. How could this old thing cheat in front of him? Before Lin Sun came to the underground black market, he seemed to be wandering in Linen City, but in fact, he had already inquired about the value of all kinds of treasures to be sold. The price quoted by the white-haired old man seemed to be close to 10 million Tao gems, which could be regarded as an amazing fortune. In fact, according to Lin Sun's own calculation, even at 90% of the market price, his treasures were at least 18 million Tao gems. It was almost twice as much as the more than 9 million Tao gems reported by the white-haired old man. From this, it could be seen how black-hearted this old man was. At this time, Madame Yen sighed with amazement. More than 9 million Tao gems in the underground black market of Linen City is definitely one of the biggest deals in the past 1,000 years. The black-robed middle-aged man also sighed with emotion, and then he said with embarrassment, Taoism pure, if you are satisfied with this price, we can also buy this batch of goods, but it will take some time to collect Tao gems. How about we give you 3 million Tao gems first, and the rest will be returned to you 1 million Tao gems every month. How about that? Seeing this, Lin Sun was amused. Did these bastards really think that he was a fat sheep to be slaughtered? They even paid in installments. If he really agreed, the other side would definitely not admit it. Everyone, don't pretend. Since you are not sincere, this deal is not worth it. As he said, Lin Sun was about to put away these treasures. Wait. The black-robed middle-aged man's face darkened, and he said coldly, Taoism pure, your stolen goods are related to many ancient orthodoxies. If they are exposed, I am afraid it will be very disadvantageous to you. There was a strong threat in his voice. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and said, Is this how the Fog Hidden House does business? If so, won't it disappoint the people in the world? Madame Yen couldn't help but burst into laughter. Fellow Daoist, everything that happens in the underground black market can't be seen in the light of day. Everyone in the world is bitterly disappointed, but it has nothing to do with us. Instead, it's your stolen goods. If we expose them, I'm afraid you'll be in trouble. The white-haired old man said expressionlessly, take this opportunity to give you a word of advice. The rules of the underground black market are very simple, that is, whatever the fog hidden house says is the law. Lin Sun laughed. This situation was very interesting. A great sage and two true sages were actually threatening him, a top holy king, with a fearless attitude. Aren't you worried that you'll choke to death if you can't eat it? Lin Sun said calmly. The black-robed middle-aged man and the others looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Fellow Daoist, I can see that you are extremely confident in your own strength, but this is the Hidden Mist House's territory. You have to agree to this deal even if you don't want to. As the black-robed man spoke, he flicked his finger. Dang, on the table before him a formation disc buzzed. All of a sudden, all of the restrictive spells in the hall were activated. Wind and thunder roared, and water and fire burst forth. Lin Sun, who was in the center of the hall, was completely submerged by the dense Taoist patterns. What a pity. It's not easy to meet such a big seller. Madame Yen giggled. I'm more interested in these treasures. The white-haired old man's eyes were burning with greed. With these treasures, why should I worry about not being able to step into the eminent saint stage? The black-robed middle-aged man also laughed. I didn't expect to catch such a big fish this time. This is a rare opportunity. If it was an ordinary person, I wouldn't even bother to make a move. But his smile suddenly froze at this moment. His eyes almost popped out, and his face was full of disbelief. Boss, how do you think we should divide these treasures? Do we need to inform Old Crane? After all, he is now in charge of the underground black market in Linen City. Madame Yen said coquettishly. The three of us can divide the booty. If Old Crane knows it, he will definitely scold us for breaking the rules. The white-haired old man said in a low voice. Boss? Madame Yen was just about to say something when she suddenly noticed that the black-robed middle-aged man's expression was not right. She turned her head and trembled all over, showing a look of surprise. Almost at the same time, the white-haired old man's pupils shrank. He saw a figure walk out of the heavy restrictive spells as if he was walking on the ground, unscathed. How could this be possible? The three of them were all horrified. It should be known that the restrictive spells covering the hall were set up by a Taoist pattern grandmaster for several years. They were so powerful that they could kill Eminent Saint. Could it be that the opponent's cultivation was more powerful than that of Eminent Saint? At the thought of this, the black-robed middle-aged man and the others all turned pale, and their hands and feet felt cold. I'm here to do business, but you plan to kill me and take my treasures. The Hidden Mist House is too unscrupulous. Lin Sun's eyes were deep. From the moment he stepped into this hall, he had noticed the power of those restrictive spells. But with his attainments in Taoist pattern, how could he care about them? It was ridiculous that these idiots regarded these restrictive spells as their trump card. Taoist peer, we were just testing you. Now you have been recognized by the Hidden Mist House and are qualified to do business with us. The black-robed middle-aged man took a deep breath and squeezed out a stiff smile. Yes. Madame Yen also nodded quickly. Why are you afraid of him? Old Crane is still here. If he is really strong, why doesn't he dare to take action? The white-haired old man snorted. Puff, Lin Sun raised his hand and patted the void gently. The white-haired old man's body lost all vitality in an instant and turned into ashes. Greenwood Taoist body, the power of life and death, the black-robed middle-aged man and Madame Yen felt their blood was numb. They were so scared that their souls almost came out of their bodies. They knelt down together. Taoist peer, please calm down. We were blind just now. Please forgive us. Madame Yen pleaded in a trembling voice. The black-robed middle-aged man trembled and said, Taoist peer, didn't you want to make a deal? In order to make up for our mistakes, we decided to buy these treasures at the market price. Lin Sun looked indifferent. Sorry, I'm not in the mood to make a deal with you now. He waved his sleeve. Boom, the black-robed middle-aged man, who was a great sage, turned into ashes in an instant like the white-haired old man. Madame Yen screamed in fear and collapsed to the ground. A pair of white and plump thighs were exposed on the cold ground. Her mature and charming face was full of horror. Taoist peer, peace is the most important thing in business. They offended you before and now they have paid a heavy price. Why don't you stop now? A hoarse voice suddenly sounded. Accompanied by the voice, a dwarf-like little old man with crimson hair and beard suddenly appeared in the main hall. Old Crane, help! Help! Madame Yen screamed excitedly, like a drowning person grabbing a straw. The dwarf old man ignored her and just looked at Lin Sun. Lin Sun looked indifferent and said, "Did you see what happened before?" The dwarf old man sighed softly, "I just arrived." What a coincidence! Lin Sun sneered. The dwarf old man smiled bitterly and said, "Taoist peer, do you still remember Xiaxan?" He informed me. Lin Sun said thoughtfully, "I see." He still remembered that on the way here, Xiaxan specifically reminded him not to have any kindness in his heart. And when he led Lin Sun here, Xiaxan wanted to say something but didn't. Obviously, he knew what would happen to Lin Sun, but he didn't say it at that time. What surprised Lin Sun was that Xiaxan went to find the dwarf old man. Could it be that he couldn't bear to see Lin Sun being killed? If so, this guy still had a conscience. Thinking of this, Lin Sun relaxed a lot and said, "In that case, let's call it a day." The dwarf old man secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Taoist peer, when I came here, a big shot of our hidden mist house was also there. He especially told me that he hoped to meet you and apologize in person." Lin Sun said with a faint smile, "Is it another trap to kill me?" The dwarf old man smiled bitterly, "Taoist peer, your spiritual power is unfathomable. How dare we offend a distinguished guest like you? What about her?" Lin Sun pointed at Madame Yen who was lying on the ground. A cold light flashed in the dwarf old man's eyes. "Don't worry, Taoist peer. Before you leave, I will give you an explanation." Madame Yen was instantly dumbstruck, and her entire body shuddered. Even though the senior crane was inconspicuous like a dwarf, he was a ruthless person, and once one was punished by him, even if one didn't die, one would still lose a layer of skin. At the thought of this, Madame Yen trembled with fear and lost her soul. "Taoist peer, please." The dwarf old man smiled and cupped his hands. Lin Sun nodded. The underground black market in Linen City was like a small world. In the center of it, there was a pitch-black ancient palace. In front of the palace, a slender figure stood alone. Dressed in a cyan dress, with long black hair glowing with the luster of the eternal night, she held a blood umbrella between her snow-white slender fingers. The umbrella's cover and handle were dazzlingly red as if they had been soaked in blood. The cyan dress, black hair, blood umbrella, and the black palace behind her formed a magnificent and enchanting picture. Seeing this scene from a distance, Lin Sun's pupils slightly narrowed and he felt a kind of soul-stirring and strange feeling. At this time, the dwarf old man showed a respectful expression and said in an almost pious tone, "Miss, the distinguished guest is here. You can leave now." In front of the black palace, the woman in the cyan dress holding up a blood umbrella said. Her voice was feminine with a touch of unique magnetism, as if a god sleeping in the dark was talking in a dream. The dwarf old man bowed respectfully and then left quietly. "I'm Qing. Nice to meet you, child. I'm quite ashamed of what I did before. I'd like to do my best to compensate you." The young woman spoke in a light voice. The blood-red umbrella in her snow-white fingers was suffused with a mysterious and obscure energy that concealed her appearance, causing it to be faintly visible, and only a pair of clear and deep eyes that were like obsidian could be seen. "There's no need for compensation." Lin Sun shook his head. With his current eyesight and cultivation, he couldn't see through the cultivation of the woman in the cyan dress, which made him feel awestruck. In fact, from the attitude of the dwarf old man just now, he realized that the identity of this woman with enchanting and mysterious aura was bound to be extraordinary. In front of the black palace, there was a blood umbrella. Under the umbrella, there was a graceful cyan dress and black hair. Compensation is necessary. The hidden mist house will buy all the treasures that child sold before at the market price. The woman who called herself Qing had a feminine and magnetic voice. As she spoke, she turned her snow-white fingers and a purple jade token appeared. And, as long as child holds this token, all treasures can be sold at 90% market price when trading with the hidden mist house. Whoosh, the purple jade token turned into a stream of light and appeared in front of Lin Sun out of thin air. The jade token was the size of a palm, lustrous and translucent. It was surrounded by purple mist and turned into two characters, Hidden Mist House. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun took the token and said, "Thank you very much." Then, Lin Sun left. Qingying didn't refuse and watched him disappear gradually. A wisp of contemplation appeared on a faintly discernible face beneath the scarlet-red umbrella. Without a sound, an old man who looked like a dwarf appeared and said respectfully, "Mississippi, has the child left?" "Yes." "Where is Madame Yen?" "Please give me your instructions, Mississippi. Don't you know what will happen if you don't follow the rules?" The dwarf old man suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and said, "I see." Qingying turned around and walked into the black palace with the blood umbrella in her fluttering cyan dress. "I want all the information about that child in a quarter of an hour." The feminine voice floated in the air, but she had already disappeared. The dwarf elder wiped the cold sweat off his forehead as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. As the person in charge of the Hidden Mist House in Linen City, the dwarf old man was like the ruler of the underground black market. He didn't pay attention to ordinary great sages, but in front of Qingying, he seemed so humble and submissive, not daring to show any disrespect at all. Only he knew how lofty Miss Qingying's status in the Hidden Mist House was. "Madame Yen, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'm just following orders," the dwarf old man sighed in his heart and turned to leave. In less than a quarter of an hour, the dwarf old man appeared in front of the Black Palace again. "Miss, I've got the news," he said respectfully. The door of the hall silently opened. Inside the hall, mist filled the air, and a graceful green figure sat alone. The blood umbrella silently floated above her. "This person's name is Yuxian. He arrived at Lin and City yesterday on this support boat of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion in the Purple Hun Galaxy. I caught a passenger on the support boat, and after a brief interrogation, I found something strange." With that, the dwarf elder took out a jade scroll, bowed, and handed it over. Everything Lin Sun had done since he boarded the boat was recorded in detail in the jade slip. For example, he served as Lu Qingyan's guard, killed a group of cultivators from the Wilderness Taoist court, was targeted by Wu Ming and the others from the Hidden Land realm, and suppressed the disciples of the Jin Tian clan. A wisp of extraordinary splendor couldn't help but suffuse Qingying's eyes when he saw this, and he seemed to have vaguely guessed something. As she continued to read, she was slightly startled. That night, Wu Ming and the others from the Hidden Land realm and Jin Tian Xianxia fought together. After they were defeated by Yuxian, Sword Emperor Fufeng personally took action, but later, Yuxian didn't die. On the contrary, Wu Ming and the others from the Hidden Land realm disappeared. Sword Emperor Fufeng declared that he would protect Yuxian and let Jin Tian Xianxia accompany Yuxian as a Taoist servant. Everything seemed so abnormal. What on earth happened that night? Qingying was lost in thought. After a long time, she asked, "Is there any other news?" The dwarf elder hurriedly said, "I heard that Kongyu from the Wilderness Taoist court led people to attack the support boat, but he was also suppressed by Sword Emperor Fufeng. This Kongyu is really stupid. Why would a Sword Dao great emperor who has been famous for 30,000 years be afraid of his background?" Qingying's voice revealed a touch of disdain. Immediately, she said, "Old Crane, who do you think dares to kill the descendants of the Wilderness Taoist court on the starry ancient path without hesitation?" The dwarf elder was stunned. Without waiting for an answer, Qingying continued, "There might have been a long time ago, but in the past 100,000 years, almost no one dared to do so except for those ruthless fellows in the dark world." The dwarf elder deeply agreed. Just the name of the Wilderness Taoist court could intimidate the heavens. The descendants of this orthodoxy were treated respectfully everywhere they went. Qingying's voice was soft and had a unique charm. However, 6 years ago, someone did this in the Kunlun ruins. Moreover, he didn't just kill the descendants of the Wilderness Taoist court. Among the 6 great Taoist courts and the 10 great war clans, countless descendants were killed by this person. Lin Sun. The dwarf elder almost blurted out. "That's right, it's him." Qingying said, "Old Crane, don't you think Yuxian and Lin Sun's style of doing things is somewhat similar?" The dwarf elder gasped, "Miss, are you suspecting that the person just now was Lin Sun?" In this world, the appearance of a fearless Lin Sun has already shocked the entire starry ancient path. Will there be another person like him in this world? Qing Ying's voice was faint, maybe, but it's impossible for him to be a powerhouse from the Yu clan, an imperial clan. Old Crane's eyes were filled with a strange light. Miss, rumor has it that Lin's son holds a fortune to become an emperor or ancestor. Why don't we? No, Qing Ying interrupted. This is just my guess. I've observed Yu Xian with a secret method before and noticed that although he's disguised himself, his true appearance isn't Lin's son. There must be something else. Old Crane was stunned and said, Miss, do you have any plans? Just wait and see, Qing Ying said indifferently. Qing Ying said indifferently, remember, without my order, don't leak out what happened today. Old Crane's heart trembled, and he quickly agreed. Yu Xian, Qing Ying murmured in her heart, I didn't expect to find such a mysterious person like you in Linen City. As long as you continue to trade with the Hidden Mist House, we're destined to meet again, after leaving the underground black market. Lin's son went straight to the inn where he was staying. Currently, he had an additional 24 million Dao crystals on him, which was around 6 million more than he had estimated. Lin's son knew that this might be the so-called compensation that Qing Ying mentioned. At the thought of this mysterious, enchanting and stunning woman, a bloody umbrella and a cyan dress came to Lin's son's mind. Immediately, Lin's son shook his head. After the auction, he would immediately go to Linen City, and he might not have many opportunities to see her in the future. When he arrived at the gate of the inn, Lin's son suddenly stopped. In his spiritual awareness, he instantly caught two eyes secretly peeping at him. A man in brocade clothes was standing in front of a stall picking things. The other one was a few hundred meters away. It was a woman in plain clothes drinking tea in a tea house. Lin's son didn't stop and walked calmly into the inn. In the room, Xianxia was making tea. Her fingers were slender and white, and her movements were smooth and pleasing to the eye. Xianxia, I seem to be stared at. Lin's son walked into the room, sat on one side, picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Ah? Xianxuanua's white and beautiful face blushed, and her fine eyelashes trembled slightly. What's wrong with you? Lin's son was stunned. What kind of reaction was this? Xianxia pointed to the teacup in Lin's son's hand and said, Child, I just drank this cup of tea. Lin's son's body stiffened, and his face was also embarrassed. He said, This. I didn't notice it. Please don't mind. Xianxia hummed and changed the topic. Child, you just said that we were stared at? Lin's son nodded and frowned. Yes, we just arrived in Linen City and didn't provoke anyone. But someone secretly stared at me when I returned. This is strange. Do you want me to check it out? Xianxuanua's expression also became serious. Don't alert them for the time being. Lin's son pondered, when the auction is over, we will leave. At that time, we will see if they will take the next step. Xianxia nodded. At the same time, in the Xing clan. As the largest force in Linen City, the Xing clan occupied a large area, like a small paradise, with rockery, flowing water, pavilions, and terraces, showing the atmosphere of immortals everywhere. If this matter is settled, I, Kong Yu, promise to treat you well in the future. Kong Yu sat boldly at the head of the table in a large hall. His face was filled with arrogance. The hall was full of important figures of the Xing clan, both men and women, and the weakest of them was in the true sage realm. Please rest assured, child. In Linen City, there is nothing that the Xing clan can't do. A majestic man in a purple robe said respectfully. He was Xing Lushui, the head of the Xing clan, a peerless sage king in the Perfection realm, and an elder of the Purple Cloud Sword sect, which ranked third in Qingyun state. He was also a big shot in the whole Qingzhou state. But at this time, in front of Kong Yu, he appeared extremely humble. If you only rely on the strength of the Xing clan, I'm afraid you can't defeat Yu Xian at all. Kong Yu said with an expressionless face, but all of you don't have to worry. When the time comes, I'll join forces with you. Xing Lushui cupped his hands and said, As you command, child. Kong Yu was very satisfied with Xing Lushui's attitude. Yu Xian will definitely not stay in Linen City for too long. The day he leaves is the day we make a move. Kong Yu decided. Before that, your Xing clan must keep a close eye on this person. If he dares to spoil my plans. Haha, then don't blame me for turning hostile. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and left. From the beginning until the end, Xing Lushui and the other great figures behaved obediently. Even when they were threatened by Kong Yu without holding back, they didn't dare to be displeased in the slightest. The reason was very simple. Kong Yu had the primordial Dao court behind him, a colossus that could crush the entire Xing clan in an instant. 3 days later, Linan City, Donglai Treasure Pavilion. The sky had just begun to brighten, yet there were already numerous figures of cultivators converging towards the Donglai Treasure Pavilion from all directions. Donglai Treasure Pavilion was an industry of Donglai Taoism sect, the first orthodoxy in Qingzhou, which covered every city in Qingzhou. The treasures to be auctioned in Donglai Treasure Pavilion in Linan were all rare, especially a piece of divine material from an unknown place, which naturally attracted many cultivators. Even many cultivators came from other places in advance. When Lin Sun and Jin Xianxia set off, they saw many saints along the way, including true saints, great saints, saint kings. Among them, there were even some powerful figures who had set foot on the top. Lin Sun had to sigh with emotion that the primordial world deserved to be the first world of the starry sky ancient path. Linan was only one of the tens of thousands of cities in Qingzhou, but so many saints had gathered here. Such a scene could not be seen in other worlds. Young master, I've also sensed it. From the moment we left the inn until now, many people have been watching us in the dark. Jin Tianxia whispered to Lin Sun. She was dressed in plain clothes, and her figure was extremely tall and slender. Her long black hair was coiled into a bun, and her neck was snow white. Her skin was sparkling and translucent. Only her fairy-like face had been disguised, and it only looked rather delicate, not breathtaking. However, she still attracted a lot of attention along the way because she exuded a noble aura with every movement she made. This was the charm of a peerless beauty. Her beauty was not only in her skin and bones, but also in her charm and temperament. Lin Sun nodded and said, "Don't pay attention to them." When they arrived at Donglai Treasure Pavilion, it was already crowded and very lively. But as Jin Tianxia took out 2 entry nameplates, they entered smoothly. The interior of the auction house was very large, covered with layers of restrictive formations, like a huge inverted bowl. "2 distinguished guests, please come with me." A beautiful attendant led the way in front. Lin Sun knew that the 2 entry nameplates Jin Tianxia bought were VIP seats, with a special private room that could isolate the detection of divine awareness. And just these 2 entry nameplates were worth 20,000 Tao gems. This price was enough to buy a saint treasure of slightly better quality. Not long after, the entire auction venue was filled with cultivators. According to Lin Sun's rough estimation, just the sale of the entrance nameplates would bring Donglai Treasure Pavilion nearly 3 million Tao gems. After Lin Sun and Jin Tianxia sat in the elegant room, about half an hour had passed. A well-dressed beautiful woman walked onto the auction stage. Her red lips were slightly pursed, and her eyes were filled with a smile. "Welcome to the Donglai Treasure Pavilion. I am Pu Longji, the auctioneer of this auction." His voice hadn't finished resounding through the air when a wave of exclamations of surprise resounded. "So it's her, Elder Pu Longji of the Taoist sect of Donglai, a peak saint king renowned throughout the Green Province." No one had expected that a mere auction would actually invite a peak saint king to act as the auctioneer. This standard was already very shocking. However, it was also because of this that everyone was looking forward to the auction that was about to begin. There will be 37 treasures that will be auctioned off one by one in this auction. Even though the quantity is slightly lesser, I guarantee that every single treasure will not disappoint everyone. Alright, without further ado, let's begin with the first treasure. As Pu Longji's voice fell, a maid walked onto the auction stage, carrying a bronze box with both hands. The entire place became silent, and everyone's gazes looked over. As expected, the Donglai Treasure Pavilion did not disappoint. It had only just begun, but it had already ignited the enthusiasm of the cultivators present, causing a sensation. The Sun Moon Dragon and Phoenix Blade, an ancient unique treasure, and its quality far surpasses that of ordinary saint treasures. What's rare is that this is a pair of treasures that complement each other. It is said to be able to break through the barriers of space, and its power is unfathomable. As soon as Pu Longji's voice fell, it caused an uproar. Everyone was shocked, and their gazes became heated. It should be known that anything that could be called an ancient unique treasure had experienced over 100,000 years of accumulation. Moreover, it was a pair of treasures that complemented each other. The most miraculous thing about it was its power. It could break through the barriers of space, which also meant that even if one was trapped in some hopeless situation, they could rely on this treasure to break through a path of survival. How could this not excite people? When Pu Longji opened the bronze box, it revealed a pair of blades that flowed with a magnificent divine radiance. It developed the image of the sun and the moon, and the faint sound of dragons and phoenixes crying resounded. It was a shocking scene. Many people revealed infatuated expressions when they saw this, and their rapid breathing rose and fell. Even some of the bigwigs were interested in it. This was undoubtedly a pair of good treasures. Pu Longji smiled lightly. She was very satisfied with this reaction. The starting price is 300,000 Dao gems, and each increment must be no less than 10,000 Dao gems, 400,000. As soon as she finished speaking, someone couldn't wait to speak out, and he increased the price by 50,000 in one go, causing an uproar. This pair of treasures is very extraordinary, and it just happens to be what I need right now. 500,000. I'm sorry, but I must get this pair of treasures. 600,000. In the auction hall, the sound of bidding rose and fell. In a short moment, the pair of sun, moon, dragon and phoenix blades had been pushed to a sky-high price, and it was extremely bustling. In the end, this pair of treasures was won by a great figure sitting in a private room, and the price he paid was 1,300,000 Dao gems. It was the first time for Lin Sun to participate in an auction. He felt it was very fresh to witness the whole process of the first treasure being auctioned. However, although the sun, moon, dragon and phoenix blades were wonderful, they were not in his eyes, so he didn't bid from beginning to end. Jing Tian Xianxia had been calm and composed. She was experienced and knowledgeable, and occasionally explained some tricks of the auction to Lin Sun. The second auction item is a complete shedding of the ancient sage. It didn't take long for Pu Longji to take out the second treasure. The shedding of the ancient sage. Isn't this the mystery of becoming a sage? Sure enough, I didn't come in vain. Only by becoming a sage can one set foot on the peak of the Saint King realm. With such a shedding, it's enough to get twice the result with half the effort on the road of the Holy Way. In the auction hall, there was a lot of noise, and it was extremely lively. Many people were very excited. The two treasures at the beginning of the auction were already so rare. It could be imagined what would happen later. However, some people secretly lamented that with their financial resources, there was no way to participate in the auction. Lin Sun was very interested in the beginning, but gradually, he felt a little dull. Because the treasures being auctioned were almost useless to him. As time went by, the treasures that appeared were more and more amazing. Just when Lin Sun felt a little bored, he suddenly noticed that the broken blade in his body was buzzing and ready to move at this moment. At this moment, on the auction platform, Pu Longji withdrew a fist-sized ore that revealed an illusory sky-green color. Its surface was naturally suffused with numerous silver Dao markings, and it was suffused with strands of a chilly sheen that seemed like the stars. Heavenly Cyan Spirit Stone, condensing 72 Taoist patterns, is a first-class divine material for refining the life holy weapon. The starting price is 400,000 Taoist gems, and each bid increase shall be no less than 50,000 Taoist gems. Pu Longji said. This price is too high. Someone shook his head. Many people echoed. Different from ordinary holy treasures, the life holy weapon was extremely rare. Only some ancient orthodoxies inherited the secret method of sacrificial refining the life holy weapon. Moreover, even if one mastered the sacrificial refining method, it was extremely difficult to sacrificial refine it. It needed opportunities and opportunities to make the life holy weapon transform again and again. Although the heavenly Cyan Spirit Stone was precious, it was just a kind of divine material. Ordinary practitioners were really unwilling to spend a lot of money to buy this thing. However, there was no shortage of rich bigwigs at this auction, and soon someone made a bid. 450,000 Taoist gems. 500,000, 550,000. But the voice of bidding seemed to be sparse, and when the price soared to 800,000 Taoist gems, no one bid anymore. Seeing that the treasure was about to be auctioned, Lin Sun finally said, 850,000. Humph. The previous bidder was also a practitioner sitting in the elegant room. His voice was rough and vigorous. Seeing that, Lin Sun intervened at the last moment. He immediately showed his dissatisfaction. 900,000, the man made another bid. Lin Sun did not hesitate, 1 million. He directly increased the price by 100,000 Taoist gems. There was a sudden sound of gasping in the auction house. Unexpectedly, a piece of heavenly Xian spirit stone directly cost 1 million Taoist gems, which was simply extravagant. It should be known that 1 million Taoist gems could buy a top holy treasure. Friend, do you really want to compete with me? That rough and vigorous voice was filled with anger. It's just a bidding. If you can't afford to play, then give it up. If you can afford to play, then continue. I will accompany you to the end. Lin Sun said indifferently. In the auction house, the practitioners were speechless. Was it necessary to get angry just for a piece of heavenly Xian spirit stone? Haha, can't afford to play? Since I started cultivating, no one has ever dared to talk to me like this. If you want to play, I will accompany you. The rough voice laughed angrily. 2 million. There was a stir in the auction house. Pu Longji, who was standing on the auction stage, slightly raised the corner of her mouth. At the auction, she liked this kind of guest the most. Whether it was for the sake of face or impulsiveness, she would definitely bid a very high price. Child, this price is already very outrageous. It's far from worth it. In the quiet room, Jin Tian Xianxia also reminded Lin Sun. She was very surprised before. She couldn't imagine why Lin Sun would fight so hard for a piece of divine material. However, Lin Sun smiled and said, just watch. Then, he continued to bid, 5 million. The light words made the whole auction house fall into a dead silence. All the practitioners were in a trance and almost suspected that they had heard wrong. Was this crazy? 5 million Taoist gems was an astronomical figure for ordinary people of the saint realm. Even a saint king would not be able to take out so many Taoist gems at once. But now, just for a piece of divine material, he threw out 5 million. This was simply crazy and made people feel dizzy. In another elegant room, a dignified old man in a red robe had a gloomy face. Bang, he smashed the table in front of him with a slap. His whole body emitted terrible raging flames, and his divine awareness swept out. Unfortunately, the elegant room where Lin was located was isolated by the power of restriction, so his divine awareness couldn't explore at all. Who the bastard is? How dare he rob my treasure? The old man in a red robe looked gloomy. A group of men and women clustered around him, and all of them went silent like cicadas in the winter and were surprised and bewildered. The old man in a red robe was called Xianxia, and he had an extremely famous title in Green Province, Flame Ancestor. A famous Taoist tattoo grandmaster was respected wherever he went. The men and women around him were all disciples of Flame Ancestor. Ancestor, it's just a piece of heavenly azure mysterious spirit stone. No matter how precious it is, it's not worth such a high price. Don't be angry and hurt your health. A woman comforted him softly. You know nothing. Flame Ancestor gnashed his teeth, and his eyes were gloomy and terrible. With my years of experience in refining treasures, this treasure is far from as simple as you see. Only then did those men and women understand why Flame Ancestor was so desperate. 8 million. Suddenly, Flame Ancestor made another bid, which made his heart bleed. In the auction house, the atmosphere became more and more silent. At this moment, countless cultivators were shocked. 5 million was already driving them mad, yet now, the bidding price had actually risen to 8 million in an instant. No one had expected that a piece of rare but relatively unpopular divine material would be auctioned off for such a jaw-dropping price. This was also the highest bid for a treasure up to this point in the auction. Is this divine material unusual? Check it carefully. Within a few quiet rooms, a few great figures that came from Green Province were alarmed as well. They realized that the situation wasn't right, and that there might be other mysteries behind this. They also began to pay attention to this divine material again. On the auction stage, Pu Longji was also suspicious. She was clear about the origin of this heavenly azure mysterious spirit stone, and many appraisers had appraised it together, but they didn't find anything worth paying attention to. According to her estimation, It would be a great profit if this divine material could be sold at 800,000, but the current situation was completely beyond her expectation. For a time, the atmosphere in the auction hall became heavy and strange. But no matter how those great figures searched, they weren't able to notice anything unusual, and they couldn't help but feel slightly uncertain. Was the bidding this time because there was something special about this divine material, or was it merely a battle of personal feelings? Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of this and quoted again, 2 million. These 3 words were like a clap of thunder that caused a stir and an uproar. Who was sitting in the quiet room? 2 million myriad Tao crystals. How many extraordinary saint treasures can you buy with this? He's inhumane. At this moment, the flame ancestor was already furious to the point the veins on his forehead bulged, and smoke billowed from his 7 apertures. 2 million Tao crystals, of course, he could afford it, but if he were to pay such a high price now, he would definitely be strapped for cash in the auction later. In the end, the flame patriarch gritted his teeth and gave up bidding. He ordered, all of you, go out now and investigate the identity of the person in that quiet room. Since he dares to go against me, I'll make him suffer the consequences after the auction ends. His voice was filled with killing intent. In the end, this piece of heavenly azure mysterious spirit stone was bought at the sky-high price of 2 million Tao crystals, and it was soon sent to the elegant room where Lin Sun was. After paying the Tao crystals, Lin Sun held the treasure in his hand, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. This treasure was really strange, the fist-sized or revealed an illusory sky-green color. Its surface naturally contained 72 silver-colored Tao markings, and it was suffused with strands of a chilly glow that seemed like the starry sky. Xianxia looked at it on one side, but it didn't seem to be anything special. But at this time in Lin Sun's body, the broken blade had long been ready to move, showing signs of desire, restlessness, and urgency. All of this was because of this heavenly azure mysterious spirit stone. Miss Xianxia, I'm going to do one thing now. Please protect me. As he said, Lin Sun raised his hand and made a gesture. Buzz, a dense and obscure Taoist restriction interweaved in the void, covering Lin Sun. What a wonderful attainment in Tao pattern. Xianxia's clear eyes were filled with amazement, but soon she was a little disappointed. Obviously, he didn't want her to see what he was going to do next with the formation to cover the surroundings. Exactly when will you completely believe me? A trace of disappointment appeared in her eyes that were as clear as the stars. Lin Sun didn't care about this. The reason why he did this was not to guard against Xianxia, but that once the treasure, the broken blade, was exposed, Xianxia might see through his identity. It should be known that in the Kunlun ruins, he killed countless opponents, and the treasures he used were also well known. Swish, the broken blade swept out like a wolf that had been hungry for countless years. It suddenly released. A blazing light, covering the heavenly azure mysterious spirit stone in Lin Sun's hand. Puff, 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 with a burst of dense cracking sounds, the fist-sized heavenly azure mysterious spirit stone was broken, and the debris fell down. If the flame ancestor saw this scene, he would die of heartache. Those debris were the essence, the key to refining the life saint weapon, but now, the broken blade seemed to be not interested in it at all. Before long, as the debris peeled off, a pigeon egg-sized, cyan, pure spiritual bead was exposed. Clatter endless cyan light spread from the bead. In a trance, Lin Sun seemed to see a cyan sea, which was surging with thick, pure, and vast vitality. The vitality was so strong that Lin Sun felt suffocated. A kind of divine object recorded in the Book of Herbs in Heaven came to his mind. The green spirit Tao source, born at the beginning of chaos, is like the embryo of the world. It contains vitality, the essence of all things, and the beginning of origin. In short, the green spirit Tao source was a congenital vitality at the beginning of a world, like the yolk in the eggshell, the source of life. According to the Book of Herbs in Heaven, there were many kinds of such congenital Tao source, which were roughly divided into 5 elements, yin and yang, wind and thunder, and other primitive attributes. The green spirit Tao source was one of them. Thinking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help but gasp. What a great profit, even he didn't expect that there was such a green spirit Tao source in a piece of heavenly azure mysterious stone. Its value couldn't be measured by the number of Taoist gems, because it was so rare that it could only be found by chance. No matter which practitioner got it, no one would sell it. Clatter the broken blade glowed, crazily absorbing the power of the green spirit Tao source. Visible to the naked eye, the surface of the broken blade was once again covered with golden dragon-like natal Taoist patterns. In Kunlun ruins, the broken blade had already produced 54 natal Taoist patterns after absorbing a lot of treasure refining Taoist qi. But now, the number of natal Taoist patterns was constantly increasing. With every additional one, the aura of the broken blade became stronger, and the snow-white light it emitted became more and more illusory and dazzling. In the end, Lin Sun felt a stabbing pain in his eyes and mind. The nearby void seemed to be unable to bear it. It was torn into countless cracks like a piece of cloth, making a deafening explosion. If Lin Sun hadn't covered it with the power of prohibition in advance, such a strange phenomenon would have destroyed all the furnishings in the elegant room. 89, 90, 91, Lin Sun stared at the changes of the broken blade, and his heart became hot. The holy treasures in the world were roughly divided into two categories. One was the ordinary holy treasure, and the other was the natal holy weapon. Ordinary holy treasures were very common. Most people in the Saint realm would more or less possess such holy treasures. The power was related to the quality of the holy treasure itself. As for the natal holy weapon, it was very particular. Not only was it rare, but it was also extremely difficult to refine. It required opportunity and opportunity. Generally speaking, the power of the natal holy weapon was far more powerful than ordinary holy treasures of the same grade. Moreover, it could perfectly release all the potential of the cultivator. This was something that other holy treasures couldn't compare with. The core was that the natal holy weapon had a natal treasure pattern. When a life-treasured mark was condensed, its might would undergo a qualitative transformation, and its might would undergo a tremendous change. When 100 natal treasure patterns were condensed, the combat strength of the natal holy weapon would transform to a new height, and it would begin to give birth to the fetus of the weapon spirit, which could double the combat strength of the cultivator. This was actually very similar to the cultivation of cultivators. However, the advancement of the natal holy weapon was based on the grade of the natal treasure pattern. The final goal was to condense the weapon spirit. The weapon spirit already had wisdom, state of mind, cultivation, and combat strength. It was almost no different from a real cultivator. However, the weapon spirit was so rare that it was extremely difficult to nurture one among thousands of natal holy weapons. But as long as there was a weapon spirit, the power released in the battle was absolutely beyond imagination. For example, the weapon spirit of the insignificant Bao was called Wu Quebec. When he was in the Sunset Tang Valley, he killed the King of Saints as easily as killing a chicken. According to Wu Kei, Phylon, which was transformed by the bloody moth, was also a weapon spirit called the Chaos Bell of the Great Way. And Phylon was looking for an opportunity to prove itself as an emperor. At present, with the rapid transformation of the broken sword, the number of its natal treasure patterns had begun to approach 100, but to Lin Sun's surprise, when the number of natal treasure patterns of the broken sword reached 99, it couldn't be increased any more. At this time, the power of the green spirit Tao source was almost exhausted, which made Lin Sun a little anxious. Crack! Before long, the bead formed by the green spirit Tao source completely shattered and turned into flying ash. At this time, on the top of the broken sword, a vague natal treasure pattern condensed little by little, but it was extremely illusory and faint. But even so, at this moment, Lin Sun's mind trembled. With a bang in his mind, a shocking picture emerged. In the boundless darkness, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. The darkness was boundless, as if it was going to drown them. It was suffocating. The pair of opened eyes became the brightest light in the darkness, like a pair of burning suns. The gaze was extremely sharp, like a sword edge that could tear apart the void and break the ninth heaven. The moment he was stared at, Lin Sun felt cold all over as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His pores all stood on end. Immediately, the pair of eyes were closed. Lin Sun's field of vision was covered by darkness again. At this time, Lin Sun vaguely saw a figure. Gigi sat in the darkness with his hair disheveled. Chains as thick as a thumb were wrapped around his throat, feet, legs, and waist, flowing with obscure ripples of order. The picture was so blurred that Lin Sun couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman, a human or a ghost. But this figure sitting alone in the darkness gave Lin Sun an unimaginably terrifying feeling. He was like a god in the darkness who could destroy the world with a single thought. this reminded Lin of the Sky demonic emperor who was suppressed in the Tower of Endless Way. When he first met the Demon King in the godlock Sky Peak, he was also bound and suppressed by the chains of Tao. After countless years, he was unable to break free from the shackles. However, different from the Demon King, this lonely figure sitting alone in the darkness had a kind of extreme calmness and indifference. It was not like being suppressed, but like being trapped in a cocoon of his own making. If you want to completely refine my power, you are far from being able to do it with your current strength. Come back later. A voice sounded in Lin Sun's heart. It was as sharp as a sharp blade stabbing into his heart, with a trace of disappointment in the indifference. Boom, the next moment, all kinds of pictures in Lin Sun's mind disappeared. His entire body was drenched in sweat. Looking at the broken sword, it had become dull, without the bright and illusory light. Instead, it gave people a feeling of simplicity. On its surface, the original 100 golden dragon-like natal patterns, as well as the 3 Taoist patterns of Yuan, Ji, and Punish disappeared. From afar, it looked like an ordinary broken sword. But Lin Sun, who was telepathically connected with Duanren, knew that Duanren had completely transformed. His fierce qi had been condensed to the extreme and restrained. That figure sitting in the darkness must be the weapon spirit of the broken blade. Ahu was right, the broken blade isn't broken, but its power has been sealed. Recalling what he had just seen, Lin Sun was enlightened. Normally, a natal saint weapon would give birth to an artifact spirit embryo after condensing 100 natal Dao runes. If he continued to temper it in the future, he would be able to condense a true artifact spirit. But now, the broken sword didn't have such a transformation. Instead, Lin Sun saw the mysterious figure sitting in the dark. Back then in the Kunlun ruins, Ahu once said that this treasure is incomplete, and only a blade is left. The tip of the blade was originally the core, but it has disappeared. Even so, it still possesses such an unbelievable and miraculous aura. One can imagine that if this treasure is complete, it will definitely be extraordinary. And the strangest thing is that this treasure is obviously broken, but it gives me a sense of perfection. Finally, Ahu made a deduction. I suspect that this treasure has long since transformed into an artifact spirit, but for some reason, this treasure's destiny treasured mark has always been sealed. Only by absorbing the power of the treasure refining Dao Qi can those sealed destiny treasured marks be unsealed one by one. Thinking about it now, Lin Sun was finally sure that what Ahu said was true. Duanren was not broken at all, but it had been sealed. It turns out that I've never been strong enough to see through the real secret of Duanren. Lin Sun remembered the words of the figure sitting in the dark and realized that if he wanted to show the complete form of Duanren, he must have enough strength. Only in this way could he break the seal of Duanren and refine its power for his own use, but even so, Lin Sun was quite shocked by the transformation of Duanren. According to his deduction, the power of this treasure was more than twice as strong as before. If he fought with it, he could exert twice as much combat power. This was a heaven-defying change. Lin Sun could easily suppress Xianxia and enlighten Buddha with his current strength. How powerful would he be if he exerted twice as much combat power? However, the only drawback was that he could only exert twice as much combat power when fighting with Duanren. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. I didn't expect that I would get such a great opportunity in this auction. Thinking of this, Lin Sun smiled. Clatter putting away the Duanren, Lin Sun removed the restriction around him. Did you get anything? Xianxia asked curiously. Lin Sun was in a good mood and said with a smile, yes, it's worth it. It was indeed worth it. 2 million Tao gems in exchange for a great change of Duanren, which was completely beyond Lin Sun's imagination. What about you? Will you buy that piece of star-scale dark iron? Lin Sun asked. Yes, I will. Xianxia also showed a touch of joy, although the price is a little higher in the auction. With this thing, the power of my life saint sword can be improved to a higher level. Lin Sun nodded. The auction continued. Rare treasures were revealed one after another, triggering round after round of intense bidding. The 33rd treasure, Space Boundary Crystal. I won't explain the magical effect of this treasure. The base price is 500,000 Tao gems, and each increase must be no less than 100,000. After waiting for a long time, with Pu Longji's words, the space boundary crystal that Lin Sun was determined to get finally appeared on the auction stage. At the same time, the whole audience was in an uproar. Especially those big shots sitting in the elegant rooms, many of whom were at the Saint King realm, were also determined to get this treasure. When the bidding began, a series of bids followed. 600,000, 800,000. 1 million. The hot and fierce atmosphere made many practitioners in the field speechless. Ordinary people like them had no confidence to participate in such a bidding. In the end, the bidding became a competition between a group of big shots. According to Jean Tian Xuanyue's analysis, this thumb-sized space boundary crystal was worth more than 1 million Tao gems at most. But judging from the fierce competition, this treasure would probably be sold at a sky-high price. 2 million. Lin Sun also participated. With the space boundary crystal, he could further improve his control of the law of space, and it would be of great help to him in condensing the Tao field. How could he miss it? Moreover, he didn't lack Tao gems at all. It's that guy again. Some practitioners recognized Lin Sun from the voice. He was the one who had just bid for the heavenly azure spirit stone. For a moment, they couldn't help sighing with emotion. Being rich and imposing was nothing more than this. Bastard. At the same time, in another quiet room, Flame Ancestor was so angry that smoke came out of his nostrils. He also participated in the bidding for the space boundary crystal and was determined to get it. But he didn't expect to meet Lin Sun again this time. 3 million. Soon, the bidding had soared to an exaggerated number, and some big shots gave up directly. Although the space boundary crystal was precious and made people jealous, it wasn't a treasure that could only be found by chance. 3 million Tao gems was far from cost-effective. And this price was made by Lin Sun. Who is this? It seems to be a man and a woman sitting in that elegant room. It must be a big shot with an extraordinary background. Ordinary people don't have the confidence to participate in such a bidding. Lin Sun's manner of spending money like dirt attracted the attention of many practitioners. No one believed that Lin Sun was an ordinary person. It was impossible for an ordinary person to have so many Tao gems. 3,100,000. Flame Ancestor's voice seemed to come out from between his teeth. His expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He suspected that Lin Sun was deliberately targeting him. 3,500,000. Lin Sun was determined to get this treasure, but he was also a little dissatisfied. Although he didn't know the identity of Flame Ancestor, he had been bitten by him twice in a row, which forced him to spend an extremely high price to bid for the treasure. This loss was not a small amount. Damn it! Flame Ancestor was completely enraged. His heart was boiling with killing intent, and he no longer bid. Others also stopped bidding. 3,500,000 Tao gems were already 3 times the real value of the space boundary crystal. After this round of bidding, all the cultivators in the auction had noticed Lin Sun's existence, but no one knew his origins. Fortunately, Lin Sun was sitting in an elegant room. Otherwise, he would be targeted by many people. As the saying goes, don't show your wealth. Among the practitioners present, there were many bold and ruthless people. I hope it's worth it. When the space boundary crystal was delivered, Lin Sun looked at it for a while and then put it away. He didn't rush to refine it. Child, don't you think it's a great loss? Jean Tian Xianxia couldn't help asking. She was also frightened by Lin Sun's repeated bids. Even if she was a direct descendant of the Jean Tian clan, an imperial family, and had a strong family background, it was absolutely impossible for her to spend 3,500,000 Tao gems to buy a treasure that was obviously not cost-effective. But Lin Sun didn't seem to care about the Tao gems at all. The Tao gems can be earned again, but treasures like the space boundary crystal are not so good. Lin Sun said casually and then stood up. Let's go. Go? Jean Tian Xianxia was stunned. Child, the divine material from the unknown place hasn't been auctioned yet. Are you leaving now? It's just an unknown thing. It's not worth wasting time. Lin Sun said, what's more, if we leave at that time, believe it or not, when we walk out of the Donglai treasure pavilion, we will be targeted by many people. Jean Tian Xianxia suddenly understood. In the auction, it was one thing to bid for the treasure, but whether one had enough strength to keep the treasure was another thing. In the starry sky, no matter where the auction was, there would often be some killings and robberies after the end of the auction. Lin Sun was not afraid of trouble, and he didn't want trouble to find him. At this time, leaving in advance was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Old ancestor, I found out that a man and a woman were in that VIP room, and they've left. A man reported hurriedly. Flame ancestor frowned, and his killing intent surged. This adulterous couple is smart, but it's impossible for them to leave just like that. Old ancestor, other brothers have been watching them in secret. The man said quickly. Okay, let's go too. Flame ancestor took a deep breath, made a decision, and turned to leave the quiet room. Almost at the same time. In other VIP rooms of the auction house, some big shots received the news one after another. Elder, should we stop them? Master, I don't know the man and the woman. I can't identify them. Uncle, there are many people who have their eyes on that man and woman this time. Should we follow them? In the end, these big shots in the VIP rooms almost unanimously made similar decisions: follow them, find out their background, and act according to the circumstances. The atmosphere in the auction house was still noisy and lively. Most cultivators didn't notice that with the departure of Lin Sun and Xianxia, there was also a surging tide in the dark. On the auction stage, Pu Longji sighed in her heart when she heard the news. This kind of thing was going to happen again, and she only hoped that the man and the woman could leave safely. After calming down, Pu Longji stopped thinking about it and said, "Next, the 36th treasure, outside Donglai Treasure Pavilion." As soon as he walked out, Lin Sun instantly noticed that there were many eyes secretly watching him in the nearby area. At the same time, not far behind him, there were also cultivators following his footsteps. "Child, it seems that many people are watching us this time." Jing Tianxianhui whispered to Lin Sun, and an imperceptible killing intent flashed in her eyes. Although she was a Tao attendant now, don't forget that she was also a peerless talent ranked 49th on the All Heavens King Sage list. Even among her peers in the Hongmeng world, she could be regarded as a top existence. Well, let's go. Lin Sun calmly walked towards the distant city gate with his hands clasped behind his back. Along the way, he and Jing Tianxianhui didn't move at full speed, as if they didn't notice the eyes watching them in the dark. Patriarch Yu Xian and his female companion have left the Donglai Treasure Pavilion, and they're heading towards the city gate. They seem to intend to leave. The Xing clan's patriarch, Xing Lushui, was the first to receive the news. "Young master, should we take action?" Xing Lushui hurriedly consulted Kong Yu. "Nonsense. Let's go." Kong Yu stood up and strode out. Behind him, a group of cultivators from the Emperor Kong clan and the primitive Dao court followed. He had been waiting for several days and could not wait any longer. Xing Lushui didn't dare to be negligent. He summoned all the important figures in the clan to act together. For a time, undercurrents were surging in Linen City, and a storm was brewing: underground black market. The dwarf elder appeared out of thin air in front of the Black Palace. He bowed his head and said respectfully, "Miss, I just received news that Yu Xian and his female companion are leaving Linen City." "Oh?" A feminine and unique voice came from the Black Palace. According to the information from the Wind Whisper Pavilion, Yu Xian will probably encounter extremely great danger when he leaves this time. On the surface, the known powers include the heir of the primordial Dao court, Kong Yu's group, and the patriarch of the Xing clan, Xing Lushui. The dwarf elder spoke swiftly. Besides that, the experts of some great powers in the Azure Prefecture have their eyes on Yu Xian and his female companion from the shadows. It's understandable for Xing Lushui to cooperate with Kong Yu. But what about those great figures in the Azure Prefecture? Within the Black Palace, the Qingying's snow-white hand held a crimson-colored spear, and she was wiping the sharp tip of the spear. Yu Xian's performance in the auction was slightly conspicuous. He successively spent an unimaginably high price to bid for 2 treasures, and that's why he caused so much trouble. The dwarf elder answered truthfully. Even though he wasn't present, he knew everything that had occurred during the auction like the back of his hand. So that's how it is. At the bottom of it all, it's none other than men die in pursuit of wealth, and birds die in pursuit of food. The Qingying's voice carried ridicule and disdain. Things in the world had always been like this. It had happened since ancient times, and it was not uncommon. The door of the Black Palace opened, and the Qing, dressed in a cyan dress and holding a blood umbrella, walked out like a wisp of smoke. She looked into the distance and said indifferently, "I'm leaving. Before I leave, I want to make another deal with Child Xian." Outside the city, the sky was high and the clouds were wide. In the far distance, there were boundless mountains, exuding a desolate and primitive atmosphere. Lin Sun and Jing Tianxianyue didn't encounter any obstacles along the way, and they smoothly walked out of the city gate. Not far away, there was an ancient transmission formation. Such a transmission formation could be found in every city in the Azure Prefecture, and it would be opened every 2 hours. Every time, hundreds of practitioners could be teleported, but the cost of using the transmission formation was extremely high. At least 100,000 Tao gems were needed. If one wanted to go to some distant cities, he would even need to teleport many times, which would cost an immeasurable number of Tao gems. Therefore, under normal circumstances, if there was no emergency, no one would choose to travel by the ancient transmission formation. But it was different from the past. Today, there was no bustle and noise outside the city, and it seemed very quiet. The ancient teleportation formation had been sealed. Even though there was no one guarding it, no one could activate it. The reason was very simple. To activate the transmission formation, a special formation plate was usually in the hands of the most powerful force in each city. In Linen City, the formation plate was in the hands of the Xing family. Seeing this scene, Lin Sun slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said, "It seems that the Xing family is also involved. I'm very curious about what they are planning and why they target me." Jing Tianxianyue was also puzzled. Since they entered the city, they had never provoked the Xing family. "Taoism fellows, please wait a moment." Suddenly, a group of figures rushed from the direction of the city gate, led by a handsome man in a gorgeous robe, exuding a frightening aura. "What's the matter?" Lin Sun's eyes were deep, as if he was thinking about something. "We are from the Demon Subduing Temple in the Azure Province. We would like to invite you to be our guests." The handsome man's eyes flickered. "We are neither relatives nor friends. Why should we go to your sect as guests?" Lin Sun couldn't help laughing. This reason was so lame. The handsome man said in a low voice, "Taoism fellows, you should have noticed that many people have been targeting you along the way. We don't want to see you in trouble, so we specially come to invite you to be our guests. In this way, maybe you can avoid danger." Lin Sun's eyes became cold. "Listen to my advice. Put away your inner greed and disappear from my sight. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't know how you die." The faces of the handsome man and his companions became gloomy. Lin Sun didn't pay attention to them anymore. He flew away with Jing Tianxianyue. "Taoism fellows, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit?" The handsome man shouted. Jing Tianxianyue suddenly turned around and cut out a dazzling sword qi with his finger. Boom, space exploded into pieces as peerless sword qi descended, and it tore open an enormous and immeasurably deep chasm before the handsome man and the others, causing dust to suffuse the air. The handsome man and his companions' hands and feet were cold, and their faces were pale. They didn't have time to react just now. If this sword had fallen on them, they probably wouldn't have been able to block it. At the thought of this, they couldn't help but tremble all over. At this time, Jing Tianxianyue had already turned around and followed Lin Sun. That tall and graceful figure was filled with a fierce and mysterious color in the eyes of those people. In the nearby area, many people secretly noticed this scene. They couldn't help but turn pale and gasp. They finally realized that this man and woman were not easy to deal with. A bunch of idiots. How can trash like you deal with Yuxian? You really overestimate yourself. You must be tired of living. A sneer rang out. Kong Yu and his companions appeared in a grand formation. There were dozens of people. Among them, there were more than 10 peak-level holy kings and 2 quasi-emperor realm cultivators. For example, Xing Lushui, the patriarch of the Xing clan, was also a peak-level holy king. But at this time, he was completely following Kong Yu's lead. Seeing this scene, some of the experts who had followed them out of the Donglai treasure pavilion were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out. What a terrifying formation! Chase them! Kong Yu couldn't be bothered to pay attention to those people. His eyes were filled with bone-chilling hatred, and he was about to lose control of his boiling killing intent. Rumble, the void shook. The group of people moved through the void. Divine rays of light flowed like rain, and the scene was extremely shocking. Heavens, who exactly is that Xian? How did he provoke such a killing disaster? The cultivators who were following Lin Sun were all dumbfounded, and their minds were shaken. Linen City was only a port city in Qingzhou. Usually, it was impossible to see so many terrifying figures. Especially when there were two quasi-emperors among them. He's called you Xian? That damn thing, how did he provoke such a big trouble? The flame ancestor also appeared with a group of men and women. When he noticed the actions of Kong Yu and his companions, his expression became gloomy. Ancestor, I'm afraid we don't have a chance. A man swallowed his saliva with great difficulty. He was frightened by this scene. The others were also nervous. You guys stay here. I'll go take a look. The flame ancestor took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Even if I don't want to fish in troubled waters, at least I want to see how this bastard is killed. As he spoke, his figure flashed, and he broke through the air. At the same time, near the city gate, there were also some big shots who were confident of their skills. Like the flame ancestor, they quietly chased after them. Yu Xian, an extremely unfamiliar name. At least in this Qingzhou, they had never heard of such a person. But now, because of his appearance, such a shocking pursuit was triggered. This made everyone realize that Yu Xian's origin was probably not simple. They're coming. At the same time, in the vast mountains far away from Linen City, on the top of a mountain. The surroundings were vast and boundless, filled with mountain ranges. As the void tumbled violently, the figures of Kong Yu, Xing Lu Shui, and the others appeared one after another. There were dozens of them, creating a great momentum. A group of peerless saint kings and two quasi-emperors. How terrifying was the aura they exuded. Rumble, this part of the world wailed and shook. Grass, trees, and rocks turned into ashes. It's you. When he saw Kong Yu, Lin Sun revealed a look of understanding. It seems that Sword Emperor Fufeng spared your life last time was obviously a mistake. At the mention of Sword Emperor Fufeng, Kong Yu's face darkened and his eyes were full of hatred. Yu Xian, without the protection of Sword Emperor Fufeng, what are you? Xing Lu Shui and the other big shots of the Xing clan all looked unnatural. They didn't know that the target they were going to kill this time had an emperor-level figure behind him. You hold off the others later. I'll deal with the two quasi-emperors. Lin Sun said quickly. Jing Tian Xuanyue's heart tightened. There were more than one quasi-emperor. The disparity in strength was so great that she felt it was extremely tricky. I also have secret treasures in my hands that can protect us. Jing Tian Xuanyue said. They're just two excellent whetstones. It's not easy to come across them. How can I miss them? A cold light flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes, and his fighting spirit surged. Jing Tian Xuanyue felt a little strange when she mentioned the word whetstone. When she first met Lin Sun, she also said that she regarded Lin Sun as a whetstone, but she was defeated in the end. Do it! Kong Yu shouted. He didn't want to talk nonsense anymore. Whoosh, behind Kong Yu, two figures took the lead to attack. One was a gray-haired, cold-looking man on an ancient sword. His eyes were as sharp as a sword, and his whole body was like a long sword cutting through the sky. The other was a woman holding a silver steel whip. She was beautiful, and her body was curvy. She was extremely hot and attractive, but her aura was as violent as fire and murderous as the wind, making people shudder. The former was called Kong Yin, and the latter was called Chu Rao. They were both quasi-emperors. Clang! The ancient sword, as sharp as a rainbow, cut through the void and chopped at Lin Sun. Kong Yin revealed world-shocking might as soon as he attacked. The might of this sword enveloped this expanse of the heavens and the earth, causing boundless sword chi to surge while the scene of snow fluttering and ice covering an area of 5,000 kilometers appeared. At the same time, Chu Ji flicked his wrist. Pa, the 30-meter-long steel whip rose up like a silver snake, shining with a dazzling brilliance. It manifested the mysterious power of the laws and slashed down at Jing Tian Xuanyue. When looked at from afar, it was like the war whip of the gods in the heavens, and it seemed as if it wanted to shatter the world. Kong Yu and the others stayed far away. The main force of the attack this time was these two quasi-emperors, and they were just there to support them. Even though Kong Yu hated Lin Sun to the extreme, he was very clear that since Lin Sun was able to kill all the experts of the primitive Tao court by his side on the rocking boat, Lin Sun's own combat strength was bound to be extraordinary. Xing Lushui and the others heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that they didn't have to do anything. At least they didn't have to offend an Emperor realm expert. Whoosh, almost immediately, Lin Sun also moved. The broken blade, which had become completely dull and looked extremely ordinary, suddenly swept out and blocked the Taoist sword that was coming at him. And he flashed in the air and punched the steel whip that was charging at Jin Tianxianyu. Clang, first, the broken blade and the sword collided, resulting in a deafening collision. Divine light splashed everywhere, and a fierce and terrifying aura spread, causing the nearby mountains to collapse. Bang, then, Lin Sun's fist force, like a giant cauldron, collided with the steel whip. For a moment, Lin Sun's figure shook violently, as if he had been struck by lightning. But at the same time, the killing power of the steel whip was neutralized. Kong Yin and Chu Rao both showed a hint of surprise. A Peak Saint King was actually able to block both of their attacks. Kong Yu, Xing Lushui, and the others were also stunned and gasped when they saw this scene. How could this guy be so fierce? Clang, Jin Tianxianyu took out a snow-white Taoist sword and took advantage of this opportunity to kill Kong Yu and the others. Her figure was like a dream, and her fighting methods were swift and fierce. Like a female sword fairy, she was graceful and her sword intense soared to the ninth heaven. As soon as she attacked, she displayed her most powerful means. Suddenly, a giant city in the sea of clouds appeared between heaven and earth, standing in the clouds and bathed in starlight. The city tower was like a sword that reached the sky, emitting a vast white light. Vaguely, there seemed to be an illusory figure sitting on the city tower, overlooking the heavens. Sword Realm, White Emperor City. Humph. Chu Rao, the quasi-emperor, showed a trace of displeasure. If she couldn't deal with two young people with the presence of two quasi-emperors, it would be too embarrassing. But before she could attack, Lin Sun had already broken through the air and attacked. Your opponent is me. Boom, a giant cauldron emerged, intertwined with Taoist markings and the circulation of the divine law, showing a momentum that could suppress the four extremes and judge the world. At the same time, the broken blade, like lightning, chopped at Kong Yin on the other side. A series of actions happened almost at the same time, instantly igniting this great battle. Kong Yu and the others didn't have time to watch the battle, nor did they hesitate to attack, because Jin Tianxianyu had already arrived. Her sword realm turned into the vast White Emperor City, trying to trap and kill them. Rumble, the mountains and rivers collapsed, the towering ancient trees turned into ashes, the earth cracked, and the void was filled with blazing divine splendor and rumbling Taoist light. From a distance, it was as if gods were fighting fiercely, presenting a shocking scene of destruction and turbulence. Some of the important figures who had secretly caught up, such as the Flame Ancestor, couldn't help but tremble at this moment, and didn't dare to approach at all. Their eyes and minds were more attracted by the battle between Lin Sun and the two quasi-emperors. They didn't expect that the prey they had their eyes on this time would be a hidden great saint. Moreover, he dared to fight against two quasi-emperors at the same time. This was too shocking, and completely subverted their understanding. Clang, the broken blade and the saber and sword constantly collided, and the clanging sound of the collision shook the heavens and the earth. The nearby void collapsed and exploded, and the aura of destruction was astonishing. And Lin Sun's fist force clashed with Chu Rao's silver steel whip, producing a dull thunderous roar that shook the surroundings. The silver divine splendor and the cyan fist force raged like a hurricane. At this time, Lin Sun's expression was rare, serious and calm, and a pair of abyss-like black eyes were burning with a fierce fighting spirit. He used the greenwood Taoist body, performed the 9 cauldrons world suppression scripture, and the first slash of heaven. The power circulating in his body was a combination of the battle saint technique, the everlasting leakless, and the anger of the eye. His essence, chi, spirit, and the power of the great way were completely performed and released by him. Indeed, as he said, this time he regarded the two quasi-emperors as whetstones. Fight, his body was glowing, like the ancient blue sky, covering the sky, and his every move was disdainful and powerful. No one knew that as early as in the secret realm of Dayu, on the third day after becoming the great Saint King, he had already used all his strength to kill Cui Fu, a quasi-emperor of the Star Jade Sword Pavilion, the first orthodoxy of the Great Yu realm. At that time, he was in a completely suppressed state, and he was ceaselessly defeated and injured. In the end, he had to rely on the divine ability Death Seal to barely kill his opponent. The price he paid for this was serious injuries and dying, and he was almost exhausted. But the current Lin Sun was already different from before. His cultivation was already one step away from stepping into the Middle Saint King realm, and he had also grasped the mysteries of the embryonic form of the realm of Wei, which was terrifying and unfathomable. At the same time, after experiencing the support boat for half a year, he had not only tempered the green wood Taoist body and the yellow earth Taoist body. Even his understanding of the realm of Wei had become deeper, reaching a level that was far beyond ordinary. For example, in the battle with Golden Sky Mystic Moon and Buddhist Lord Wu Ming on the support boat, he had defeated them one by one without using his full strength. Now that he was facing quasi-emperors again, even if they were two quasi-emperors, Lin Sun was no longer afraid. He released his full strength, and although he did not use the Great Wei Furnace Scripture or the Great Endless Devouring Scripture, the power was still so powerful that it made one's heart tremble. The Flame Ancestor and the others, who were watching the battle from afar, were so shocked that their hearts trembled. How was this the power of a great Saint King? It was simply heaven-defying. At the same time, Kong Yin and Chu Rao could not remain calm, and their expressions changed again and again. A quasi-emperor was above the Saint realm, and the power of the Great Wei that they controlled was infinitely close to the Emperor realm. The battle strength that they possessed was naturally terrifying beyond imagination. Normally, existences like them would regard a saint as an ant and kill them like killing a chicken. Even if it was a great Saint King, they would be able to easily wipe them out. But now, when the two of them attacked together, they were actually blocked by a great Saint King, and from beginning to end, they were not at a disadvantage at all. Where did this monster come from? Kong Yin was shocked. The primordial world was the largest world in the starry sky, and it had given birth to many peerless monsters, as well as countless heaven-defying characters. But with Kong Yin's experience, he had never seen a great Saint King like Yu Xian, who could cross realms to fight two quasi-emperors. Could this child be ranked in the top 10 of the All Heavens King Sage list? Otherwise, how could his battle strength be so heaven-defying? At the same time, Chu Rao could not remain calm. The battle strength that Lin Sun had displayed had overturned the understanding of the world and shattered their inherent imagination. It was simply too incredible. Brother Kong, we can't hold back anymore. Chu Rao's heart was filled with killing intent. Behind Yu Xian stood the Fuyao Sword Emperor, and if she did not kill him this time, there would be endless trouble in the future. Moreover, with the heaven-defying battle strength that he had displayed, once he broke through to the great Saint King realm, which quasi-emperor in the world could be his match, at that time, it was likely that only a great emperor would be able to suppress him. Rise. Kong Yin took a deep breath and used his unique skill. A Taoist sword flashed in the void, transforming into thousands of sword shadows. 1 into 1,000, the dense sword shadows were as dense as a forest, blotting out the sky and earth. Each sword shadow flowed with sharp, violent, and turbulent sword laws. From afar, it was as if a boundless sword prison had descended upon the world. The entire world wailed as it was drowned by the terrifying sword chi, sword intent, and sword light. The Flame Ancestor and the others felt a stabbing pain in their eyes, and their minds were shaken. Their consciousness was filled with a vast expanse of white, and they could no longer see the scene of the battle. Almost at the same time, Jing Tian Xianxia, who was fighting fiercely with Kong Yu and others, also felt a great sense of danger in her heart. She captured the breath of Kong Yin's sword in her divine awareness. Her pretty face changed. But it was too late for her to save him. It was already her limit to fight against hundreds of thousands of peerless Saint Kings with Sword Domain White Emperor City alone. It happened suddenly, so it was futile to worry. Kong Yu and others looked gloomy at first. Being pinned down by a single woman made them feel fearful, but at the same time, they also felt humiliated. But at this time, when they perceived the breath of Kong Yin's sword, their eyes lit up and they were shocked. What a terrible sword! This was the real power of a quasi-emperor, which was above all saints and second only to the emperor realm. Chu Rao also breathed a sigh of relief. She recognized that this was Kong Yin's trump card, called Boundless Sword Shadow, which integrated Kang Yin's cultivation of swordsmanship and honed for 8,000 years to show the style of swordsmanship. Even she could only avoid the sharpness of this sword. If he dies under this sword, it will be worth it. As soon as this thought came to Chu Rao's mind, Kang Yin's sword had already chopped down. Boom! Thousands of sword shadows rumbled, like thousands of peerless swordsmen descending upon Lin Fan with the aura of a boundless universe. The world was illuminated by the vast sword light, dazzling and boundless. The mountains and rivers within a radius of 3,000 miles were silently turned into powder at this moment, and the smoke and dust covered the sky. But Lin Sun was neither sad nor happy at this time. He just moved his mind. Clang, the dull and lusterless broken sword, as if awakened at this moment, suddenly emitted a touch of extremely bright light and flashed away. The first cut of Tianyuan, however, at this moment, the power of the attack had doubled. Doubling seemed inconspicuous, but it was equivalent to the fusion of two Lin Sun's fighting power. It was also the first time for Lin Sun to release the full power of the broken blade after absorbing the source of green spirit Tao and transforming it. Then, the broken sword flashed like a flowing light, light and illusory. Everywhere it passed, the dense expanse of sword chi was soundlessly crushed, and vanished. The sword chi was even more dazzling than the sun. But under the broken blade's slash, they all dimmed. It took a long time to describe, but in reality, everything had happened in an instant, and it was so fast that no one could see it clearly. Dang! Amidst a world-shaking collision, Kang Yin's Dao sword wailed and was blasted flying. Kang Yu's body trembled as he suffered a backlash. His expression suddenly changed. The boundless thousand-sword shadow was the trump card that he was most proud of. It was a supreme technique that he had refined for 8,000 years in the quasi-emperor realm. But now, it had been broken by a peerless sage king who he didn't even care about. How was this possible? Such an unexpected turn of events caught Kang Yin off guard, and his heart wavered slightly. At this time, Duan Ren had already arrived. It was unimaginably fast. It was like a wisp of light that could amaze the ages, and it tore through the darkness of eternal night as it arrived, and the aura it emanated was ferocious to the point it caused all living beings in the world to tremble. Puff, there was a flash of light. As a quasi-emperor, Kang Yin's defense was extremely strong, but in this instant, it was easily torn apart like a piece of paper. Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, his stomach was split open, an incomparably ferocious and austere aura poured down like a mountain torrent, rushing into his body with a destructive force. His indestructible body of a quasi-emperor showed signs of cracking and destruction. Blood and minced flesh splattered everywhere. There was a burst of exclamations. No one had expected that the trump card of a quasi-emperor like Kang Yin would be destroyed in a head-on collision. Even more so, no one had expected that Kang Yin would be killed. Boom! Chu Rao was the first to react. She waved her silver steel whip and suddenly appeared behind Lin Sun, and the incomparably domineering steel whip ruthlessly smashed down. It was powerful and heavy, and the whip was as heavy as a mountain. Lin Sun did not dodge or evade, but went straight ahead. At this moment, he arrived in front of Kang Yin, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death, and swung his fist to kill. Duan Ren was destroying Kang Yin's body like a hot knife through butter, and Lin Sun's punch was like the convergence of the 9 cauldrons, which had the power to calm everything and cleanse the universe. Kang Yin had no time to dodge. Everything happened too quickly. Even with his many years of battle experience, he had no time to dodge, and could only face it head-on. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering sound of the collision, Kang Yin's already seriously injured body completely exploded. The terrifying fist force and the Duan blade, which had doubled its combat power, worked together to kill the quasi-emperor on the spot. That bloody scene was truly shocking. At the same time, Lin Sun's back was smashed by the silver steel whip. His internal organs were shaken, and his spine was cracked. Bang! He staggered and flew out, coughing up blood, his face pale. At the critical moment, the Duan blade swept out, and finally blocked Chu Rao's storm-like pursuit. A series of scenes happened in the blink of an eye, and then came to an end. However, a quasi-emperor like Kang Yin had already been killed on the spot. The bloody scene caused the expressions of everyone present to change. The Flame Ancestor and the others were dumbfounded. They felt a bone-piercing chill run down their spines, and they could not help but tremble all over. Facing the pincer attack of two quasi-emperors, Yu Xian had still been able to kill one of them. The most incredible thing was that Yu Xian was only a peerless saint king. The whetstone is broken. Jin Tian Xuanyue's heart, which had been clenched, was also overwhelmed by extreme shock at this moment. Crossing a great realm to kill a quasi-emperor, how many people in the world could do this? Kong Yu, Xing Lu Shui, and the others trembled inwardly, as if they had seen a ghost. Puff, several bloody heads fell to the ground, beheaded by a ray of pure white sword qi. It was naturally Jin Tian Xuanyue who had attacked. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she attacked with all her strength, fierce and murderous like a banished immortal. In the vast sword domain of White Emperor City, all that was whistling was bright sword qi. Kill! Kong Yu roared. Xing Lu Shui and the others also realized the seriousness of the situation and attacked with all their strength. In the distance, Lin Sun and Chu Rao were fighting. One of them was dazzling like the ancient sky, performing the 9 cauldrons with immeasurable power. A Duan blade flashed, exuding an extremely fierce sharpness. The other waved a steel whip, pointing at the sky and hitting the ground. The silvery shadow of the whip produced many strange phenomena, and the power of various laws poured out like a tide. However, at this moment, Chu Rao's heart was filled with shock and anger, and her brows were full of seriousness. Kong Yin's combat strength was not weaker than hers, but when he displayed his most prized trump card, he was killed by his opponent in a spurt of energy. This bloody scene made Chu Rao's hair stand on end and she was frightened. Since becoming a quasi-emperor, this was the first time she felt a bone-chilling danger and chill in front of a peak Saint King. At this time, Lin Sun took a deep breath, suppressed his injuries, and attacked with all his strength. If it had been his real body, he would not have been injured, but in order to hide his identity, Lin Sun could only make do. His mind was clear, calm, and ethereal. He performed his own Taoan techniques, and his body was as bright as the great blue sun, becoming more and more illusory. Boom! For a moment, the world was overturned, and the sun and moon lost their light. Die! Chu Rao suddenly rushed forward, taking 9 steps in the air. With each step, a golden divine rainbow fell from the void. When she took the 9th step, 9 divine rainbows fell and condensed into a big golden lotus. 36 petals bloomed, and each leaf represented a universe, 36 lotus world. This was Chu Rao's unique technique. She used her own law domain to transform into a world, divided into 36 layers, and each layer contained a different killing intent. And Chu Rao, who was in this world, was like a ruler, standing upright on the big lotus, her body transformed into 36 worlds, and her divine power was boundless. Quasi-emperors were the ancestors of all living beings, and the laws of the great ways they controlled were above the saint realm. For example, this 36 lotus world was transformed from the domain of Tao. Realizing that Chu Rao had begun to fight desperately, Lin Sun also took a deep breath, and a trace of determination flashed in his black eyes. Buzz! A rudimentary domain of Tao appeared around him, deep as an abyss, boiling like a furnace, and green in color, releasing the mysteries of life and death. This was the first time Lin Sun used the Greenwood Taoist body to display the rudimentary domain of Tao. Compared to the past, although the atmosphere was different, its power could be said to be mysterious and unpredictable. In an instant, a strange scene appeared in this part of the world. The 36 lotus worlds revealed all sorts of profundities. There was auspicious light flowing, melodious Tao music, the roar of fiend gods, the rotation of the sun and moon, but when Lin Sun's rudimentary domain of Tao appeared, it was like a peerlessly overbearing and raging storm, and it crushed the lotus worlds one after another with the momentum of a whirlwind. The auspicious light exploded and dispersed, the Tao music stopped abruptly, the fiend gods fled in terror, and the sun and moon were overturned. Lin Sun's domain of Tao was like the source of destruction, and it plundered vitality and reversed life and death. Rumble, it was utterly impossible to describe the scene at this moment. The heavens and the earth shook while a vast expanse of whiteness appeared, and it seemed as if the surrounding void had been destroyed. This battle even caused Linen City that was extremely far away to be shaken. The bodies of countless cultivators that were distributed throughout the city trembled, and they felt as if an earthquake had erupted. Their expressions couldn't help but change. There were also those with extraordinary strength that stood in the void and sensed the commotion of this battle from afar, and they couldn't help but be astounded. Was this an unprecedented battle between quasi-emperors? Unfortunately, the distance was too far, and they couldn't see it clearly at all. Naturally, it was impossible for them to know that this was not a battle between quasi-emperors, but a battle that could be said to be an earth-shattering battle across realms, when the smoke and dust dispersed. The nearby mountains and rivers had turned into a scene of devastation, ravines crisscrossed everywhere, and vitality had dried up. It was a scene of destruction. Puff, in the void, Lin Sun coughed up blood. His face was pale, and his clothes were torn. His hair was disheveled, and he was in a rather sorry state. But before Kong Yu and the others could breathe a sigh of relief, a scene that made them shiver all over appeared. Opposite Lin Sun, Quasi-Emperor Chu Rao, who seemed to be unscathed, seemed to have lost all her vitality in an instant. Her whole body turned into ashes that filled the sky. A gust of wind blew past, blowing away the ashes. There was dead silence, and not a single sound could be heard. A quasi-emperor had been destroyed in such a terrible way. This was something that no one had imagined before. The strange scene of her death was too horrifying. Kong Yin, who had been practicing the boundless sword shadow for 8,000 years, was broken by Lin Sun's broken sword and crushed by his fist. His body exploded and he died suddenly. At this time, Chu Rao also followed Kong Yin's footsteps. How powerful were the 36 Lotus Realms, however, she had died under this move that she was most proud of. The vitality of her body had been stripped away, and she had transformed into ashes that filled the sky, and it was Lin Sun, a saint king, who killed her. At this moment, the world was dead silent. Xianxia, Kong Yu, and others who were fighting fiercely were all shocked and stopped what they were doing. However, while Xianxia was shocked, there was an unconcealable joy on his face, while Kong Yu and the others looked as if they had been struck by lightning, as if they had lost their parents. Two quasi-emperors could almost sweep away all the saint kings in the world when they fought together, but now, Kong Yu and Chu Rao were killed by Lin Sun one after another in a head-on confrontation. Who could be shocked? Flame Ancestor and other big shots who were watching the battle in the dark were already dumbfounded. They were so frightened that their guts were about to burst and their hearts were filled with terror. When they thought that their prey in Donglai Treasure Pavilion turned out to be such a powerful man, they felt a lingering fear. Why did you stop fighting? In the void, although Lin Sun's clothes were torn, his back was as straight as a sword. Although there were blood stains on the corners of his mouth and his face was quite pale, he still stood there with awe-inspiring power. Clang, Xianxia smiled and continued to fight with a sword sound. Go. However, Kong Yu and others were so frightened that they didn't dare to fight anymore. They chose to escape without hesitation. Especially those big shots of the Xing family, who had long been scared out of their wits and shivered. They didn't even care about Kong Yu and fled faster than the other. If I let you escape, you will still be a problem in the future. With a sigh, Lin Sun's figure flickered and suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of Kong Yu. Don't kill me. I'm willing to pay all the compensation. Kong Yu screamed. Puff. Before his voice died away, he was cut in half by the broken sword. His face was full of shock and fear, as if he couldn't believe it. Ever since he started cultivating, he had entered the primordial Dao court as a pure-blooded descendant of the imperial Kong family. Wherever he went, he was respected and respected. Who would have thought that there was someone in this world who didn't care about his status and killed him without any hesitation? Lin Sun was so fast that he didn't even bother to pay attention to a dead man like Kong Yu. His top priority was to seize all the time to kill all the enemies. Puff puff puff. In the following period of time, experts were killed one after another as they fled for their lives. There were experts by Kong Yu's side, and there were also important figures from the Xing clan. No matter who they were all killed by Lin Sun. With his current battle prowess, he could already kill a quasi-emperor in a head-on battle, let alone these people of the same generation. It was killing people like tearing paintings, and annihilating them like slaughtering chickens. Xianxia originally wanted to cooperate with him, but she couldn't do anything along the way. The Flame Ancestor and others in the dark were already in a cold sweat. They had already fled in a hurry for fear of being included in Lin Sun's hunting list. In fact, Lin Sun had no energy to pay attention to these small fries at the moment. After a while, The head of the Xing clan, Xing Lushui, was moving at full speed in front of the majestic and bustling Linen city. He was about to enter the city. Swish, a broken blade appeared in front of him. If he hadn't stopped in time, he would have bumped into it, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. Taoism pure, this time our Xing clan is just following orders. We have no intention of being enemies with you. I hope you can show mercy and let me live. Xing Liushui's face was pale. He turned around with difficulty and begged in a trembling voice. If I am in trouble this time, will you show mercy? Lin Sun asked. Xing Lushui stiffened all over. The answer was obvious, and it would be too fake for him to deny it. Puff, the next moment, Lin Sun had already taken action. With a flash of the broken blade, Xing Lushui was killed in front of Linen city. Then, Lin Sun turned around and left. God! The head of the Xing clan has been killed. Linen city was originally a fairy city. People came and went outside the city gate, and this bloody scene was seen by many practitioners. For a time, there were constant exclamations and uproars. It didn't take long for the news to spread to Linen city, causing a stir. Xing Lushui acted with the experts of the primitive Tao court. Now that he was killed outside the city gate, doesn't it mean that those experts of the primitive Tao court are also dead? Many people were shocked and gasped. At the beginning, some people noticed that Kong Yu took Xing Lushui and others out of the city in a threatening manner. But now, such a bloody thing happened, which inevitably made people's imagination run wild. Who is that man? How can he be so terrible? There were also many people who were disappointed. Xing Lushui was a saint king at the peak of the perfection realm. In Green Province, he was also a big shot who could summon wind and rain. But he was killed in front of his own nest, and when the big shots like Flame Ancestor returned, they brought back even more shocking news. Yu Xian killed 2 quasi-emperors, Kong Yu and others, and killed all the big shots of the Xing clan. Yu Xian, a young man at the peak of the Saint King realm, has the power to kill enemies across the realm. Yu Xian once appeared in Donglai Treasure Pavilion. Yu Xian, one news after another swept over Linen like a storm, causing a sensation in the whole city and setting off shocking waves. Donglai Treasure Pavilion. The piece of divine material from an unknown place, which everyone had been looking forward to, was the last to appear as the final treasure. However, just as Pu Longji was deliberating her words and planning to introduce the final treasure, there was a commotion in the auction house. What? The head of the Xing clan is dead? There are experts of the primitive Tao court involved in this matter? Yu Xian is too cruel. There was turmoil and chaos in the auction house. Countless shocked voices rang out, diluting people's expectations for the final treasure. Pu Longji was stunned for a moment before she realized that the man and the woman whom she had thought might be in trouble had actually done something earth-shattering. This made her smile bitterly. The final treasure was originally the focus of attention, but now, it was completely disrupted. Outside the city, in the vast mountains, Lin Sun and Jin Tianxianhui gathered together, as if nothing had happened, and said, "Next, let's go to Yunzhou." With a wave of his sleeve, he took out the vast universe arc and flew away with Jin Tianxianhui. "Child, these are the spoils we collected before." On the ship, Jin Tianxianhui handed a storage ring to Lin Sun, with a look of heartfelt respect. When she was defeated by Lin Sun on the ship, she was still unable to estimate Lin Sun's true strength. But now, she finally had a clear understanding. Yu Xian had already reached a height that she could only look up to in the Saint King realm. Lin Sun was keenly aware of the change in Jin Tianxianhui's attitude, but he did not say much and began to check the storage ring. The spoils obtained from killing Kong Yu and his party were extremely rich. All kinds of divine materials, elixirs, ores, and holy treasures added up, according to the market price of the underground black market, could be worth more than 10 million Tao gems. This was the so-called "a man cannot be rich without a windfall, and a horse cannot be fat without grass at night." "When these spoils are sold, I will give you half," Lin Sun said casually. Jin Tianxianhui was stunned, and a strange light flashed in her clear eyes. She said, "Child, I am just a servant beside you. How can I share the spoils?" Lin Sun smiled, "What servant? We have fought side by side, so the spoils should be divided equally. This is my rule." Halfway through his sentence, he almost blurted out the words Lin. Jing Tian Xuanyue's heart trembled inexplicably, and she felt a trace of indescribable joy. Was this a sense of identity? Lin Sun suddenly stood up and walked out of the cabin. The next moment, the vast universe arc also stopped in the void, because in the distance, there appeared a woman in a cyan dress holding a blood umbrella. She stood in the sky, surrounded by a misty sea of clouds, her clothes fluttering, and the eye-catching red umbrella made her look extremely enchanting. "Child, I came uninvited, please don't blame me." Qingying spoke in a soft and ethereal voice. "Miss Qingying, what's the matter?" Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed slightly. He had just fought with 2 quasi-emperors. Not only was he exhausted, but he was also injured. Lin Sun had to guard against the sudden appearance of Qingying, who exuded a mysterious aura. Even when facing this woman, Lin Sun was far more serious than facing the 2 quasi-emperors, Kang Yin and Chu Rao. "I would like to take this opportunity to make a deal with you." Qingying seemed to see through Lin Sun's vigilance and directly stated her intention. "I'd like to hear the details." Lin Sun was interested. "I wonder if you have heard of Lin Sun?" Qingying asked. At this moment, Lin Sun was keenly aware that Qingying's eyes were fixed on him, as if to observe his reaction. He said calmly, "Isn't he the most wanted criminal in the starry sky?" "Of course I have heard of him." Qingying was silent for a while, and then said, "If you have a chance to see him in the future, you might as well tell him that I, Qingying of the Misty House, would like to meet him. At that time I will tell him a thing that will do him no harm." Lin Sun replied with an "oh" and asked, "Lin Sun has disappeared for many years. Why do you think I can see him?" Qingying said, "Intuition." Lin Sun's lips twitched imperceptibly. He shook his head with a wry smile, "Well, I promise you. Thank you for your help." As Qingying spoke, he turned his hand and took out a translucent and fine copper mirror. "There's a map in this copper mirror. You can find me with it. If young master can accomplish this, I'll give young master a reward that you can't refuse." "Can't refuse?" Lin Sun smiled playfully. Qingying said, "Believe it or not, what's the harm in waiting?" Lin Sun nodded happily, "Well, I also believe my intuition this time." Buzz, Qingying flicked her finger, and the slender copper mirror flew out and handed it to Lin Sun. "Child, I look forward to meeting you next time," Qingying said and turned away. Her green dress fluttered in the sea of clouds, and the blood umbrella over her head was like a canopy, covering the sky and her face. Watching Qingying's stunning figure disappear in the vast sea of clouds, Lin Sun withdrew his eyes. Looking at the bronze mirror in his hand, he couldn't calm down. This woman seemed to notice something from him, otherwise, why did he come to me and talk about Lin Sun, a thing related to me? Clatter his spiritual awareness entered the bronze mirror. In an instant, a mysterious map emerged in his mind. The route drawn on it was extremely complicated, and the ultimate destination was marked with a place, the hidden land. Lin Sun put away the bronze mirror, walked into the cabin and said, "Xianxia, have you heard of the hidden land?" Jing Tian Xianxia frowned and thought for a while. Then she shook her head and said, "It's the first time I've heard of it." Lin Sun nodded and stopped thinking about it. When there was a chance in the future, he would go to the hidden land to have a look. He was also quite curious as to what kind of thing this Qingying was going to tell him, which would bring him no harm at all. As for the irresistible reward, Lin Sun didn't care at all. On the contrary, Qingying's attitude made him realize that what was waiting for him in the hidden land should not be a fatal disaster. "Xianxia, after today, you and I both need to change our identities. Otherwise, the journey will not be peaceful," Lin Sun said. Jing Tian Xianxia chuckled and took out a silver mask as thin as cicada's wing. She gently covered her face. Suddenly, her temperament and appearance changed accordingly. If it was said that she was a peerless beauty with graceful bearing and immortal physique before, then at this moment, she instead had a kind of cute and clever, delicate and pretty aura like a pretty daughter from a humble family, and her brows were clear and childish. Lin Sun was stunned. He couldn't see through the disguise on Jing Tian Xianxia with his spiritual awareness. "This is a treasure given by Thousand Illusion Spirit Emperor, a good friend of my ancestor. It's called All Creatures. It's the most magical." Jing Tian Xianxia explained, "According to Senior Thousand Illusion Spirit Emperor, there are only two types of people who can see through this disguise. One is a martial emperor, and the other is an expert who is born with an innate talent similar to the heavenly eye. Lin Sun suddenly understood. All living beings' avatar. Just from its name, one could tell how profound this mask-like treasure was. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun also changed his body, replacing the wood Taoist body with the yellow Taoist body. His aura and charm also changed accordingly. It was as heavy as a stone and as lofty as a mountain. Xianxia widened her eyes, revealing a look of shock. She sensed that Lin Sun had truly become a completely different person. His aura, charm, and even appearance were all different. This was even more miraculous than her all-living being's avatar. At the same time, a bold idea emerged in her mind. Was the previous him also in disguise? If that's the case, then who is his true identity? Xianxia already had his suspicions when they were on the support boat. According to her knowledge, the imperial clan, the Yu clan, was only an ancient imperial clan. Even though their resources and reserves were formidable, they were content with their own territory. If Yu Xian really came from the Yu clan, then with the heaven-defying battle prowess he possessed, his name would have long since spread far and wide. However, Yu Xian's name didn't even appear on the All-Heaven King list. Even the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, which was also located in the Zihang Star Zone, didn't know how powerful Yu Xian was. Now, witnessing Lin Sun's means of transformation, how could Xianxia not be suspicious, but she was sensible enough not to ask. In fact, she didn't know at all that Lin Sun did this on purpose. As long as Xianxia was with him in the future, she would definitely find more and more clues. In this regard, Lin Sun didn't have any scruples. However, Lin Sun didn't reveal this layer. It would be better if his true identity could be concealed all the time. He thought for a moment and said, "From now on, call me Jin Dui." Jin Dui? Good name. Jin is the sharpness of heaven and earth. It means that all living things in the world have their uniqueness. Xianxia praised. She herself was a descendant of the White Emperor in ancient times. Her surname was Jin Tian. She thought that Lin Sun's surname was inspired by her surname. The corner of Lin Sun's mouth twitched. If the narcissistic old toad knew that a fairy like Xianxia would have such a special affection for his name, he would be complacent. "Xianxia, I'm going to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time," Lin Sun said in a low voice. First, he wanted to repair the injuries of the Greenwood Taoist body. Second, he wanted to take advantage of this time to completely refine the space boundary crystal. At the same time, he had another goal. If he could break through to the peak of the middle stage of the Saint King realm before he arrived at the Xuanji Dao sect in Cloud Province, that would naturally be the best. "Okay, I'll protect you." Xianxia nodded. As Lin Sun and the others boarded the vast universe arc and set off for Cloud Province, the matter that shook Linan City also spread to Green Province as if it had wings. The death of Kong Yu and the other untainted Dao Court experts, as well as the death of the Xing clan, was like a storm that had an extremely great impact. It should be known that Green Province was one of the 49 provinces of the untainted world. It had tens of thousands of cities and a vast territory, like a large world. But in all these years, there had never been an expert in Green Province who dared to kill the successors of the 6 great Dao courts. Similarly, the battle strength that Yu Xian had displayed was also eye-catching. In a situation where he was fighting 1 against 2, he was still able to cross a great realm and kill 2 quasi-emperors. This was simply too inconceivable. But what puzzled people was that there was no such heaven-defying and ruthless person like Yu Xian on the All-Heaven Saint King list that covered the entire Starry Sky ancient path. On the contrary, the death of Xing Lu Shui and the others caused a relatively small commotion. After all, Linan City was only one of the tens of thousands of cities in Green Province. Although the Xing clan was the number 1 force in Linan City, it was not enough in the entire Green Province. In just a few days, the entire Green Province knew that the successors of the untainted Dao Court had been killed. And the name Yu Xian was like a dark horse that had charged out of the sky. His fierce name shook the Green Province and attracted countless gazes. Soon, even his background and details were found out. For example, he came from the Yu clan, an ancient imperial family in the Dayu realm. He took the Heavenly Sound Pavilion's support boat across the starry sky and arrived in the primordial world, Even the things he did on the support boat were dug out one by one. These news could not be concealed at all. After all, the cultivators who arrived in the primordial world on the support boat like him all knew about these things. In the end, this information was summed up, and the cultivators of Green Province came to an almost similar conclusion. Yu Xian, a hidden and heaven-defying figure, was protected by the Fuyao Sword Emperor of the Jingtian clan. Because of a woman named Lu Qingyan, he became enemies with Kong Yu and other experts of the untainted Dao court, but in the eyes of those who were observant, there were still many mysteries about Yu Xian. For example, Wuming Buddha and his people once appeared in the Hidden Land realm, regarded him as a heretic and wanted to get rid of him quickly. For example, Fufeng Sword Emperor also wanted to suppress him, but for some reason, his attitude changed. In short, in this Green Province, Yu Xian, who was disguised as Lin's son, was completely famous. Being targeted by the Hidden Land realm, Yu Xian is doomed to be hunted down. Someone made an inference. Moreover, he killed the successor of the untainted Dao court. Even if he has Fufeng Sword Emperor as his backer, in this primordial world, I'm afraid he can't protect Yu Xian. Such a view received a lot of approval. For a time, a storm was brewing in the Green Province. And when these news came out from the Green Province, the most eye-catching thing was the heaven-defying combat power shown by Yu Xian. It was rare in the primordial world to cross a great realm and kill two quasi-emperors as a peerless holy king. Who could not pay attention to such a monstrous figure? It was said that when the news reached the Black-Yellow Taoist court, one of the 6 major Taoist courts, it even attracted the attention of some old monsters. After all, whether it was the Starry Sky True Sage list, Starry Sky Great Sage list or All Heaven's Holy King list, they were all issued by the Black-Yellow Taoist court. Now, such a heaven-defying figure like Yu Xian did not appear on the All Heaven's Holy King list. For the Black-Yellow Taoist court, this naturally became an anomaly worthy of attention. However, the primordial world was too big, vast and boundless. The name Yu Xian was still very strange to the vast majority of cultivators in the whole world. Strictly speaking, the fame of Yu Xian, who was disguised by Lin's son, was only limited to the Green Province. Lin's son was completely unaware of these disturbances and influences. Moreover, like Jingtian Xianyue, he had changed his identity in advance. Even if he was seen by cultivators on the road, it was impossible to recognize him. Time flew by. 10 days later, the vast universe arc carrying Lin's son and Jingtian Xianyue, after passing through thousands of mountains and rivers and crossing many cities, finally left the territory of the Green Province. The journey was smooth and uneventful. It was also on this day that Lin's son completely refined the space boundary crystal, and his control of the law of space soared. The thumb-sized space boundary crystal was actually not simple. It was the original power of space that was born at the beginning of the world. In addition, during the 6 months on the rocking boat, Lin's son had been pondering and comprehending the Tao field. The refining of the space boundary crystal was like a primer, which made his control of the law of space undergo a profound transformation. Every world operated with a different law of space. For example, the law of space of the Dayu world and the primordial world was completely different. But as long as one could control the mysteries of the law of space, no matter which world one went to, one could use one's magical powers like a fish in water. For example, space teleportation, size manipulation, worlds end near, but the core was that the control of the law of space played a vital role in the condensation of the Tao field. Just like at this moment, Lin's son's improvement in the law of space gave him a new understanding of his Tao field, and a strong premonition arose in his heart. It was not far from the day when he would completely condense a complete Tao field. Tomorrow is the 15th. Between the 15th and the 19th, you will get double the monthly tickets. This thing is only doubled if you spend vertical and horizontal coins. Everyone should act within their means. In the following period of time, Lin's son and Jingtian Xianyue didn't hurry on with their journey, and they either traveled through the boundless mountains and rivers, or wandered through the cities. It was a completely relaxed state of mind while traveling. The primordial world was extremely vast, and every single state had its own style and features. They were in a myriad of forms and were dazzling and unusual. For example, when they traveled in the Nether Province, the area of this province was a few times larger than Azure Province, and most of the cultivators within this province were Netherworld cultivators. They were famous for tempering the soul and utilizing the energy of soul essence. The Nether province was also said to be the place in the world that was most like the Netherworld, and the cities that were distributed throughout it revealed a ghastly scene. In the eyes of mortals in the mortal world, this place was indeed very terrifying. The treasures refined and the cultivation techniques cultivated by the cultivators revealed the phenomena of being overrun with ghosts and demons. Only when they arrived at the Nether province did Lin Sun find out that there was an unknown place called the Dark Underworld in this province, and it was regarded as a forbidden area. Even an Emperor Realm figure would have a slim chance of survival if he entered it. According to legend, the Nether god scripture of the first sect in the Nether province, the Nether sect, came from the Dark Underworld, regardless of whether the rumor was true or not. The Dark Underworld was indeed an extremely famous unknown place, and it was called one of the 8 great forbidden areas of the primordial world. If they traveled in the Star province, it was a completely different scene. There were numerous enormous ravines in this province, and it was even to the extent that some cities were built in the depths of these ravines. According to legend, 2 supreme figures fought fiercely here a long time ago, and with a wave of their hands, they slashed down the stars that covered the sky. When those meteors smashed into the ground, they formed huge ravines. Interestingly, these meteors contained all sorts of strange divine materials and ores, and in the countless years of the past, countless cultivators had come to search for them. Therefore, the Star province was also called the Mineral province, and it was abundant in various divine materials, and a large number of outstanding equipment refining grandmasters had emerged from it. All in all, Azure province, Nether province, Star province. Every single province was extremely vast, and they had their own culture and culture. Along the way, Lin Sun and Xianxia widened their horizons and gained a deeper understanding of the primordial world. Along the way, the two of them spent money like it was water, buying many rare and strange specialties. For example, the ghost rhino puppets that were abundant in the Nether continent had the soul essence of azure beetles refined within them. So long as 2 cultivators held one each and utilized a unique secret technique to activate it, then no matter where they were or how far they were, they would be able to form a unique connection and sense the existence of the other. Take the clam soul pearl for example. If this pearl was buried anywhere, then no matter where one went, one would be able to observe everything that was happening in that place at all times. It was like a mirage that could be seen at any time. For example, the jade spirit pendant that was abundant in the Star region was a small creature that was born from jade essence. It was 3 inches in size, completely snow white, and had a pair of arms that were like little hammers. It was capable of identifying all sorts of jade treasures in the world. Other than the ghost rhino puppet, the clam soul pearl, the jade essence pendant, there were also some other rare items. For example, the flame essence that could help a refiner control the temperature of a flame. For example, the Southern Bridge jade pillow that could conjure all kinds of beautiful dreams and let cultivators immerse themselves in the dream world to experience all kinds of living beings. There were too many of them to count. In addition to killing and cultivation, the world of cultivators also gave birth to various civilizations and items, which involved all aspects of cultivation life. Because of this, the entire cultivation world became colorful, resplendent, and glorious. However, these rare things were extremely expensive. Along the way, just by buying these treasures, Lin Sun's Dao crystal flowed out like water. For example, a pair of precious ghost rhino puppet was worth 100,000 Tao gems, and the price of a Southern Bridge jade pillow was even more outrageous, costing 1.9 million Tao gems, and it was often not available. Along the way, 2 months had passed without him realizing it. On this day, Lin Sun and Xianxia arrived in Snow Province and stopped in a city called Qianlu. As the name suggested, Snow Province was a world covered with ice and snow all year round. Mountains, rivers, and everything was covered with silver and snowflakes. The materials used to construct the city were all made of profound ice. They were sparkling, translucent, and beautiful. Child, these are all the classics about Snow Province that can be bought in the market. In an inn, Xianxia returned with a lot of jade slips. Lin Sun took them in his hand and read them one by one. Every time he arrived at a place, he would collect the classics of this place and study the history, civilization, geography, and other knowledge of this place. Read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles. Without reading books, even if he went to visit some famous places, he would not understand the origin and illusions of these places and the meaning contained in them at all. In that case, no matter how many places he went, he would just look at the flowers on horseback and watch the fun, and it would not help his own experience. Primordial world was the first world in the starry sky and also regarded as the origin of all Tao. If he could learn all kinds of news about this world as much as possible, it would be of immeasurable benefit to Lin Sun's future cultivation. The so-called cultivation was also like this. See the world, see all living beings, see yourself, identify all things in the world, feel the mystery of the great Tao, appreciate all kinds of living beings, and feel the essence of the ups and downs of the world. In this way, he could prove himself and go further on the road of great Tao. At Lin Sun's level of cultivation, it was more important to change his state of mind and perception if he wanted to break through the realm while practicing hard cultivation in seclusion and experience in the world. The most essential objective was actually for the sake of going further on the path towards the Tao. While Lin Sun was reading the classics of Snow Province, Xianxia was not idle. She was used to getting along with Lin Sun. She picked up the teapot, took a handful of frost snow water she had just collected, and began to make tea. After a while, Lin Sun stretched his body and took a cup of spiritual tea handed by Xianxia. He took a sip and sighed with emotion. I have to say that this period of time is the most peaceful and relaxing time I have ever had. Xianxia pursed her lips and smiled. Although she was disguised by the all-living beings, her delicate and pretty charm had a unique charm to it. She also sighed with emotion in her heart. When she boarded the boat, she had never thought that she would accompany Lin Sun to travel through the primordial world in such a strange way. During this period of time, she almost forgot all kinds of troubles and things. Her body and mind were tranquil. She walked between heaven and earth, looked at the world indifferently, appreciated the customs of different places, and appreciated the variety of things in the world. Let's go. After drinking the tea, Lin Sun got up slowly and walked out of the inn. Xianxia nodded and got up to catch up with him. As she was walking, her heart suddenly trembled. In an instant, she noticed that Lin Sun's back seemed to have produced a wonderful change. He seemed to be walking leisurely, but she felt that he was in harmony with heaven and earth and all things in the world. He was walking in front of her, but she couldn't capture or respond to him in her spiritual awareness. Just like the great Tao, invisible and unfathomable, it was omnipresent. Outside the inn, the ground was paved with black ice, which was smooth as a mirror. There was an endless stream of pedestrians on the street, and the snowflakes were like goose feathers. Lin Sun walked on the street with his hands behind his back. He looked so ordinary and inconspicuous, completely unattractive. It was as if he was in harmony with heaven and earth and all living beings. Although he was ordinary, he was there, invisible like the great Tao. Young master, have you broken through? On the way, Xianxia finally couldn't help asking. Lin Sun casually nodded. His black eyes were deep as he walked in the wind and snow, his heart empty and tranquil. After traveling the world for more than 2 months, everything Yang Kai had seen, felt, and comprehended along the way had all transformed into a force that allowed him to break through to the next realm, allowing his cultivation to soar to the peak of the Saint King realm. From beginning to end, he didn't deliberately force it at all. It happened completely naturally. Just like the water in a teacup, when it was full, it would naturally overflow. He seemed to be walking with his hands behind his back, but in fact, the essence, qi, spirit, and strength in his body were all undergoing an amazing transformation. It was just that neither Xianxia nor the pedestrians on the street could see this magnificent spectacle of a breakthrough. Even so, Xianxia was still shocked. She had seen many scenes of breaking through the realm since she started cultivating, and she had also read many descriptions about it in the ancient books. But this was the first time he had seen someone break through to the next realm without making a sound or making a sound. It was too ordinary, too natural, like an invisible elephant, which gave people an indescribable feeling of shock and impact. For a moment, Xianxia was touched and had some enlightenment. Thinking of what she had experienced during this period of time, various thoughts emerged in her mind. Finally, she stared at Lin Sun's back in the distance and smiled silently in the bustling street of the university. She had vaguely understood something, but she couldn't tell it clearly. But she knew clearly that she seemed to be about to break through the realm. When they walked out of the city, Lin Sun suddenly stopped and said, "Since I've broken through the realm, there's no need to travel anymore. Let's go to Cloud Province immediately." Jin Xianxia naturally had no objection. Not far from the city, there was an ancient transmission array, which led to Cloud Province. At this time, there were many cultivators who had paid the spiritual crystals and walked in. Lin Sun and Jin Xianxia paid a lot of spiritual crystals together and were about to walk into the ancient transmission array. Suddenly, Lin Sun seemed to have sensed something. He turned his head and looked at the city gate in the distance. In front of the city gate, there stood an old man and a young man. The old man was senile with silver hair and beard, and he was waving a feather fan in his hand. The young man was a young man in black, with black hair and black eyes. He had a delicate face, and the corners of his mouth were slightly pursed, forming a cold and aloof smile. Lin Sun's eyes narrowed slightly. The old man was the first one to see through his breakthrough. Other people around him, including Jin Xianxia, didn't notice the old man and the young man at all. Fortunately, the old man just smiled and waved his hand without saying anything more. Seeing this, Lin Sun nodded, turned around and walked into the transmission formation with Jin Xianxia. Buzz, with a roar, the transmission formation glowed, and Lin Sun and the young man disappeared. "Young master, do you see this? An exceptional genius with peerless skills, walking, sitting, and lying down is all cultivating. However, to naturally break through realms, without incomparably solid accumulations, it is destined to be impossible." Watching Lin Sun leave, the old man said in a gentle voice, "There are no lack of such amazing people in the Hongming world." The young man in black said coldly, "Isn't it better? I came to the Hongming world to defeat these so-called geniuses with my saber." His voice was as sharp and frightening as a blade. The old man smiled, "Then let's start from Yunzhou?" "Okay." The young man in black nodded. His surname was Dao and his given name was Duanlu. His name was Duanlu. Yunzhou. One of the 49 states in the untainted world, it had a vast territory and cities all over. Its territory was more than 10 times that of Qingzhou. There were 7 orthodoxies in Yunzhou, controlling the territory of Yunzhou. They were like 7 giants and had become the holy land of cultivation in the hearts of countless practitioners. Xuanji Taoism sect was ranked 3rd among the 7 orthodoxies in Yunzhou. Compared to the Azure Plain, the cultivation forces in the Cloud Plain were undoubtedly much larger and more powerful. The reason for this was that there were many ancient emperor clans residing in the Cloud Plain. A force like Xing family in Linan City was not even a second-rate force in Yunzhou. In Yunzhou, the standard to measure whether a force was first class was whether there were more than 5 quasi-emperors in it. As for the 7 orthodoxies in Yunzhou, they were beyond the scope of first-class forces and could be called overlords. Each of them was stronger than the other. Beilu City. It was one of the medium-sized cities in Yunzhou. Tens of thousands of miles away from this city was the skyscraping sword sect, one of the 7 orthodoxies. Therefore, this city was extremely prosperous and affluent. Outside Beilu City, hum accompanied by a strange rumble, a group of cultivators walked out of the ancient teleportation formation. Lin Sun and Jin Xianxia were among them. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Beilu City in Yunzhou from Thousand Flow City in Snow Province, which made Lin Sun a little absent-minded. This was the wonder of the teleportation formation. However, for an ancient teleportation formation like this, one would have to pay 100,000 myriad Tao crystals. Not everyone had the ability to borrow it. "Young master, this should be Beilu City. According to our speed, it will take at least half a month to reach the Xuanji Dao sect from here," Jin Xianxia quickly said. On the way here, she had already studied the route and was extremely familiar with it. "Let's go to this city first and gather some information about the Yunzhou. It won't be too late to set off after that," Lin Sun said and walked towards the city in the distance. He was still pondering that the old man and the young man he saw earlier were not simple. Especially the old man, he was most likely an emperor realm existence. "I really have to keep a low profile in the primordial world. Who knows, I might run into an emperor realm monster," Lin Sun sighed with emotion. Big news, big news. The 7 orthodoxies have decided that in a month's time, there will be a Dao discussion in Yunzhou. At that time, after screening, 10 top figures will be selected from the 3 realms of True Saint, Great Saint, and Saint King to go to the Central Continent to participate in the Tao Discussion Grand Event sponsored by the 6 Tao Courts. What about the Immortal Realm King? Are you kidding me? How can the Immortal Realm King be qualified to participate? As soon as Lin Sun and Jing Tian Xianxia walked into Beilu City, they heard an excited shout on the street, causing an uproar. The Tao Discussion Grand Event in Yunzhou? Lin Sun was stunned. It didn't take long for him to understand what was going on. 3 years ago, the 6 Tao Courts announced that they would hold a Tao Discussion Grand Event in 5 years and invited all the Taoists in the world to participate. However, there were extremely harsh conditions to participate. Apart from the Central Continent, in the other 48 states of the primordial world, each state could only select 10 people from the 3 realms of True Saint, Great Saint, and Saint King. For example, only 10 people from the Saint King realm could participate in the Tao Discussion Grand Event in a state. The Tao Discussion Grand Event in Yunzhou was prepared for this. After all, the territory of Yunzhou was extremely vast, and there were 7 orthodoxies standing side by side, but the number of people who could participate in the Tao Discussion Grand Event was limited. Therefore, the 7 orthodoxies of Yunzhou decided to hold a Tao Discussion Grand Event to compete for the limited number of people. For example, the reason why I left White Emperor City this time and came to the primordial world is also to participate in the Tao Discussion Grand Event held by the 6 Tao Courts. Jing Tian Xianxia said quickly with a trace of longing in his eyes. Lin Sun suddenly thought of Xianzhou, the young man in linen. After arriving in the primordial world, this guy had also clamored to meet him again at the Tao Discussion Grand Event. Obviously, Xianzhou came to the primordial world for the Tao Discussion Grand Event, just like Jing Tian Xianxia. If the cultivators from other star areas outside the primordial world want to participate in such a Tao Discussion Grand Event, what should they do? Lin Sun asked curiously. There are many ways, but the most direct way is to participate in the Tao Discussion Grand Event held by the various prefectures in the 48 prefectures of the primordial world and compete for a spot through battle. Jing Tian Xianxia said, for example, the Tao Discussion Grand Event of Yunzhou isn't just limited to the disciples of the 7 orthodoxies, any other expert that meets the requirements can participate as well. Only now did Lin Sun come to an understanding, and he said, in this way, if one wants to participate in the Tao Discussion Grand Event held by the 6 Tao Courts, then the competition is extraordinarily great. Just think about it, the 49 prefectures of the primordial world were extremely vast, and there were numerous orthodoxies and clans scattered throughout. The number of experts that possessed the 3 saint realms was so numerous that it was utterly immeasurable, but there were only a few spots, so it was obvious how intense and brutal the competition would be when it truly began. If some peerless figures from outside the primordial world participated as well, then it was bound to cause the competition that was already extremely intense to become even more intense. After all, it's a Tao Discussion Grand Event held by the 6 Tao Courts, so how could it possibly be something that just anyone can participate in? When she spoke up to hear, Jing Tian Xianxua's eyes were suffused with a trace of yearning. After passing through the layers of elimination and selection, the experts that are able to participate in the Tao Discussion Grand Event are bound to be extraordinary and peerless figures. Lin Sun thought for a moment and agreed with this point of view. However, compared to Jing Tian Xianxua, he wasn't really interested in the Tao Discussion Grand Event, and it was even to the extent that he had no choice but to avoid it intentionally. It couldn't be helped. Once his true identity was discovered by the experts of the 6 Tao Courts, then it would absolutely cause unimaginable trouble. Right, this is the situation in the 48 prefectures. What about the Central Plains Tao Prefecture? Could it be that the cultivators there don't have to undergo selection? Asked Lin Sun. Jing Tian Xianxua said, the Central Plains Tao Prefecture is the place where all emperors converge, the place where Tao fathers live in seclusion, and the top powers in the starry sky like the 6 Tao Courts and 10 combat clans reside there. There's utterly no need to hold a Tao discussion there. That's because even if it's held, the final quota will be divided among the heirs of the 6 Tao Courts and 10 combat clans. After a pause, she continued, moreover, the Tao Discussion Grand Event was originally initiated by the 6 Tao Courts. If their heirs participate, they won't be limited by the quota. Lin Sun smiled, I see. This naturally seemed very unfair to the other cultivators in the world, but it was also the reality. Who asked the 6 Tao courts to be so powerful? In fact, no one cares whether it's fair or not. Since ancient times, the 6 Tao courts have held Tao discussion grand events more than once, but almost all of the top 10 in the Tao discussion grand events are heirs of the 6 Tao courts and 10 combat clans, said Xianxia. Just like the King's Sage list of all heavens, 90% of the peerless figures in the top 100 come from these major powers. But you're an exception, said Lin Sun with a smile. He hadn't forgotten that Xianxia was ranked 49th on the King's Sage list of all heavens. Xianxia was stunned and said with some embarrassment, "Child, don't laugh at me. With your combat strength, it's the most ridiculous thing that you didn't appear on the King's Sage list of all heavens." Lin Sun was speechless. It was just a list. How could it possibly include all the peerless figures in the world? It was impossible. At least, enlightened Buddha and Xianzhuan, the youth in linen, should not be weaker than Xianxia. But their names were not on the King's Sage list of all heavens. Strictly speaking, this list issued by the Yellow Tao Court was extremely authoritative, and the experts on it were destined to be peerless figures. But how vast the starry sky ancient road was, it was destined to have many peerless figures who were not weaker than those on the King's Sage list of all heavens. Lin Sun shook his head and no longer paid attention to these things. But to his surprise, during his stay in Beilu City for half a day, no matter where he went, people were talking about the Tao discussion grand event of Yunzhou. Some busybodies even picked out some of the most famous descendants of the 7 orthodoxies in Yunzhou, made a list, and commented and analyzed them one by one. For example, Lu Dubu, the first descendant of the Great Void Tao sect, the first orthodoxy of Yunzhou, was recognized as the #1 person in the King's Sage realm in Yunzhou. He was also considered to be one of the most promising figures to win the first place in the Tao discussion grand event of Yunzhou. There were also some other famous peerless figures in Yunzhou, which was also a hot topic. It was difficult for Lin Sun not to know them. But it also showed how great the impact of the Tao discussion grand event of Yunzhou was. Unfortunately, Lin Sun was still not interested in it. On the same day, he left with Xianxia and went straight to the place where the Xuanji Dao sect was located, Divine Wind Dao Mountain. P.S. Since last night, Xie has cast a dense number of monthly votes. This month, she has cast a total of 6.1 million vertical coins. There were also gifts from Huang Lianping, Zenacino, Audi Never Die, Shiyu 374402553, Geng Xianzhen, Boss Feng, Qing Yuli and so on. Divine Wind Taoist Mountain. Located in the easternmost part of Yunzhou, this mountain was high and undulating. It was surrounded by clouds all year round with divine brilliance. It was a first-class blessed place. It should be known that this was the primordial world, where the aura of chaos between heaven and earth was extremely strong. Any blessed place that could be called a blessed place was a pure land for cultivation that all practitioners dreamed of. Xuanji Taoist sect, one of the 7 orthodoxies in Yunzhou, was entrenched in this mountain. Half a month later, Lin Sun and Xianxia appeared in front of Divine Wind Taoist Mountain. Looking at the undulating, beautiful and lofty mountains from afar, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel a little shocked. What a blessed place it was. The aura of chaos visible to the naked eye evolved into a huge python and dragon, hanging over the sky of the mountain, and the auspicious light and divine light were steaming like a sea of clouds. At a glance, people couldn't help but suspect that it was a pure land where immortals lived, which couldn't be found in the world. Let's go to the mountain gate. Lin Sun went straight forward. Thousands of meters away from the towering ancient mountain gate, a group of practitioners in feather robes rushed out of the mountain gate. "Who are you?" asked a tall man with a calm look. "I'm Jin Duyi, and I want to see your leader," Lin Sun said casually. If he said directly that he wanted to see Boyazi, he would definitely be kicked out as a lunatic. After all, Boyazi was the founder of Xuanji Taoist sect, which had existed for countless years. It was hard to say whether such an ancient figure was still alive. "You want to see our leader?" The tall man was stunned. "Do you have an invitation?" Lin Sun shook his head. "I'm here to discuss something important with your leader. Please inform him." With that, Lin Sun cupped his hands. Seeing Lin Sun's polite attitude, the tall man relaxed a lot and said, "Taoism pure, I don't mind informing him for you at ordinary times, but not today." "Why is that?" Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. The tall man's expression was uncertain as he said, "It's not convenient for me to tell you the reason. I hope fellow Taoist can forgive me. Perhaps fellow Taoist can come back after a while." With that, these successors of Xuanji Taoist sect were about to return to the mountain gate. Wait. Xianxia suddenly spoke. My young master has traversed 7 provinces and crossed mountains and rivers to get here. Yet, he's been rejected by you. Isn't it a little unreasonable? The tall man frowned and his expression was gloomy. Without a visiting card or proof, how can my sect's leader be seen by just anyone? Please go back. He directly ordered the guest to leave. Xianxia tossed a token into the air and said, "This is the White Monarch token of the monarch race, Xianxia clan. Do you think I'm qualified to meet your clan master?" The tall man was shocked. He took the token and looked at it. The front side was engraved with the words Xianxia clan and the back side was engraved with a totem of White Sovereign City. Holding it in his hand, a sharp and domineering aura assaulted his senses. The monarch race, Xianxia clan, even though this clan wasn't in the prehistoric world, everyone knew that it was a colossus that was renowned in the starry sky. In the primordial world, they would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the primordial emperor clans. The tall man hesitated. The descendants of Xuanji Taoist sect around him were also surprised. Although they had heard of the Xianxia clan, they had never seen such a unique treasure as the White Monarch token. If you can't tell whether it's real or fake, go and inform your leader. If the leader of Xuanji Taoist sect can't even recognize the White Monarch token, then we have nothing to say. Xianxia looked indifferent. Okay, please wait a moment. The tall man said and hurried away. Seeing this, Xianxia whispered, "Child, you won't blame me for making the decision without authorization, will you?" Lin Sun shook his head with a smile. At the same time, a girl with bright eyes and white teeth in a feather robe couldn't help asking, You're not here to challenge senior brother Ji Qian, are you?" Lin Sun was stunned. Of course, he knew Ji Qian. According to Jiang Heng, this person was the first successor of Xuanji Taoist sect. However, he didn't intend to challenge Ji Qian at all this time. No. Lin Sun shook his head. The girl in the feather robe was still suspicious. She frowned and said, "I hope so." Looking at the expressions of the other disciples of Xuanji Taoist sect, there was a lingering worry between their eyebrows and their hearts were heavy. This made Lin Sun puzzled. Did someone break into Xuanji Taoist sect today and challenge Ji Qian? Not long after, a tall and sturdy figure in a purple robe, black hair and white eyebrows swept out of the mountain gate. His eyes were flowing with divine light as he opened and closed them. He exuded the power of the quasi-emperor realm with every move. "Greetings, Uncle Hongyu." The men and women bowed in unison. The purple-robed man called Uncle Hongyu waved his hand and set his eyes on Lin Sun and Xianxia. "Are you two Taoist friends from the Xianxia clan?" The purple-robed man said in a deep voice, neither humble nor arrogant. "Yes." Xianxia nodded. "My Taoist name is Hongyu. The leader specially ordered me to come and welcome you." The purple-robed man, Hongyu, cupped his hands and said, "Thank you." Lin Sun also cupped his hands. Immediately, Hongyu made a pleased gesture and led the way. Lin Sun and Xianxia followed closely behind. They really are the experts of the Xianxia clan. I heard that the ancestor of the Xianxia clan, Primordial White Emperor, is a famous legendary figure whose power shakes the heavens. Alas, don't worry about this. This time, it's bad. Those guys from Mysterious Void Island said that they want to compete with the descendants of our Xuanji Taoist sect. They really don't come with good intentions. I just don't know if senior brother Ji Qian can accept these challenges. Watching Lin Sun and the others enter the mountain gate, the descendants of Xuanji Taoist sect sighed and frowned. After entering the mountain gate, the view suddenly changed. The mountains were like halberds, rising into the sky, flying immortal birds, and resting spirit beasts. Every mountain peak was bathed in divine brilliance and overflowing with immortal qi. What they breathed in through their noses and mouths were all thick spiritual qi. They felt as if they were soaking in spring water, comfortable and relaxed. In the past, Hong Yu would definitely patiently introduce the beautiful scenery of the Divine Wind Taoist Mountain to the two distinguished guests from the Jin Tian clan. But at this time, he was really not in the mood. "May I ask why the two of you have come to see our sect leader?" On the way, Hong Yu couldn't help asking. "It's just a normal visit. I have no other intentions." Lin Sun could also see that the atmosphere of Xuanji Taoist sect was a little strange today. "Oh," Hong Yu replied. After a moment of deliberation, he said, "To tell you the truth, my Xuanji Dao sect has encountered some troublesome matters today. If there's anything that we can't take good care of, I hope the two of you can forgive us." Although he was a quasi-emperor, he didn't dare to neglect the distinguished guests from the Jin Tian clan. This was the power of the White Emperor token. Lin Sun nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist, if possible, can you tell me about this so-called troublesome matter?" Hong Yu thought for a while and sighed, "Well, you will definitely see it later, so there's no harm in telling you in advance." It turned out that this morning, Mysterious Void Island, one of the 7 major orthodoxies of Yunzhou, sent a group of core descendants to Xuanji Taoist sect to pay a visit. Although it was said to pay a visit, it was actually to spar and discuss the Tao. Originally, it was normal for the descendants of 2 orthodoxies to spar and challenge each other. But the key was that Mysterious Void Island had come with ill intentions. Xuanji Taoist sect was ranked 3rd among the orthodoxies of Yunzhou, while Mysterious Void Island was ranked 4th. In other words, in terms of ranking, Mysterious Void Island had always been suppressed by Xuanji Taoist sect. This time, the descendants of Mysterious Void Island came to take the opportunity of the challenge to deal a heavy blow to the descendants of Xuanji Taoist sect. This proved that among the younger generation, Mysterious Void Island was already firmly above Xuanji Taoist sect. This seemed to be a battle between the younger generation, but in reality, it involved the face of the 2 orthodoxies. How could Xuanji Taoist sect dare to be negligent? Moreover, according to Hong Yu, Mysterious Void Island came prepared this time, and the descendants they sent were each stronger than the last. This was something that Xuanji Taoist sect had never expected. We know almost all of the famous successors of Mysterious Space Divine Island. However, there are many unfamiliar faces among those who came to challenge us. We have never heard of Mysterious Space Divine Island excepting these successors. All of their combat strength is so strong that it is shocking." Hong Yu frowned, and a haze appeared on his face. At this point, Lin Sun finally understood why he was rejected at the door when he came to pay a visit. It turned out that Xuanji Taoist sect was in trouble. Along the way, Lin Sun also learned that the descendants of Xuanji Taoist sect were divided into 4 types: outer disciples, inner disciples, true disciples, and core disciples. Among them, the outer disciples were the most numerous. They were all below the immortal level king realm and were regarded as disciples. The inner disciples were at the true sage realm. Only those who had stepped into the great sage realm were qualified to be accepted as true disciples. And the core disciples were Holy King Jiuxiu. However, the number of core disciples was relatively the least. For example, Xuanji Taoist sect, one of the 7 orthodoxies of Yunzhou, only had more than 30 core disciples. Even so, Lin Sun was still shocked. How powerful was Holy King Jiuxiu? But in Xuanji Taoist sect, he was only a core disciple. If that was the case, how powerful would the 6 major Dao courts be? This might be a scene that only the primordial world could have, and it was worthy of being the number 1 world on the starry ancient path. As they spoke, they arrived at the peak of a sacred mountain. This was a huge platform surrounded by a sea of clouds. At this moment, there were many figures distributed on the platform. One of them was the cultivators of Xuanji Taoist sect, and the leader was a skinny middle-aged man in a Taoist robe and a feather crown. He had his hands behind his back, and he looked dignified. He was surrounded by a group of big shots like stars surrounding the moon. Beside these big shots, there were also many descendants. "That is our sect leader." The sect leader of the Xuanji Dao sect was nicknamed Xianxia. His strength was unfathomable, and he had always been famous. In the Cloud Province, he was also a great figure with an extraordinary status. At the same time, Xianxia, who was wearing a Taoist robe and a feather crown, also noticed Lin Sun and Jin Tian Xianyue and nodded slightly. "Let's go," Hong Yu said in a low voice and led the 2 forward. At the same time, a group of important figures and descendants of Xuanji sect near Xianxia all looked over. Some were puzzled, some were indifferent, and some were curious. It was as if they were saying that these were the distinguished guests of the Jin Tian clan who came to visit. Jin Dui greets you, senior. Lin Sun looked indifferent and stepped forward to salute. Your surname is Jin? Xianxia was stunned. My surname is Jin Tian. Jin Tian, Xianxia said. Xianxia said, two distinguished guests, we should entertain you grandly, but today's situation is special, so we have to trouble you to wait here for a while. Don't mention it, senior. Lin Sun nodded. He had already seen a fierce battle in the center of the huge platform on the mountain top. One of the two fighting was a descendant of Xuanji sect, dressed in a feather robe, handsome and elegant. He was at the late stage of Jiweiyu Saint King and wielded a Taoist sword that looked like a purple fish. His opponent was a woman in black. Her eyes were long and narrow like blades, cold and frightening, and her whole body was filled with a looming gray mist. The strangest thing was that this woman was clearly only at the early stage of Jiweiyu Saint King, but she had the upper hand in the battle. The reason was that her body could change at will. Sometimes it was like a thin piece of paper, sometimes it was like a wisp of gray mist, sometimes it was like a rice bead, and sometimes it suddenly became bigger. She could change her size at will. She held a 7-inch dagger in her hand. It was dark and lusterless, but when she waved it, it could easily tear the void and make a whistling sound. Almost in a flash, bloody wounds appeared on the body of the successor of Xuanji sect. They were all cut so deep that the bones could be seen, and blood dyed his clothes red. Is senior brother Yuan Mao not a match? Someone said bitterly. Heng Xiao, Hong Yu, and other important figures of Xuanji sect looked gloomy. On the other side of the platform, a burst of cheers erupted. Lin noticed that there was a group of men and women standing there, all dressed in the same dark blue clothes. The one in the lead was an old man with a sage-like demeanor. His sleeves fluttered in the wind. His skin was as smooth as a baby's, and his eyes were as clear as the sun. These were the experts from Mysterious Void Island. The leading elder who looked like a deity was called by Yuanzi. He was a big shot on the mystic Void Island and had a high status. At this moment, he twirled his beard and said with a smile, Brother Hengxiao, I'm afraid your Xuanji Dao sect is going to lose the second match again. The voice was grand, resounding through the mountain peak, shattering the sea of clouds. For a time, the expressions of the experts of the Xuanji Dao sect became even more unsightly, and many of them clenched their fists in anger. As if she wanted to verify by Yuanzi's words, accompanied by a deafening muffled bang, the Dao sword that was like a violet-colored swimming fish was blasted flying by the black-clothed young woman's dagger. The tip of the dagger flashed. Puff, the young man who was called Senior Martial Brother Yuan Mao had a bloody wound torn open on his chest from top to bottom. His stomach had almost been split open. The sect master of the Xuanji Dao sect, Heng Xiao, shouted loudly when he saw the black-clothed young woman taking advantage of the situation and intending to continue killing. Stop. My Xuanji Dao sect admits defeat in this battle. Swoosh, the black-clothed young woman's figure suddenly stopped, and then she raised her head to look at everyone from the Xuanji Dao sect while a wisp of ridicule appeared on her face. He admitted defeat in time, otherwise, he would already be a dead man now. After saying this, the black-clothed young woman turned around and left. Her cold and proud attitude angered everyone in the Xuanji Dao sect to the point of being infuriated, and those young disciples were even unable to maintain their composure and shouted out angrily. Arrogant. You think you can be arrogant after winning a single match? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The black-clothed young woman in the distance suddenly turned around, and her narrow and long eyes revealed a wisp of ridicule as she curled her finger and said, You're not convinced? Then come out and fight. Her words caused many people to be speechless. On the other hand, there was a burst of laughter on the side of the Mysterious Void Island, causing the successors of the Xuanji Dao sect to lose face and feel depressed. At this moment, a strange look flashed across Lin Sun's eyes. He had already learned that the battle between the successors of the Mysterious Void Island and the Xuanji Dao sect was divided into 5 rounds. As long as they won 3 rounds, the victor would be decided. But now, the successors of the Xuanji Dao sect had already lost 2 rounds. The first to fight was Lin Sun's old acquaintance, Ji Qian, and the second to fight was senior brother Yuan Mao, who was almost cut open. Both of them were defeated by the black-clothed young woman. The black-clothed young woman was called Shizi. In the past, the Xuanji Dao sect had never heard of such a powerful figure in the mysterious Void Island. As for his understanding of her, it was a complete blank. However, through these two battles, everyone could tell that Shizi was not an ordinary ultimate Saint King, whether it was defeating Ji Qian or senior brother Yuan Mao, who was at a higher realm than her, she won them both easily. One should know that senior brother Yuan Mao was already ranked third among the core successors of the Xuanji Dao sect. But he was still defeated, the atmosphere was oppressive. Heng Xiao, Hong Yu, and the others looked solemn and gloomy. 2 out of the 5 battles had already been carried out, and both of them had ended with the disciples of their Xuanji Dao sect suffering crushing defeats. This also meant that if they were to lose another battle, then this battle between the disciples of 2 great sects would come to an end. Where did the Shizi come from? I even suspect that she is not the successor of the mysterious Void Island at all. Someone analyzed with a frown. In the previous battles, the Taoism and combat skills she used were not the inherited power of the mysterious Void Island at all. Many people narrowed their eyes at these words. In fact, they also suspected it, but they were not sure. This woman is indeed not the successor of the mysterious Void Island. At this moment, Lin Sun suddenly said. His words made Heng Xiao, Hong Yu, and the others look at him. Young friend, could it be that you've recognized something? Heng Xiao's heart skipped a beat. I roughly got some clues. Lin Sun's black eyes were deep. When he saw the fighting style of the woman in black, he had a familiar feeling. After a while, he suddenly remembered some things of the past. Are you sure? Heng Xiao's eyes flashed. Lin Sun pondered for a moment and said, if you want to be sure, it's very simple. Let me fight with her. You? Heng Xiao was stunned. The other big shots of the Xuanji Dao sect were also stunned. They did not expect that the distinguished guest from the Jin Tian clan would take the initiative to make such a request. Not to mention them, even Jin Tian Xianxia was surprised. She knew very well that if it was not necessary, Lin Sun would rather keep a low profile and be ignored than be in the limelight. But now, Lin Sun unexpectedly took the initiative, which surprised her. She suddenly realized that Lin Sun might have other plans. Heng Xiao weighed his words and said, my young friend, this is the matter of the Xuanji Dao sect after all. I'm afraid it's inappropriate for you to intervene. Heng Xiao had his own considerations. At present, they had lost 2 battles in a row. The next battle was related to the final outcome. How could they dare to neglect it? At this time, if an unknown outsider rashly intervened, what if they lost? At that time, the Jin Tian clan wouldn't lose anything, but the face of the Xuanji Dao sect would be lost. Heng Xiao's thoughts were also the thoughts of the other big shots in the field. After all, Lin Sun had just arrived. Even if he appeared as the distinguished guest of the Jin Tian clan, it still made people feel uneasy. Brother Heng Xiao, haven't you chosen the disciple for the 3rd battle yet? The voice of Bai Yuanzi of the mysterious Sky Island came from the opposite platform on the top of the mountain with a complacent tone. In my opinion, it's the wisest for you to admit defeat now. If the next disciple is defeated, it won't look good. Heng Xiao and the others frowned, and they looked furious. Did Bai Yuanzi think that there was no one in the Xuanji Dao sect? Leader, I'm willing to fight the 3rd battle. Someone couldn't help but speak in a deep voice. Let me do it. No, the 3rd battle is bound to be dangerous and unpredictable. Junior brothers, there's no need to fight anymore. I'll take it. Soon, the other successors of the Xuanji Dao sect also asked to fight. Every single one of them was a core disciple who possessed the cultivation of a peerless Saint King. They were the most elite core strength of the Xuanji Dao sect. However, Lin Sun couldn't help but shake his head at this moment. In his opinion, although these core disciples were strong, they might not be a match for the woman in black, Shizi. To Lin Sun's surprise, Jiang Heng was among these core disciples, and he was asking to fight with a resolute expression. I didn't expect that he has already stepped into the peerless Saint King realm, Lin Sun sighed in his heart. He still remembered that in the Kunlun ruins, whether it was himself, Jiang Heng, or Ji Qian, they were only at the peerless saint realm. Now that he thought about it, it had only been less than 7 years, and they had already broken through on the path of cultivation. At this moment, Heng Xiao couldn't help but hesitate, as if it was difficult for him to make a decision. Seeing this, Lin Sun immediately restrained his thoughts and said, "If we let them fight, the chances of winning this battle are not high. Let me do it." As he spoke, his figure floated and appeared at the center of the platform. "You, stop. Little friend, come back quickly." All of a sudden, Xianxia and the others were all caught off guard, and some of the big shots were even more annoyed. At this time, this young man from the Jin clan still didn't know the severity of the situation. He was simply making trouble. As for Jiang Heng and the other core disciples of the Xuanji Dao sect, they were all very unhappy. What did he mean by letting them fight? The chances of winning were not high. With a single sentence, he had rejected all of them. Only Xianxia was full of confidence in Lin Sun. With a hint of pride in his tone, he said indifferently, "Under normal circumstances, even if others beg my young master to fight, it depends on whether my young master is willing or not. Now that my young master has taken the initiative to fight, I personally suggest that everyone relax and watch the battle. Thank you, Xie, for investing another 200,000 vertical coins today. Thank you, TJ Hada 7 and other children, for your donations and monthly votes." Jin Xuanyue's voice was calm and carried a unique sense of pride, giving off an extremely confident and even conceited feeling. But to Heng Xiao, Hong Yu, and the others, this tone was a little too arrogant. Just watch the battle, but if he lost, where would the Xuanji Dao sect put its face? Haha, brother Heng Xiao, since this little fellow has stood out, then let's begin. On the other side of the platform, Bai Yuanzi roared with laughter. Xi, go meet this friend from the Jin clan. Remember to show mercy. After all, this friend isn't a disciple of the Xuanji Dao sect. It would be troublesome if he's crippled. Swoosh, before his voice died away, Xi, who was dressed in black, appeared at the scene. Her long and narrow eyes carried a trace of coldness as she said, "Elder, don't worry, I will treat him differently." The expressions of Heng Xiao and the others became extremely unsightly. Originally, Lin Sun's sudden appearance had caught them off guard and made them feel very uneasy. But before they could make a decision, Bai Yuanzi had already made a decision. The most infuriating thing was that Bai Yuanzi's words were full of ridicule and sarcasm, causing them to gnash their teeth in hatred. Sigh. Heng Xiao let out a long sigh. He had already realized that things had already come to this and could no longer be changed. Right now, he could only hope that what Jin Xianxia said was true and that the young man called Jin Dui would not disappoint them. The other important figures of the Xuanji Dao sect had similar complicated and gloomy emotions. After all, the identity of Lin Sun and Jin Xianxia was too extraordinary, so even though they were dissatisfied, they could only endure it for now. If this fellow loses, I don't care what his identity is, I will definitely make him pay the price. Yes, he dares to interfere in such a matter and even says that we core disciples can't do it. Isn't he too arrogant? Sigh, I really hope that he wins. Otherwise, our Xuanji Dao sect will completely lose. Don't worry, if he loses, it's not our Xuanji Dao sect that loses. There is still room for negotiation. The core disciples discussed animatedly, their expressions changing indeterminately. They did not think highly of Lin Sun, but in their hearts, they did not want to see him fail, so they were rather conflicted. Jin Xianxia did not explain any more. If the young master who could kill a quasi-emperor could not deal with these opponents, that would be unreasonable. She withdrew a meditation cushion and sat cross-legged on it. With a wave of her fair hand, a set of tea brewing treasures appeared before her, and then she started to wash and brew the tea in a leisurely manner. Her movements were smooth like flowing water, and her bearing was composed and relaxed. This scene caused Heng Xiao and the others to be astounded, and they were dazed. Aren't the juniors of the Jin clan enjoying themselves a little too much? Those core disciples were even more dumbstruck. She actually still had the mood to brew tea? What did she take this duel for? Bai Yuanzi, who stood on the opposite platform, was stunned, and then he sneered and said, "Xi, you can make your move now." Clang, a 7-inch long, pitch-black dagger appeared in her snow-white palm. Xi slightly raised his head, and his long and narrow eyes instantly turned into a kind of indifferent and cold expression. His aura became as ethereal as smoke, like a wisp of black light. At this moment, the atmosphere here had become murderous, oppressive, and tense. Be it the experts from the Xuanji Dao sect or the mysterious Void Island, all of them fixed their eyes on Lin Sun. They had all witnessed Shizi's strength, but they knew nothing about this distinguished guest from the Jingtian clan. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun spoke again and reminded, "You'd better use your full strength, or else you'll lose very badly." His words were light and casual. Bai Yuanzi was stunned again. This kid was very arrogant. The corners of Xianxia and the others' lips twitched, and they were worried that such a boastful young man would be reliable. Swoosh, in the arena, Shizi's figure suddenly disappeared, and like a wisp of grey mist, she passed through the spatial barrier at an unbelievable speed and appeared in front of Lin Sun. What was even faster than her movement technique was the dagger in her hand. With a flick of her wrist, the pitch-black blade set off a strange light, and the sharp light pierced toward Lin Sun's chest. Fast, unbelievably fast, ordinary people would not be able to catch Shizi's movement, and only important figures like Xiao could see it clearly. However, even they could not help but gasp at this moment. This movement technique was simply too fast, and it was unimaginably terrifying. However, Lin Sun's expression was as calm as an ancient well. He bent his right index finger and gently flicked it, and it actually reached the incoming dagger accurately. Clang, the sound of metal clashing rang out, shaking the surroundings and tearing at one's eardrums. Shizi's body suddenly trembled, and then she was sent flying as if she had been hit by a landslide and a tsunami. She flew for more than 30 meters before she could barely stand in the void. The void around her suddenly collapsed and cracked, and the airwaves roared. One could imagine how powerful and domineering the power of this finger was. Bai Yuanzi's eyes narrowed, feeling surprised. Xiao and the others were shocked. They could imagine that this distinguished guest from the Jingtian clan would definitely not be defeated in one move. But it never occurred to them that he not only blocked the sudden stab, but also pushed Shizi back more than 30 meters with a casual flick of his finger. For those core disciples, they only felt dizzy, and before they could capture the specific details, they saw Shizi's figure retreating fiercely. Their eyes widened in unison, and they almost suspected that there was something wrong with their eyes. At this moment, Lin Sun spoke again indifferently. "I said, attack with all your strength, or you will definitely lose." When she looked at Lin Sun again, the look in Shizi's eyes had changed, and there was a rare seriousness and solemnity on her face. The previous blow still made the qi and blood in her body tumble, and it was difficult for her to calm down. That feeling was as if she had been hit by an ancient divine mountain. "As you wish." She took a deep breath, and the momentum around her changed. Grey mist rose and covered her figure, making it blurry as if she had disappeared. She can't be captured by spiritual awareness? Is this the real ability of this woman? It turns out that she didn't use her full strength at all when she defeated senior brother Ji Gan and senior brother Yuan Mao. Some people were so shocked that they cried out. In the field, Shizi's figure silently appeared behind Lin Sun like a shadow, and it didn't cause any fluctuation of energy. Shit, the expressions of Xiao and the others that noticed this scene changed. What technique is this? How can it be so inconceivable? Swoosh, suddenly, the dagger in Shizi's hand pierced towards Lin Sun's back. Swift, accurate, and ruthless. Moreover, it didn't cause a trace of energy to spread, and it seemed as if all her strength had been fused into this stab. But in the next moment, Shizi felt the dagger in her hand suddenly stop moving, and it was unable to move an inch forward. She was shocked in her heart, and when she raised her head to look, she saw that two slender fingers had already firmly clamped onto her dagger since an unknown time. On the other hand, Lin Sun still had his back towards her. Time seemed as if it had stopped at this moment, and when this scene appeared in the field of vision of everyone had a feeling of disbelief. Truly, this scene was too shocking. It was as if Lin Sun had his back towards all living beings, and his fingers had blocked the terrifying strike that came from behind. Shizi's expression changed along with this. But before she could change her move, a force that was like a mountain torrent suddenly came from the dagger, and it fiercely charged towards her with an all-powerful momentum. Crack, her wrist that was holding the dagger instantly broke, and then the skin of her entire arm exploded inch by inch, and her tendons and bones exploded into pieces. In the end, her entire body was sent flying, and she fell fiercely over 30 meters away. Puff, her entire body trembled, and she coughed up blood. She let out a painful groan, and her entire body lay on the ground, unable to stand up. The scene was silent, and everyone present was shocked, regardless of whether it was the experts of the Xuanji Dao sect or the experts of the mysterious Void Island. Their hearts shook fiercely at this moment, and they revealed expressions of disbelief. From start to finish, only a moment had passed, and someone as powerful as Shizi seemed so weak at this moment, and she was directly suppressed. The most terrifying thing was that the distinguished guest of the Jin Tian clan had not turned around, and his back was facing everything. Who would have thought that such a scene would occur? Previously, all of them were caught off guard by Lin Sun's unauthorized appearance, and they felt angry because they thought that Lin Sun was completely fooling around. But now, the development of the situation had completely overturned their previous understanding, and it was like a sudden clap of thunder that caused them to be dumbfounded. This boastful fellow turns out to be so ferocious. Witnessing all of this, Jin Tian Xianxia, who was brewing tea, smiled and returned to focusing on brewing tea. His heart surged with a kind of pride because of the honor. Now, all of you should believe in the young master's strength, right? If this is your full strength, it is really a little disappointing. In the arena, Lin Sun turned around and looked indifferently at Shizi, who was lying on the ground in the distance, unable to stand up. The deathly silent atmosphere was also broken, and uproars and exclamations were heard everywhere. That Shizi was defeated just like that? Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? This is too unreal. What did this fellow say just now? Jin Dui? Why haven't I heard of such a peerless figure in this world before? The core disciples were all shocked. Thinking of how they had mocked and ridiculed Lin Sun before, they felt a burning sensation on their faces, as if they had been slapped. Heng Xiao, Hong Yu, and the others also looked at each other, and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. On the opposite side of the mountain peak, Bai Yuanzi and the other experts of the mysterious Void Island were all caught off guard. This battle only lasted for a moment, and Shizi was defeated just like that? I admit defeat. On the ground, blood was dripping from the corner of Shizi's mouth. Her injuries were far more serious than what they seemed on the surface. Her chi was almost destroyed, and she was seriously injured. Lin Sun won the third battle. This result made the faces of Bai Yuanzi and the others gloomy, and they all looked at Lin Sun with unfriendly eyes. Heng Xiao, Hong Yu, and the others all breathed a sigh of relief as they looked at Lin Sun with surprise and a trace of shame. Child, I'm afraid you'll have to wait if you want to drink some tea. Jin Tian Xianxia raised her head and smiled wryly. The duel had ended too quickly. She didn't even have time to wash the tea, let alone brew it. When the people around her saw her behavior, they couldn't help but feel complicated. Now, they finally understood why Jin Tian Xianxia was so confident in this young master of hers. Let me handle the fourth round. Suddenly, a man walked out from the group of profound Void Island experts. He was dressed in blue and had a pale complexion. His eyes were green and glossy with an obscure luster. All right. Bai Yuanzi was stunned at first, then he was overjoyed. Shi Ling, I'm relieved that you're here. He seemed to be extremely confident in this man. The other experts of Mysterious Sky Island all had different expressions. Some were surprised, some were fearful, and some were excited. This made Heng Xiao and the others instantly realize that this man called Shi Ling was definitely a more powerful existence than Shizi. Senior, why don't I handle the fourth round? Lin Sun asked. Alright, I'll have to trouble you then. At this moment, Heng Xiao readily agreed, no longer hesitating. Hong Yu and the other bigwigs of Xuanji sect smiled. Lin Sun's appearance had solved a big problem for them. They were looking forward to seeing what kind of surprise the young man from the monarch race, Jin Tian clan, would bring to them in the fifth battle. Jiang Heng and the other core disciples had mixed feelings. This was supposed to be a duel between them and the successor of Mysterious Sky Island, but now none of them could get involved. Instead, an outsider had appeared and stood up for them. They couldn't even feel happy. Dong. Dong. Dong, every single step Shi Ling took caused the platform on the peak of the mountain to shake, and it sounded like the beating of a divine drum. The aura around his body also rose bit by bit. Rolling gray mist spread out from his thin body, covering the sky and the sun. His eyes, however, seemed to be burning with a green ghostly fire, making him even more frightening. Many people held their breath. Especially Jiang Heng and the other core disciples, they felt extremely oppressed. Their bodies tightened and their hair stood on end. Just by watching from the sidelines, they had a strong feeling that if they were the ones fighting, they would not be a match for this person at all. This caused them to be unable to help but feel dejected. When did such a formidable figure actually appear amongst the disciples of the profound void island that are ranked below the Xuanji Dao sect? The hearts of Xianxia and the rest shivered. Only now did they realize that Xi Ling wasn't just stronger than Shi Zi, she was much stronger. I wonder if this little friend will be able to stop this person. A wisp of worry couldn't help but suffuse the space between Xiao and the others' brows. On the other hand, Bai Yuanzi and the others were filled with anticipation. Only Jing Xianxia remained calm. Her white wrist was covered in frost as she brewed tea with her bare hands. Her bearing was calm and focused. I don't care about your identity. As long as I make a move, only death awaits you unless you admit defeat. Xi Ling opened her mouth, her voice hoarse and low. Boom, as he took a step forward, a Dao domain suddenly appeared. It was like the descent of the hazy netherworld. The grayish mist swirled, and countless green ghostly flames flickered in the mist. Indistinctly, ghostly wails and howls could be heard, making one's scalp prickle. Dao domain, underworld road of no return. In the distance, Shi Zi revealed a trace of shock. Only she knew how formidable the power of the Dao domain Xi Ling had condensed was. It was even praised by Emperor realm figures, who believed that the quality of the Dao domain was so high that it could reign supreme among those of the same generation. Clearly, Xi Ling didn't underestimate Lin Sun. She used her killer move the moment she made a move. Oh no! The expressions of Xiao and the rest changed. They saw that Lin Sun didn't resist at all. His entire body was enveloped by Xi Ling's Dao domain. This, Jiang Heng and the rest felt their hearts tighten. If Lin Sun lost, it would mean that their Xuanji Dao sect had lost. No one wanted to see such an outcome. Bai Yuanzi and the rest couldn't help but laugh. The moment Xi Ling made a move, it revealed a completely different atmosphere. However, what made Bai Yuanzi depressed was that Jing Xianxia was still brewing tea, as if she was unaware of everything that had happened. Wasn't she worried that the kid would be killed? At the same time, within the Dao domain, underworld road of no return. The grayish mist was thick, and the green ghostly flames emitted a strange and terrifying corrosive power. Chi! As soon as Lin Sun's figure appeared, the surrounding area was attacked by the corrosive power, emitting an ear-piercing sound. He seemed to be unaware of it. He looked around and felt the power of the Great Way Law in this Dao domain. Finally, he came to a conclusion: whether it was Shi Zi from before or Xi Ling now, they must be descendants of the Divine Reflection ancient sect, one of the three dark magnates. They were the oracle emissaries who were feared by the world. Back in the Kunlun ruins, Lin Sun had personally killed an oracle emissary named Sha Luqing. This person's whereabouts were treacherous and unpredictable. The power and aura he controlled could be said to be strange and obscure. It was almost the same as Shi Zi and Xi Ling. This surprised Lin Sun a little. Mysterious Void Island was one of the 7 orthodoxies of Cloud State. How could they collude with the Divine Reflection ancient sect? Weren't they afraid of being viewed as enemies by all the cultivators in the world? There was definitely a hidden story behind this. Whoosh, silently, a wisp of green ghostly flames approached and turned into the figure of Xi Ling. She waved a pitch-black awl and stabbed it at Lin Sun's head. Lin Sun raised his hand and clapped. Boom, Xi Ling's figure suddenly exploded and turned into green light spots that scattered all over the sky. But then, clusters of green ghost fire rushed out of the nearby mist. Each cluster of ghost fire turned into a Xi Ling, attacking Lin Sun from different directions. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and with a thought, his whole body released a thick earthy yellow divine light. It condensed into palm prints, fist force, finger force in the void and blasted out densely. Rumble, deafening sounds of collisions rang out one after another. The numerous Xi Lings were crushed like pieces of paper, and they transformed into a jade-green rain of light that dispersed into the surroundings. Lin Sun was unscathed. Xi Ling, who was sitting in the Dao domain, could not help but frown and show a look of surprise. It should be known that in this world, he was like a dominator. He was omnipotent and had the power to kill and seize. Just like the figures he had created before, each of them had the combat power of the Saint King realm. When they attacked together, it was enough to make an expert of the same realm feel despair. But this series of attacks was ineffective on Jing Dui. You haven't fully released the power of your Tao domain. I can give you a chance to attack. I hope you won't let me down. Lin Sun's indifferent voice sounded in the gray mist. Humph. Shi Ling's green eyes glowed with a fierce and strange light. He took a deep breath and silently recited an obscure incantation. His hands made a complicated gesture in the void. The misty world suddenly changed. There was a touch of demonic and bloody color. A bloody road appeared in the depths of the rolling mist. In the blink of an eye, it spread to Lin Sun. And Lin Sun's field of vision also changed. It was as if he was standing on a bloody road leading to hell. Looking around, there was only nothingness. Only the bloody road under his feet led to the front. Just as Lin Sun was about to move, a strange and bloody rule power emerged and covered his body fiercely, like an invisible cage. At the same time, a soul-sucking sound rang in his mind, like a call from the netherworld, producing a strange deterrent force. For a moment, Lin Sun felt like a prisoner being released from custody, shackled and unpardonable. He was being sent to the netherworld, awaiting the judgment of death. That kind of strange power was unimaginably powerful. But just a moment later, Lin Sun's state of mind became clear. He revealed a thoughtful look. This Tao domain could be said to be strange and outstanding. Unfortunately, it was still not enough for him. He lifted his foot and stepped gently. Boom, the bloody road, which seemed to lead to hell, suddenly produced a violent turbulence and directly broke from the middle. The bloody rain splashed and turned into the dissipating power of law. At the same time, Shi Ling let out a muffled groan and showed a surprised look. This guy was trapped in his Tao domain, but he was still so powerful. Suppress. He suddenly bit the tip of his tongue. Suddenly, the world seemed to turn upside down. In the rolling gray mist, a crisscrossing bloody road rushed out, like a big net, covering Lin Sun. In all directions, there was the road of no return. If it was other Saint Kings, if they were trapped here, they would not be able to move at all and could only wait for death. But Lin Sun did not look at it. With a gentle pinch of his finger, a grain of sand appeared and then turned into an illusory world, vast and heavy, filled with a vigorous and boundless aura. And as Lin Sun poured the power of all living beings into it. Buzz, in this side of the world, there was the appearance of all living beings. All living beings in the world lived in it, showing the vicissitudes of time, joys and sorrows, love and hate. In the end, this side of the world turned into a big yellow seal, simple and vast, heavy and vigorous. The seal of all living beings, the talent power controlled by the yellow earth Tao physique. The wonder of this seal was that when fighting with the enemy, it seemed to carry the power of a side of the world, gathering the power of all living beings to kill together. Its power was beyond imagination. Boom, as the seal of all living beings fell, the bloody road of no return that covered all directions suddenly exploded, turning into a bloody rain of light, and the rumbling sound was endless. Poof, as if struck by lightning, Shi Ling violently coughed up blood, and his figure swayed. He had suffered an extremely serious backlash, causing his originally pale face to become transparent. Why? Why is it like this? He was shocked, completely trembling and terrified. Even if he cracked his head, he could not imagine who in this world could display such terrifying combat power when trapped in the Tao domain, but before Shi Ling could react, under the attack of the seal of all living beings, the road of no return that he was so proud of, also collapsed at this moment. In another 13 days, Goldfish will be getting married. The current stock of manuscripts is completely insufficient, and the pressure is great, but I will make the best use of all my time and energy to write. On the platform on the mountain peak, Heng Xiao, Hong Yu, and the other experts of the Xuanji Dao sect wore grave expressions. The hearts of Jiang Heng and the other core disciples sank to the bottom. In the blink of an eye, the esteemed guest from the Jin Tian clan was trapped in Shi Ling's Dao domain, and he was still unable to escape. This was undoubtedly a disaster. The Dao domain was like a world, and Shi Ling was like the ruler of this world. How could they fight? On the other side, the successors of the profound void divine island were excited. In order to condense the underworld path of no return, senior brother Shi Ling tempered his cultivation in the ancient fiend god battlefield and finally succeeded after 10 years of life and death trials. Shi Zi said leisurely, when his Dao domain was condensed successfully, it even caused a worldly phenomenon that reflected the terrifying scene of hundreds of ghosts and demons dancing in the night. In my opinion, this person is bound to lose after being trapped in it. His words were certain. Bai Yuanzi couldn't restrain the complacency in his heart when he heard this, and he said loudly, "Brother Xianxia, looks like this little friend from the Jin clan won't be able to help you. I'm afraid your Xuanji Dao sect will lose the fourth battle." As soon as he finished speaking, boom, an earth-shattering boom resounded, drowning out Bai Yuanzi's smugness. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the Dao domain, underworld path of no return, seemed to have suffered a blow from a god's hammer and exploded. The rolling fog that enveloped the battlefield also dispersed. Bang, Shi Ling's figure staggered out, her body bathed in blood. The smile on Bai Yuanzi's face froze and his eyes protruded. What was going on? Beside him, the successors of the profound void divine island were also in a state of confusion, and they stood there in a daze like dazed geese. The underworld path of no return that was so highly praised by Shizi was destroyed just like that. Heng Xiao, Han Yu, and the others were also surprised, but they soon revealed looks of pleasant surprise. They also did not dare to believe it. As for Jiang Heng and the others, they were dumbfounded as well. Was it even possible to break out of the Dao domain after being trapped? Boom. Before the crowd could react, an ancient and vast earthen yellow divine seal wrapped in dazzling divine radiance and laws fiercely pressed down on Shi Ling. I admit defeat. Shi Ling was terrified and screamed instinctively. His intuition told him that it would be impossible to dodge this attack, let alone block it. Buzz, the all-living being seal suddenly stopped a foot away from Shi Ling's head. But even so, the terrifying power of the seal of living being still pressed down on Shi Ling's body. With a bang, he was smashed into the ground. Who knew how many bones in his body were broken? Blood flowed all over his body as he groaned in pain. At this moment, Lin Sun's figure floated out, and with a raise of his hand, the life seal swiftly transformed into an extremely tiny grain of sand that was put away by him. On the ground, Shi Ling was on the verge of death. Lin Sun's clothes fluttered in the wind. He was spotless, exuding a majestic aura like a mountain. He was unscathed. Such a scene shocked everyone. Bai Yuanzi's eyes widened and his face turned ashen. How is this possible? All the successors of Mysterious Sky Island were completely listless. Everyone looked at Lin Sun with shock in their eyes. How powerful was Shizi? He defeated Ji Qian and Yuan Mao one after the other with ease. But in the blink of an eye, he was suppressed by this man named Jin Dui. And now, Shi Ling, who was even more powerful than Shizi, had appeared. People had placed high hopes on him and thought that he would not lose. Who would have thought that Shi Ling would also be defeated? Even his strongest Dao domain had been torn apart, forcing him to admit defeat. This was undoubtedly too shocking. Bai Yuanzi, you seem to be too complacent just now, Heng Xiao said with a smile. He was extremely happy. The other experts of Xuanji Dao sect also laughed. They were also extremely amazed by Lin Sun's performance. They were both shocked and pleased. Jiang Heng and the others had mixed feelings. At this point, they finally dared to confirm that although they, the core successors, were in the same realm as Jin Dui, the gap was like heaven and earth. They could not be compared at all. The Imperial Jin Tian clan definitely does not have a descendant like you. Who are you exactly? On the ground, Shi Ling's expression was gloomy and his eyes were filled with resentment. My name is Jin Dui. Even an idiot knows that I'm not a member of the Imperial Jin Tian clan. Lin Sun said indifferently. Jin Dui, Shi Ling repeated the words in her mouth. At this moment, Lin Sun had a strong impulse to kill him. He was already sure that he must be from the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect and not a successor of the mysterious Void Island. But in the end, he restrained himself. After all, this was the Xuanji Dao sect. It was already very inappropriate for an outsider like him to intervene in such a duel. If he killed again, not only would the mysterious Void Island be hostile to him, but even the Xuanji Dao sect would be implicated. Thinking of this, Lin Sun said softly, You don't know who I am, but I know who you are. Don't let me see you again. Shi Ling's body stiffened, and then she sneered. She got up with difficulty and turned to leave. At this moment, Jin Tian Xianxia stood up and held up a cup of spiritual tea. She said with a smile, Child, please have some tea. Lin Sun smiled and turned back. He took the tea and drank it in one gulp. He only felt a sense of comfort throughout his body. He could not help but praise Jin Tian Xuanyue's tea brewing skills in his heart. All the experts that witnessed this scene had complicated emotions in their hearts. Obviously, this man and woman really don't take the Tao discussion seriously. The fourth duel came to an end. According to the rules, the Xuanji Dao sect and the mysterious Void Island each won 2 duels, so it was considered a draw. The final outcome would be decided in the 5th duel. However, at this moment, Bai Yuanzi suddenly said, "Heng Xiao, how about we end this duel? You should know that even if we lose the 5th duel, we will lose to this little friend. It has nothing to do with the Xuanji Dao sect." His voice was gloomy and he was obviously unwilling. Heng Xiao frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "Fine, let's end it here." A draw was already a good result. It was not that the Xuanji Dao sect did not want to win, but in their eyes, Lin Sun was an outsider after all. Even if he won, there was not much meaning. Bai Yuanzi heaved a sigh of relief and decided to leave without hesitation. Heng Xiao and the others naturally could not ask him to stay. However, before leaving, Bai Yuanzi suddenly looked at Lin Sun and transmitted his voice, "Little friend, it's not good to be nosy." His voice was calm, but there was a hint of coldness in it. "Then let me remind you, be careful not to cause trouble for yourself by helping a villain do evil." Lin Sun transmitted his voice with an indifferent expression. Bai Yuanzi was startled and his expression changed slightly. Did this young man see through something? He took a deep breath and did not say anything else. He hurried away with the group of people. Bai Yuanzi was still bewildered and uneasy along the way after leaving the Xuanji Dao sect. "Messenger Xiling, I suspect that Jin Dui has already seen through something." In the end, he could not help but transmit his voice to Xiling. However, when facing Xiling, his attitude had become extremely humble, and he did not have the attitude of a sect elder at all. So what if he has seen through it? Xiling's expression was gloomy as she said coldly, "Unless he wants to completely offend the Divine Sunlight Ancient Sect, he would not dare to spread this matter." Bai Yuanzi forced a smile and said, "That's for the best." Xiling glanced at him with disdain and said, "Don't worry. If your profound Void Divine Island cooperates with us this time, you'll definitely be able to shine in the Tao discussion of the Cloud Prefecture." Bai Yuanzi took a deep breath and said, "May I be so bold as to ask, which disciple will your sect send to participate in the Tao discussion this time?" Xiling fell silent for a moment and said a name, Wu Huang. Wu Huang, he was the last disciple of an Emperor Realm Senior of the Divine Sunlight Ancient Sect, a peerless monstrous genius. His talent was high, and his foundation was extremely strong. In the Divine Sunlight Ancient Sect, Wu Huang had a special identity. An Emperor's apostle, Xiling still remembered that a few years ago, Wu Huang, who was only at the early stage of the Saint King realm, had successfully assassinated a quasi-emperor by himself and made a name for himself. To Xiling, Wu Huang's existence was like a great sun that made them, the divine oracle messengers, dim in comparison. What made Xiling's heart palpitate the most was that he had heard that there was more than one emperor's apostle like Wu Huang in the Divine Sunlight Ancient Sect. As for how many there were, even Xiling did not know. Wu Huang, Bai Yuanzi was confused. He was only an elder of the profound Void Island. Although his cultivation was at the quasi-emperor realm, how could he know about the Divine Sunlight Ancient Sect? Xiling did not explain. She did not tell Bai Yuanzi that the Divine Sunlight Ancient Sect's disciples were not only in the Cloud Continent, but also in the other prefectures of the primordial world. The reason was that the Tao discussion held by the 6 great Tao courts was far more significant than before, so the Divine Sunlight Ancient Sect did not want to miss it. According to what Xiling knew, the disciples of the Hidden Land Realm and the Copper Sparrow Pavilion would also participate. They had already begun to take action, just like the Divine Sunlight Ancient Sect. However, the experts from the Dark World could only change their identities if they wanted to participate in the Tao discussion. For example, this time, Xiling, Shizi, and the others had chosen to cooperate with the Profound Void Island and appeared as the disciples of the Profound Void Island. The battle with the disciples of the Xuanji Dao sect is just to let you witness our strength. Although I was defeated by Jin Dui like junior sister Shizi in the end, you should know that Jin Dui is not a disciple of the Xuanji Dao sect. Xiling's voice was low. I can tell you with certainty that when senior brother Wu Huang arrives, Jin Dui will definitely not be a match for him. In other words, even if Jin Dui participates in the Dao discussion of the Cloud Continent, he will definitely lose when he meets senior brother Wu Huang. Bai Yuanzi gasped. Only then did he realize that the so-called Wu Huang was definitely an extraordinary figure of the Divine Sunlight ancient sect. At the same time, in the Xuanji Dao sect. In the ancient palace, the guests and the host were talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was harmonious. After 30 minutes, the banquet was over and the crowd dispersed, leaving only Lin Sun and Heng Xiao in the palace. Heng Xiao then said, "My young friend, please tell me about Shizi and Shiling's identity." Lin Sun thought for a while and said, "This matter involves a lot of things. I hope you won't mention it again after I tell you. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the Xuanji sect will be in trouble." Heng Xiao's expression suddenly became serious and he nodded. If I'm not mistaken, they are the successors of the Xinjiao ancient sect. Even though Heng Xiao was mentally prepared, he still stiffened at Lin Sun's words. How is that possible? Mysterious Void Island was one of the 7 ancient orthodoxies in Cloud Province. Although it ranked 4th, it had an ancient and rich heritage. Heng Xiao was also the sect master of the Xuanji Dao sect, so he knew the situation on mystical Void Island like the back of his hand. However, he still didn't expect that Mysterious Void Island would be involved with the Xinjiao ancient sect. It should be noted that the Xinjiao ancient sect was one of the 3 magnates of the Dark World. The experts in the sect were like assassins in the dark, unscrupulous and ferocious, which made people tremble with fear. Not only in the primordial world, but also on the entire starry ancient road, everyone who mentioned the Dark World would be disgusted and hostile. "My young friend, are you sure about this?" Heng Xiao's expression was uncertain. Lin Sun nodded. There was nothing to hide. Heng Xiao was silent for a moment and said in a low voice, "No. Wonder I didn't know that there were people like Shizi and Xiling in Mysterious Void Island. They are the successors of the Xinjiao ancient sect. It seems that there must have been some unknown changes in the Mysterious Void Island that led them to cooperate with the Xinjiao ancient sect." Speaking of this, Heng Xiao cupped his hands and said, "My young friend, thank you for the reminder. If you hadn't come, I'm afraid we would still be in the dark." Lin Sun smiled and said, "It's just a matter of time. On the other hand, you'd better not leak this matter, lest you be targeted by those shady things." Heng Xiao took a deep breath and nodded. "By the way, my young friend, is there anything I can help you with?" Heng Xiao asked. Lin Sun said, "I want to meet the founder of your sect, Boyazi." Heng Xiao was dumbfounded. He would never have thought that Lin Sun would make such a request. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Little friend, you've really given me a huge problem. Ancestor Boyazi proved his Dao in ancient times and left the sect a long time ago. There's no news of him since then. Not to mention me, even the elders of the 4 Stars Dao sect don't know if Ancestor Boyazi is still alive." Lin Sun was also stunned and asked, "Senior, did Boyazi leave anything before he left, such as a letter, a jade slip, or a letter?" If it had been anyone else, Heng Xiao would have been enraged. How could the items left behind by the founder be seen by anyone? But facing Lin Sun, Heng Xiao couldn't get angry. He asked, "Young friend, can you tell me the reason?" Lin Sun explained patiently, "I have a friend who has a deep relationship with Senior Boyazi. That's why I took the liberty to visit you." Heng Xiao was shocked. Jin Dui's friend knew Ancestor Boyazi. The look in his eyes became strange. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Young friend, come with me." As he spoke, he got up and walked out of the hall. The divine Wind Taoist mountain was undulating and full of mountains. One of the peaks called Guizong had been a forbidden area of the 4 Stars Dao sect since ancient times. Only the higher-ups who held real power in the sect had the opportunity to enter. The Guizong peak was thousands of feet high. It was lonely and precipitous. Not even a blade of grass grew on it. It was like a pitch-black giant sword piercing into the sky. After passing through layers of restrictive formations, Heng Xiao led Lin Sun to the front of the Guizong peak. "Young friend, this is the place where Ancestor Boyazi proved his Dao. It was also here that Ancestor Boyazi founded the immortal foundation of the 4 Stars Dao sect." Heng Xiao revealed a look of respect. Lin Sun looked up. The top and bottom of the Guizong peak were steep and rugged. The peak was shrouded in fog all year round, making it look very mysterious. Apart from that, there was nothing special about it. Disciple Xianxia pays respect to senior. Suddenly, with a solemn expression, Xianxia bowed to a cave residence at the bottom of the Guizhong peak. What brings you here? An old and hoarse voice sounded. Lin Sun was surprised to find that in front of the cave residence, there was an old man with scraggly beard and hair and a face as old as tree bark sitting cross-legged. He sat cross-legged on a rock, but his breath seemed to be integrated with the Guizhong peak. Although Lin Sun could see him with his eyes, he couldn't detect his existence with his divine sense at all. Heng Zhao's voice was respectful as he explained the purpose of Lin Sun's visit. At the same time, Heng Zhao transmitted his voice to Lin Sun. This senior is the Taoist protector of the Xuanji Daoist sect. Ever since I joined the sect to cultivate when I was young, this senior has always been guarding this place. For countless years, he has never left this place. Lin Sun immediately cupped his hands. Jin Dui pays respect to senior. There was no doubt that this withered old man was an expert who had concealed his abilities deeply. Young man, you said your friend knows Bo Yazi? The skinny old man's eyes were closed all the time. His expression was as still as a rock, and his voice was hoarse. What was more surprising was that he directly called Bo Yazi by his name. Yes. Lin Sun nodded. Li Xianwei, of course, was also his friend. Humph. The skinny old man opened his eyes. At that moment, it was as if the chaos was opened. His eyes reflected the terrible phenomenon of the vicissitudes of the world and the changes of the universe. Lin Sun, who was stared at by the old man, felt his whole body tighten and he had difficulty breathing. He couldn't help but feel shocked. This old man must be an emperor realm existence. You talk big at such a young age. Bo Yazi left 134,936 years ago. He was cold and aloof, and the number of friends he had in his life could be counted on one hand. But why have I never heard that Bo Yazi has other friends? The skinny old man said coldly, what's more, Bo Yazi's friends are all figures of the ancient times. How could they be friends with a young man like you? His words directly questioned Lin Sun's heart. Heng Zhao's face also changed slightly. He didn't expect this senior to be so rude to Lin Sun. But Lin Sun said calmly, I'm not boasting. I've seen many figures of the ancient times over the years of cultivation. Long before I became a sage, I was friends with a group of quasi-emperors and talked with emperors. If you judge things by age, I can only say that you are a little biased. Heng Zhao's heart was in his throat. He didn't expect that a young man like Lin Sun would be even more rude than this senior. What surprised him most was the meaning of Lin Sun's words. Before becoming a sage, Lin Sun was friends with quasi-emperors and talked with emperors. No matter how he thought about it, it sounded inconceivable. The skinny old man was also slightly stunned and said, You said I am biased? Lin Sun didn't talk nonsense. He turned over his palm, and all kinds of treasures emerged, shining and showing different visions. These were all gifts from the horrible creatures he saved with the Great Way Without Blame lamp when he was in the mulberry forest of the bloodthirsty battlefield. There was a real feather given by the white-bone immortal phoenix. There was a 7-inch cyan scabbard given by the white-bone giant who carried a broken sword on his back. There was a string of sapphire bells given by the white-bone fox. There was a crystal tusk given by the white-bone snake. There was a white jade tortoise shell given by the white-bone old turtle. There were all kinds of treasures. When the Green Sun Saber Emperor was also trapped in the mulberry forest, he gave Lin Sun a token before he left. It was also with this token that Lin Sun got the help of Yu Qingyang in the Daiyu world. Now, Lin Sun took out these treasures to prove it to the skinny old man. At this time, the eyes of the skinny old man burst into divine light and swept over those treasures one by one. The real feather of the immortal phoenix tribe, the cyan destiny scabbard of the giant K tribe, the Mars bell of the 9 orifices divine fox tribe, the life tooth of the dark-winged snake tribe, and the true armor of the heaven luck of the great void dragon turtle tribe. These are indeed the tokens of each tribe. They are extremely precious and won't be given to others easily. When the skinny old man said this, there was a strange look on his face, as if he was surprised and surprised. Heng Xiao, who was next to him, gasped. The immortal phoenix tribe was at the same level as the true dragon tribe. They were mysterious and unfathomable. It was said that they lived in the immortal phoenix mountain far away. The giant K tribe, one of the top 10 war tribes in the starry sky, occupied the central Earth Taoist province of the primordial world, the Nine Orifices Divine Fox tribe. Every single one of these clans was an incomparably renowned existence in ancient times. It was impossible for ordinary people to obtain the keepsakes of their clans. When he looked at Lin Sun again, Heng Zhao's eyes were different. At first, he thought that Lin Sun was from the Jin Tian clan, an imperial family. Later, he learned that Lin Sun's surname was Jin, not Jin Tian. Later, he was even more surprised when he learned that Lin Sun wanted to meet the founder of the sect. At this time, when he saw the precious tokens of each tribe, he couldn't help but wonder, where did Jin Dui come from? Clatter. Lin Sun put away the tokens and asked, "Now, do you believe me?" The old man fell silent for a moment before he said, "All of this can't prove that your friend has a deep relationship with Boyazi. If you can give me a sufficient reason, then I'll naturally tell you where Boyazi went all those years ago." Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and hesitated. If he said that Boyazi was a registered disciple of his senior brother, the skinny old man would probably kill him in a rage. Heng Xiao was also stunned. It turned out that this senior knew the whereabouts of the founder of the sect, but why didn't he mention this before? The skinny old man looked indifferent and said in a dry voice, "Young man, let me ask you again. What are you looking for Boyazi for?" Although his attitude was still very inhuman, his words made Lin Sun's heart move. He considered and said, "I'm here to ask Senior Boyazi about one thing." "What is it?" asked the skinny old man. Lin Sun took a deep breath and looked at the skinny old man. He said seriously, "I want to know the whereabouts of Senior Boyazi's teacher." His mentor. The 4 words were like a clap of thunder. Heng Xiao frowned at once and said unhappily, "Young friend, Patriarch Boyazi founded Xuanji Taoism sect and is the ancestor of our sect. How could he have another master?" He felt it was ridiculous and even regretted bringing Lin Sun here. But to his surprise, the senior Taoist protector who had presided over this place for countless years showed a rare look of surprise at this moment and stood up directly. His eyes were bright like the sun that illuminated the sky, and his whole body emitted a monstrous supreme power. Heng Xiao, who was next to him, tensed up and found it difficult to breathe. Lin Sun felt even worse. His mind was depressed and his hair stood on end. "How did you know about this?" The skinny old man's voice was low and deep. His words resounded in Lin Sun's heart like a clap of thunder. It seemed that if Lin Sun dared to lie, disaster would befall him. At this moment, Lin Sun was surprisingly calm and said, "Senior, if you want to know, why don't you let me meet Senior Boyazi? It will be clear at a glance." He was also under great pressure when he said this. Heng Xiao, who was next to him, was stunned. Did Patriarch Boyazi really have another master? The skinny old man took a deep look at Lin Sun. The aura around him suddenly converged and became ordinary again. Then, he said casually, "I'm Boyazi." His words were light, but it stunned Lin Sun and Heng Xiao at the same time. Then, they revealed a look of disbelief. A Taoist protector who had presided over this place for countless years was actually the founder of Xuanji Taoism sect. Lin Sun was stunned and even Heng Xiao was stunned. He cried out involuntarily, "How is this possible? Patriarch Boyazi's portrait is still hanging in the inheritance place of the sect." "Senior, please don't make such a joke. That portrait is a fake," Wang Yao said. The skinny old man's expression was calm. But all the ancient books in this sect recorded that in ancient times, Patriarch Boyazi chose to lead the sect in order to achieve a higher cultivation. Since then, there has been no news of him. Before Heng Xiao could finish, the skinny old man interrupted, "Are all the things recorded in the ancient books true?" Heng Xiao was stunned. He stood there in a daze. Everything he'd seen today was too inconceivable, and it caused waves to surge in his heart. For a time, he was slightly unable to digest it and accept it. The skinny old man couldn't help but sigh lightly when he saw this and said, "Heng Xiao, you joined the sect in the winter of the 4316th year, right?" Heng Xiao nodded subconsciously. The scrawny old man said, "When you took over as the sect leader, did your master Yu Linzi not tell you that since ancient times, only the founder of this Mount Guizhong can cultivate here?" Heng Xiao's eyes flickered. He pondered for a moment and nodded again. The old man said, "Do you think that a Dao protector can break this rule?" As he spoke, he casually tossed out a light purple jade talisman. "Take a look." Heng Xiao hurriedly received it and held it in his hand to take a look, and he instantly seemed as if he was struck by lightning as he cried out involuntarily. This is the founding ancestors' jade pearl Dao talisman. The skinny old man did not say anything else. However, Xianxia knelt on the ground with a thud. The unfilial successor, Xianxia, greets the patriarch. His voice was filled with incomparable excitement. He was so surprised. He didn't expect that this time. He just wanted to help Lin Sun, but unexpectedly he found a big secret of Guizhong Peak. The founder of the Mount Guizhong appeared in front of him, and Xianxia was sure that all this was true, because the Jade Pearl Dao talisman could never be faked. Are you, really Senior Boyazi? Lin Sun couldn't help asking at this moment. Get up. The skinny old man waved his sleeve and Xianxia, who was kneeling on the ground, was directly lifted up. The skinny old man said indifferently, if it's fake, how can I see through your lies? However, you, a young man, should know that I have another master. Who told you this? If you don't tell me, you won't be able to leave here today. Xianxia couldn't help reminding Lin Sun, my young friend, don't you want to see Boyazi? He's right in front of you. Lin Sun took a deep breath and turned over his palm. Then, a 3-inch white jade bottle appeared in his hand. He said softly, this treasure should be able to prove my identity. However, the skinny old man didn't hear what Lin Sun said at all. From the moment he saw the jade bottle, his face changed dramatically. His eyes were full of disbelief. Memories that had been sealed away for a long time also rushed into his mind like a tide. On the shore of a blue ocean, on a snow-white beach, a fisherman's son with tanned skin sat on the ground and said seriously, can you teach me cultivation? Next to him, a young man lay lazily on the beach with his arms as a pillow. He crossed his legs and bit a tender grass stem. Hearing this, he spat out the grass in his mouth and couldn't help laughing. Haha, little guy, you said you want to cultivate? Yes. Are you serious? Why would I lie to you? The fisherman's son was only 11 or 12 years old. When he was questioned, his face immediately turned red. Oh, little fisherman, don't be angry. The young man sat up and rubbed the boy's head with a smile. Then he turned over his palm and a 3-inch high mutton fat jade bottle appeared. Well, I'll give you a test. If you can fill this bottle with sand, I'll teach you the way of cultivation next time I come. After saying this, the young man strode away. The boy sneered, what's so difficult about it? But then, the boy was dumbfounded. No matter how hard he tried, the small and inconspicuous bottle was like a bottomless pit that could not be filled. He refused to give up and gritted his teeth. Every day after eating, he would come to grab sand and fill the bottle. In a flash, more than a month had passed. On this day, the young man returned again. Seeing the tanned boy sweating under the setting sun, he was silent for a moment and let out a sigh. But at this moment, the boy shouted, I made it. As he said this, he picked up the 3-inch high mutton fat jade bottle and turned it upside down on the beach. The bottom of the bottle was facing the sky. The young man was stunned and could not help but laugh. You're quite smart. You know how to be flexible while working hard. When you're poor, you change. That's cultivation. From that day on, the boy found out that the young man's name was Li Xianwei and that he came from a place called Fengsuan Mountain. The mutton fat jade bottle was called the immeasurable Great Way bottle. The only thing the boy regretted was that the young man only agreed to accept him as a disciple in name. The scene changed. The youth from back then had grown into an all-powerful quasi-emperor, and was not far from becoming an emperor. But the young man still called him Little Fisherman. Little Fisherman, you'll have to walk your own path in the future. I'm going to a place very far away and I don't know if I'll be able to return. On this day, the young man found him. He was still smiling like he used to. But he could tell that there was a hint of melancholy between the young man's brows. Master, where are you going? He could not help but ask. I can't tell you. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. The young man said with a smile. Then, his figure flashed and he left. This was also the last time he saw his master. On that day, he, who had been fighting all over the world for many years, burst into tears. Just like when he said goodbye to his parents in his hometown and followed his master to cultivate, he was full of reluctance. Master, all kinds of memories and scenes of the past came to his mind. The skinny old man could not help crying out in a trembling voice, and his eyes were red. Even though he was an emperor and had experienced countless ups and downs on the road of cultivation, he was still the little fisherman in his master's eyes. Master, he was in a trance and murmured. At this moment, Xianxia was shocked and directly dumbfounded. How could Boyazi lose his composure after seeing a bottle? Lin Sun was also surprised, but soon realized that Boyazi should be thinking of senior brother Li Xianwei. It took Boyazi a long time to recover from the trance. He took a few deep breaths and barely restrained his emotions. When he looked at Lin Sun, his expression had become gentle and he said, "My little friend, this treasure. Where did you get it?" There was a hint of expectation in his voice. "My senior brother gave it to me," Lin Sun answered truthfully. Boyazi was stunned and then couldn't help asking, "May I ask who your senior brother is?" "Li Xianwei." This time, Lin Sun used the sound transmission. Boyazi's pupils dilated and he was stunned for a while. Then he also used the sound transmission. "You are the successor of Mind Mountain?" Lin Sun nodded. "Senior brother Li Xianwei ranks 13th, and I rank 50th. He had already confirmed Boyazi's identity, so there was no need to hide it anymore. Seeing that Lin Sun told him the ranking of his master in the sect, the last trace of doubt in Boyazi's heart was completely eliminated. He took a deep breath and knelt down. "Boyazi, a registered disciple, greets the young martial uncle." Boom! Xianxia felt as if his head was struck by lightning and he was dizzy. How could the founder of the sect make such a big bow in front of a junior? Besides, what was a registered disciple? What was a young martial uncle? Xianxia felt that he was about to go crazy. Since he entered Mount returning Zong, everything he encountered was so incredible and shocking that it was like a dream. Lin Sun was also startled. Boyazi was the founder of Xuanji sect, a terrifying existence who had become an emperor in ancient times. Now, he actually knelt down in front of him with the etiquette of a junior. How could Lin Sun not be shocked? "Senior, please get up. I can't afford such etiquette." Lin Sun almost subconsciously went to help Boyazi up. But he couldn't help Boyazi at all. Boyazi said seriously, "Little uncle master, no matter how old you are, no matter how deep your cultivation is, since you are my master's junior brother, you are naturally my uncle master. It is only right and proper for me to bow to you." After a pause, he continued, "Also, young martial uncle, don't call me senior or junior anymore. Although I am a registered disciple, the etiquette and rules of the sect cannot be broken." His words were serious and serious. Not to mention Lin Sun, even Xianxia felt his mind going blank. As the founder of Xuanji Taoism sect, an emperor who had been famous since ancient times, a legendary figure who could cause a great sensation in the whole Yunzhou as long as he showed up. But at this moment, he cowed out in front of a young man like a junior. Anyone who saw such a scene would probably go mad. But Boyazi didn't show any resistance at all. His expression and words were so natural, giving people a sense of righteousness, heaven, earth, king, kinship, master. The master was respected. Although Lin Sun was his master's junior brother, he was still his elder in terms of seniority. After a long silence, Lin Sun reluctantly accepted this fact and said, "Boyazi, get up." Boyazi got up and glanced at Xianxia beside him. "You stay here and don't leave." Xianxia, who was in shock, nodded quickly. "Young martial uncle, please come in for a chat." Boyazi made a gesture of please and went to the cave residence under Mount Guizhong first. Lin Sun followed closely behind. Watching the two disappear, Xianxia seemed to come to his senses. He suddenly patted his forehead and murmured, "Young martial uncle? What's the background of Jin Dui?" There was another world inside the cave residence. It was very spacious, with bronze lamps hanging on the four walls and a futon in the center. Boyazi said, "Young martial uncle, this is the place where I practice in seclusion. It's a little shabby. I hope you don't mind." "Senior, forget it. I'll still call you Boyazi. Since you recognize me as your young martial uncle, can you listen to me?" Lin Sun felt helpless. His words were awkward. "Young martial uncle, please speak your mind." Boyazi seemed to be listening attentively. Lin Sun's lips twitched imperceptibly. Then he said, "I'm indeed a little higher than you in terms of seniority, but I'm not using my real identity now. You don't need to call me martial uncle anymore. What do you think?" Boyazi was not a stubborn person. He nodded and said, Taoism pure, please take a seat and talk. Lin Sun felt much more relaxed and sat on the ground. Boyazi flicked his sleeve, and a table appeared with a teapot and 2 teacups placed on it. Little fellow Taoist, can you tell me about the Supreme Lecturer? Boyazi asked as he poured the tea. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun told the truth about his situation. Knowing that Lin Sun hadn't seen Li Xianwei either, Boyazi was silent for a while, and then said with disappointment, that's right. I once heard from my master that Fangsuan Mountain accepts disciples by chance. Moreover, the descendants of Fangsuan Mountain are scattered all over the heavens. Most of the time, we only know their names but never see them. Now it seems that it's true. Lin Sun agreed with him. All these years, he had only seen the 49th senior brother, Xiankong Ghost King, the 9th senior brother, Bu Yupu, the 11th senior brother, Pu Zhen, and the 13th senior brother, Li Xianwei. As for the senior brother who controlled the battle saint technique and senior brother Shueya whose ranking he didn't know, he only knew their names and hadn't seen them. Apart from these, like what senior brother Guyupu had mentioned, those brothers who had fallen in the Dao Battle of Emperors were destined to never see each other again. Soon, Lin Sun told him about what happened when he left Kunlun Ruins. When he left Kunlun Ruins, he had entered a mysterious starry sky. However, along the way, he was intercepted by Emperor stage figures one after another. At that time, it was a strand of Li Xuanwei's willpower that appeared from the 3,000 ups and downs helped him repel the group of Emperor stage figures. It was also because of this that he was able to leave safely. After suffering in that deathly silent starry sky for an entire 6 years, he finally arrived at the heavenly melody world on the ancient starry sky path. After learning about this, Boyazi's eyes glowed with admiration. Master never disappoints. Even if it's just a strand of willpower, it's not something that those emperor stage figures can contend against. Lin Sun was deeply moved when he recalled the scene at that time. Indeed, Li Xuanwei's bearing was simply invincible. Fellow Taoist, although I don't know where Master is, I believe that he's definitely still alive and not just a strand of willpower left behind. Boyazi said seriously. Lin Sun nodded and said, I think so too. That's why I came to Xuanji Dao sect to ask you about his whereabouts. How could an unparalleled figure like Li Xianwei die? In Lin Sun's heart, whether it was Li Xianwei, Xiankong Ghostly King, Gu Yupu, or the others, they seemed to have died. However, Lin Sun had a feeling that even if they had died, it was impossible for them to leave silently. Perhaps this feeling was very childish, but Lin Sun would rather believe it. Then, Lin Sun realized something and said, Boyazi, you said earlier that you don't know where senior brother Li Xianwei is? Boyazi shook his head, I haven't seen Master since we parted last time. I haven't even heard anything about him. Lin Sun felt a wave of disappointment. He had come to Xuanji Dao sect to find Li Xuanwei's whereabouts through Boyazi. Only then would he be able to deduce where the successors of Mount Fangsuan were. However, it seemed like it wouldn't work now. Senior brother Pu Zhen left in a hurry, and he didn't seem to want to tell me more about Mount Fangsuan, Lin Sun thought. He still remembered that senior brother Gu Yupu only said that senior brother Li Xianwei had accepted Boyazi as a registered disciple and told him that he could try to find out some information from Boyazi. Unfortunately, Boyazi couldn't give him an answer. Taoism pure, please have some tea. Boyazi handed a cup of tea to Lin Sun. Lin Sun thanked him and took the cup with both hands. He asked casually, by the way, why did you hide your identity and stay here as a guardian all these years? Boyazi sighed and said, this matter is actually related to my identity. As he spoke, he told the reason. In ancient times, after the end of the Taoism Battle of Emperors, Boyazi, who left Xuanji Dao sect and went to the battlefield of emperors to search for information, was suddenly attacked by 2 emperors. In the end, Boyazi fled with serious injuries. Later, Boyazi learned that these 2 emperors came from Panwu Taoist court and Qiankuan Taoist court respectively. And the reason was that the other party somehow knew that he was the successor of Mount Fangsuan. At that time, I only heard that some of Master's fellow disciples died in the battlefield of emperors. I wanted to collect their corpses and bury them. I never thought that such a thing would happen. When Boyazi mentioned this matter, a trace of haze and hatred appeared between his brows. Fortunately, I hid my identity at that time. The other party only suspected that I was the successor of Mount Fangsuan. They didn't expect that I was the founder of Xuanji Dao sect. That's why Xuanji Dao sect survived. But in this way, I can't show my face in public anymore. I can only weave a lie and say that I went to travel around. Otherwise, if the other party finds out, it will only destroy Xuanji Dao sect. At this point, Lin Sun suddenly understood. Then he frowned and said, the two orthodoxies, Panwu Taoist court and Xianxia Taoist court, regard Mount Fengsuan as their enemy? Boyazi nodded, that's right. Although I didn't participate in the Dao Battle of Emperors, I heard that almost all the forces that participated in the battle viewed Mount Fengsuan as their enemy. I don't dare to confirm exactly how many forces there were, but there were definitely colossi like Panwu Taoist court, Xianxia Taoist court, Antediluvian Taoist court, and the Imperial Kong clan. Lin Sun couldn't help but be shocked. This was the first time he heard who Mount Fengsuan's opponent was, and the first time he knew that there were at least 3 out of the 6 great Dao courts that viewed Mount Fengsuan as their enemy. What exactly happened in the Dao Battle of Emperors? Lin Sun couldn't calm down, and he felt that there were secrets hidden in it. Think about it. Boyazi was an emperor, yet even he didn't know much about the Dao Battle of Emperors. It was obvious how great the secrets hidden in the battle were. Right. Boyazi suddenly remembered something. He got up and walked to one side of the stone wall. There was a pattern on the stone wall. A young man was holding a 3-inch mutton fat bottle, standing in the sea of clouds with a smile on his face. The young man was handsome, confident, and at ease like a wild crane. There was a reassuring smile on his eyebrows and lips. This was the portrait of Li Xianwei. Lin Sun couldn't help but walk over curiously and look at the pattern. Taoism pure, look here. Master is holding the immeasurable Great Way bottle. Boyazi said. Lin Sun stared at it carefully and immediately found something different. Although the immeasurable Great Way bottle in the pattern was drawn, it seemed very illusory and ethereal. Senior brother, I'm sorry. Lin Sun stretched out his hand and touched the immeasurable Great Way bottle in the pattern. Boyazi wanted to stop him, but he held back in the end. The person in front of him was Master's junior brother, and it wasn't disrespectful to do so. When his fingertips touched the immeasurable Great Way bottle in the pattern, it seemed to touch empty air, as if he had passed through a layer of light and shadow. Lin Sun took out his immeasurable Great Way bottle and pressed it against the pattern. Suddenly, the two immeasurable Great Way bottles, one illusory and one real, merged together. Buzz, a magnificent rain of light fell, shaking Lin Sun and forcing him to take a few steps back. Boyazi's pupils shrank. In the pattern, Li Xianwei, who was holding the immeasurable Great Way bottle and standing with a smile on her face above the sea of clouds, seemed to come alive. A layer of dreamy Taoist light flowed all over her body. Junior brother. In the pattern, Li Xianwei stretched her body casually and said with a smile, we meet again after parting outside the Kunlun ruins. Her voice was clear and bright. Lin Sun was shocked all over and almost couldn't believe his eyes. Well, the little fisherman is here too. Li Xian blinked her eyes and smiled happily. Boyazi's face changed greatly and he cried out in excitement, Master! Is it really you? Li Xuanwei's eyes were filled with emotion and she said, this whole portrait was originally left by me. Do you think it's fake? Boyazi was already stunned, the corners of his lips trembling. This was really Master Li Xianwei. Since writing The Prodigy's War, this is the first time Goldfish has published a single chapter. It's very simple. This time, Goldfish wants to fight for first place in the double monthly votes. Even if I fail in the end, I still want to fight for it. Because this is the closest Prodigy will ever get to first place in the monthly votes. To be honest, I, old you, really didn't plan on fighting for the monthly votes this month. Because everyone knows that I, old you, am about to get married soon. I don't even dare to guarantee that I will update my novel, so how could I still have the face to fight for the monthly votes? But halfway through, Xie found out that I, Goldfish, was going to get married. She threw a lot of monthly votes, causing the Prodigy's ranking to temporarily rise to first place. Am I touched? Of course, I was so happy that I was about to go crazy. But I, old you, was worried about the gains and losses. Because Xie had sacrificed too much, I, old you, felt overwhelmed by the favor. And today is the last day of the double monthly votes. It will end in the wee hours of the morning. the author of Sword Cometh, Fire Beacon, is my idol. I have liked his books since high school. Even now, I have been reading Sword Cometh. During the author's annual meeting, I even took a photo with Fire Beacon. I was so happy. I know that Fire Beacon has a lot of hardcore fans. It is almost impossible to see any hope of success if I compete with Sword Cometh for first place. But this time I really want to fight for it, because it is too difficult. Or rather, since the Prodigy's War began, this is the first time I am so close to the throne of first place. If I give up just like that, what a pity. So, this is the first time Goldfish has published a single chapter. This is the first time I am thick-skinned, the first time I am seriously and urgently asking everyone for monthly votes. Recently, I, Goldfish, have been busy with my marriage. Indeed, I don't have the energy to write anymore. But everyone, don't worry. No matter what the ranking for the monthly votes is, after I get married, I will definitely work hard to write more chapters to thank everyone. Master, where have you been all these years? Why can't I find any news about you on the vast ancient road of the starry sky? Have you encountered any trouble? Boyazi asked a lot of questions in one breath. Li Xianwei said helplessly, "Little fisherman, you are now an emperor realm figure. How can you still lose your composure like this? Calm down and let me have a chat with my junior brother." Boyazi nodded repeatedly. He was indeed a little out of control at the moment. "Junior brother, did you come to Xuanji Taoist sect to inquire about our mountain of mind and heart?" Li Xianwei looked at Lin Sun with a gentle expression. Lin Sun was surprised. "Senior brother, you have already expected this?" Li Xianwei smiled. "I don't have the ability to predict the future. What you see now is just a backup plan I left. I didn't expect that you would find this place so soon." According to Li Xianwei, this stone portrait was a part of his willpower, which he left behind when he left. As long as he used the power of the Great Tao Infinite Bottle, he could awaken this willpower and form a unique connection with his original body. "Senior brother, since you already know why I am here, can you solve my doubts?" Lin Sun asked. Li Xianwei sighed. "Junior brother, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but it's harmful for you to know these old things with your current cultivation." Lin Sun's lips twitched. He had heard such a reply more than once. Senior brother Guyupu had said so, senior brother Xian Kong had also said so, and even senior brother Pu Zhen had intentionally or unintentionally avoided discussing these topics with him. Li Xianwei said, "However, there is indeed one thing that needs your help, and only you can do it." Lin Sun was startled and cheered up. "What's the matter?" Over the years, he had received too many favors from Mountain of Mind and Heart, but he didn't even know the current situation of Mountain of Mind and Heart, let alone help. Participate in the Tao discussion conference held by the 6 Taoist courts. Li Xuanwei's words surprised Lin Sun. Then Li Xianwei told him the reason. The purpose of the Tao discussion conference held by the 6 Taoist courts was to seize a chaos Taoist treasure born in an unknown place. Only those that were able to participate in the Tao discussion gathering and were ranked in the top 100 would be sent to the ancient immortal forbidden area. The ancient immortal restricted area was one of the 8 great restricted areas of the prehistoric world. It had existed since ancient times until now, and it was an extremely dangerous and unknown place. Over the countless years, countless great figures with exceedingly high cultivation had gone there to explore, but without exception, all of them had either perished or returned empty-handed. According to Li Xianwei, a shocking change had occurred in the ancient immortal restricted area not too long ago. It was suspected that an ancient treasure had emerged into the world, and it caused a change in the power of laws and order within the restricted area. It was also because of this shocking and unexpected event that the 6 great Tao courts saw a trace of hope, and after numerous deductions, they finally arrived at a shocking conclusion. The ancient treasure that was born in the ancient immortal forbidden zone was most likely a Chaos Tao treasure. What was a Chaos Tao treasure? Lin Sun soon understood. The Black-Yellow Tao tablet, which was regarded as the most precious treasure of the Black-Yellow Tao court, was a Chaos Tao treasure. Lin Sun clearly remembered that Sword Emperor Fuyao had once said that in the beginning, the founding ancestor of the Black-Yellow Tao court had experienced hardships and trekked to arrive at an unknown place, and from there, he discovered a tablet that was born from the source of chaos. It was precisely by relying on this tablet that the founding ancestor of the Black-Yellow Tao court comprehended the Tao in one fell swoop and created an ancient and immortal orthodoxy like the Black-Yellow Tao court. this tablet was the Black-Yellow Dao tablet. The unknown place where the Black-Yellow Dao tablet was born was now the place where the Black-Yellow Dao court resided. It was called the Green Radiance Divine Mountain, and it was well known to the world. In other words, a Black-Yellow Dao tablet had created an ancient orthodoxy that was famous throughout the starry sky, and now it was ranked among the 6 great Dao courts and deterred the world. This was the wonder of a Chaos Dao treasure. Now, an ancient treasure that was born in the ancient immortal restricted area was very likely to be a Chaos Dao treasure like the Black-Yellow Dao tablet. How could this not make people go crazy? Even the colossi like the 6 great Dao courts and the 10 great war clans couldn't sit still. Because if they were able to obtain such a treasure, then the benefits would absolutely be beyond imagination. The current Black-Yellow Dao court was the best proof of this. However, to everyone's surprise, although a shocking change had occurred in the ancient immortal restricted area, the terrifying power of rules that filled it was still not something that anyone could approach. Later on, the 6 great Dao courts deduced that if they wanted to enter the ancient immortal restricted area to seize the treasure, they had to join forces and use their strongest techniques to break open a path through the barrier of the ancient immortal restricted area. However, such a path would be extremely unstable. Once an Emperor Realm expert stepped foot on it, it would collapse in an instant. In other words, even if a path was broken open, it would not be able to withstand the power of an Emperor Realm expert, for the sake of safety and to be able to bring back that Chaos Dao treasure from the ancient immortal treasure ground. The 6 great Dao courts unanimously decided to hold a Dao discussion gathering to select a group of the top Sage King Realm existences as the candidates to enter the ancient immortal forbidden area. By doing this, they could also avoid large-scale battles between orthodoxies for treasures. In that case, no orthodoxy would be able to withstand the torment. On the contrary, holding a Dao discussion gathering, fair competition, and finally joining forces. To send these experts to the ancient immortal forbidden area to seize the treasure was the safest way. After understanding this, Lin Sun could not help but be moved. Only then did he realize that the information he had before was very one-sided. He had no idea that the purpose of the Dao discussion gathering held by the 6 great Dao courts was actually for a Chaos Dao treasure. Junior brother, the ancient immortal forbidden area has been regarded as one of the 8 great forbidden areas of primordial world since ancient times. Very few people in this world really understand the dangers in it, but junior sister Jun Huan is an exception. Speaking of this, the corners of Li Xuanwei's mouth curled up slightly, and a smile appeared on her face. Lin Sun felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He said, "Junior sister Jun Huan? Could it be that guy who likes to wear pink rose robes and acts coy, and is neither a man nor a woman?" His impression of Jun Huan was too deep. When he went from the Tianxu realm to the Daiyu realm, Lin Sun met Jun Huan by chance. Jun Huan had just killed a group of roving bone bandits by himself. Jun Huan was obviously a man, but his clothes were decorated with pink rose cloud patterns. His long black hair was held askew by a hairpin, and he had a handsome face that could only be described as beautiful. He had a pair of phoenix eyes with a natural charm. His skin was as white as sheep fat, and his figure was slender. Even his voice had a unique charm. Anyone who saw such a beautiful and outstanding man was bound to be stunned. However, wearing a pink robe and a hairpin, he gave people a very good feeling. He had a kind of open-minded and romantic charm. When Lin Sun came into contact with him, he felt uncomfortable and indescribably awkward. But because of this, Jun Huan left a deep impression on him. Now, after hearing Li Xuanwei's words, he immediately thought of this guy. Neither a man nor a woman? Li Xuanwei's expression was strange. Junior brother, do you have any misunderstanding about your senior sister Jun Huan? Senior brother, is it really him? Lin Sun was stunned. Li Xianwei nodded. Yes, junior sister Jun Huan likes pink things the most. The man you mentioned should be her disguise. Lin Sun smiled bitterly. It turned out that she was his senior sister. But his attitude towards her at that time was not very good. But why didn't she recognize me when she saw me? Lin Sun couldn't help asking. Li Xianwei pointed to the sky. All these years, she has caused too much trouble. She has been targeted by some old fogies. Once she acknowledges you, I'm afraid she will implicate you. She has really put in a lot of effort. Lin Sun sighed. I see. Jun Huan, a name that sounded like a man's, turned out to be his senior sister. Instant Dao is the most romantic way of swordsmanship. Both Jun Huan and I use swords to prove our Dao, but the enemies she killed with her sword are much more than mine. Li Xianwei sighed. By the way, when you see her in the future, you should behave yourself. Jun Huan's character is just like her swordsmanship. She seems to be gentle and soft, but in fact, she kills people invisibly. If you annoy her, I, as your senior brother, can't help you. Lin Sun felt guilty. At first, he thought that Jun Huan was a pervert who was neither a man nor a woman, so his attitude was very cold and repulsive. He wondered if senior sister Jun Huan would bear a grudge against him because of this. Junior sister Jun Huan once went to the forbidden ancient immortal area and experienced some incredible things there. She almost couldn't leave alive. Li Xianwei said, when she came back, the first thing she said was that there must be a supreme fortune hidden in the forbidden ancient immortal area. As she said, Li Xianwei flicked her finger. A mysterious mountain pattern appeared, turned into a brand, and poured into Lin Sun's mind. Suddenly, a boundless primitive mountain appeared in Lin Sun's mind, showing a terrible aura of destruction, fragmentation, and desolation. It was just an illusion of a mountain, but it seemed to be able to oppress Lin Sun's state of mind, making it difficult for him to breathe. This is a primitive spiritual mountain in the forbidden ancient immortal area. According to junior sister Jun Huan, this mountain is called Buzhou. It is full of the power of the origin of destruction, and there are many disasters on it. But at the same time, the supreme fortune that has never appeared is very likely to be hidden in it. Li Xuanwei's voice rang in Lin Sun's ears. These were all deductions made by junior sister Jun Huan back then. Now, it can be concluded that this supreme creation is very likely to be the Chaos Taoist level treasure that the 6 major Dao courts are eyeing. Buzhou Mountain. Lin Sun said silently, Senior brother, you mean that if we enter the forbidden ancient immortal area, as long as we find this Buzhou Mountain, we will have a great chance to obtain that Chaos Taoist level treasure? Li Xuanwei's words seemed to be teasing, but they were not false. It should be known that the emergence of the black-yellow Taoist court in ancient times was also because of a Chaos Taoist treasure born in an unknown place, the black-yellow Taoist tablet. If Lin Sun had the opportunity to enter the forbidden area of ancient immortals this time and seize the Chaos Taoist treasure born in it, who dared to say that Lin Sun could not create a orthodoxy not inferior to the black-yellow Taoist court? Senior brother, I will do it, but there is a problem that needs to be solved. Lin Sun pondered. Are you worried that your identity will be exposed? Li Xianwei guessed Lin Sun's mind with one sentence, which surprised him. He nodded and said, that's true. Li Xianwei smiled and waved his sleeve. A ray of light emerged and turned into a robe in the void. This is the Rui Daoist robe, and it's an emperor artifact that was personally sewn by our third senior sister, Ruosu. When you wear it, even if you utilize various Dao arts and secret techniques, no one would be able to see through or recognize it. Simply speaking, the miraculous effect of this robe is that it's capable of deceiving the heavens and the earth before the eyes of an emperor realm expert. Emperor treasure, the Rui Taoist robe. Lin Sun took a breath and couldn't help asking, Senior brother, this treasure is too precious? You have to ask the third senior sister. Li Xian said with a smile, on Mount Innermost Heart, senior sister Ruosu is publicly acknowledged to be gentle and virtuous. The clothes worn by our fellow disciples are personally sewn by her. In the future, if she were to meet you, she would definitely sew a robe for you personally. The third senior sister, Ruosu, this ranking was extremely high. She was the third successor accepted by the founder of Mount Fengsuan, and her foundation was bound to be unfathomable. Just like this Rui Taoist robe, it was just a piece of clothing, but it was a real emperor treasure. Lin Sun couldn't help but look forward to it. According to Li Xianwei, senior sister Ruosu didn't only sew such a robe, but every successor of Mount Fengsuan had one. However, at that time, you can't use treasures such as the infinite Tao bottle, the 3,000 floating and sinking pagoda. Li Xianwei warned. Lin Sun nodded. He was also quite excited. At this moment, even though he was using the yellow earth Dao body to conceal his identity, it was the inheritance of his senior brother Guyupu after all. So long as he appeared in the Dao discussion, he would definitely be seen through. Moreover, some of his battle techniques had already been exposed in the Kunlun ruins, so it was also very easy for others to recognize them. But now that he had the Rui Dao robe, he no longer had to worry about that. This was an emperor artifact that could deceive the heavens and the sea. Even an emperor realm expert wouldn't be able to detect it. Even if he were to use his true body to fight, he would no longer have any scruples. However, for the sake of prudence, Lin Sun would not use his real body unless it was a critical moment. Li Xianwei said, "Junior brother, there's not much time left. This will of mine can't hold on for much longer. I'll have a chat with the little fisherman." Lin Sun nodded. He turned to the side and immediately put on the Rui Daoist robe. Crash! A magical treasure light seeped into his body. Looking at his Rui Daoist robe again, it had already turned apricot yellow and was unremarkable. Lin Sun smiled. What a treasure! Not long after, Li Xianwei and Boyazi finished their conversation. He smiled and waved at Lin Sun, "Junior brother, we'll meet again." With that, his figure turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. On the wall, only the immeasurable great Dao bottle was glowing. "Junior uncle, master has already instructed me to fully cooperate with you without exposing my identity." Boyazi's expression was gentle. After chatting with Li Xianwei, it was as if he had become a different person, glowing with an intimidating spirit. Lin Sun said helplessly, "Boyazi, just call me fellow Daoist." As he spoke, he put away the immeasurable great Dao bottle. Boyazi was speechless and nodded with a smile. "There's another reason why I came to the Xuanji Dao sect this time." Lin Sun told him about his plan to go to the Imperial Jiang clan and hand the hairpin of senior brother Xian Kong to Jiang Xingqiue. Boyazi said, "I'm very clear about this. After all, it's a disaster that happened to junior uncle Xian Kong. It caused a huge commotion back then." As he spoke, he told Boyazi the whole story. In ancient times, Xian Kong, the 49th successor of Mount Fangsuan, got to know Jiang Xingqiue, a pure-blooded descendant of the Imperial Jiang clan, by chance. The two fell in love with each other and already had plans to become cultivation companions. This matter was also supported by the Imperial Jiang clan. Who would have thought that the outbreak of a Dao Battle of the Emperors would change everything? In the Dao Battle of the Emperors, several successors of Mount Fangsuan were besieged and defeated by a group of terrifying figures. It was also in this battle that Mount Fangsuan collapsed and the Crescent and Three Stars mountain tablet was destroyed. From then on, the successors of Mount Fangsuan who did not die became a group of ghosts in the world. At that time, Xian Kong was the last successor to enter Mount Fangsuan. He was only a Saint King and was not qualified to participate in the Dao Battle of the Emperors. But at the same time, Xian Kong also suffered a blow. It was rumored that he was trapped and killed in the City of the Vane by a mysterious figure from the Buddhist sect. Boyazi did not know the details. But along with Xian Kong's death, the Imperial Jiang clan was implicated as well. The reason was that Jiang Xingqiue and Xian Kong had a close relationship. The Imperial Jiang clan that suffered an unexpected disaster did not hesitate to treat Jiang Xingqiue as a sinner of the clan and imprisoned him. Until now, no one knew whether he was dead or alive. Lin Sun's heart felt heavy as if it was blocked by a rock when he found out about all of this. His eyes were terrifyingly gloomy. "My senior brother Xian Kong has already suffered, but those enemies have not given up and are targeting Jiang Xingqiue." He paused for a moment and took a deep breath. The Imperial Jiang clan is too cold and heartless. Just because of this, they treat Jiang Xingqiue as a sinner. How laughable. Boyazi let out a long sigh and said, "The Imperial Jiang clan is the descendant of the primeval Emperor Yan. As far as I know, they were forced to do this. After the Dao Battle of the Emperors all those years ago, the three great Dao courts, Panwu, Qiankuan, and Primeval joined forces with some other great powers to search for and capture forces related to Mount Fangsuan all over the world in order to completely eliminate the influence of Mount Fangsuan. At that time, if the Imperial Jiang clan didn't do this, their clan would inevitably suffer unimaginable losses. Although Jiang Xingqiue was regarded as a sinner and imprisoned, he was saved after all. This result is already very good." Lin Sun was stunned. Only now did he realize that he had misunderstood the Imperial Jiang clan. However, these are all matters of the past from the ancient times. In the current Jiang clan, only some seniors know about these secrets. However, they won't speak of these matters so as to avoid news of it being leaked and causing some sort of storm. Boyazi said. But because of this, the current imperial clan, the Jiang clan, only knows that Jiang Xianxia is the eternal sinner of the clan, but they don't know the reason behind it. As a result, they view her as a disgrace and are unwilling to mention anything related to her. Lin Sun sighed in his heart. The ancient times were at least 100,000 years ago. Under the vicissitudes of time, who would care about the reason why a woman became a sinner of the clan? Perhaps even if they wanted to know the reason, the old antiques of the imperial Jiang clan would not say it. After all, in today's world, the forces of Panwu, Untainted Land and Qianquan were still the strongest in the world. So, if I go to the imperial Jiang clan now, it's very likely that I won't be able to see Jiang Xianxia at all? Lin Sun muttered. Boyazi thought for a moment, then said, it might be possible to meet her once, but rescuing her is practically impossible. Although the Jiang clan of the emperor suffered great losses in the ancient times, they are still an immemorial emperor clan, and their foundation is still there. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to protect Jiang Xianxia's life while being oppressed by so many great factions back then. Lin Sun's eyes were deep. If I can see her, it's possible. Boyazi took a deep breath and said, young uncle, give me some time to prepare. I will arrange this for you. This time, Lin Sun did not care about the title of young uncle. He bowed seriously and said, thank you. Outside the cave residence, Xianxia had completely regained his composure. Seeing Boyazi again filled him with joy and complacency. He thought that with Boyazi in charge, Xuanji Taoism sect would soon become the first orthodoxy in Cloud State. At the same time, he was shocked by Lin Sun's identity. Jin Duyi's origin was too frightening for the founder of Xuanji Taoism sect to address him as young uncle. Just as Xiao's mind was racing, Lin Sun and Boyazi walked out of the cave residence. Grandmaster. Senior Jin. Xiao hurried to greet him respectfully. The corner of Lin Sun's mouth twitched. Xiao was the headmaster of the Taoism sect, a great figure who could summon the wind and summon the rain in Yunzhou. But now, even he behaved humbly as if he was meeting an elder. Lin Sun did not know what to say. Boyazi seemed to understand Lin Sun's thoughts. He called Xiao aside and had a secret talk with him. Then, he smiled and said to Lin Sun, my friend, Xiao will not reveal what happened today. You can act as Jin Duyi. Lin Sun felt relieved and nodded. In addition, Xiao will provide you with all the information you need to attend the Tao discussion conference. If there's anything, you can ask him to handle it. Boyazi urged. Lin Sun naturally had no objection. Not long after, he left with Xiao. From this day on, Lin Sun was regarded as the most distinguished guest of Xuanji Taoism sect. He lived in a blessed place called Yushu Peak. This surprised many people in Xuanji Taoism sect. The blessed place of Yushu Peak was the cultivation place of the headmaster. Now, it was temporarily given to Jin Duyi, a guest from the Jin Tian clan. Such treatment was rare. However, because it was arranged by Xiao himself, no one dared to raise any objection. Jin Tian Xianyue was also surprised. She knew very well that a white emperor token alone would not be able to enjoy such special treatment. There must be some secret behind it. However, she had long been accustomed to Lin Sun's various inconceivable things and did not ask more. When she learned that Lin Sun had also decided to participate in the Tao discussion conference that would be held in Yunzhou in a month, Jin Tian Xianyue was also excited and looked forward to it. The following words are free of charge. Yesterday, with the support of my brothers and sisters, I won the first place in double monthly votes. Here, Jin Yu is very grateful to everyone. Even I didn't expect that there would be so many people supporting Jin Yu from yesterday until now. It also brings Jin Yu unexpectedly full of gratitude. I especially want to thank Xia Ji, who can be the teacher of millions. I also want to thank Shuyu 3052, Brother Knife, Qing Yuli, Chen Wei Tai, Lemon, Dandan, Sister Feng, Jia Air, Xiao, Ungrateful Rabbit, Gaoshan Lu Shui and other children for their strong support. There are too many people who have given gifts and voted for Jin Yu, and I can't list them all. After Jin Yu gets married, I will try my best to write more chapters to thank everyone. Yushu Peak. In the cave residence, Lin Sun sat cross-legged. The surging chaotic qi submerged his straight figure like a tide. His blood and qi were roaring as if there were countless mountains colliding in his body. His boiling essence, qi, and spirit reflected all kinds of strange phenomena. There were big abysses floating and cauldrons burning the world. There were real dragons coiling and water and fire were born. The various visions were all amazing, representing the embodiment of Lin Sun's cultivation to a transcendent level. Yushu Peak was the best blessed place of Wind Taoism Mountain. It was originally the cultivation place of Xianxia, the headmaster of Xuanji Taoism sect. The spiritual aura of heaven and earth contained here was naturally amazing. It should be known that the primordial world was a widely recognized holy place for cultivation. Any place here was comparable to a blessed place in the ancient desolation realm. A place like Yushu Peak could be regarded as a first-class blessed place in the primordial world. The strong aura of the Great Way it contained shocked Lin Sun. According to his judgment, 1 day of cultivation here was equal to 10 days of hard cultivation with the help of Taoist crystal. Most importantly, this was the territory of Xuanji Taoism sect. Lin Sun didn't need to hide when he cultivated. Now, he was practicing infinite devouring scripture instead of 9 cauldrons world suppression scripture with his own body. The cultivation method of devouring all things for his own use made the spiritual energy absorbed by Lin Sun reach a shocking level when he ran his martial arts. If it were other practitioners of the same realm, they would not be able to bear such a majestic power, but Lin Sun was different. He was like a bottomless pit. Because his foundation was too strong and far beyond ordinary, the power needed for cultivation was destined to be different. A few days later, in the palace of Lin Sun's kidney, a vigorous breath of life erupted like a volcano. Almost in an instant, a figure appeared above Lin Sun's head. He was dressed in a black robe, with a handsome face and a rolling mist all over his body. He was like a god who controlled the sea and all the water in the world. Black water Taoist body. Water was one of the 5 elements. Water was good for all things without competing, so it was close to Tao. This was a great Tao clone that was born from the Blackwater divine embryo, and it revealed a boundless divine aura. This was also the 3rd Taoist doppelganger that Lin Sun had condensed since he started his cultivation. Boom, the next moment, Lin Sun's essence, qi, and spirit all gushed out and integrated into this doppelganger. He began to comprehend the mysteries of the Blackwater Taoist form. After a long time, the black-robed Lin Sun had an idea. His figure turned into water droplets all over the sky like a stream of water. Every single drop of water was crystalline, translucent, and surged with an obscure glow of the Tao. Vaguely, each water droplet suddenly changed into a Lin Sun. Each Lin Sun was dressed in a black robe, and his figure was solid. There were 3,000 Lin Sun. Kill. 3,000 black-robed Lin Sun stood in different directions like an army and moved at the same time. The 3,000 figures' right index fingers drew across the air in unison. 3,000 heavenly origin slashes suddenly slashed out, and in that instant, the entire abode was drowned by peerlessly dazzling sharp lights. If such a scene was seen by other practitioners, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. It was terrifying. The power of the heavenly origin slashes performed by 3,000 figures was simply earth-shattering. After a while, the 3,000 figures suddenly turned into water droplets and recondensed into the black-robed Lin Sun. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Previously, the talent of the black water Taoist form was regarded as 3,000 weak water. Each doppelganger was similar to the puppet doll of war controlled by the puppet master. But unlike the puppet doll of war, the doppelganger of 3,000 weak water was a part of the black water Taoist form and had cultivation. The only drawback was that the power of each doppelganger of 3,000 weak water was only equivalent to a small part of the black water Taoist form, and could almost exert the power of the great sage realm. In short, these 3,000 doppelganger were equivalent to 3,000 great sages. If this kind of talent was used to deal with the great sage realm, it seemed a little inadequate. After all, the number of doppelganger was no longer an advantage when there was a big gap between them. But if it was on a large-scale battlefield, the 3,000 weak water would erupt with extremely amazing power. Think about it, how terrible the destructive power produced by 3,000 great sages at the same time. With the improvement of Lin Sun's cultivation, if one day he stepped into the realm of quasi-emperor, the 3,000 weak water could turn into 3,000 great sages. How amazing would that scene be? This was the talent of the black water Taoist form. Perhaps it was not very useful in the competition of the same realm, but in the large-scale battlefield, it was an extremely terrifying fighting means. Moreover, the talent of the Blackwater Taoist form was not only limited to this, but also had many other mysteries. The art of withering and thriving of Greenwood Taoist form, the seal of all living beings of Yellow Taoist form, and now the 3,000-week water of the Blackwater Taoist form. After a long time, Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Guyupu, the 9th senior fellow apprentice who created the Yellow Court scripture, was simply a godlike existence. In the future, it will not be easy for me to be not weaker than other senior fellow apprentices and sisters in Mind Mountain on the Great Way. Lin Sun sighed. However, he was not discouraged. He was also extremely confident in his Great Way Furnace scripture. At present, I am already at the middle stage of the Great Sage King realm, and there is no possibility of breaking through before the Tao discussion in Yunzhou. A few days ago, when he arrived in Yunzhou, Lin Sun had just broken through the realm, and his cultivation was much stronger than when he killed Kong Yin and Chu Rao, the two quasi-emperors. It was just a Tao discussion in Yunzhou, and his current cultivation was enough. Lin Sun decided to focus on refining the Tao field during this period of time. Not long after he stepped into the Great Sage King realm, he condensed the embryonic form of the Tao field, but until now, it was still in the process of gradual perfection, and had not really condensed the complete form of the Tao field. It was also 2 months ago, when he left Qingzhou, Lin Sun refined the space boundary crystal and had a strong premonition. He was not far from mastering the complete Tao field. In the Tao discussion in Yunzhou, there are bound to be many top great sage kings in the world participating in the battle. At that time, I can use their Tao field to temper myself. While Lin Sun was thinking, he had already walked out of the cave residence. Outside the cave residence, there were green pines and cypresses, gurgling mountain streams, flying immortal birds, spiritual apes holding peaches, and white deer holding Ganoderma. The scenery was picturesque. Jean Tian Xianxia was sitting cross-legged under a green pine, meditating. When she noticed Lin Sun coming out of the cave residence, she immediately got up. "Xianxia, have you broken through the realm?" Lin Sun was surprised. At a glance, he could see that Jean Tian Xianxia had reached the perfection of the Saint King realm. And he clearly remembered that when he was on the boat half a year ago, Jean Tian Xianxia had just broken through to the middle stage. In other words, in half a year, Jean Tian Xianxia had broken through again. She deserved to be the peerless talent of the White Emperor star. Compared to young master, I pale in comparison. Jean Tian Xianxia pursed her lips and chuckled. Her starry eyes were clear and charming, with a kind of gentle and elegant style. Lin Sun shook his head with a smile. At this time, he suddenly noticed that at the foot of Yushu Peak, there was a group of descendants of Xuanji sect waiting there. Among them were 2 acquaintances, Jiang Heng and Ji Qian. "What are they going to do here?" Lin Sun asked. "They said that they wanted to visit you, first to express their gratitude, and second to discuss Tao with you." Jean Tian Xianxia smiled. "Discuss Tao?" Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. "Yes, it's just to discuss Tao, not to fight. In my opinion, the scene of you defeating the strong of mysterious Sky Island a few days ago has convinced these descendants of Xuanji sect." "I see." Lin Sun finally understood. "Taoism pure Jean Tian, we have been waiting here for a long time. We just want to meet you to express our gratitude." At the foot of the mountain, someone noticed Lin Sun and raised his voice. Suddenly, Jiang Heng, Ji Qian and others also looked at him. Lin Sun thought for a while and went straight down the mountain. Looking at these core disciples of Xuanji sect, he said with a smile, "You don't have to say thank you. I heard that you came to discuss Tao with me?" Everyone looked at each other and nodded with expectation. "Well, I also have a lot of things to ask you." Lin Sun agreed readily. It was far better to discuss Tao with a group of people of the same realm than to work alone. Only in this way could he draw inferences about other cases and learn from others. Moreover, he still knew nothing about the Tao discussion competition in Yunzhou and needed to learn more. Seeing Lin Sun agree, Jiang Heng, Ji Qian and others all showed joy. They had witnessed how Lin Sun defeated Shizi and Xiling that day, so they naturally knew how extraordinary Lin Sun's cultivation was among the top Saint Kings. However, if Jiang Heng and Ji Qian knew that the Jin Dui in front of them was Lin Sun, no one knew how they would feel. "Xianxia, you come too," Lin Sun said. Jing Xianxia was stunned, and then immediately showed a bright smile and nodded hard. Time flew by. On the platform on the mountainside of Yushu Peak, Lin Sun and a group of core descendants of Xuanji sect sat on the ground, talking and exchanging cultivation experiences. The pines rustled like the sounds of nature, and the atmosphere was peaceful and quiet. Jiang Heng, Ji Qian, and others originally thought that Lin Sun's outstanding strength and came from the imperial Jingtian clan would be extremely conceited. But after coming into contact with Lin Sun, they noticed that Lin Sun was very easy to get along with instead. He was like jade and warm like water. Moreover, when they discussed the Tao, some of his insights towards the Grand Tao often blazed a new and unique path, causing them to be completely convinced. When he saw such a peaceful scene of Tao discussion from afar, Heng Xiao couldn't help but feel a trace of envy in his heart. Jing Duyi's true identity was the youngest martial uncle of Boyazi, the founder of the sect. It was a rare blessing to be able to sit and discuss Tao with him. These days, Lin Sun and Jiang Heng and the other successors of the Xuanji Dao sect had gained a lot from talking and discussing Dao. Jiang Heng and the others were able to stand out at such a young age and set foot in the Saint King realm, so they were naturally not ordinary characters. The Dao paths they pursued were different, so the Dao domains they condensed were different as well. It was an eye-opener for Lin Sun and he benefited greatly from it. Moreover, Lin Sun also learned some information about the Dao discussion in Yunzhou during their idle talk. The Cloud Prefecture's Dao discussion this time would be attended by true saints, great saints, and saint kings. However, as peak saint kings, what Jiang Heng and the others paid the most attention to was naturally the Dao discussion between saint kings. When talking about this, Jiang Heng and the others coincidentally mentioned some of the most dazzling figures in Cloud Province. For example, Lu Dubu, the successor of the Great Void Dao sect, the #1 orthodoxy of Cloud Prefecture, was publicly recognized as the #1 absolute sage king in Cloud Prefecture. For example, Xia Yuhua, the successor of the Cloud Star Divine sect, the second orthodoxy of the Cloud State. She was a peerless genius who had risen to prominence in recent years, and her fame was as dazzling as a comet. For example, when talking about these dazzling figures in Cloud Province, Jiang Heng and the others revealed various emotions: fear, hostility, and eagerness to fight. Besides that, regardless of identity, so long as one's cultivation satisfies the requirements, then one could participate in the Cloud Prefecture's Dao discussion. This had also caused many seniors to rub their hands in glee. Some of them were even elders of the various major forces that had lived for countless years, and they had also decided to participate in the battle. In this way, it would definitely cause the Cloud Prefecture Dao discussion to become even more intense. Those of the older generation were able to stand tall through the vicissitudes of time, so they absolutely could not be underestimated. Similarly, many of the top geniuses of the younger generation were geniuses ranked on the All Heavens King Sage board, which made people wary and take them seriously. In this regard, Lin Sun just listened without showing any emotion. In the same realm, regardless of whether one was a heavenly prodigy or a ferocious senior, what mattered was not how long they lived or how famous they were. In the end, it all depended on their battle prowess. In this regard, Lin Sun was not afraid of anyone at all. Little friend. Heng Xiao arrived and spoke with a smile. Seeing this, Jiang Heng and Jing Xianxia tactfully left. Fellow Daoist, what business do you have with me? Lin stood up. There are two things. The first thing is that Ancestor Boyazi asked me to tell young friend that you have some progress on what you want to do. Heng Xiao hurriedly replied. Lin Sun was refreshed, knowing that what Boyazi was going to do had something to do with going to the Jiang clan, an imperial family. Heng Xiao said, however, Ancestor Boyazi said that this matter is of great importance, and he needs to find a friend to help him. It will take at least a month, and at most 3 months before he can get a clear answer. He hopes that you won't be impatient. Lin Sun nodded and said, what about the other thing? It's related to the Cloud Prefecture's Dao discussion. As Heng Xiao spoke, he handed a jade slip to Lin Sun. In another half a month, the competition will begin. All the news will be recorded in this jade slip. Thank you, fellow Daoist. Lin Sun cupped his hands and took the jade slip. I've already decided. 10 days later, I'll bring the disciples from the sect to participate in the grand competition. When he spoke up to hear, Heng Xiao deliberated and said, young brother, Will you really not consider participating in the Tao discussion as a core disciple of my 4 stars Tao sect? There was a trace of expectation in his eyes. But Lin Sun still shook his head. He had decided on this matter a long time ago. If he participated in the Tao discussion as a descendant of 4 stars Tao sect, he would naturally receive all kinds of preferential treatment. But Lin Sun was very clear that no matter how well he concealed his identity, it would be exposed sooner or later. At that time, 4 stars Tao sect that had once helped him would definitely be implicated by him. Let Xianxia participate as a descendant of 4 stars Tao sect, Lin Sun said. Seeing that Lin Sun had made up his mind, Xianxia knew that he couldn't force it, so he could only nod and said, "Fellow Taoist, then you must promise me that if you encounter any trouble in the Tao discussion, you must tell me." Lin Sun nodded with a smile. After chatting for a while, Xianxia left. Lin Sun took the jade slip, returned to the abode, and started to read it. 10 days later, Xianxia personally led a group of descendants to participate in the Tao discussion to the Great Void Mountain. The Great Void Mountain was the place where the first orthodoxy of Cloud State, the Great Void Tao sect, resided. And Lin Sun left quietly on the same day. The Tao discussion of Cloud State this time would carry out 3 rounds of selection. The first round of selection would be held in the subordinate cities of the 7 orthodoxies. So long as one met the requirements, then one could register to participate. After numerous battles on the combat arenas, the experts that emerged victorious would have the opportunity to enter the second round of selection. The location of the second round of selection was at the Great Void Mountain. For example, the descendants of the 7 orthodoxies didn't have to undergo the first round of selection, and they could directly enter the second round of selection. This was the reason why Xianxia had led a group of disciples directly to the Great Void Mountain. After all, 4 stars Tao sect was one of the 7 orthodoxies, and it was ranked at the 3rd position. So its disciples would naturally receive preferential treatment when participating in the Tao discussion. On the other hand, it was different for Lin Sun, and he could only start from the first round of selection. In other words, if Lin Sun wanted to participate in the Tao discussion held by the 6 great Tao courts, then he had to first become eminent in the Tao discussion of Cloud State, and he had to at least be ranked in the top 10. Moreover, the Tao discussion of Cloud State would carry out 3 rounds of selection. It was obvious that if this continued, then the experts that were able to participate in the Tao discussion in the end were bound to be top figures in the world. Lingfeng City. It was an enormous city that was the closest to 4 stars Tao sect. It was flourishing and extremely large, and it was much more prosperous than Linan City that Lin Sun had arrived at for the first time. In 5 days, the curtains to the first round of selection for the Tao discussion of Cloud State would be drawn in different cities within Cloud State. Lingfeng City was only one of them. The people in charge of the test were 7 quasi-emperor realm experts from the 7 orthodoxies, and this was done to prevent people from cheating. Recently, Lingfeng City had been bustling with noise and excitement. Many experts from all over the world had flocked to the city. Some had come to participate in the first round of selection, but even more had come to watch the battles. After all, the scale of the Tao discussion of Cloud State this time was so large that it could be described as unprecedentedly grand, and it had long since attracted the attention of countless people. After Lin Sun entered Lingfeng City, the first thing he felt was clamorous and bustling, and the first round of selection was discussed everywhere on the streets and alleys. Even though the successors of the 7 orthodoxies won't participate in the first round of selection, it still can't be underestimated. According to my knowledge, some formidable figures from ancient clans and powers have already registered. I wonder exactly how many dark horses will emerge from the first round of selection, and who will be able to fight their way into the final competition. Just wait and see. The first round of selection will be carried out for 3 days, and the list of those that will enter the second round of selection will be decided in 3 days. The people on the streets discussed animatedly. Even though Cloud State was only one of the 49 states in the primordial world, the territory within its territory was extremely vast, and it was comparable to a vast world. The forces that were distributed there weren't just the 7 orthodoxies, and there were numerous other clans, and sections. There was no lack of extremely shocking figures amongst these forces of various sizes. So long as they participated in the Tao discussion of Cloud State, then they would surely appear in the first round of selection. Lin Sun knew all of this like the back of his hand since a long time ago, so he naturally didn't have to spend any effort to inquire about it, and he moved forward directly. The central area of Lingfeng City. In front of an incomparably magnificent hall, a sea of people had already surrounded it, and not even a drop of water could trickle through. This was the place to register for the first round of selection, and it was also the most bustling and eye-catching place in Lingfeng City. When Lin Sun arrived here, a wave of exclamations sounded, the successor of the Tianmong spiritual sect, Chu Qiu. After cultivating for 500 years, he's already a famous existence at the pinnacle of the Saint King stage. His physical strength can withstand the attack of a saint treasure. Lin Sun immediately saw a man in a silver robe appear out of thin air. He had long silver hair, and his pupils were flowing with lightning. When he walked, he was majestic and mighty. Obviously, this person was Chu Qiu. Chu Qiu, I didn't expect you to come as well. Very well, I'm looking forward to playing with you in the first round of selection. A cold voice sounded, and then a jade-green light tore through the air and turned into a man in a green robe. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and he was standing on a fiery red flying sword. The young patriarch of the Xianming tribe, Gu Jianqing. He's here too? Many people clicked their tongues and were in an uproar. Gu Jianqing was an arrogant and unruly genius in swordsmanship. It was rumored that a long time ago, an expert from the Great Void sect had taken a fancy to his aptitude and wanted to take him as his last disciple. However, Gu Jianqing had unexpectedly rejected him. The expert lamented for a long time and said, "The best swordsmanship talents in this world are extremely rare. Gu Jianqing must be one of them. It's a pity that he has no fate with the Great Void sect." This exclamation spread quickly, and Gu Jianqing's reputation soared. He was now known to the world. Then we'll just have to decide who's the winner. The successor of the Tianmong spiritual sect, Chu Qiu, snorted coldly and walked straight to the magnificent palace, completely ignoring Gu Jianqing. Gu Jianqing's eyes flashed with sword light. After a while, he chuckled and shook his head, then followed Chu Qiu into the palace. This was only the beginning. Next, dazzling figures whose names shook the region appeared one by one. There were young masters of aristocratic families, geniuses of ancient clans, and outstanding talents of sects. Some of these figures were arrogant and unruly, some were silent and cold, and some were peerless beauties. Whenever such a dazzling figure appeared, there would be a burst of exclamations and restlessness in the surroundings, making the atmosphere of this area more and more lively. In other words, the Lingfeng city had never been as lively as it was today in the past. From beginning to end, Lin Sun stood in the crowd with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked at the scene indifferently, and the emotions in his eyes never wavered. Whether it was Chu Qiu, Gu Jianqing, or other dazzling figures, they were indeed the elites of the same realm. Their power and momentum were different, and all of them were extraordinary. Unfortunately, none of them had caught Lin's attention until now. Many thanks to the second Lord Wu of Jiangnan and the others for their gifts. After watching silently for a while, Lin Sun also walked out and headed for the magnificent hall. The registration fee is 1,000 crystals. A man guarding the door of the hall said in a deep voice. Lin Sun threw out a storage bag. The man looked at it for a moment, then put it away and handed a white jade token to Lin Sun. With this token, enter the main hall to register and take the test. Go, next. The man waved his hand. There was another universe in the hall, and the space was extremely large. When Lin Sun entered, there were already many figures standing there, each of them extraordinary, and there were also some older people among them, exuding different kinds of power. When Lin Sun came in, many eyes swept over him. If ordinary people were here, they would have been scared out of their wits. Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of it, and came to the center of the hall with a calm expression. There was a table here, and behind it sat 7 figures, men and women, exuding the unique aura of the quasi-emperor realm. They were the big figures from the 7 orthodoxies of Yunzhou, sitting here and also in charge of the assessment. Hong Yu, the elder of Xuanji sect, was sitting among them. When he saw Lin Sun, his pupils narrowed slightly, and he was about to get up to greet him, but in the end he held back and nodded to Lin Sun without a trace. Put your hand on the spirit bead. A white-haired old man in a red robe said in a deep voice. On the table, there was a fist-sized, crystal-clear spiritual bead flowing with chaotic luster. Lin Sun raised his hand and put it on it. At the same time, he acutely noticed that numerous gazes in the hall had shot over towards him in unison. Or rather, they were staring at the spirit bead. Buzz, the spirit bead surged with divine brilliance, gradually condensing into golden Taoist patterns in the void, and vaguely, there was the sound of sages chanting sutras. Another Juyo Saint King. Fortunately, he is only at the middle stage of Juyo Saint King, not outstanding. Anyone who sets foot on the top is extraordinary. If possible, it is best to avoid fighting with him. For a moment, many strong people in the hall showed a thoughtful look. Some people didn't take it seriously and withdrew their gazes. Top and dazzling figures like Chu Qiu and Gu Jianxing couldn't be bothered to pay any more attention to them. The most direct way to judge the strength of an expert was the level of their cultivation. Obviously, Lin Sun's cultivation of mid-stage Saint King realm was not taken seriously by these top figures at all. Noticing the change in the eyes of the people in the hall, Lin Sun knew why these people chose to wait here. Their goal was to use the spirit mirror pearl to observe the cultivation of the people who signed up so that they could choose their opponents and be prepared. That's enough. The white-haired old man in a red robe behind the table nodded and took the white jade token from Lin's hand. Name? Jin Dui. Lin Sun said. Many people in the hall looked puzzled. Jin Dui. Who was he? Only Hong Yu knew the inside story, but how could he possibly say it? A month ago, the experts of Mysterious Void Island went to challenge Xuanji Tao sect. Although they were defeated by Lin Sun in the end, they did not spread the news after they left. After all, it was Mysterious Void Island that lost face. How could they publicize such a scandal? Even the mystical Divine Island did not know the identity of Jin Dui, who had defeated Shi Zi, and Shi Ling Hingxiao had already issued a gag order within Xuanji Tao sect, so no one dared to leak the news of Mysterious Void Island's defeat. This was also why Lin Sun had the confidence to sign up as Jin Dui. The identity of Yu Xian had caused a great stir in Qingzhou and was destined to be useless. Fortunately, the identity of Jin Dui was extremely safe. After all, this name belonged to the old toad and had nothing to do with the Jin Tian clan. Origin. The white-haired old man in a red robe continued to ask. As he spoke, he engraved Lin Sun's information on the white jade token. This would be a certificate to participate in the Yunzhou Dao discussion. A rogue cultivator. As soon as Lin Sun said this, many people were surprised. A rogue cultivator could set foot in the peak Saint King realm. This was very rare. However, many experts in the hall felt more relaxed. A rogue cultivator? Even if they offended him, there was no need to fear anything. Only Hong Yu sneered in his heart. If these fellows really think that Jin Dui is an unworthy rogue cultivator, then they're gravely mistaken. Remember, head to the Lingfeng Dao development field 5 days from now to participate in the selection. If you don't arrive on time, then you'll be disqualified. The white-haired old man in a red robe returned the white jade token to Lin Sun. Thank you. Lin Sun held it in his hand and sent his divine sense into it. He saw his figure and various information appear within it. He put it away carefully because this was a key item for him to participate in the Dao discussion grand meeting in the future. Young friend, wait a moment. Suddenly, a woman in a green dress that sat beside Hong Yu behind the table called out to Lin Sun. Her voice was gentle. You're young, yet you possess such extraordinary attainments in the path of the Dao. Are you interested in coming to my Cloud Star Divine Sect to cultivate? Many people were shocked. The Cloud Star Divine Sect was the second ancient sect in Cloud Prefecture. For example, the peerless genius Xia Yuhua, whose name shook the entire Cloud Prefecture, was a disciple of the sect. Obviously, the green-clothed woman had taken a fancy to Jin Dui's identity as an independent cultivator. I'm sorry, I'm used to a life of idleness. Lin Sun shook his head and refused. Many people revealed regretful expressions. The Cloud Star Divine Sect wasn't an ancient sect that just anyone could enter. If one was able to join it, then there was utterly no need for one to participate in the first round of the selection, and one could directly enter the second round. Then feel free to come look for me if you intend to join a sect in the future. After she was refused, the green-clothed woman actually wasn't angry at all, and she extended another invitation instead. This caused many people to be unable to help but take another glance at Lin Sun. Even Lin Sun himself was slightly stunned, and he laughed bitterly in his heart. It's just the identity of an independent cultivator, yet I never expected that someone would actually treat me differently. He nodded. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. After she sent Lin Sun off with her gaze, the green-clothed woman said, "Everyone, the Tao discussion this time is an opportunity to select geniuses, and numerous geniuses are bound to emerge from it. However, don't fight with me for Jin Dui." All the quasi-emperors behind the tables revealed various expressions. Just as the green-clothed woman had said, the Tao discussion this time was firstly to compete for a spot to participate in the Tao discussion grand meeting, and secondly to select some outstanding figures through numerous selections. It would naturally be best if they were able to take them into their respective sects. Every single ancient sect naturally couldn't lack the replenishment of fresh blood if they wanted to stand towering for eternity. Unfortunately, only Hongyu was clearly aware that the green-clothed woman was bound to be disappointed. After he registered himself, Lin Sun stayed at an inn, and he wasn't interested in the bustle of the outside world. Time flowed by. A few days passed by in a flash, and the Soaring Wind City grew more and more bustling. Supposedly, the tickets to the Soaring Wind development grounds had been raised to 100,000 Tao crystals. Moreover, it was very difficult to buy. The list of experts that were participating in the selection this time had started to circulate in the market, and it clearly displayed the names, origins, cultivation. It was obvious at a glance. Especially dazzling top figures like Chu Qiu and Gu Jianxing, they even appeared at the most striking positions on the list. Even such a list had been sold for 10,000 Tao crystals. At the same time, the various underground casinos within Soaring Wind City were bustling with activity. So long as they were interested, then they could place bets on the outcome of the first round of the selection and the winner of the competition. For a time, it drew over countless cultivators to participate. Supposedly, the amount of Tao crystals bet in a single day had reached 80,000,000. From the beginning until the end, Lin Sun didn't pay much attention to all of this. When he was by himself, he was either cultivating or reading and studying the myriad herb scripture, and his mind was tranquil. On the 5th day. The Soaring Wind development grounds. This was a place that was like a minor world, and it was covered in ancient restriction formations. At the center of the grounds were 18 arenas that floated successively in midair, and they were like 18 floating continents. When Lin Sun arrived, the spectating area in the surroundings of the grounds was already filled with a sea of people, and it was densely filled while clamorous waves of noise shook the sky. Such an unprecedentedly grand and bustling scene broadened Lin Sun's horizons. In next to no time, Lin Sun, who held the battle participation token, was brought to an empty area by an attendant that was in charge of receiving him. This was the selection area, and all the cultivators that had registered to participate had to wait here. At this moment, numerous experts had already gathered within the selection area. There were both men and women, and they were either sitting or standing. There were peerless and dazzling figures of the younger generation and ferocious figures of the older generation that commanded great authority. There were at least over 1,000 of them. In other words, over 1,000 Saint King realm existences had already gathered here in merely this area. Moreover, there was no lack of peak Saint Kings amongst them. Such a scene caused Lin Sun to be unable to help but feel a trace of shock. Saint Kings could be considered as the top pillars of sects in the ancient Desolation region, and they were usually impossible to see. They were like elusive dragons that only showed their head but not their tail. Yet now, over 1,000 Saint Kings had appeared in merely one of the 49 prefectures of the prehistoric world, Cloud Prefecture, and merely Soaring Wind City amongst the over 10,000 cities within the territory of Cloud Prefecture. This naturally seemed to be extremely magnificent. In fact, it wasn't just Lin Sun, the hearts of everyone present here were unable to calm down. A grand event of such a scale could be said to be difficult to come by in 10,000 years in the territory of Cloud Prefecture, and it was the first time that most people had witnessed it. There was only a single reason for this: the commotion caused by the Tao discussion that was jointly held by the 6 great Tao courts was truly too great. Not to mention the Cloud Prefecture, an unprecedentedly grand event like this was being held successively in the other 48 prefectures of the prehistoric world. It was even to the extent that countless peerless figures from the starry sky outside the prehistoric world had arrived successively for the sake of participating in such a grand event. On the other hand, Lin Sun just happened to be present at the right time, and he just happened to witness the beginning of such a grand event. Dang, it wasn't long before a powerful sound of a bell resounded, and it shook the soaring wind Dao development grounds and completely suppressed the clamorous waves of noise. In the entire high wind development grounds, everyone stopped what they were doing and sat upright while their gazes shot towards the same place in unison. At the center of the Dao development grounds, an old man in a crimson robe and snow-white hair stood in midair. Tao Songting, he was a quasi-emperor realm elder of the Great Void Dao sect, the #1 orthodoxy of the Cloud State. At the same time, he was the person in charge of the first round of the Soaring Wind Dao Development Reserve selections. Along with the sound of the bell resounding through the air, the crimson-robed old man, Tao Songting, spoke indifferently. Today is the day the curtains to the first round of the Dao discussion of our Cloud Prefecture will be drawn. The rules of the selection are very simple. There are 18 arenas in the field and all of you will be sparring at the same time. Anyone will have the chance to fight for the title of Arena Master. As long as you can persevere through 10 battles in the arena without being defeated, you will have the qualifications to enter the second round of selection. Remember, only victory and defeat are decided on the combat arena, not life and death. Those who break the rules will not only be disqualified, they will also be severely punished. His voice was like a thunderclap that surged through the grounds. 10 consecutive battles, they had to win 10 matches in a row to qualify for the second round of selection. Many people gasped when they heard the harsh selection rules. One had to know that this was a battle between cultivators of the same level. Those who dared to participate would fight with their lives on the line in order to win. Indeed, in the eyes of a peak Saint King, an ordinary Saint King was not worth mentioning at all. However, under such circumstances, perhaps it wouldn't be difficult to obtain victory, but it was bound to be extremely difficult to continue fighting in the market and obtain 10 consecutive victories. Moreover, if some of the top figures did not like each other and challenged each other, it would be even more difficult to obtain 10 consecutive victories. This wasn't an exaggeration. Chuqiu, the successor of the sky, Radiant Sacred Mountain, and Gu Jianxing, the young master of the mysterious underworld tribe, had been in a state of mutual hostility on the first day they had arrived in Lingfeng City. It was obvious that it was very likely for the two of them to enter into battle during the following selections. Hearing this selection rule, the participants waiting in the battle area all had different expressions on their faces. Some were indifferent, some were serious, some were deep in thought, and some looked worried. Lin Sun didn't react much. From the beginning to the end, he maintained an attitude of the show is theirs and has nothing to do with me. His mind was empty and calm. To him, if it wasn't for the fact that he had to hide his identity, he would have had the opportunity to directly enter the second round of selection. At the same time, he wasn't looking down on others, but he had long developed the belief that he was invincible. That's not bad. I can try to see more of the Dao domain and use it to temper my Dao and perfect myself. At this moment, Lin Sun's mentality had changed, and he'd completely taken the Dao discussion to be a form of cultivation. It was to perfect his Dao domain as much as possible. Now, the selection begins. Tao Songting's voice resounded. Before he finished speaking, whoosh, a dazzling figure flashed in the air and leaped onto an arena. He said leisurely, I, Chuqiu, am here. Which fellow Daoist is willing to be the first to challenge me? His silver hair hung loosely on his shoulders while his silver robe fluttered with the wind, and his figure was like a spear while emanating an arrogant imposing aura. As soon as he made an appearance, he caused quite a stir. Heavenly Radiance Divine Mountains Chuqiu was a peak Saint King at the consummate level. He had long since gained prestige, and his name shook a region. Some people also looked at the young master of the mysterious underworld tribe, Gu Jianxing. Because everyone knew that Gu Jianxing had challenged Chuqiu on the first day he arrived. However, to everyone's surprise, Gu Jianxing, who was dressed in a green robe and exuded an incomparably fierce aura, did not issue a challenge. Instead, his figure flashed and he occupied another arena. Chuqiu, I'll wait for your 10 consecutive victories. I'll wait for you to challenge me. Gu Jianxing said coldly. Oh, then I hope you don't get beaten to the ground first. Chuqiu responded with equal harshness. Seeing this, many people sighed with emotion. What a smart person. He knew that the first round of selection was of great importance, and he couldn't act impulsively. There were only 18 arenas, and they were occupied in almost the blink of an eye. There were peerless figures of the younger generation like Chu Qiu and Gu Jianxing, as well as formidable figures of the older generation. Qian Kong'er, I'll fight you. Haha, interesting. Does any Tom, Dick, or Harry dare to be the first to snatch an arena? Get lost. Friend, the first one to jump out may not necessarily be able to defend the arena. In an instant, many powerhouses dashed out and headed towards the arenas to challenge. Every single one of them was aggressive. The atmosphere of the entire Dao Development Stadium seemed to have been ignited, and it was completely boiling. There were cheers, and excited discussions everywhere. Even Chu Qiu and Gu Jianxing had met their opponents. There were thousands of St. King realm powerhouses gathered in the competition area, and there were only 18 arenas. Moreover, even if one was defeated, there was still a chance to challenge again. This made the competition extremely intense. It should be known that the selection only lasted for 3 days. Within 3 days, thousands of St. King realm powerhouses could only compete on 18 arenas. If they didn't hurry, they wouldn't even have the chance to ascend to the arena. Lin Sun observed for a moment before taking action. He directly seized the opportunity and chose an arena that was occupied by King Absolute Sage. It was a young man in a golden robe. He held a bronze spear in his hand, and he looked valiant and imposing. His eyes were glowing with a dark blue luster. Jin Duyi, King Absolute Intermediate, Rogue Cultivator. When he saw Lin Sun, the young man in the golden robe revealed Lin Sun's background. A cold smile appeared on his lips. Brother, I advise you to give up. You're not my opponent. Obviously, this young man in the golden robe had studied the information of every powerhouse participating in the competition, so he recognized Lin Sun at a glance. This Jin Duyi is indeed too rash. I'm afraid he's going to lose. Some of the spectators looked over and recognized the young man in the golden robe. He was the first descendant of the Golden Armor Battle sect, Dong Shi. He was a peak Saint King intermediate powerhouse with outstanding combat strength, and he was also a mechanism grandmaster who was proficient in the Tao of Puppets. The Tao of Puppets was also a type of Tao. It was to use puppets to explore the Tao of heaven and earth. Some tyrannical mechanism grandmasters could even refine puppets that were comparable to their own realm, and their combat strength was unbelievably strong. Dong Fengshui was such a mechanism grandmaster. He had once killed an opponent whose cultivation was 1 level higher than his with his 18 puppet war dolls. Haha, I heard that many people bet on Dong Shi. They were convinced that he would win 10 consecutive victories. This Jin Duyi is blind. He actually chose Dong Shi as his opponent. He's definitely finished. In the midst of the discussion, Lin Sun also recognized the identity of Dong Shi. He said indifferently, time is precious. Let's fight. Dong Shi sighed softly. I know you're not willing to admit defeat. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish this time. I'll let you lose convincingly. His voice hadn't finished resounding through the air when a wave of rumbling resounded out, and then 8 combat puppets gushed out into appearance on the combat arena. Every single one of these combat puppets revealed the appearance of ferocious flying beasts and divine beasts, and they revealed monstrous ferocious might. Many people in the field were alarmed. This is the means of a mechanism grandmaster? It's really amazing. 8 puppets, each with the strength of a peak Saint King. Isn't this too strong? There was a burst of surprised voices in the field. The Golden Armored Battle sect is willing to pay a heavy price. As far as I know, it's extremely difficult to refine each puppet. The value of the divine materials consumed is more than 10 million Tao gems. On the assessment seat, Tao Songting said, these 8 puppets are equivalent to fighting with 80 million Tao gems. It's difficult to lose. Hong Yu of the Xuanji Dao sect smiled without saying a word. Was it possible to throw money to win against Jin Duyi? Go. On the arena, Dong Shi spat out a word. The 8 puppets rushed out, each of them surging with dazzling Tao light, as if a real peerless ferocious creature had appeared. Boom, a fiery red ferocious bird puppet flapped its wings, pouring out flaming tau light that had the power to burn the sky and boil the sea. On the other side, a golden beast that looked like it was made of gold let out a roar. The sound wave spread and shattered the void. In addition, there was also the silver greedy wolf beast and the cyan cloud swallowing beast. They all moved together, and all of them mastered unique secret fighting methods. That kind of situation made many people tremble in their hearts. It was extremely rare for the Tao of puppets to be utilized to such a superb state. How should Jin Dui fight against them? Lin Sun's expression was neither sad nor happy. He was as calm as an ancient well. He stepped forward and casually drew a finger in the void. Every single finger force was light, without the slightest trace of smoke or fire, and looked extremely inconspicuous. Many people even revealed looks of disappointment. But the next moment, an amazing scene appeared. Bang! The flaming ferocious bird that rushed to Lin Sun suddenly trembled in the void, and a hole was pierced in its head by the finger force. The flames covering its huge body showed a tendency to collapse. The coldness at the corner of Dong Shirshir's mouth froze, and his pupils shrank. He was surprised that Lin Sun had seriously injured one of his puppets with just one finger. What followed was a heartache. Although the combat power of this puppet was extremely terrifying, it was extremely difficult to refine it. After suffering such a serious injury, it would cost at least millions of Tao gems of divine materials to repair it. However, before Dong Shirshir could react, he heard a series of banging sounds. The puppets that rushed to Lin Sun, whether they were the golden ferocious beast, the silver greedy wolf beast or the cyan cloud swallowing beast, were all hit by lightning. All of them seemed as if they'd been struck by lightning, and their bodies fell down in all directions like dumplings. There was a hole in their heads, which was pierced by the finger force. That puppet doll of war looks very strong. Why is it only good to see but useless? The spectators who noticed this scene were all shocked by such a scene with their eyes wide open. Dong Shirshir felt that his heart was bleeding, and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Every puppet was injured, like a mountain of Tao gems collapsing and passing away. It caught him off guard and he didn't expect it at all. In ordinary times, with the power of his 8 puppets, it was enough to trap a peak existence in the middle stage of Saint King, but obviously, the opponent this time was completely different. From the beginning to the end, Lin Sun seemed very calm. But his words seemed too direct, as if he was in a hurry. If it was before the battle, his attitude would definitely be regarded as arrogant, and he didn't know the horror of Dong Fengshui. But now, who dared to think so? In an understatement, he had severely injured 8 puppets of war comparable to peerless Saint Kings. Was this something that anyone could do? For a time, some spectators who were not optimistic about Lin Sun began to pay attention to this young man named Jin Dui. And Dong Fengshui's face was gloomy. No one has ever dared to look down on me like this. You will pay for your arrogance. In a cold voice, he waved his sleeve, and a purple humanoid puppet of war emerged. This humanoid puppet of war seemed to be carved out of purple jade. Its whole body was covered with a divine light rain, emitting a shocking fierce aura. Life puppet of war, many people showed a strange look. Swish, in an instant, Dong Fengshui's figure swept into the purple puppet of war and completely merged with it. Visible to the naked eye, his whole body was like purple gold, covered with a layer of soft crystal armor, and in his palm, the purple light condensed into a dazzling spear. Only a pair of cold eyes could be seen from his whole body. At this time, Dong Fengshui's whole body was emitting a monstrous purple brilliance, like a purple sun burning, with a terrible aura. This was the first time that Lin Sun had seen a life puppet of war. He immediately noticed that after the integration of the power of the life puppet of war, Dong Fengshui's aura had become much stronger. Although his cultivation was still at the late stage of peerless Saint King, there was a vague sign of the great perfection. Kill! Dong Fengshui roared like a purple god, waving his spear and fiercely chopping down in the void. The purple spear was dazzling, setting off the power of law like a tide. Many people's pupils constricted. But they saw that Lin Sun didn't dodge. His body was like a towering mountain, connected with the sky and the earth, giving people a sense of eternity and unshakable vastness. This was the aura of yellow Taoist body. When Dong Fengshui attacked with his spear, Lin Sun just raised his hand and pressed his finger. Clang! The purple spear shook violently as if it had been struck by lightning. Dong Shui felt a vast and unstoppable force slam into him, and his body was directly sent flying. The arm that held the spear was numb from the pain, and the blood in his body was roiling. All the experts who were paying attention to this scene were dumbfounded. Dong Fengshui was powerful and dazzling, and the combat methods he used were also world-shaking. His aura was extraordinary. But every time, it was as if the thunder was louder than the raindrops. It was easily broken by Jin Dui, creating an extremely strong visual contrast. Only a few experienced people realized that it wasn't that Dong Fengshui wasn't strong, but that Jin Dui was clearly stronger. Kill! Dong Shifu's eyes were burning with rage. His figure flashed like lightning, bringing with it a sky full of purple light as he attacked again. But no matter how powerful his attacks were, they were always broken by Lin Sun in a short time. It gave off the feeling of a ferocious beast trying to shake a primordial divine mountain, but every time, it would be smashed to the point of bleeding and staggering back. Many people gasped in astonishment. Especially those who had bet heavily on Dong Fengshui, their faces turned green. Dong Fengshui's 10 consecutive victories could earn them extremely generous rewards from their bets. If he lost, they were destined to suffer huge losses. Phantom World of War Doll. Finally, Dong Fengshui also realized the danger of the situation and did not hesitate to display his Tao field. Boom, the white light intertwined and turned into a field world. Lin Sun's eyes lit up. Instead of dodging, he took the initiative to rush into the Tao field. Is Jin Dui crazy? Trapped in the Tao field, he will be completely finished. Many people's eyes almost fell out. They couldn't believe that who in this world would be so reckless. Others were afraid to avoid the Tao field, but he took the initiative to send himself to it. Even Dong Fengshui was slightly stunned. Was it ignorance that limited his imagination, or was this guy eager to die? Immediately, he showed a grim smile and didn't bother to think about it anymore. He seized the opportunity to run the power of the Tao field with all his strength. Jin Dui, I lose if I can't beat you until you call me Grandpa today. Dong Fengshui roared. Boom, in the Tao field, thousands of puppet war dolls appeared, all of different shapes and colors. There were ferocious birds and divine beasts, as well as various puppet war warriors with unique aura, such as swordsmen, saber practitioners, Buddhist practitioners, and demonic practitioners. Every puppet war doll seemed to be really alive, like a mighty army on the battlefield. The divine beasts opened the way in the front, and the cultivators in the back. It was spectacular. Lin Sun felt that it was an eye-opener. In his perception, the power of Dong Fengshui's phantom world of puppet was even inferior to Shi Ling's underworld road of no return. However, it possessed a strange and extraordinary aura of its own, and it fused numerous miraculous creations of the Grand Tao into it. Lin Sun had no doubt that if Dong Fengshui was given time, the mystery contained in the phantom world of puppet would only become stronger and stronger. It was like a tall building rising from the ground. Dong Fengshui had laid a solid foundation in the meditation of the Tao field and was destined to achieve extraordinary achievements in the future. However, when he heard Dong Fengshui say, I lose if I can't beat you until you call me Grandpa, Lin Sun suddenly showed a faint smile. This guy deserved a beating. Without hesitation, Lin Sun began to fight. He released vigorous and vast yellow Taoist light and rushed into the army of puppets as if he was pinching an ancient seal with his palms and fingers. Bang, 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 hundreds of puppet war dolls, at this moment, seemed to be suppressed by a divine mountain from the sky. In a moment, they were smashed one after another. It was as if he was using a rock to smash group after group of ants to death, and the scene of him sweeping through all obstacles caused Dongshi to be flabbergasted. This was his Tao field. In this place, he was like a supreme ruler, but why was it like an army had entered and was destroying his country with the momentum of plowing the ground and sweeping away his territory? Dong Fengshui almost went crazy. When the power of the Tao field was impacted, he also suffered a backlash. He coughed up blood, trembled like a sieve, and his hands and feet were cold. Who the hell are you? Dong Fengshui roared. He had exerted all his strength, but in front of Jin Dui, who couldn't be described by common sense, he seemed so powerless. Boom, at this time, Lin Sun had defeated the last batch of puppet war army. He calmly spat out 3 words from his lips. Your grandpa. The three words, like the sharpest revenge, shook Dong Fengshui's mind. He made a sound of ah, puff, and directly coughed up blood. Do you still want to fight, grandson? Lin Sun asked with a smile. Dong Fengshui's eyes were red, and he roared, Jin Dui, you've gone too far. It was unknown what mystic technique he had used to stabilize his Dao domain that was on the brink of collapse. Countless battle puppets appeared. But just a moment later, these puppet war dolls were defeated again. You. Dong Fengshui was not angry at this moment, but completely panicked and frightened. He knew that he had met a tough opponent this time. If you don't admit defeat, I'll beat you until you call me grandpa. Lin Sun said slowly. Dong Fengshui's face changed for a while. He was angry and felt inexplicable panic. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, I admit defeat. An incomparably shameful feeling welled up in his heart. This made Lin Sun slightly stunned. So happy, you don't want to fight? Dong Fengshui's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. If I lose to you, I still have a chance to continue participating in the first round of selection. If I'm seriously injured, how can I continue participating in the selection? Only then did Lin Sun understand that it was not that Dong Fengshui did not dare to fight, but in order to continue participating in the competition, he did not want to be seriously injured. Smart man. Lin Sun sighed. Humph. Dong Fengshui dispelled the Tao field and hurriedly jumped off the arena under the stunned and surprised gazes of the crowd. Many people were stunned. Did Dong Fengshui take the initiative to admit defeat? What method did Jin Dui use to force Dong Fengshui to admit defeat in the Tao field of Dong Fengshui? And those experts who bet heavily on Dong Fengshui felt suffocated, and they were about to cough up blood. They only felt that the Dao crystals they bet on had disappeared at this moment. They wanted to cry but had no tears. Damn it! Someone wailed. On the arena, Lin Sun looked calm. He was pondering and digesting some insights. Dong Fengshui's phantom puppet world gave him some inspiration. It's really interesting. At this moment, the eyes of the green-clothed woman from the Cloud Star Divine sect lit up. When Lin Sun first signed up for the selection, she felt that although this independent cultivator called Jin Dui didn't reveal himself, he had a unique and tranquil aura. Now that she saw him fight with her own eyes, the green-clothed woman immediately realized that she wasn't wrong. Jin Dui was indeed a person worthy of her attention. Everyone, don't forget what I said. My Cloud Star Divine sect is very interested in Jin Dui. The green-clothed woman said. The other quasi-emperor old monster sneered. Someone said, Madam Yu, let's wait for the first round of selection before making a decision. Although Jin Dui is extraordinary, it's hard to say if he can obtain 10 consecutive victories. Tao Songting from the Great Void Dao sect said with a smile, that's right. Comparatively speaking, the peerless figures of the younger generation, Chu Qiu, Gu Jianqing, and Shuo Fengying, are the most eye-catching in the 18 arenas. The Lingfeng Dao field was like a small world, and it was extremely large. Merely the cultivators in the spectator area numbered in the hundreds of thousands. On the other hand, 18 battles were being carried out at the same time on the 18 arenas. The battle between Lin Sun and Dong Fengshui was only one of them, and it only attracted the attention of a small portion of the cultivators in the surroundings. Most of the spectators were attracted by the peerless figures like Chu Qiu, Gu Jianqing, and Shuo Fengying. After all, these people were famous and dazzling figures before they participated in the selection, and the attention they received was far from something that the unknown Jin Dui could compare to. Just like when Lin Sun defeated Dong Fengshui, Chu Qiu had already defeated 3 opponents in an extremely short period of time. End of chapter 1892. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.